Time slowly passed. Eagles led a large group of knights gathering together, and more news kept coming, making Paporalins, Valmy, and Glatton increasingly nervous. Even the three leaders felt uneasy inside. Under these circumstances, the Minotaurs drew closer. Meanwhile, Thor's plans were gradually coming to an end. The next day, he set out with 3 barons, 2 expansion lords, Steve and Pelos, all marching together. Behind them was a knight group of thousands of soldiers. This was the strongest force in the entire main valley at the moment. Their target was the downstream area of the main valley. Facing the Minotaur tribes, Thor chose not to defend. If he did, the Minotaurs could easily split up and attack other territories, making it hard for him to handle. So, he prepared to fight a blocking battle from the start. 5 magic crystal cannons had already been sent to the front. Janiel, lead the first and second knight groups to wait in the forest on the right side ahead of us, and wait for my orders. Amrii, lead the third and fourth groups to wait in the forest on the left side ahead of us, and wait for my orders. As Thor arrived, he quickly gave orders. Understood. Got it. The 2 responded quickly, and then a large part of the knight group was left behind. Just as everyone was ready, distant thunder roared continuously. Dust clouds swept across the area. Although it had rained for a month straight, the recent clear weather was gradually drying the ground. In the canyon ahead, Minotaurs began to appear one after another. When they saw the dense night groups ahead, they were startled. But soon, they realized there were no strong fighters among the knights. Ha ha ha, those humans have attacked. Titan God's blessing. Let's crush them. Excited voices came from the Minotaurs. Each Minotaur's pupils gradually turned crimson. Faced with the overwhelming number of Minotaurs, all the knights felt a bit nervous. On the hillside, Lord Thor. Baron Paporalins couldn't help but look toward Thor. The others also looked in the same direction. Don't worry. We can handle it. Next, those second-tier Minotaur warriors are coming, so please hold them off. Thor spoke solemnly. Understood. Paporalins, Valmy, Glatton, and the other 2 expansion lords exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. They had already discussed this earlier, so they naturally had no objections now. But after agreeing, they couldn't help but feel worried. Dealing with so many Minotaur warriors was not easy. At this point, they had no way to retreat. And just as they responded, 5 magic crystal cannons lit up with a faint blue magic circle. Next moment, boom, boom, boom. Roaring sounds erupted as the 5 magic crystal cannons unleashed their terrifying power. Boom. Rumbling thunder echoed loudly, covering the area. In the distance, countless Minotaur warriors were quickly enveloped by the lightning. Once covered, their bodies were instantly destroyed by the thunder. Second-tier magic cores couldn't maximize the effect of the crystal cannons, but they were enough to harvest many low-level Minotaur warriors. Especially since these Minotaur warriors were summoned by secret magic, making it even easier to take them down. One second-tier Minotaur warrior didn't react in time and was heavily struck by lightning. However, after this round, thousands of Minotaur warriors from the tribe rushed out, charging fiercely toward the knight group. There were clearly 13 of them. It was obvious that during this time, the number of second-tier Minotaur warriors had increased by 1. Boom, boom. The magic crystal cannons lit up again. The terrifying roaring sounds echoed once more. 2 more second-tier Minotaur warriors were covered by the cannons. But right after this second round of crystal cannon attacks, the remaining 11 Minotaur warriors charged out of the canyon and reached the hillside. If these second-tier Minotaur warriors had entered the knight group, the outcome would be obvious. Currently, there weren't many knights among the group. Attack. Thor gave the command, then immediately charged forward with his knight sword. Behind him, Steve followed closely behind Pelos. The remaining 3 Baron Lords and 2 Pioneer Lords exchanged glances and charged forward with knight swords. 8 against 11. Among them, 3 were at the peak of the second tier. There was almost no chance of winning. However, Thor was not too worried. He unleashed his cold ice life source power, directly blocking a second-tier peak Minotaur. At the same time, Steve and Pelos faced the other 2 second-tier peak Minotaurs. Dealing with second-tier peak Minotaurs was very difficult, even with Thor's ice power boost, because there was a big gap in strength. Similarly, Steve and Pelos were also at a disadvantage. But magical auras began to glow around them. Behind them, and as magic elements surged, a chanting voice sounded. Free wind, storm of thunder, the reach of 10,000 hands, untouchable, shadowed hands, unreflectable, sky's archer, path of shining light, wind that stokes the fire. When gathered together, there is no need to be confused. Follow my instructions: light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 lines, heavenly scriptures, swift treasures, great wheel, gray turret. Draw the bow, and let it vanish into the bright distance. Faint glowing symbols of chaos and wildness appeared, showing a fierce and rebellious attitude, but then they were negated. Magic blessings wrapped around the 3, boosting their aura and continuously increasing their life source power. They temporarily matched the strength of the 3 second-tier peak Minotaurs. Because the 3 second-tier peak Minotaurs were all blocked, the remaining 9 Minotaurs were each taken on by 5 Pioneer Lords, who managed to stop 7 of them. The last 2 were confronted by formal knights, who also managed to hold them back. But this was only a temporary barrier. Thor and the others couldn't hold them off for long. Losing their formal knight strength, it was impossible to withstand the attack of thousands of Minotaurs coming next. Boom! A powerful aura erupted. Magical auras circled around them, and a cold, spreading chill affected even the bodies of the second-tier peak Minotaurs. Thor paid no attention and kept unleashing his power. He still needed to wait. Now was not the best time. Boom! Rumbling sounds echoed. The magic crystal cannons kept firing. A powerful thunderstorm continues to cover the area. Amidst the lightning, a sea of fire begins to spread. In daily reports, Thor naturally knew the exact direction of the Minotaur invasion. He was already prepared for this. For example, the entire surrounding area had already been covered with flammable oil. At this moment, amidst the roaring thunder, the surroundings gradually turned into a sea of fire. The fire spreads rapidly. Many Minotaurs are burned alive. The rushing Minotaurs start to panic. The fire spreads everywhere. The Minotaurs suddenly fall into chaos. These Minotaurs are only created using secret magic and are much weaker than real Minotaurs. In a way, they can only be called beasts, not true orcs, and their purpose is mainly for sacrifice, not as proper members of the tribe. Faced with the sea of fire, they naturally act on their beast instincts and panic. Even if some are real Minotaurs, among thousands of chaotic Minotaurs, they are not very noticeable. This situation makes some second-tier peak Minotaurs feel anxious. A second-tier peak Minotaur roars fiercely, and blood-red energy rises from its body. Boom! A powerful aura erupts. Peros is knocked back and flies through the air. Spit! He coughs up blood, and the magic rings around him flicker and wobble. The Minotaur that knocked Peros away is about to rush into the Knight group to destroy the magic crystal cannons. But before he can act, Peros charges again, intercepting him. Boom! A surge of life energy erupts again. At this moment, Peros grits his teeth and begins to drain his life force. At the same time, each second-tier Minotaur's body begins to glow with blood-red energy. Their aura also starts to rise. Thor's face changes suddenly. He no longer hesitates. Even if more time is needed, he can't afford to wait now. Mark! He calls out. In the next moment, a magic crystal cannon rises into the sky from the Knight group. Boom! In the sky, the magic crystal cannon's light shone brightly, and thunder covered the heavens. Even from dozens of miles away, it was clearly visible. In the distant place, upstream of the main river valley, at this moment, Rajuz Assad and his troops had already been guarding here. In front of them stood a huge dam. It was over 100 meters long and 50 meters high. This was the result of the recent efforts led by Thor, who united the 3 major barony territories to build it. In the extraordinary world, such a large project became very easy to accomplish. When the thunder appeared in the sky, Rajuz Assad did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand, and then, knights holding prepared magic scrolls threw them directly onto the dam. Boom! Boom! Rumbling. A loud roar erupted as powerful energy instantly tore apart the entire dam. Inside the dam, the massive water flow that Thor had gathered over time suddenly burst downward. The main river was in flood season, and with a month of continuous rain, the dam had accumulated a huge amount of water. At this moment, as the dam exploded, the water crashed down loudly, covering everything below. The flow of water was like a rushing army, carrying destructive power that could crush everything in its path. Many trees, rocks, and everything in sight were instantly covered. In just a blink, the water surged over 100 meters away. Along the way, large areas were washed away, and the roaring water carried Thor's mighty eagle toward even farther places. On the battlefield, the fire was still spreading. At the same time, several second-tier Minotaur warriors were also fighting fiercely. The main River Valley Knights seemed to be struggling. And after some chaos, some elite Minotaur warriors began to extinguish the fire. Plus, the recent heavy rains made the air very humid, so the intense fire was not fully effective. Boom. A figure was sent flying backward. Peros had blood at the corner of his mouth, and his consciousness was a bit blurry. If not for the silver armor protecting him, he would have been killed by the Minotaur. And at this moment, it wasn't just him. Steve's silver armor has developed cracks. This is silver armor, yet it is starting to fail. Thor's face also turns pale. The golden armor shines with layers of light, blocking the attack of the two high-level bull-headed men, while his magic aura has already shattered. Lord Thor, we can't hold on much longer. Nearby, Papelilans alone is fighting two high-level bull-headed men, looking anxious. The others are not doing much better, especially the two pioneer lords. They have indeed reached the level of great knights, but only just. It's very difficult to deal with ordinary second-level bull-headed men, let alone those unleashing secret magic at this moment. They're already starting to fall back. It won't be long before these 11 second-level bull-headed men break through the knight group. In this extraordinary world, strength is the most important thing, not numbers. One high-level bull-headed man can destroy a pioneer territory. Similarly, one Earth Knight can easily wipe out a second-level orc tribe. Right now, Thor and his team are in a similar situation. It's very hard for high-level second-tier orcs to resist. Once they break away, it will cause a huge impact on the defense line of the entire main river valley. It might even collapse the current knight group. So they must hold them back at all costs. But while these 3 men are holding back 3 high-level second-tier bull-headed men, the other 9 are much harder to deal with. Especially since these bull-headed men are starting to use secret magic, making them even stronger. If they can't stop them, the knight group will suffer heavy losses this time. This situation is very different from before. Earlier, a few official knights could hold Steve back because he had just broken through and was holding back, not going all out. Now, facing the bull-headed men, the results are completely different. There are only about a dozen official knights now, yet they have to fight 2 high-level second-tier bull-headed men. The losses are almost visible to the eye. This makes the 3 barons and 2 pioneer lords feel anxious. And seeing their worry, Thor doesn't respond. He doesn't have time to answer. His icy life force keeps erupting inside him, blocking the attack of the high-level second-tier bull-headed man. Even as he keeps retreating, he continues to fight. Finally, during the second clash, Thor suddenly sensed something. A hint of joy appeared on his face, and he quickly turned his head. He turned his head, and the 2-level peak Minotaur fighting him also seemed to sense it. Its movements paused instinctively, and its gaze shifted toward Thor's direction. And just at the moment when the 2 looked away, boom, thunder roared loudly. A huge roar filled the entire eardrum, and at the end of the vision, a long flood surged in, covering the entire field of view and also stealing everyone's attention. The flood roared and blocked out the sky. With unmatched power, it destroyed everything. The target was still trapped in the sea of fire where thousands of Minotaurs were fighting. Downstream of the main river valley, 2 mountain lords were ambushed on the mountain. A dam stored water, and during the flood season, magic crystal cannons ignited fierce fires with oil, trapping 4,000 ordinary Minotaurs in place. 11 second-level Minotaurs rushed forward, then La Josasad opened the dam. The dam collapsed, washing away the 4,000 Minotaurs. The remaining 11 second-level Minotaurs were surrounded and killed on the mountain by 8 great knights, over 70 formal knights, 300 apprentice knights, and more than 1,000 reserve knights. As for the flood that was supposed to surround the main character's troops, the reason was simple. They were on the mountain. A month of continuous rain, combined with the dam's water collection, made the flood extremely terrifying. After gathering for a while, the flood suddenly turned into a towering wave, rushing down and heading toward thousands of Minotaurs. Everything along the way was instantly destroyed, whether jungle or buildings. Even ordinary first or second-level magical beasts could hardly resist. Boom. In an instant, a sea of fire was covered, and thousands of Minotaurs were swept away by the flood. It overwhelmed everything. A first-level Minotaur tried to resist, but the terrifying flood quickly destroyed its strength, carrying its body far away. The land ahead also turned into a swamp. Thousands of Minotaurs had almost no resistance. This scene was undoubtedly shocking to everyone. Even the knights of the main river valley looked on with wide eyes. After their eyes widened, a wave of joy spread uncontrollably. "Ha!" Pape Lawrence laughed loudly as he spoke. At this moment, he ignored the damage to his silver armor and directly charged forward again, wielding his knight's sword. The others did the same. At this moment, the heavy burden in their hearts completely disappeared. Although the Minotaur men were held back, everyone had been feeling tense before. They knew very well that the firestorm could only hold them for a short time. Once those thousands of Minotaur men broke free, not only they but even their hidden powers would be unable to stop them. But at this moment, there was no need to think about that. The huge flood swept away these Minotaur men, which meant their threat was completely gone. "Dirty Minotaur men, come again." Baron Gladden also laughed loudly as he spoke. At this moment, the morale within the main Valley Knights suddenly surged. Compared to that, the Minotaur men with their large bull eyes widened and their breathing grew heavy. Then, an unavoidable anger spread across their hearts. Just as the main Valley Knights expected, they were waiting for those Minotaur men to charge out. Once they did, those humans would be torn apart. But the scene that unfolded was completely unexpected, and how could it not make them furious? Boom. The aura of a peak second-tier Minotaur suddenly erupted. At this moment, blood seemed to burn fiercely, and disbelief and anger spread uncontrollably, causing the Minotaur to lose all reason. Thousands of Minotaur men. They had prepared to sacrifice themselves to the Titan god, but now they were gone. At this moment, this second-tier Minotaur disregarded everything. Its life force was burning fiercely. Its power was constantly increasing. It was already approaching third tier. Boom. A loud roar sounded. Thor's figure was sent flying backward. Even with the protection of golden armor, he felt as if his internal organs were about to burst. The powerful force seemed to through the golden armor. However, Thor didn't care much at this moment. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. He had been waiting for this kind of result. Imre. Janir. Speech begins, carried directly to the distant place by the power of life force. Distant place. In the jungle. Two figures, who had been waiting anxiously, suddenly stood up. "Kill! Kill!" Their voices rang out. The next moment, a group of formal knights and trainee knights charged out of the jungle toward the battlefield. This was a hidden group of dozens of formal knights and many trainee knights. Thor was waiting for this moment. There are too many Minotaur enemies, more than 4,000, including 13 at the peak level. While the power in the main valley isn't weak, it's still very hard to completely stop them. Even if they are blocked, the losses would be huge. So Thor's initial plan was to hide most of his forces, make the Minotaurs relax, then use the flood from the dam to wash away thousands of Minotaurs, and finally, with most of his knight forces hidden, surround and attack the Minotaurs. Losing thousands of ordinary Minotaurs, relying only on a dozen second-level Minotaurs, wouldn't be enough unless third-level Minotaurs appeared. But that's almost impossible. And indeed, it was. Even with secret magic, their attack only briefly reached the third level. The second-level peak Minotaur's aura quickly weakened. Even the one who was initially fighting Thor and had the upper hand was pushed back after Thor charged at it. The other Minotaurs were the same. In fact, with the addition of many elite knights, the situation, which was initially advantageous for the 11 second-level Minotaurs, was instantly reversed. It was difficult for a dozen formal knights to hold back 2 Minotaurs, but 70 formal knights, 300 trainee knights, and 1,500 reserve knights could completely surround and kill those 11 second-level Minotaurs. The gap between Grand Knights and formal knights isn't as huge as the gap between Grand Knights and Earth Knights. Similarly, the difference between first and second level isn't that big. Usually, about 7 or 8 formal knights can fight a Grand Knight, and more than 10 can surround and kill a second-level beastman. At this moment, there are 70 official knights, representing 70 first-level warriors, plus 8 Grand Knights, making 8 second-level warriors. Not to mention the 11 Minotaur warriors, even the previous 13 heads could be easily dealt with. Boom. Rumble. The battle continues to escalate. 2 second-level Minotaur warriors are almost unable to resist and are quickly killed. Then, more second-level Minotaur warriors fall one after another. Without support from the Minotaur tribe, they simply cannot hold their ground. The fight lasts less than an hour. The last second-level Minotaur, at the peak of its strength, also falls to the ground. Bright red blood flows across the entire battlefield. Everyone shows a look of undeniable joy. We won. We did it. Pape Lawrence mutters to himself, still looking a bit dazed. Yes, we won. Baron Glatton also speaks with emotion. Baron Varmy just smiles. Initially, the three barons thought that just holding off the Minotaur attack was enough. But they never expected that they would not only stop it but also win. Thousands of Minotaur warriors remained in the main valley. They even personally killed some second-level Minotaur warriors. A single second-level Minotaur is worth 10 merit points, and even gaining the Baron title only requires 100 merit points. Right now, they have 13 second-level Minotaur corpses left behind. The 11 fallen second-level Minotaur warriors marked the end of this war. Many people collapsed to the ground, especially the first knights who had held on at the start, and the pioneering lords. They all looked exhausted. No one knew how much pressure they had faced at that moment. Although they knew Tor had ambushed some people and even saw the ambush with their own eyes, there were over 4,000 Minotaur warriors. If they couldn't solve it, those 4,000 plus Minotaur warriors could wipe out everyone, including those ambushers. Many even considered fleeing. In the end, they persisted, and the result was more than enough to satisfy everyone. This invasion of the Minotaur was not only resisted, but also perfectly resolved. Over 4,000 Minotaur warriors and more than a dozen second-tier elite Minotaurs were all buried in the main river valley. The joy from this was almost impossible to hide. The large boulder pressing down on them instantly disappeared. Everyone, it's time to clean up the battlefield. Thor chuckled softly, then stood up and looked at the battlefield. At this moment, the scene had completely changed. Ahead, a river over 100 meters wide appeared. Although the water had calmed, the riverbed was full of sand, stones, trees, broken buildings, and the bodies of minotaurs, magical beasts, and wild animals. The fertile land and good lowlands along the way were now covered by water. But Thor didn't pay much attention to this. The unique environment of the main river valley made the surrounding land very suitable for farming. Most of it just needed some time to be cleared and cultivated. This was not a big problem. As Thor spoke, several landowners nodded with smiles. Then everyone began to clean up the battlefield. There wasn't much left now, only 11 second-tier peak Minotaurs remained, as the others had been washed away by the flood. Cleaning was very easy. Thor also moved to the location of the second-tier peak Minotaur he had fought earlier. Blood soaked its entire body. A few knights from Eagle Ridge were searching around. But soon, Thor noticed something at the Minotaur's waist. What's this? A hint of curiosity appeared in his mind. He stepped forward and pulled out a half-open sheepskin scroll from the Minotaur's chest. The scroll was opened. It revealed a map. Titan script? Thor looked at the map and the strange writing on it. He shook his head. He didn't recognize Titan script. After a moment of thought, Thor decided to put the sheepskin scroll into his pocket. And just after he stored it away, the surrounding area was quickly cleared. Then everyone tidied up the area again and started heading back to Eagle Ridge. The war was over. Next, it was time to divide the spoils. Although the battlefield was almost destroyed, the dozen second-tier Minotaurs, especially the 3 second-tier peak Minotaurs, had hidden many good items. Even the second-tier magic cores exceeded 300, and there was even one third-tier magic core. This made Thor feel quite surprised. However, thinking about the previous Minotaur tribe, which was a third-tier tribe, it was not surprising that they had such a large amount of wealth. Thor was still amazed. The others were even more shocked. Many people were breathing heavily. Although second-tier magic cores, unlike special magical beasts like End, are only worth about 100 gold coins each, here there are so many. A full 300. This means 3,000 gold coins. Not to mention the third-tier magic core, which is worth over 10,000 gold coins. This means the current harvest is over 40,000 gold coins. That's 40,000 gold coins. This is a huge amount of wealth for the entire Northern Land Province. Even if Marquis Ryman knew about it, he might be tempted. Moreover, there are also merit points. One second-tier Minotaur earns 10 merit points, and there are 11 Minotaurs here, totaling 110 merit points, enough for a pioneering lord to be promoted to Baron. All of this is enormous wealth. The 5 pioneering lords' eyes turned red with excitement. Some couldn't hold back anymore. If they hadn't seen Thor's strength and the contract restrictions, they might have already acted. Thor understood this well. At Eagle Ridge, in the castle, everyone gathered together. Thor, Papellalins, Glatton, Varmy, and 2 other pioneering lords named Sachi and Jose Anabai sat quietly in the hall. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the shining pile of magic cores in front of them. Lord Thor, it was you who led us to defeat the Minotaur. Please, take these. After a deep look at the magic cores, Joe's Anabai turned his gaze to Thor with a serious expression. The others hesitated a bit but didn't speak after a moment of pause. They had to admit that winning against the Minotaur was thanks to Thor. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to resist, let alone win. At this moment, everyone's excited hearts cooled a little. In this situation, even if Thor takes everything, he can only keep his opinions to himself if others disagree. Gazes gather, some flickering, some nervous, some tense. Facing these looks, Thor naturally understands what they are thinking. He pauses briefly, then speaks. Everyone, since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. As for the magic core, I only need the third-tier magic core. I don't need the others, but I want all the credits for the Minotaur. How about that? He speaks confidently, looking at everyone. This surprises everyone, and some people's eyes widen with joy. Clearly, what Thor said exceeds their expectations. Is what Lord Thor said true? Sachi asks hesitantly. Lord Thor, your contribution this time is the greatest. Is that all? Pape Lawrence hesitates but speaks through gritted teeth. Yes, Lord Thor, you could get even more. Baron Glatton also speaks. Others look happy or remain silent. Thor shakes his head and speaks again. Everyone, this is enough. You all have contributed a lot this time. Let's stop here. And compared to this, isn't the biggest wealth the entire Main Valley? Right now, we are the only ones left in the Main Valley. Everyone, this is enough. You've all contributed a lot this time. Let's stop here. And compared to this, isn't the biggest wealth the entire Main Valley? Right now, we are the only ones left in the Main Valley. Thor's voice rings out, pulling everyone's thoughts back. Everyone's eyes brighten at his words. Lord Thor, you Baron Valmy starts to speak, but hesitates and bites his lip. Others are not in a better state either. As the leader of the frontier, the most important things are the territory, the people, and one's own strength and influence. If we were to distinguish these aspects, the most important thing for a pioneer lord is strength and territory. Only then come the citizens and influence. Having strength means you can control larger and better lands, which in turn brings more citizens and power. Right now, what appears before them is the nearly emptied Main Valley. Many pioneer lords have fled, which means they lost their lands they developed for years or even over a decade. These lands are not just one piece, but dozens of territories, along with various resources more valuable than magic cores, considering this is not a wild frontier but a properly developed land. Even the three Baron Lords are now breathing heavily again. As everyone is catching their breath and their eyes shine with anticipation, Thor waves his hand to signal. Soon, Ryan enters the scene. A map is spread out on the desk. Come and take a look, everyone. Amid everyone's eager excitement, Thor chuckles softly. With his words, the five quickly step forward to the desk. Ryan, mark the Pioneer Lord's territories that abandoned the Main Valley. Thor softly commands. Yes. Ryan quickly nods in response. He picks up a quill and begins to mark areas on the map. He densely covers the entire Main Valley. The Main Valley was shaped by the main river, forming a huge bay with a very flat terrain and good soil, perfect for large-scale farming. Downstream, midstream, upstream, and the western side. Originally, there were 21 Pioneer Lords, plus our Eagle Ridge, making 22 in total. Now, only 6 of us remain. According to kingdom law, the lord who abandons their land will lose their noble status. Even if they pay a redemption fee, they cannot reclaim their land. The kingdom will redistribute the territory. As pioneer lords who defeated the Minotaur, we should inherit these lands, Thor says slowly, with a serious expression. Watching him and seeing Ryan mark the territories, the five feel their breathing grow heavier. Their expressions are tense and restless. Lord Thor, may I ask how these territories should be divided? He took a deep breath. Baron Valmy, who had been silent before, couldn't help but speak. As he spoke, everyone's eyes naturally focused on Thor. Everyone, Eagle Peak has just been built. I don't need much. There are 5 mines in the entire Main Valley, 1 medium limestone mine in the south, 1 medium iron mine in the north, and 3 small iron mines. I won't involve myself in the medium limestone and small iron mines, but I need this entire area, including the territories here. I also need these few expansion lands. Baron Glatton, Baron Valmy, you should retreat your territories and hand over this area to me. Thor spoke slowly, outlining the location of the dam, as well as most of the territories belonging to Gladden and Valmy. Just joking, since he planned to develop farming here, the dam had to be in his control, even if they signed a contract. He had been considering how to do this earlier, and now was the perfect opportunity to act. He believed these two would agree willingly. Although the medium iron mine and 3 small iron mines didn't produce silver iron as steadily as a large mine, their large amounts of iron ore still had good value, and this meant more output for them. And that was indeed the case. Good. Lord Thor, we agree. Baron Valmy was the first to agree after biting his lip. With Valmy's agreement, Baron Gladden also finally agreed. The others, though tempted, ultimately held back. The benefits this time were too great, and these minor concerns didn't matter much. After dividing their territories, Thor began helping the others to allocate their lands. Compared to his own territory and safety needs, the others' divisions were much simpler. First, as mentioned, the benefits this time were enough to satisfy everyone. Second, in this extraordinary world, strength alone determines everything. Plus, the achievements in this war were enough to serve as a basis for judgment. The division was completed quickly. In the end, the 3 barons gained the most. Baron Valmy has acquired a medium-sized iron mine in the territories of 2 pioneering lords. Baron Gladden has gained 3 small iron mines in 3 pioneering lord territories. 2 other lords have given up part of their southern lands to toll. Baron Pape has received 5 pioneering lord territories and a medium-sized limestone mine. Sachi and Joe's Anabai each received 3 pioneering lord territories, while Toll gained 4 more. He doesn't need the mines. The limestone mine isn't very valuable. The iron mine he owns is a large one, much more valuable than medium or small mines. Giving up these 2 mines will only bring them back eventually, since he controls the key part of the industry chain with his goblin workers. Compared to that, territories are what he needs most. Right now, he controls the middle of the main river valley and much of the upstream area. This helps prevent others from flooding his lands and ensures his expansion won't face problems. His territories are all connected, which is very helpful. Even now, he has enough room to grow, even if he becomes a baron. In the next 3 years, he won't need to worry about space. He can also expand eastward toward the Northland province, and even further north, south, or west, there are plenty of opportunities. How does my map of the main river valley look after the recent territorial divisions? Haha. Of course, the initial land division is just the start. To truly own these territories, he first needs approval from the Northland province. He also needs to develop the lands. Reporting the recent war with the orcs is easy. Just honestly tell the authorities, and he will gain ownership of these territories. But development is much harder. It always takes a lot of people, gold, and supplies. However, everyone isn't too worried about this. After defeating the Minotaur tribes, they have plenty of time to grow slowly. Most of these new territories have already been developed for years or even over a decade, making it much easier to expand again. The 5 pioneering lords, even the 2 who are not barons, have been in the northern province for many years and have gained enough experience. For Thor, as long as he can be granted the title of baron this time, he will surely gain more support from his family. Then, expanding his territory will not be a problem. This is undoubtedly a happy outcome for everyone. The celebration is held at Eagle Ridge. Everyone is caught up in the joy. In front of a huge bonfire, Baron Gladden raises his cup. Everyone, cheers to our victory. Laughter erupts. Cheers to victory. Cheers. One voice after another speaks. Everyone raises their cups and drinks them all at once. After drinking, Thor puts down his cup and looks at the 3 barons and the remaining 2 pioneering lords. Lord Thor, do you have something to say directly? Papalorent's heart moves, and he looks at Thor with curiosity. As he speaks, everyone stops their actions and turns their eyes toward Thor. Everyone, the northern province has a broader world and richer resources. Fighting among ourselves is the most foolish choice. We can unite and face the outside together, just like now. I propose that we form an alliance to face the upcoming expansion wars and future kingdom wars. Thor's words are spoken. As he speaks, the figures around the bonfire pause their actions. Some frown, some ponder, and others light up with hope. Everyone should know that the next kingdom war is less than 3 years away. If we handle it well, it might even allow us to become viscounts or higher. This is our chance, and also our family's chance. As I said, the northern province has a broader world and richer resources. If we unite, we can gain more and build up more capital before the kingdom war. Thor looks at everyone's expressions, then continues speaking. Lord Thor, you are right. Only by uniting can we gain more. I agree. Baron Glatton hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. I also agree. The northern province is vast, that is our world. Jozanubi also nodded and spoke. Haha, since both of you agree, I, Pape Lawrence, naturally agree too. Pape Lawrence also spoke. I agree. Varmi also chimed in. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Sachi. Lord Tor, forgive my intrusion. As for the alliance, do we need to follow your orders? Sachi hesitated briefly but couldn't help speaking up, feeling a bit nervous after he finished. Of course not. The alliance is just to face the crisis and act together. There's no need to follow my commands. Tor smiled and shook his head. Then I also agree. Sachi quickly nodded. The approval of the 5 expansion lords meant the alliance decision was accepted. Next, they discussed the details of the alliance. Since it was a relatively loose alliance, there weren't many things to consider. Tor didn't insist too much. Food needs to be eaten bite by bite, and the road must be traveled step by step. At this moment, he wasn't even a baron. He didn't think that just because he stepped forward, everyone would automatically obey his orders. In fact, if it weren't for the contract, and the fact that he had successfully handled the Minotaur issue and demonstrated his strength at Eagle Ridge, this alliance wouldn't have come into existence. Even an alliance without binding force would be the same. Those who could become expansion lords and survive had talent, strength, and ability that were not weak at all. Some things, even without words, just a start, and everyone would understand what's happening. Right now, they were willing because they didn't mind looking into the future. And for Tor, that was what he hoped for. After all, as he gradually showed greater strength and brought more benefits, these people would inevitably submit to him. Night fell gradually. In the following days, including Tor, the 6 expansion lords discussed the alliance matters. It wasn't until the 5th day that the entire alliance was finally confirmed. According to alliance rules, when members of the alliance encounter danger, they must send help, and trade between members should be smooth. Besides that, there should be some sharing of information within the alliance. As expected, this is not a binding alliance agreement, but it is a start. This marks the beginning of the 6 surviving lords in the main valley starting to unify. This is something that has never happened before in the entire main valley or even the northern province. After all, the northern province is not a friendly place. The lords are rivals. During the expansion wars, conflicts often arose because of interests. These conflicts created a lot of hatred. Under hatred and intertwined interests, it was very hard to trust each other, let alone have all the lords in one region unite. But at this moment, the main valley has achieved that. It can be expected that the entire northern province will also change after this. However, no one knows about this yet. Most parts of the northern province are still relatively chaotic. It is not surprising that Minotaur tribes cross the Kingdom Knight's defenses, especially in the northern part of the province, where many orc tribes have crossed the lines recently. The Minotaurs, led by Thor and the lords of the main valley, have been dealt with, but elsewhere, there are no such issues. The results are easy to imagine. Flower Kingdom map. It's finally here. It's finally here. It's finally here. 3 times I say it's here. The launch has come again. Probably it was released around midnight. Honestly, I didn't choose the best time to publish, as it's close to the new year. I didn't expect so many things to happen during the holiday, especially since I just got married last year, and this year I'll be busy visiting relatives. My grandfather passed away before the new year last year, so I had to pay respects, and my grandmother also passed away 2 years ago, so I had to visit her too. Because of all this, I still haven't sorted everything out. This also affected the storyline and content I wrote. Many things couldn't be properly prepared, and I can only explain briefly that this is my problem. I will try to improve in the future. Thanks to Chisho for your continuous support. Regarding the updates, everyone can rest assured about the upcoming ones. I also hope everyone will support the author. The story will become more exciting as it progresses. Right now, the entire northern province is in chaos. Night Order's defenses are being broken through at various points, and many orc tribes have invaded the province, causing widespread disorder. Many frontier territories are collapsing, and numerous frontier lords are fleeing. There's no choice. Compared to the second-tier orc tribes, human frontier lords, except for a few powerful ones, are barely able to defend themselves. The collapse and flight of these frontier lords have caused even more to flee. Some well-established territories might still need to consider their situation, but newly built frontier territories are almost without hesitation in abandoning their posts. This undoubtedly causes even greater chaos, especially with many eyes watching and the Eagle Rider Corps still not intervening. The situation worsens. Of course, Tor and others are unaware of this at the moment. The main river valley is close to the North Ice Glacier and near Orc tribes, somewhat separated from the main frontier Knight territories. Information from the northern regions is somewhat better, but the western regions might not be as well informed. After dealing with the Minotaur and discussing the alliance, they began preparing to report their military achievements. The northern province, being on the front line of the war against the Orcs, offers plenty of merit points. Not only can the 11 second-tier Minotaur leaders earn hundreds of merit points, but defeating Orc tribes can also bring in a good amount of merit. These matters need to be reported to Marquis Lehman. Marquis Lehman will verify the overall situation of the war, and once verified, he will be awarded merits. 6 expansion lords, including Thor, are very concerned about this. Soon after the alliance ended, a battle report and the heads of 11 second-tier Minotaur soldiers were taken by Rain to Lorenz City. Lorenz City. Within the large and magnificent Marquis estate, a man who looks only middle-aged frowns slightly, walking back and forth. He is the owner of this estate, the undisputed ruler of the northern province, one of the top nobles in the kingdom, Marquis Lehman. Having risen step by step through military achievements, Marquis Lehman, now over 70 years old, is not very satisfied with his territory. Compared to governing the vast northern province, he prefers the Frost Moon province or the Southern Moon province. After decades of war, he knows well the terror of Orc tribes. It's not something a single kingdom like the Tulip Kingdom can handle, let alone him as a new marquis. If the Orc War breaks out, the entire northern province will surely be impacted, and his territory will suffer unimaginable losses. But the kingdom's lands have already been fully divided. Throughout the kingdom, except for the northern province, no other marquis territory can be allocated. Even counting the Count's lands, the entire Tulip Kingdom is hard to divide into another piece. And even if it could, no province would want a marquis like him to step in and take a share. Under such circumstances, he has no choice but to accept reluctantly, hoping the Orc War will not break out so soon. But no one expected the situation to change drastically this year. A large number of Orcs suddenly attacked from the northern direction. Even the Dragon Knight Order of the kingdom was impacted. As for his own Eagle Rider Order, within less than 3 months, the losses were extremely heavy. Sir, do we need to ask the kingdom for help? The captain of the Eagle Rider Order, looking anxious, asked Marquis Lehman. I don't think we need to ask for help anymore. The Dragon Knight Order should have already requested aid. What is the situation exactly? Can we confirm if the Orc tribes are preparing to start a war? Marquis Lehman shook his head, and the figure walking back and forth stopped. He looked at his knight commander, hesitated briefly, and then spoke with some uncertainty. Currently, we cannot be sure. But it's probably not a war. The Baiman tribe hasn't taken any action. The only ones moving are the Minotaurs, Werewolves, and some second and third-tier Orc tribes. However, there are too many. On the east, west, and south sides, many third-tier Orc tribes have been found, involving a lot of the Eagle Knight Regiment's forces, so the second-tier Orc tribes can't be handled easily. The leader of the Eagle Knight Regiment hesitated slightly, but then spoke softly, shaking his head. Hearing this, Marquis Lehman finally relaxed. If it truly was an Orc war, he might be in real trouble this time. But he still had some ways to deal with it. Lehman felt a bit worried. The Orc tribes attacking the northern province had caused many territories to be destroyed and lords to flee, which was bad news for him. Since the northern province was still being developed, fewer people wanted to become its lords, especially the children of noble families, because the risks there were very high, and the investment returns were low. Even if they wanted to become lords, most were wandering knights who only had a few gold coins, far less than noble children or those who had already developed some land. And this attack would likely make even fewer noble families want to enter the northern province in the future. This meant he would lose a large amount of gold income, which made him worried. But he also knew it wasn't the time to worry. First, he had to make sure the Eagle Knight Regiment was safe before he could think about other things. I understand. Those issues can be temporarily ignored. We can have the knights retreat to Kaiwang to block the Orcs. Also, call back 300 magic crystal cannons, 1,000 second-tier magic cores, and 23rd-tier magic cores from Lorenz City to Kaiwang. Marquis Lehman clenched his teeth and made a firm decision. Understood. The leader of the Eagle Knight Regiment was a bit surprised but soon showed a hint of joy and quickly responded. With these resources, the regiment's losses could be minimized. These guys must be crazy. Without the Baiman tribe leading, they wouldn't dare attack human territory. Marquis Lehman couldn't help but curse quietly. However, during their conversation, a figure quickly approached from afar. Marquis. The figure respectfully called out as he drew near. What happened? Marquis Lehman looked at the newcomer, his brows suddenly twitching. The person was an officer from Loren City. Since he rarely paid attention to such matters, the officer seldom came to see him. Marquis, there is a report from the main river valley that requires your personal approval. From the main river valley? Lehman asked, frowning. Didn't I tell them to resist as much as possible? Lehman felt a bit annoyed and spoke with a furrowed brow. Marquis, this is not a plea for help. It is a battle report. They seem to have defeated a second-tier Minotaur tribe and need your verification. The officer from Loren City listened to Lehman's words and quickly understood that he had misunderstood. He hurried to explain. What? Lehman was surprised. He turned his head sharply and looked at the officer. Yes. They also sent back 11 heads of second-tier Minotaurs. The officer nodded, confirming again. It looks like those pioneering lords are quite capable. Let me see. After a moment of surprise, Lehman's face lit up with a smile. He quickly signaled the officer to hand over the battle report. The officer hurriedly handed it to him. Lehman took the report and looked at its contents. Soon, his smile grew even wider. The situation was better than he had expected. The pioneering lords in the main river valley had actually united to fight against the Orc tribes. Not only that, they had also defeated a second-tier Minotaur tribe with over 4,000 members, killing all the second-tier Minotaurs. If this news is true, it would undoubtedly be a great boost for the currently chaotic northern province. Haha. Excellent, excellent. Frankie, here's what you should do. Take the kingdom's inspector and go to the main river valley to verify this. Additionally, prepare for the Baron's induction ceremony. It seems that our northern province will once again see the birth of a new Baron. Marquis Lehman chuckled softly. After several months of bad mood, there is now a slight improvement. If the recent battle report is true, the situation in the northern province might change a bit. More importantly, the northern province has not produced a new Baron for over 3 years. The kingdom's rule is that as long as a town with at least 5,000 people develops in the northern province, it can be granted noble status and become a new Baron. Because of this, countless knights have flocked to the northern province over the past 20 years. But the results have not been very good. The vast northern province has only seen 56 barons created in 20 years. To put it in perspective, the viscounts in the Frost Moon province alone number over 300, and the barons could be over 1,000. In the entire northern province, only 56 barons have been created in 20 years, and currently, only about 36 remain alive. As for the other 20, their fate is obvious. Especially in the past 3 years, with ongoing unrest in the northern province, no new barons have been appointed. This is also why fewer high-ranking nobles are heading to the northern province to expand their territories. In this situation, if a new baron is born, it would definitely rekindle the enthusiasm of those nobles eager to expand. For the kingdom, this is undoubtedly good news. For Marquis Lehman, it is also beneficial. Yes. The official in Loren City nodded and agreed immediately. Soon, Loren City began to act. One day later, Frankie, along with the kingdom's inspector and a large group of people, set out grandly towards the main river valley. The main river valley. Tor and others quickly received the news. Immediately, the entire Eagle Ridge became excited. Everyone's expressions carried a hint of joy, especially the knights. Following Tor to become expansion knights in the northern province, they were initially nervous, anxious, and uncertain. But as Tor achieved one victory after another, their strength and achievements kept growing. Their initial hesitation, nervousness, and uncertainty gradually turned into anticipation and longing for the future. However, no matter how much they hope and long for it, until Thor is officially made a Baron, these are just hopes and expectations. Only when Thor is granted the title of Baron and gradually rises higher will it truly be a moment of achievement. After all, this means they also have hope of becoming nobility. This is a dream many knights cherish deeply. Eagle Ridge is celebrating. Everyone is full of hope. Even commoners feel the same. Inside the castle, Thor received the news and couldn't help feeling excited. It has been almost a year since he arrived in the northern province. During this year, Even with the help of his special abilities, he knows how difficult and hard it was. Finally, the moment of reward has arrived. As long as he passes the inspection of the kingdom's officials, he can be officially made a baron. He will truly gain noble status, not just a temporary noble title like now. In this world, the gap between nobles and commoners is almost like heaven and earth. Even temporary nobles are vastly different from real nobles. Their rights and privileges are completely different. To put it simply, if he wanted to conquer other noble territories before, he needed to pay the kingdom for land rights. Now, although those lands are technically his, they are not officially his in name. If he is not a baron, he still needs to pay gold coins. But if he becomes a baron, he can go directly to Lorenz City and claim ownership of these lands. There are also other differences in various aspects. For example, temporary nobles are only recognized within the northern province. Other regions do not acknowledge them, but nobles are recognized across the entire human continent. Although this world is a kingdom system, it is more strictly a noble republic. Nobles are the true rulers of this world. Whether one can become a noble is the most important thing. Outside Eagle Ridge, a large group of people arrived in a mighty procession. Is this Eagle Ridge ahead? It's really surprising. Looking at the golden rice fields and the neat, dense buildings in front, Frank Corrado felt a bit surprised. When he received the Marquis Raymond's request to verify, he was already somewhat surprised. At this moment, he naturally already knew what the situation was like in the Northern Land Province. During such a chaotic time, someone had still managed to earn the merit of becoming a baron. And when news of Tordres Rosa arrived, he was even more surprised. That pioneering knight, who became a pioneering lord in the Northern Land Province, had done so in just 1 year. Only 1 year, and he had already earned the merit of being made a baron. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen such a place in the entire Northern Land Province. But once he learned it was Dries Rosa's heir, he felt relieved. However, this relief, when seeing the scene at Eagle Ridge, made him gasp again in surprise. Eagle Ridge looked so lively, it didn't seem like a place only a year old. Even some pioneering lords with over 3 years of experience rarely reached such a scale. Even if it was Dries Rosa's heir, it was still very astonishing. Given the current situation, perhaps the kingdom's evaluation might already meet the requirements. And just as he was surprised, inside Eagle Ridge, Tord led Steve, Pelos, and a large group of people to arrive. Officer Frankie, Prosecutor Frank Corrado, welcome to both of you. Tord spoke with a smile, dismounting from his horse and giving a knight's salute to the two. Lord Tord, you're too kind. We may need to trouble you for a few days. Frank Corrado smiled as he responded, showing no arrogance in front of Tord. Although he was a kingdom prosecutor and a noble, he dared not underestimate this pioneering noble. Among the 3 great dukes of the Tulip Kingdom, 2 had risen from pioneering lords. Not to mention that Marquis Raymond was himself a pioneering lord. Prosecutor, you're being modest. The castle is already preparing a feast. Tord nodded with a smile and then led the 2 inside Eagle Ridge. Once inside Eagle Ridge, Frank Corrado could feel how different the place was. As a kingdom prosecutor, he had spent 5 years in the entire Northern Land Province. In these 5 years, he had seen many territories, but none were as lively and full of vitality as Eagle Ridge. Along the way, whether they were serfs, knights, or free citizens, everyone unconsciously bowed to Lord Thor. Frank Corrado could clearly see that the faces of these people were filled with excitement for Lord Thor. It was a kind of devotion only seen in the most loyal knights. But across Eagle Ridge, everyone was like this. Even the usually numb serfs were the same. It was truly incredible. This made Frank Corrado think even more highly of Thor. The feast began. Delicious food was brought out one after another. Frank Corrado and Thor talked with each other. Neither of them ever lost their smile. Night gradually fell. The next day arrived. Frank Corrado, accompanied by Pelos, began to verify the recent war. It wasn't a complicated task, especially since the battle with the Minotaur was very clear, making it even simpler. In less than 3 days, Frank Corrado had thoroughly checked everything. At Eagle Fortress, my goddess of life, Lord Thor, I must say I am amazed by you. There were thousands of Minotaurs, including 13 second-tier Minotaurs. Even the Marquis Flying Eagle Knights might have had trouble, but you actually defeated them. Compared to other cowardly fools who have already run away, Frank Corrado said with a tone full of admiration. God knows how surprised he was after verifying it. There were thousands of Minotaurs, enough to threaten nearly all the noble lords in the northern province. And yet, they were defeated. This could even be called a miracle. Viscount Frank Corrado, it's just luck. And this land was granted to us by the kingdom. As the Lord, we must be responsible for our land and people. Even the smallest chance must not be ignored, Thor said with a light smile, serious in his tone. That's true. Lord Thor, you are a qualified lord. I believe you will become a good baron. Frank Corrado nodded, and then spoke solemnly to Thor. Thank you. I will arrive early. Thor nodded in agreement, feeling a bit excited inside, and his words became serious. Goodbye, Lord Thor. Frank Corrado waved his hand, then led his men away from Eagle Peak. He watched as Frank Corrado and his group disappeared from sight. Lord, Master, Steve, Rain, and Pello spoke up one after another. At this moment, their eyes also showed excitement. Get ready. Check if Eagle Peak needs to buy anything else. Also, Rain, handle the matters you have. We will leave for Lorenz City in 3 days. Additionally, Steve, reorganize the guards at the iron mine. Pellos, you will take charge of Eagle Peak. If there are any issues, contact Baron Pape and the other 2 barons. Thor's heart was pounding. A whole year had passed, and at this moment, he had finally reached this point. How could he not be excited? Even this excitement affected his words. Of course, despite the excitement, Thor quickly made arrangements. The war was over. In the past few days, the issues at Eagle Peak had been resolved. Now it was time to resume production. Steve was the most suitable person for this. As for Pellos, as a great knight, he was currently in charge of the young Eagle Knights. Staying at Eagle Peak allowed him to continue training the knights and also serve as a safeguard for Eagle Peak. Yes. Yes. The 3 quickly responded. They had no strong objections. Even though Steve and Pellos both wanted to go to Lorenz City, they knew that the territory was the most important place for Thor. As great knights, they could not leave now. Eagle Peak began to act. 3 days later, Thor, Rain, and 20 knights set out in a grand procession. Their destination was Lorenz City. 7 days later, Frank Corrado returned to Lorenz City. The news was quickly reported to Marquis Lehman. Oh, this is quite a surprise. The heir of Dressrosa never fails to impress. Give the order to release the news. Marquis Lehman sighed with emotion, then turned to a nearby knight and spoke. Yes. The knight responded promptly, and then quickly left. Soon after, shocking news spread throughout Lorenz City. After 3 years, Marquis Ryman would hold a formal investiture ceremony again. A new baron would be born in the northern province. The news spread like wildfire. At this moment, Lorenz City was crowded due to the chaos in the northern province, with many settlers fleeing and gathering there. The city felt cramped. What was even more uncomfortable was the oppressive atmosphere in Lorenz City. Losing land and the crisis of the orcs made many people feel suffocated. This piece of news was like a magic crystal cannon exploding on a calm lake, creating huge waves. Everyone was fleeing, losing their land, and now someone was being made a baron. How could that not shock people? Oh my God, isn't the kingdom's assessment not supposed to start yet? Goddess of life, am I hearing things? My goddess, this. Could it be a meritorious deed? But it takes 100 points to become a baron, and even a second-tier orc only has 10 points. How is that possible? Voices mixed with surprise and disbelief. In the northern province, more than 50 barons had been created. Many of them gained their titles through meritorious deeds, but that was in the past. In the last 3 years, no new baron had been born in the entire northern province. The kingdom's evaluation had not produced any new barons either. Now, suddenly, a new one appeared. How could people not be shocked? Amid these emotions, more news swept in again. It was about the Battle of Main Valley. When this news spread, many people widened their eyes in astonishment. A second-tier Minotaur tribe, and not just any second-tier tribe, but a remnant of a third-tier Minotaur tribe, was defeated by a settler lord. How? How did this happen? I want to know too. Can someone tell me? How was it done? I know that the one to be invested as a baron is Thordres Rosa, from the Rosa family of Dries Rosa. Thordres Rosa? From Dries Rosa? These upper nobles, they not only occupy the most fertile land in the kingdom, but also take away our opportunities. Haha, Mont, are you trying to make me laugh? Occupy your opportunities? Isn't your territory still in the hands of those dirty green goblins? Haha, green goblins? No way. Surely no one can fail to defeat even green goblins. Haha. Robert, you're asking for trouble. Haha, what if I am? Do you dare to duel me on the fighting platform? By the way, I forgot. This year, your noble status has been revoked. I guess you're not qualified anymore. Huh. News spread like a whirlwind, stirring up the entire Lorenz city. It also made the name Tordrasosa ring out for the first time across the city. A baron. The first baron in 3 years. And he is a descendant of the Tordrasosa family. Even some nobles who hadn't fled paid attention to this name. Tordrasosa? Tono, he probably wants to know this news. In a tavern, a middle-aged man chuckled softly. Elsewhere, in a room, a young man frowned. Tordrasosa. Really lucky. Has Marquis Layman agreed to our proposal? The young man spoke, then looked at his knight servant beside him, speaking solemnly. Sir, the Marquis has agreed, but you must guarantee to clear all orc tribes within 500 miles west of the northern Autumn Leaf territory in 3 months. The knight respectfully replied, 500 miles. I understand. Tell Marquis Layman that we accept. The young man hesitated slightly, but nodded in agreement. 500 miles is a large area, but if he can do it, he will surely earn the title of Baron. As a newly arrived pioneer lord in the Northern Land Province, and a descendant of the Marquis family, sent here by his older brother, he had no time to slowly develop his territory. Yes, the knight responded and quickly left. Meanwhile, the whirlwind in Lorenz City continued to sweep through. Some marveled, some sighed. Some people feel envy. Others feel hatred. The upcoming appearance of a baron has caused great excitement and upheaval in Lorenz City. However, Marquis Layman paid no attention to this. Compared to that, the current chaos in the northern province is what he needs to focus on. Fortunately, this chaos is caused by orc attacks, not war. So many lords and noble leaders see a chance to earn merit, and the situation hasn't spiraled out of control. After all, compared to war with orcs, these attacks are not deadly. Usually, the kingdom can suppress them, and during this process, people can earn some merit points. In the kingdom, to be promoted to a higher noble rank, merit points are the only requirement. Becoming a baron requires 100 merit points, Viscount needs 1,000, and Count needs 100,000. Merit points are very tempting even for Viscounts, not to mention barons and pioneering lords. Any opportunity to go to the northern province and show strength is something brave lords won't give up. Some even actively join in. But while fighting the orcs, they also don't mind clearing out nearby pioneering lords. This part introduces the background briefly. As Lorenz City became lively again, 10 days later, with 5 days until the official noble title ceremony, Thor arrived in Lorenz City with Rain and 20 knights. Compared to when he first came, Lorenz City was even more bustling now, almost rivaling the excitement of the auction days. But unlike before, most of the pioneering lords looked less happy and more worried. Over time, the situation in the northern province hasn't improved much, especially in the northern areas, where a baron's territory was destroyed again. This is the third baron's territory to fall in 3 months. In the past 3 years, no more than a few territories were lost at once, but now, in just 3 months, 3 have fallen. And this is only about baron territories. The number of pioneering lord territories destroyed is even more shocking. Even some unscathed expansion lords and baron lords began to feel worried. Looks like the situation is worse than we thought. Watching everyone's expressions, Thor sighed softly. Before setting out, Raju Zasad had completed a trade mission and brought back some related information. Thor naturally learned some details. But now it seemed the current situation was even more difficult than he had imagined. Sir, do you want me to find out more? Rain asked quietly. Yes, go ahead and find out. Thor hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Understood. Rain nodded and then rode off on his horse. Meanwhile, Thor continued leading his troops into the city. Once inside, Thor could feel the heavy atmosphere even more. He moved forward, observing the passing figures and lost in thought. Unconsciously, he arrived at the place where he had previously stayed. He had already purchased this property. Staying here now was very simple. Not long after Thor moved in, Rain returned. Sir, Rain spoke respectfully. How is the situation? Thor asked, looking at Rain, whose face also showed concern. Sir, I have the details. Currently, the Dragon Knights of the Kingdom have been attacked by 5 third-tier orc tribes. The Flying Eagle Knights are also facing 2 third-tier orc tribes. In the north, more than 12 orc tribes have appeared, and in the west, 7 more. These are just the tribes that have appeared so far. Most are second-tier, some even first-tier, but they have still caused many noble territories to be destroyed. Rain spoke in a serious tone, sharing the information he had just gathered. Compared to what Rajuz had learned, the information from Loren City was undoubtedly more. Even Thor couldn't help but furrow his brow at this news. The Dragon Knights, as the kingdom's most elite cavalry, are very powerful. The Flying Eagle Knights are also the most elite force of Marquis Layman, with strong strength. Now, both groups had been attacked and couldn't even respond effectively. The impact of this news was already huge. Furthermore, in the northern part of the Northern Land Province, 12 orc tribes have appeared, with 7 more in the west. Just these alone make 19 tribes. Even if these 19 orc tribes are only at the basic level, as long as they are not weak goblins, they could cause great damage to human territories. Moreover, these are not just first-level orc tribes. There are also second-level tribes, and possibly even third-level tribes that are as damaged as the Minotaur tribes they encountered before. The danger is actually greater than he imagined. If things go badly, most of the northern noble families could be wiped out. These pioneering lords, except for a few powerful ones, have no ability to fight against a second-level orc tribe. This is not good news for Thor. He wants to develop, but he needs a relatively stable environment. Although the Northern Land Province can never be truly peaceful, it shouldn't be so chaotic either. Has Marquis Ryman taken any action? Thor frowned and asked again. At this moment, he could only hope that the noble lord would do something. Although that lord hasn't been very involved before, matters concerning the stability of his territory shouldn't be ignored. Marquis Ryman seems to have invited many powerful noble lords to eliminate the orc tribes across the Northern Land Province. Additionally, he reportedly dispatched a 500-strong Eagle Rider squad to Kaiwang. Other details are unknown for now, Rain explained, sharing the information he had received. Thor raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that some noble lords would dare to attack the orc tribes. The existence of minotaurs made him realize how strong the orc tribes could be. Even if most second-level orc tribes are not as powerful as minotaurs, they are not something that ordinary Baron Lords can handle. A Baron Lord usually has at most 2 Great Knights, often just 1, while a second-level orc tribe likely has at least 2 second-level orcs, possibly 3 or more. Plus, normal orcs, excluding the inherently weak goblins, are not easy for ordinary people to handle, even if they haven't reached the first level. It was clear that some of the frontier lords in the northern province were much stronger than he had imagined. However, he was only slightly surprised and quickly calmed down. The Dressrosa family had only been a count family for 300 years, while the entire Tulip nobility had some families that had lasted nearly 1,000 years. Even among counts, families that had existed for 700 or 800 years were vastly different from those only 300 years old. There were also marquises and dukes. They possessed enormous resources. In this situation, even among frontier lords, what they gained would far exceed expectations. Some frontier lords, with wealth and strength reaching Viscount level or even higher, were not unusual. Like that fool from the Emerson family earlier, who had 2 Great Knights by his side. What about others? Sometimes, the gap between people is already decided from birth. Many paths lead to Rome, but some are born in Rome itself. Most of those who struggle their whole lives only reach the starting point of others. In this era, where social classes are quite fixed, this is even more obvious. His thoughts quickly settled, and the night gradually passed. When dawn arrived, the familiar mechanical system notification sounded again. Daily intelligence updated the night passed, and a new day began. With the new day, news spread like a whirlwind across Loren City. The northern province's Lord Vermo Beru and Lord Timer Watson, during their recent campaign against orc tribes and their significant contributions to the war, had earned enough merit and would be ennobled as barons at the upcoming ceremony in 4 days. This time, 3 barons would be created in the northern province. It was the first time in 3 years that 3 barons were born at once. The news caused a sensation throughout the city. Even Tor quickly received the information. Timer Watson, Vermo Beru, Watson family and Beru family? Tor raised an eyebrow but was not too surprised. The Watson and Beru families are among the most prominent marquis families in the kingdom, and their resources are naturally unmatched by the Dressrosa family. Even more so than the Dressrosa family, even the Marquis Lehman is far behind. Before this, they hadn't been made barons simply because there wasn't enough time, nor had they had enough opportunities to earn merit. Now, with the Northland orcs showing signs of movement, it is undoubtedly their chance. For other pioneering lords, even noble lords, orc tribes are a huge threat. For them, it's mainly about earning merit, at least when they don't have to face powerful orc tribes directly. This is the main reason they could quickly earn enough merit points to be made barons in such a short time. And this also made Thor somewhat tempted. Right now, his strength is quite good, especially with the main alliance. Even if his power is a bit behind top noble pioneering lords, it's probably not by much. If others can gain enough merit through this method, then he can too. He also has a daily intelligence system, which not only helps him avoid danger, but might also help him gain more benefits. Of course, these thoughts only appeared for a moment and were quickly suppressed. Right now, what he needs to focus on is completing the sealing ceremony. Only after the ceremony is finished can he truly be called a noble. The name Thordris Rosa will truly belong to him. Otherwise, after 3 years, he can only be called Thor, not Thordris Rosa. Time keeps passing. 2 days later, the other two soon-to-be-made barons also arrived at Loren City. The preparations for the sealing ceremony were announced as complete. The city official of Loren personally came to invite them to participate in the ceremony tomorrow. Marquis Lehman will personally award them noble medals and declare them members of the kingdom's nobility in front of the goddess of life. That night was destined to be sleepless. Neither Thor nor the other two noble lords could sleep. Even the other pioneering lords in Loren City were somewhat affected. Night gradually passed. When the dawn sunlight spilled in the room, Thor got up early. He quickly began to prepare himself. Fortunately, there was enough time, or he might have been in a rush. After finishing his preparations, the time for the sealing ceremony was almost here. Thorn rode slowly on a white horse toward the city hall. The square in front of the city hall was already crowded with people. Many commoners and frontier lords gathered here. Under the sunlight, the statue of the goddess of life glowed softly and gently. From its base, a large red carpet stretched into the distance. Crowning nobles was undoubtedly the most grand event. Even 3 court counts from the kingdom had arrived. At this moment, the 3 court counts, smiling, stood on the high steps in front of the statue of the goddess of life. Thorn and the other two approached from 3 directions, dressed in traditional knight uniforms, carrying swords, walking slowly from afar. As they moved, flowers covered the entire ground. A band played lively music. The 3 looked serious, each step and action very proper for nobles. When they reached the stone steps, Count Raymond and the 3 court counts turned to the side. The 3 knelt down, facing the statue of the goddess of life. At the moment they knelt, one of the court counts opened a holy book. "Young knight, do you agree, in the presence of the goddess of life, to follow the 8 virtues and 9 rules of knighthood?" A gentle voice was heard. Suddenly, everything around became quiet. The atmosphere grew solemn. In this serious setting, along with his words, the 3 voices also spoke. "I, Thordris Rosa, vow to treat the weak kindly. I vow to be brave against violence. I vow to fight against all wrongs. I vow to defend those unarmed. I vow to help anyone in need. I vow not to harm any woman. I vow to support my fellow knights. I vow to be sincere to my friends. I vow to love faithfully until death. I, young knight, in the presence of the goddess of life, do you pledge to protect your land loyally, to fight for your honor, and for the glory of the nobility?" "I do. I will loyally guard my land, fight for honor, and for the nobility's glory." A series of strong, ringing sounds rose. No light fell. There was only a serious atmosphere. As the words fell, Marquis Lehman stepped forward and handed 3 noble badges to the 3 people. "Starting today, you will belong to the Tulip Kingdom as young eagles. Congratulations on becoming barons. May the goddess of life bless you." Marquis Lehman said. "May the goddess of life bless you." The 3 responded with bows. Then they slowly stood up. The sealing ceremony was complete. Compared to the ancient sealing rituals, the oath seemed more like a formality, turning from a contract into something that didn't require any real responsibility. This was natural. Over time, the virtues of nobles had mostly faded away. Not to mention the 9 rules. Even the 8 virtues were rarely upheld by nobles. Forming a contract with the goddess of life now seemed like a sign that they thought they had lived too long. The ancient sealing ceremony ended. The 3 Tors officially became low-level nobles of the kingdom. From today, they would be barons, under the blessing of the goddess of life. The land they developed would belong to them forever. They would be protected by the kingdom's laws. Their status was not only recognized in the entire northern province, but also granted noble authority across the kingdom. This news caused a new wave of excitement in Loren City. For the first time in 3 years, a land developer was granted a noble title. This rekindled the spirits of many nobles who had been silent. Even some nobles started to have ideas, especially those who believed they had some strength. Building a small town of 5,000 people and having enough power to defend it was not easy, but earning 100 points of merit didn't seem impossible. Especially now, with the turmoil in the northern province, it seemed even more feasible. Of course, excitement was one thing. Apart from a few impulsive newcomers who had just entered the northern province, most land developers had no plans to act. After all, surviving in the northern province for a while made it clear how powerful the orc tribes were. 100 merit points were not much, but earning them was not easy. A second-tier minotaur was worth 10 merit points, but they might not even be able to kill a second-tier minotaur. Even most of the second-tier goblin expansion lords are in trouble. However, despite this, the prices of weapons in Loren City have started to rise sharply. Of course, this is not something Thor needs to worry about. No matter how high the weapon prices in Loren City go, he cannot sell weapons there, unless he is truly tired of living. Night gradually falls. Thor gently closes the holy book. At this moment, he has gained a much better understanding of the entire noble class. He also understands their rights and duties. As a noble, he will enjoy real privileges. This is clearly recorded in the holy book and engraved in the kingdom's laws. Besides that, the kingdom grants him the right to lead military campaigns and govern territories. He must also fight for the kingdom. If he was previously a frontier lord and could choose to abandon his land and avoid participating in wars like the Orc Wars, as a noble, he has no choice. Every 100 years, during the kingdom's wars, his territory must participate. As a baron, he does not need to pay taxes, but he must ensure at least one great knight and more than 5 official knights participate in the kingdom's wars. This is a duty he must fulfill. No noble can escape this obligation. Even if he abandons his land, he must still participate. Kingdom War, Thor whispers softly, his gaze serious. He has some understanding of the kingdom wars before, but the holy book describes them in more detail. He now knows clearly what kingdom wars are. It's a contest for territory, a contest among nobles. Although there are only 2 empires on the entire continent, there are countless kingdoms. Under the 2 great empires, land is limited, resources are limited, and conflicts are inevitable. So, every 100 years, with the tacit approval of the 2 empires, the major kingdoms under their rule will hold kingdom wars to redraw borders, interests, and wealth. Every kingdom war is an opportunity for lower-level nobles. If they seize it, they can rise rapidly. But it can also be a disaster, because lower-level nobles have little ability to withstand risks. A noble baron, most likely with only 1 great knight. It's uncertain whether they can gather 5 official knights. If they fall, the family will inevitably decline. Of course, this has little to do with Thor. Now, he is fully qualified to mobilize enough strength to participate in the kingdom's war. Even if there are losses, he can withstand them. Moreover, with his daily intelligence system, even if he joins the war, he can ensure his safety. He might even gain a lot of credit through it. His eyes sparkle with thought. But he quickly suppresses the idea. There are 2 years until the kingdom's war, so there's no need to think about that now. Compared to that, developing his territory and increasing his strength are more important. Thinking of this, his mind naturally drifts back to the 2 people who were also made barons with him. Clear the enemies. He whispers softly, feeling a bit excited inside. Among the orc tribes, there are many with wealth and achievements, enough to make 2 people barons and help him expand further. More importantly, he seems to be able to use these clearings to expand trade routes further north. Currently, his trade routes only extend around the main river valley, and the gains are becoming saturated. To earn more, he must venture out. This is undoubtedly a good opportunity. Thoughts swirl in his mind as time slowly passes. Night falls gradually. The familiar system notification sounds ring again. Ding. The intelligence system has been updated. Open it? A mechanical voice sounds, just like usual. Open it. Thor suppresses his anxiety and instinctively responds. As he speaks, buzz. Daily intelligence updated 1. A group of boar-like beasts will pass through 1,000 miles north of Loren City. 2. In the western part of your territory, Lord Sachi unexpectedly discovered a small iron mine, but it is occupied by a group of timid goblins preparing to start a war of expansion. 3. 15 days from now, in the northwest of the main river valley, a group of dog-headed people will attack a territory controlled by a pioneer lord. These dog-headed people carry very precious seeds of the life grass. In the northern part of Eagle Peak, within the main river, a school of tilapia will swim by. Further details follow. In the northern part of the main river valley, 30 miles south of the Southern Glacier's Great Canyon, something else will happen. On the western side of Autumn Leaf Territory, 300 miles away, a group of tiger-headed people will chase after a tribe of fox women. And more information continues to appear. The situation is as he expected. The entire northern province is in relative chaos, with reports of various orc tribes invading every day. Even the northern areas that have been cleared out are still affected. Currently, even the main river valley might soon face new threats. Seeing these reports, Thor finally made a firm decision. In the morning, as the first light of dawn spread across the land, the goddess of life's glow shone again. Thor took this opportunity, his once-a-year chance to meet Marquis Layman. As a baron of the northern province, every baron has only one chance each year to meet Marquis Layman. And that was the only chance. After thinking for a long time, Thor decided to use this opportunity. At the estate, Thor met Marquis Layman once again, the most legendary person in the kingdom for nearly 30 years. He rose from a minor viscount's family to become a symbol for many noble children. "Sir," Thor saluted politely. "No need to be so formal," Layman said kindly. "May I ask, Baron Thor, what brings you here?" Layman looked at Thor with curiosity, asking with a hint of inquiry. "Marquis, I've heard about the orc tribes attacking from the north. As a noble of the kingdom, Eagle Peak is willing to contribute to the effort to eliminate those cursed orcs," Thor explained, sharing his plan. As previously mentioned, he came to request participation in the cleanup. The orc tribes are a crisis, but also an opportunity for him. In this situation, he naturally wouldn't miss the chance. "Oh, you plan to join the cleanup effort?" Layman looked a bit surprised. Although he was eager to involve many noble lords, only a few with strong power were willing to participate. Thor's strength was not weak, but in his opinion, he was still far behind those few powerful nobles. Going to clear out the enemies was very risky. "Yes, Lord Marquis." Thor nodded. "All right. Young noble, you are brave. I look forward to your performance. Have Frankie give Baron Thor a letter of appointment." Marquis Layman smiled and nodded, then signaled to a nearby knight servant. "Yes." The knight quickly nodded. Thor also took his leave. Led by the knight servant, he slowly left Marquis Layman's residence and headed to get his appointment letter. The Dressrosa family. Marquis Layman chuckled softly, then stopped paying attention. To him, this was a small matter. He didn't need to attract too much attention. What was more important was how to solve the current problems. Even though he sent some reinforcements to the northern region again, the attack from the orc tribes still hadn't stopped. Even the Eagle Knights lost many soldiers. This made Marquis Layman feel very distressed. He was not from a long-standing noble family. His family was once just a viscount family. Their rapid rise in a short time was not enough to give him a large amount of experience. Every bit of strength he had was very precious. Each resource used was hard to replace. But he had no choice. As long as there was no outbreak of war with the orcs or a major to the Dragon Rider Corps, the kingdom wouldn't give more support. He could only hold on. This was also part of his duty for taking the northern province as his fief. Marquis Layman's thoughts flowed quickly. His mind soon focused on the northern battlefield. Meanwhile, Thor quickly received his letter of appointment. It was stamped with the seal of Marquis Layman and the affairs of the northern province. He now had the right to go to the northern part of the province to carry out the clearing operation. Even without this letter, he could lead his troops to fight the orc tribes. However, with it, the points of merit he could earn would be doubled, one for the clearing task and one for killing orcs. Just like before, if he had a mission to eliminate enemies, defeating the orc tribe would earn him 2 merit points. Of course, he didn't know this before and couldn't act on it. Now that he knows, he will definitely include it. After receiving his appointment letter, Thor quickly arranged for supplies and more slaves from the Habish Trading Company. This time, he came not just for the honor, but also to buy supplies. The main valley has now become stable, so expanding and growing is necessary. The most important thing is the population. The previous population was far from enough, and he needed more people. He wasn't sure if it was lucky, but many territories had been destroyed. Although this caused weapon prices to rise, the prices for slaves started to fall a bit. Even the Habish Trading Company, which had a monopoly, lowered prices. Thor spent less than 200 gold coins and bought 2,000 slaves, including many female slaves. Other supplies also became cheaper. This time, Thor spent much less gold when visiting the Habas company. He couldn't help but smile as he left. In the early morning, the sunlight gently shone down. Thor led his troops on a grand march. When he arrived, there were only 20 people, but when he left, there were thousands and dozens of wagons. Even though food was now enough, he still needed to buy many daily supplies, especially now that he was adding 2,000 more people. 10 days later, Thor and his army returned to the castle. As Thor returned, Eagle Ridge became lively again. Thor officially became a baron, which meant the people in his territory were now his subjects, especially the free citizens. Before, Thor had given them the status of free citizens, but only within Eagle Ridge. If they left Eagle Ridge, they could be sold back into slavery. Now, things are different. Since Thor is a baron, the free citizens in his territory are recognized as truly free under the kingdom's law. In theory, no one can sell them except themselves. This is a very important change, and it is even more significant for the knights. A knight of the Pioneering Lord, though not officially a knight, was still a knight serving a noble lord, truly a real knight. Their nature was completely different. Lord Baron. Outside the territory, Pelos was leading a group to welcome them, feeling quite excited inside. When he learned he was assigned to help develop the Pioneer territory and assist young Master Tor, he felt hopeless and saw his life as very dark. The Pioneer Lordship seemed to have almost no hope left. There was even a risk to life. But no one expected that in young Master Tor's territory, incredible things would happen. In less than a year, this young eagle of Drius Rosa had already become a baron. Just 1 year. Only a year had passed, and it was no longer just a miracle but a divine sign. Pelos was excited, thrilled, and dreaming. The other knights who came with Tor to develop the territory felt the same. They had witnessed many of their lord's miracles firsthand. Their hope grew stronger. The knights dreamed of freedom and peace for the common people and hope for the slaves. The entire Eagle territory was caught up in celebration. Tor decided to hold a big party across the Eagle territory and even invited 5 other lords from the main alliance. A huge bonfire burned brightly. Large amounts of beast meat were shared. Even the slaves enjoyed some. Tor smiled happily. He talked with each of the main valley lords one by one. The 5 lords congratulated Tor and brought many gifts. Who would have thought that in just a year, this young man would have reached such heights? Baron Valmy sighed softly, looking at Tor by the bonfire, his expression full of emotion. Yes, the children of Drius Rosa are beyond our reach. I heard that 2 more have been made barons, both from noble families. Baron Glatten also looked a bit bitter. He was a low-born wandering knight who had climbed step by step. He knew how much effort it took to get this far, how many times he had faced life and death. But what about Tor? This time, what happened to the other 2 nobles who were also ennobled? Although they faced many difficulties, they are nothing compared to them. The 2 are talking. Meanwhile, in other places, Sachi and Josanu are also feeling a bit complicated. At the very center, Thor and Paparolin are whispering to each other. Time slowly passes. The grand banquet gradually extends into the late night before ending slowly. However, a few lords do not leave. Instead, Thor invites them to the castle. Inside the castle's meeting room, a maid brings fruit and drinks, then leaves. Everyone's eyes naturally focus on Thor. Lord Thor, is there anything else? Baron Valmy asks curiously. As Baron Valmy speaks, the other 4 also look at Thor. Everyone, a few days ago I met Marquis Ryman and received an order to clear out the surrounding orc tribes. Would any of you be interested? Thor smiles and speaks to them. As soon as he finishes, the 5 people's pupils shrink slightly. Oh, my goddess, Lord Thor, are you planning to join that cleanup operation as well? Paparolin asks unexpectedly, her eyes flickering. Hearing Thor's words, she can't help but feel a bit shocked. The cleanup task has been known to them recently, but they only know about it. They have no intention of participating. Lord Thor, Baron Glatten also instinctively tries to speak. The others feel a sudden unease, thinking of the alliance they previously formed. A bad thought arises, especially for the 3 barons who signed a contract. If Thor forces them to participate, they won't be able to resist. Baron Paparolin, Baron Glatten, Baron Valmy. As I mentioned before, the Kingdom War will only last about 2 more years. If we can earn more credits, it will be very important whether to offset the conscription for the war or to exchange for kingdom supplies. If I am right, Baron Glatten and Baron Valmy, Your night breathing techniques are just the ordinary ones used by most knights in the kingdom. They do not have the ability to break through to become Earth Knights. Even now, the life energy you absorb with your night breathing techniques is probably almost insufficient. With just 500 merit points, you can exchange for a top-tier kingdom breathing technique. With 1,000 points, you might even get something comparable to the eagle breathing technique of our Dressrosa family. Currently, the northern province is just an attack zone. The kingdom has resisted powerful orc tribes. The tribes entering the northern province are much weaker and usually possess some wealth. Eliminating them can earn merit points and a lot of wealth. This is our chance. Don't forget, the kingdom war will last less than 2 years. Thor slowly spoke, looking at Baron Glatton and Baron Valmy, then finally at Baron Pape. Hearing his words, Baron Glatton and Baron Valmy exchanged a glance. For a moment, their emotions fluctuated slightly. Even Baron Pape felt the same. For Baron Glatton and Baron Valmy, the most important thing is their night breathing technique. As low-level wandering knights, their techniques are very simple. Even after expanding their territories and gaining some merit points to upgrade their techniques, it's still not enough. It's hard to support them to reach higher levels, or even to maintain their current status. Baron Pape, however, does not have this problem. Still, he has to worry about the war. Even he is concerned about it. While the three of them were silent, Thor looked at the other two territorial lords. Lord Jose and Lord Sachi, if you don't register your lands in Loren City soon, they might not belong to you anymore. Although this war can support us now, when the Kingdom War breaks out, unless you give up your territories, you will have to participate. I guess neither of you wants to give up your lands. He added. Sachi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say at that moment. Lord Thor, the purge is indeed possible, but it carries great risks. If we send a large force away from the main valley and our territory is attacked by orc tribes, how should we respond? Baron Pape took a deep breath but couldn't help speaking up. His words made the others fall silent. It's not a problem. We don't need to send all our forces. The Eagle leader will send 1 great knight and 20 regular knights. Each of you can send about 1/3 of your forces. As for the danger to the territory, our northern region is the Northland Glacier. Orc tribes can only come from the western main river valley. I will deploy the magic crystal cannons downstream, and don't forget, it's still flood season. Thor chuckled softly. Since he was planning to participate in the purge, he was fully prepared. He could flood the orc tribes like he did with the bull-headed tribes, and other orc tribes could be handled similarly. With the magic crystal cannons, as long as they didn't encounter the most powerful bull-headed tribes, they could almost be completely dealt with. More importantly, Thor had a daily intelligence system, so he didn't need to worry about his territory being attacked. Although the daily intelligence system doesn't record everything, it covers major events concerning him and the territory, often 3 months in advance, giving him enough time to prepare. But he couldn't tell these people about it. The daily intelligence system was his biggest secret. All right, everyone can go back and think about it. Give me an answer within 10 days. I am not forcing you. Thor looked at them and smiled. Hearing his words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They all stood up and took their leave. He watched them leave. Thor wasn't too concerned. He believed they would agree. Those who could become pioneering lords and didn't run away during the previous chaos definitely had the courage. As for why he invited them, on one hand, his strength was still not enough. On the other, the most important reason was to further unify the main alliance. Losing the threat of the bull-headed tribes, even if the main alliance was formed, the alliance's cohesion would be almost negligible without external threats. He worked hard to build the alliance, not just for a title. This is not for the upcoming Kingdom War or to conquer them. The stars gradually decorated the sky. Night slowly passed. One by one, the lords left Eagle territory with their thoughts. Morning sunlight spread across the land. A new day began again. The entire Eagle territory woke up under the morning sun. Back at the castle, Thor started handling affairs of the territory during this period. First, there were the 2,000 newly purchased slaves. Thanks to the official sent by Engel Dressrosa, the process was not very complicated. The arrangements were quickly completed. Besides that, the farmland needed to be cultivated. A year had passed, and spring planting time had arrived. They added another 2,000 peasants, so new land needed to be cultivated. At the same time, some farmland was damaged by flooding caused by the previous water attack, so Thor had to reorganize workers to reclaim the land. This time, to prevent similar flooding from happening again, Thor carefully chose areas away from water flow, avoiding previous damage, making the selection quite simple. The only problem was that it required many workers. However, Eagle territory was no longer short of people. With this batch, the population of the territory, including slaves, exceeded 8,000. Now, Thor's population was larger than that of the other two major barons of the main valley, only behind Lawrence's territory. This was the perfect time for development. Over the next few days, while the five lords pondered, Thor began planning the 2.0 development plan for the entire territory. Reclaiming land, improving the territory, exploring the wilderness, utilizing resources, these were his main tasks. Especially after the main alliance was divided, expanding the territory nearly tenfold, it was not easy to fully control it. First, he focused on building small towns. After some thought, Thor decided to build a castle and a small town upstream of the main river valley, near the dam. This would help distribute the population and, at the same time, the dam construction would create large areas of farmland upstream. The dam could also be used for aquaculture, providing a new source of income for the territory. You could even move the unicorns breeding to that place, since unicorns naturally live there. It would be a perfect use of the land. The only problem is that it requires a lot of manpower. However, now there are several ways to solve this. Not only did he buy 2,000 more slaves, but Anna's appearance also made it possible to enslave goblins. In the northern province, the most common creatures are not magical beasts or other orcs. Magical beasts were mostly wiped out during the Orc Wars decades ago. As for orcs, besides this kind of attack, ordinary orcs are unlikely to appear in the northern province. The most numerous creatures there are goblins. As the lowest members of orc tribes, they did not leave with the orcs when they retreated from the northern province but stayed behind. With strong reproduction and survival skills, they can quickly multiply even as human knights expand their territory. Goblins are not very smart, but if they are just used as expendable laborers or slaves, they are the best choice. They may not be able to do delicate work, but for physical tasks, they are the most suitable. Among orc tribes, this is how they are. In human society, some powerful noble lords also use goblins as laborers for large-scale mining work. Thor previously killed all the timid goblins near the iron mine. It wasn't because he didn't want to use them, but because he couldn't. He wouldn't spend thousands of gold coins to hire a high-level mage just to sign a contract for a few thousand goblins. That would be foolish. Contracts, especially high-level ones, are not something an apprentice mage can usually create. At least a third-level mage is needed. In the entire northern province, only Marquis Ryman might be able to find a second third-level mage. So, it's not even worth considering. But this time, it was different. Anna's appearance and transformation made everything possible. Although Anna hasn't reached third level, with the help of the Ice Elf's power, she is capable of forming a contract. With this, all problems become solvable. He even has plans to replace the mining slaves with goblins. There is still room to further free up productivity. So, after completing the Territory Development Plan 2.0 and waiting for a few lords to respond, Thor began preparing to take action. He took this opportunity to clear out the goblins around him. Although goblins don't pose a big threat to the territory, they are still beasts. If any problems arise, these goblins could threaten the land to some extent. Dealing with them would allow for stable development. On the third day, Pelos followed Thor's orders, leading Ryan, 20 official knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 300 young eagle knights, setting out from the Eagle Territory Castle to clear the area around them. Thor did not participate in the goblin clearing. As previously mentioned, compared to other orc tribes, goblins are much weaker, so dealing with them is not very difficult. The only issue is that it can be a bit tedious. It can be used as a way to train his subordinates. Whether it is Pelos or Ryan, both need to become capable leaders in the future. If they are not properly trained now, they might not keep up later. Thor doesn't want his initial followers to fall behind him later. The morning sun gradually spread its light. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, the 5 lords had not responded. Meanwhile, Thor's goblin clearing operation was already in full swing. In the eastern part of the Eagle Territory, in a forested area, countless green goblins were fleeing. Flames covered the surroundings, with large amounts of fire oil burning, causing chaos among the goblins. Kill. Pelos drew his knight's sword and, in the next moment, led 200 people charging forward. Flames, slaughter. Hooves pounding, humans fighting. At this moment, many green goblins were panicked and fleeing. But it was of no use. The human knights' slaughter continued to spread. Only goblins crawling on the ground could avoid the massacre. So, more green goblins began to crawl on the ground. 1 hour later, the battle was over. This group of over 2,000 green goblins had more than half of them killed, over 700 captured, and the rest had already fled. Pelos ignored them. With so few people, it was impossible to hunt them down everywhere. So, he simply let them go. Then, he quickly started to extinguish the flames. Within the Eagle Knight Regiment, over 100 soldiers quickly moved forward to tie up the goblins. Their actions were very skilled, clearly having practiced many times over the past few days. Map. Pelos didn't pay attention to the captured goblins, but spoke to the nearby knight attendant. Yes. The attendant quickly responded and soon handed Pelos a map. Pelos took the map and focused his eyes on it. This map was given to them before Thor and the others started their mission. It not only showed the terrain clearly, but also marked various mines and important task locations. His success so far was thanks to Thor's map, which was very important. After a moment, he looked at the attendant again. Knight Rain, where are they now? Pelos asked with a frown. Since they set out, the two groups had split up. The Knight Regiment was led by Pelos and Rain, each heading from the east and west sides of the main river valley to clear the surrounding area. Pelos was on the east bank, and Rain was on the west. Maybe because the east side had already been cleared, the results weren't as good as expected, which made him a little disappointed. Lord Pelos, it said that Lord Rain has already reached the middle part of the main river valley. The attendant respectfully replied. Middle part? How much have they captured? Pelos raised his eyebrows and asked with some curiosity. 3 days ago, they seemed to have cleared a goblin tribe of about 3,000 and captured over 1,000 goblins. Including previous captures, they should have caught around 3,000. The attendant spoke carefully. Hearing this, Pelos's eyebrows also raised in surprise. Over the past few days, he has captured only about 1,000 goblins, and this time, the total hasn't reached 2,000. His numbers are clearly much lower. Full speed ahead. We can't fall too far behind. Pelos spoke, then ordered the Knight Squad to set out again. Currently, they are near a small iron mine on the map. As for the captured goblins, the Eaglet Knights will send them to the Eagle territory. Time passes day by day. The cleanup efforts are spreading continuously. Goblin tribes are forced to migrate one after another. Faced with this large-scale extermination, they have no good options, only to run away. But in fleeing, their living space keeps shrinking. The farther south in the northern province, the more lords there are, and the less space goblins have to survive. The main river valley was once a good place for them to live. Although it has over 20 small and large pioneering lords, the valley is large enough. Outside the lords' territories, there are vast wildlands, enough space for goblins to survive. However, once Thor began the extermination, this peace was completely shattered. Inside a burrow, a group of red goblins gathered. They were all very panicked. Even in the wilderness, they had to face the humans' large-scale extermination. Those humans are here again. That's. What do we do? What do we do? The humans are coming. Inside the burrow, figures moved chaotically. Even the red goblin leader in the center was not doing well. Great Goblin God, are you no longer protecting your people? The red goblin leader spoke with a trembling voice. Leader, we should run quickly. Those humans will kill us all. One red goblin couldn't help but speak. When they mentioned killing everyone, the surrounding red goblins couldn't help but shiver. Since humans entered the northern province, everything they've faced has been like a nightmare. But we still have our minds here. The goblin leader hesitated, looking at the rocks on the wall, feeling conflicted. Leader, this is bad. This is really bad. Humans are coming. While he hesitated, a red goblin quickly ran in, shouting in a panicked voice. As his voice fell, the entire cave suddenly became more chaotic. Many goblins immediately started running outside. Soon, all the goblins in the cave fled. In the blink of an eye, every goblin had escaped from the cave. The minerals, nobody paid attention to them anymore. 1 hour later, Ryan arrived with his troops at this location. When he saw the scattered minerals inside the cave, his eyes lit up. Copper ore. He whispered excitedly. There really is a copper deposit. Copper ore is very important to the Eagle territory. Even a small amount has great value. Copper can be used to make bronze armor and also as currency. Unlike iron coins, copper coins are considered the lowest grade of currency among the nobles, but their value is much higher than iron coins. Ryan and his soldiers sealed off this area before setting out again. Time passed quickly. Soon, 3 more days went by. Over these days, with the help of maps, both Pelos and Ryan cleared the area very quickly. In a short time, they had cleared about half of the territory. It was estimated that within 2 months, they could finish clearing all of the Eagle territory. During this large-scale clearing, the harvest was huge. Continuous waves of goblins were transported to Eagle Castle. Initially, only a few hundred, then 1 or 2,000. Gradually, the number of goblins exceeded 5,000, even 8,000. Large groups of goblins gathered together. Tur quickly replaced some goblins working as slaves at the mines, freeing them to help build the Eagle territory. The remaining goblins were assigned to other nearby mines that had been recently discovered. Some were sent to small towns upstream along the main river for construction. With a significant number of goblins joining, both mining and building efforts greatly accelerated. After all, slaves' lives and deaths are uncertain, but goblins do not worry about that. Considering the goblins' strong reproductive ability, even if they clear out the goblins now, in less than 2 years, the surrounding goblin population will recover quite a bit. There is no need to worry about resource consumption. The training ground is located within Eagle Castle. A strong burst of life energy blooms, and a large light green magic circle appears in the air. Below, many goblins look terrified and try to run away. Their pupils are wide with fear, but invisible bonds hold them tightly, preventing escape. A humming sound echoes as light falls on the huge magic circle above. In the next moment, each goblin's forehead shows a 6-pointed star symbol. Simultaneously, a large scroll made of sheepskin floats down from the suspended magic circle. Anna's face turns pale, but she quickly catches the scroll. "Master, the contract is complete," Anna says softly. "Good job," Thor replies gently, feeling a bit worried. During this time, Anna has been constantly forming contracts, which consumes a lot of her magic power. Besides Anna, there are no other good options. Third-level mages are hard to find. He sighs softly and takes the scroll. "It's okay. Helping the master makes Anna very happy," Anna says with a gentle smile. "You should rest now. There might be more soon," Thor says quietly. Anna nods softly and doesn't insist. Such contracts are very draining for her. Now she is almost out of energy and needs to meditate quickly. This kind of exhaustion, combined with meditation, is also a form of training for her. Although she feels tired these days, Anna can clearly sense her mental strength increasing rapidly. At this rate, she will soon reach the peak of the 2nd level. Anna goes to meditate, while Thor begins to think about what to do next. He expects the goblin numbers to increase further. With the scale of Eagle Leader, it's difficult to use so many goblins effectively. Even though he gained several more mines this time, he still can't fully utilize them. Now, he needs to consider how to handle the situation moving forward. Thinking of this, Thor's gaze naturally falls on the map, focusing on the various expansion lords. This time, the 6 lords who stayed in the main valley have undoubtedly had a good harvest, with several of them acquiring significant amounts of ore. These resources require enough workers to manage. Especially since this time the expanded lordship needs even more people to develop and cultivate, making manpower even scarcer. These goblins are undoubtedly the best supplement. I believe those lords would be very willing to buy them. Selling goblins isn't exactly trading. As long as there's no big trouble, I don't think many people in Lorenz City will pay attention. The only issue is how to set the price. Slaves in Lorenz City cost 10 silver coins each. Even the smallest and thinnest slaves cost 1 silver coin each, so my price can't be too high. It needs to be more affordable. Thoughts raced through my mind as Thor considered his options. Finally, he made a decision. He quickly finished writing at his desk with a goose feather pen. "Send someone," he called out. Soon, a knight pushed open the door and entered. "Sir," the knight respectfully responded, "make 4 copies of this letter and send them to the 5 lords." Thor ordered, giving quick instructions to the knight. "Yes," the knight replied and quickly left. Then, they began to act swiftly. Meanwhile, as Thor was sending the letters, another scene unfolded elsewhere. 10 days passed quickly. The 5 expansion lords gathered together at Lorenz City's castle. All 5 looked worried. Even after 7 or 8 days, they still felt uncertain. Cleaning out the area and facing the threat of orcs was no joke. If things went wrong, they could suffer heavy losses. They didn't want to do it unless absolutely necessary. However, Thor's words had clearly influenced them. The war in the kingdom was very close. With their current strength, it was not just difficult to rise through the kingdom's war efforts, but even avoiding heavy losses was tough. This made them even more conflicted. Now, they had to gather and decide whether they should go or not. Everyone, speak up. Only 10 days left. We must make a decision. Baron Pape looked at everyone and spoke. Even if he spoke, no one else made a sound. Someone wanted to speak but stopped halfway to their mouth. Everyone, Lord Thor is right. This is our chance, so I have decided to follow Lord Thor to the north for a cleanup, said Jozanabai. Seeing the silent crowd, Jozanabai spoke again. His words immediately drew everyone's attention to him. Joz, you? Sachi looked at Jozanabai with surprise, hesitating to speak. The three barons frowned slightly but did not say anything. Sachi, the three barons, this is our chance. The war in the kingdom is very fierce. Not to mention others, Baron Pape, as a member of the Lawrence family, you should understand better than I do. With our current territory strength, if we don't quickly improve in the next 2 years, the losses could be too much for us to bear. This time is dangerous, but not too dangerous. The kingdom's Dragon Knights and the Falcon Knights of Marquis Ryman are backing us. They have held back the powerful orc tribes. We only need to face first or second level orc tribes. Our family might find it hard to handle, but 6 territories together can definitely manage it. Looking at everyone, Josanabai's gaze fell on Pape Lawrence, and his words continued. His words caused some of the figures' eyes to show a strange light. They couldn't help but glance at Pape Lawrence. I also want to join. Everyone, Lord Joz is right. The scale of the kingdom's war is beyond imagination. We must seize this opportunity. Everyone's eyes gathered on him. Pape Lawrence looked deeply at Jozanabai, then nodded in agreement. As Jozanabai said, he knew how big and brutal the kingdom's war was. Compared to that, although there is some danger now, it is not as terrible as before. Since both of you say so, then count me in too. Baron Glatton took a deep breath and nodded as well. In the end, only Sachi and Baron Valmy remained. Everyone's eyes focused on them. I'll join too. Sachi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. It seems I have no other choice. Baron Valmy forced a smile. At this moment, 4 out of 5 people agreed. If he disagreed, wouldn't that mean he was being excluded? And he wasn't stupid. The words of Jozanabu and Pape Lawrence made him clearly feel the huge danger hidden in the kingdom's war. Since everyone had already made their decision, then it could also be told to Lord Thor. Pape Lawrence nodded and spoke. No one objected to this. But just as they were about to act, the door was knocked on. Come in. Pape Lawrence frowned but still spoke. He knew that, in this situation, his servant wouldn't bother him without an important reason. The knock clearly indicated something serious was happening. Creak. The wooden door was opened. A servant entered. Master, Lord Thor of Eagle Territory has sent a letter. The servant spoke respectfully. Lord Thor? Pape Lawrence was surprised. The others around him also looked curious. But despite their curiosity, no one spoke. Pape Lawrence looked around, then without hesitation, he opened the letter. The others watched with interest. However, after a moment, Pape Lawrence suddenly looked up with disbelief. This? He blurted out, feeling a deep shock inside. What's wrong? Baron Pape, what happened? Baron Gradun couldn't help but ask, and the others' eyes also turned toward him. Take a look. You should have received it too. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Baron Pape looked at the letter in his hand, hesitated briefly, then handed it over. Valmy was the first to take it, but his reaction was almost the same. When the letter was passed to the other lords, everyone couldn't stay calm. Wow, Baron Pape, do you think Lord Thor's words? Baron Gradton felt his throat go dry and couldn't help but ask. Could he be a 3rd-level mage? Valmy Baron was even more direct. I don't know. According to reason, the Drius Rosa family should not have the strength of a 3rd-level mage. Pape Lawrence shook his head, looking somewhat confused. As fellow noble families, Pape Lawrence felt that his family might be too weak, or perhaps he himself was underestimated. Why is the gap so large? Let's go see for ourselves. We've arrived. We'll know soon enough. Josanabai's eyes also flickered, and he spoke directly. Yes, let's go see. If it's true, we might really have a chance. Hearing his words, the others' eyes brightened, and Baron Glatton couldn't help but speak up. Soon, the 5 of them decided to set out. Their target was the Eagle Territory. One day later, the 5 arrived at the Eagle Territory. At that moment, their pupils shrank slightly, and their expressions were filled with shock. Because in their line of sight, there were quite a few goblins in the Eagle Territory. Some goblins were even moving heavy objects. This scene made their earlier guesses seem to have become reality. Do you think Lord Tor might have hired a third-level mage from the Habsas Guild? Sachi muttered to himself. Impossible. Even if a third-level mage was hired, the price would be over 1,000 gold coins. That much gold could buy many slaves. There's no need to hire one. Joe Zanabai shook his head softly. His words made everyone fall silent even more. If they weren't hired, then the only possibility was that the Eagle territory itself possessed such a mage. And this was even more shocking than hiring a third-level mage. Even the Lawrence family, a noble family, didn't have a third-level mage. Not just the Lawrence family. Throughout the Tulip Kingdom, even marquee families didn't have everyone with such a mage. Most didn't have one at all. For Tor, a member of the Drius Rosa family, to possess such a mage was simply unbelievable. With complicated feelings, the group continued their journey. They quickly reached Eagle Castle. At this moment, Tor had already learned of their arrival. Inside the castle, Peros personally came to greet them. In the hall, they saw Tor once again. At this moment, Tuaus still wore a gentle smile, as if nothing had changed. Everyone, what are your thoughts? Are you willing to join? After the others entered, Tuator spoke again. Lord Tor, forgive my boldness, but I want to ask, are you really able to supply a large number of goblins? And can they be restrained? Baron Wormy spoke, looking directly at Tor. As he spoke, the surrounding silence fell, and all eyes gathered on him. Of course, you've seen that the Eagle leader has many goblins, but that's not all. There are more at the mines and dams. I can provide those, and restraining them is even easier. This is something everyone should know, so I won't say more. Tuar smiled, and then waved his hand, revealing a rolled sheepskin scroll. Seeing the scroll, a few people present felt a chill inside and couldn't help but be moved again. Everyone, since we are allies, the price can be discussed. How about 10 gold coins for 1,000 goblins? For first-tier goblins, 30 gold coins for 1,000? Seeing everyone's reaction, Tuao paused briefly before speaking again. This price was carefully considered by him. Goblin slaves are naturally not as valuable as human slaves, and cannot be more expensive than human slaves, at least not more than those in the northern province. Originally, Tuao planned to set the price at 1 gold coin per goblin, which would mean paying him 10 copper coins per goblin. But after some thought, he decided against it. This business wouldn't expand quickly in the short term. The quantity sold would be limited, and under such circumstances, selling cheaply wouldn't be a good choice. So, he simply set the price at the prices of the Frost Moon province. Even so, this price was still very attractive. 10 gold coins for 1,000? Hearing this, the 5 people present couldn't help but their eyes lit up. 1,000 goblins for 10 gold coins, that's less than 1 silver coin per goblin. Even first-tier goblins only cost 3 silver coins each. Thinking about the prices in Loren City, even these veteran frontier lords from the northern province couldn't help but be excited. Although goblin slaves are not as valuable as human slaves, they have advantages that human slaves cannot match. They have greater strength and don't mind using more energy. They don't need to worry about future arrangements. Yes, 10 gold coins for 1,000 units, but the minimum sale is 3,000. If anyone is interested, you can submit a purchase request to Pelos, Thor said with a smile. Understood. Lord Thor, we have already decided to join the cleanup effort. Pape Lawrence nodded, then paused thoughtfully before speaking. Oh, have a few of you also made your decision? Thor was a bit surprised and looked at the others. Yes, Lord Thor, I have made my decision, one replied. Then we will rely on you. Lord Thor, Baron Varmi also spoke. The others nodded in agreement. Seeing their expressions and words, Thor was somewhat surprised. Honestly, Thor expected that some might disagree. Facing the orc tribes involved many risks, and the others didn't have his daily intelligence system or know about his resources. Compared to risking danger, building the territory seemed like the best choice. But he didn't expect that none of the 5 would back down. Of course, despite the surprise, there showed a hint of happiness. The 5 joining was the best outcome. It not only maximized the strength of the main alliance, but also ensured that no further problems would arise. Now, the main valley was barely a unified whole, and Thor didn't want to see it split apart again. You're being too modest. With all of you joining, our cleanup task will be much easier, Thor said with a smile. Then, the 6 began to discuss the cleanup plan and the alliance of the 6 territories. Based on previous experience, this time they naturally centered the alliance around Thor's Eagle territory. On the morning of the third day, the people from the other 5 territories started gathering at Eagle territory. Unlike before, this time the force mobilized was smaller. Baron Pape Lorenz brought 5 official knights, over 20 apprentice knights, and more than 100 reserve knights. Baron Valmy had 3 official knights, over 10 apprentice knights, and about 100 reserve knights. Baron Glatten had 2 official knights, over 10 apprentice knights, and more than 100 reserve knights. Sachi was a formal knight with 5 apprentice knights and over 50 reserve knights. Surprisingly, Joe's Anabai brought 3 official knights, more than 20 apprentice knights, and over 100 reserve knights, more than Baron Glatten and Baron Valmy, second only to Baron Pape. This time, Thur led the team himself, with Ryan accompanying him. They dispatched 1 Grand Knight, 20 official knights, over 100 apprentice knights, and 300 reserve knights. All 6 groups gathered, totaling over 1,000 people. Although it was not as strong as the last time facing the Minotaurs, this force was still very powerful. Including several lords, the Grand Knights alone numbered 6, which is rare for even some lesser Viscount lords to have. The number of official knights was nearly 40, with hundreds of apprentice knights. Such strength, in other places, especially in the northern and eastern parts of the Northern Land Province, no lord could match it. Only the children of the great nobles in the western regions might have such power. 5 days later, the main alliance completed its unification and set out in a mighty march. Their destination was the lower Main River Valley, in the northern part of the Northern Land Province. 5 days later, the main alliance set out towards the lower Main River Valley in the northern part of the Northern Land Province. As they entered, they immediately discovered the huge chaos outside. The land was broken, and fires burned fiercely everywhere. By the 3rd day, they found signs of destruction in 3 territories belonging to expansion lords. One area was still being ravaged by a group of goblins. The farmland was trampled beyond recognition, and corpses and dismembered bodies were scattered throughout the land. Some monsters and goblins were eating the remains of humans. However, it was clear they were not the true culprits. These orcs, are they planning to start a war? Baron Glatten couldn't help but speak, his eyes almost burning with anger. It probably isn't. Otherwise, the kingdom would already be mobilizing for war, and there are no high-level orc tribes appearing right now. Baron Pape shook his head softly and spoke quietly. Remember, this place is quite far from the north, about 1,000 miles from the front line at Autumn Leaf territory. Even so, this area has suffered such attacks from orc tribes. We can imagine how the northern region and the frontier territories are likely faring. Within the main alliance, each lord looked serious. Even Toll was no exception. Let's clear out these orcs first. After a brief moment of silence, Toll finally spoke. As fellow humans, seeing these people being eaten by orcs made him feel uncomfortable. They exchanged glances. Then, they nodded slightly. Soon, everyone started moving. Over 1,000 people took action. These low-level monsters and orcs were quickly cleared. Meanwhile, the remains of the territory were buried again. During the cleanup, they gained some rewards. They found about 500 gold coins in the wrecked land. Clearly, since the territory was broken, these coins were left behind. Orcs don't need gold, so it was naturally cheap for them. Gaining 500 gold coins eased everyone's heavy hearts a little, and even brought a faint smile to their faces. Even if divided among the 6 groups, Toll would get the largest share, around 70 or 80 coins. And this was just the beginning. It looks like we're lucky. Let's keep moving forward. With a wave of his hand, Toll led everyone northward again. In the following days, their gains became even more surprising. Along the way, they quickly encountered several broken territories. Although they didn't find as many as the first territory, only about 500 gold coins, they collected quite a lot of supplies. In less than 10 days, even excluding the 500 gold coins, the value of the gathered supplies exceeded 1,000 gold coins. This is almost equal to half a year's income for their territory. There was even an unexpected surprise. Down in the main river valley, they also discovered a medium-sized iron mine. Just this one iron mine is worth over several thousand gold coins. For a moment, the 3 barons and 2 pioneering lords couldn't help but feel completely excited. Their previous worries and nervousness vanished entirely. With such huge profits, all problems no longer seemed to matter. This was exactly what Thor needed. Whether it was the discovery of supplies or the appearance of the medium-sized iron mine, these were clearly his achievements. He needed to unite everyone in the main alliance into one strong group, and to do that, He needed enough benefits. Simply saying a few words wouldn't be enough. Those words might hold for a day, 2 days, 3 days, or even 10 days, but they definitely couldn't last forever. The only thing that could sustain them was benefits. When the benefits are enough, and he can constantly bring these people profits they never even dared to imagine, his words will be powerful enough to unify the entire main river valley and even make governance easy. Of course, to truly win them over, he also needs to offer higher titles and rewards. But a good start is the most crucial part, as it lays the foundation for everything that follows. This raid is undoubtedly one of Thor's first steps in a test of his strength. As night falls, the stars begin to fill the sky. The lords look on with excitement, even the 3 barons. At this moment, they seem to see the harvest ahead. They don't know how many territories in the northern province have been broken apart, but one thing they are sure of: their upcoming gains will be greater than they initially imagined. They might not even have to face the orc tribes. Amid their excitement, Thor furrows his brow slightly and looks at his golden finger, his special ability. The daily intelligence update has been received. 1. To the west of your location, a group of fierce spider beasts will appear. Their venom is strong enough to poison a herd of wild boars, and even second-level magical beasts will be affected. In the western part of the Autumn Leaf territory, Lord Raymond unexpectedly discovered a small copper mine within his domain, but it was occupied by a group of green goblins who are preparing to start a war of conquest. In 15 days, northwest of the main river valley, a tribe of dog-headed people will attack a territory controlled by a pioneer leader. These dog-headed people possess very rare and valuable life grass seeds. North of Eagle Ridge, the extreme cold from the northern glacier is about to spread, and temperatures will drop sharply. Further details follow. North of the main river valley, about 30 miles from the southern part of the northern glacier's Grand Canyon. On the western side of the Autumn Leaf territory, about 300 miles away, a group of tiger-headed people will chase and attack a tribe of fox women. Along the way, they will destroy 3 pioneer leaders' territories. 300 miles away from your location, a herd of ox-headed people is attacking a pioneer territory. In 3 hours, that territory will be overwhelmed and broken through by the ox-headed invaders. 500 miles to the west, a territory belonging to the Emerson family is under attack by a group of dog-headed people. Reading these reports, Thor cannot help but feel heavy-hearted. The situation is undoubtedly more serious than he imagined. More than half of the 10 pieces of intelligence involve orcs attacking human territories. And this is just the daily report. In reality, the number of such incidents is probably even greater. Remember, this is the result after the city of Loren and many powerful pioneer leaders have begun to clear out the threats. Even so, the entire northern part of the northern land province remains chaotic, with so many orcs still present. What about the front lines? Can the Royal Dragon Knights and Lord Lehman's Flying Eagle Knights really hold their ground? It's important to note that orc tribes are not only a concern for the Tulip Kingdom, but involve several kingdoms and even the Empire, all working together to respond. If war truly breaks out, relying solely on the Tulip Kingdom will definitely be insufficient. In that case, regardless of the outcome, the entire northern land province will suffer a huge impact, possibly even destruction. If destroyed, his territory will naturally cease to exist. Although he has a special ability and receives daily intelligence, this is the general trend, and he cannot change it now. Hopefully, it won't be war, he whispered softly, his eyes showing seriousness as he looked into the distance. At this moment, he could only hope for the best. There was nothing else he could do. Meanwhile, at the northern border of the Northland province, a huge blaze covered the sky. A massive fortress stretched over 1,000 meters across the border. On top of the fortress, magic arrays lit up, and magic crystal cannons were activated. Boom, boom, thundering. Loud explosions rang out, lightning flashed, and third-level magic cores were drained instantly. The magic crystal cannons unleashed terrifying power. Before the fortress, a sea of lightning appeared. The energy was reckless, pouring over the entire front line. Many orcs were destroyed instantly. Even third-level orcs, caught in the chaos, had their tough skin scorched. At this moment, the magic crystal cannons truly showed their strength. But despite that, it was still not enough. The front of the fortress was overwhelmed because there were simply too many orcs. All of them were third-level orc tribes. There were many goblins, minotaurs, tigers, and even some stronger bear and lion tribes. They pressed forward densely, constantly attacking the fortress. In the sky, two figures kept colliding. Powerful forces poured into the sky. Clouds were forcibly torn apart, and whirlwinds swept through. Trees and rocks below were shattered in an instant. Strong life energy and power kept clashing. Boom. Another collision. One figure was sent flying backward. Bang. Part of the fortress collapsed. Marquis Lehman couldn't help but cough up blood, his face pale. Are these orcs crazy? Do they really want war? Marquis Lehman cursed quietly. As the border grew more tense, even he had to rush over from Lorenz City. I quickly arrived and immediately responded to an attack from a level 4 orc tribe. Compared to a level 3 orc tribe, the level 4 tribe has more orcs and stronger strength. Especially, the level 4 tribe has a level 4 orc leader. As the top combatant, Marquis Lehman had to hold back that level 4 orc. Even though he is at the peak of Earth Knight, he could only defend against the level 4 orc. Marquis, are you okay? Earth Knight quickly stepped forward with concern. I'm fine. I've held them off. Reinforcements from the kingdom will arrive soon. Marquis Lehman shouted, then his figure soared into the air again. Although he hasn't broken through to Sky Knight, as a peak Earth Knight, he can briefly float in the air, especially with the secret magic burning. This gave him the strength to fight the level 4 orc. But he only has the strength to fight one. The Eagle Rider group isn't doing so well. Many orcs keep attacking, even though they are the most elite knights of Marquis Lehman. At this moment, they face not just ordinary orcs but several level 3 orc tribes and one level 4 orc tribe. In terms of numbers and strength, they can't compare. As time passes, even with magic crystal cannons and fortress defenses, the Eagle Rider group keeps being worn down. Even Marquis Lehman looks a bit distressed. But he knows clearly that now is not the time to feel sad. Whether they can hold or not, he must defend. Boom. Using life energy, glowing red, Marquis Lehman's figure rushes into the sky again. In midair, a creature with a tiger head and human body radiates terrifying power, with crimson eyes fixed on Marquis Lehman. Bang. Boom, boom, boom. The two clash again. The battle intensifies further. Powerful forces collide constantly. Below, many level 3 magic cores are quickly used up. The entire battle becomes extremely fierce. And it's the same for the distant Earth Dragon Knights. Bang. A powerful aura collides suddenly. The aura here far exceeds that of level 3, reaching a higher level. In midair, even their figures are hard to see. Below, many Earth Knights are fighting against groups of third-tier beasts. The fighting continues to spread. The life energy and the beast's blood and vitality keep clashing and intertwining. The blood has already stained the entire land. At this moment, this border seems to be the point where all eyes gather. Not only the Tulip Kingdom, but also several nearby kingdoms are watching closely. Among these onlookers, those who entered the northern province of the Tulip Kingdom and other northern territories of the Beast tribes are not drawing much attention. After all, in previous years, when the Beast tribes attacked, many tribes also entered the northern lands of various kingdoms. This year seems no different. The battle is escalating further. A large number of beast tribes gather at the northern border, far more than during past attacks. Both the Earth Dragon Knights and the Flying Eagle Knights are under great pressure, and their defenses are shaky. But it seems only just shaky. The huge number of beast tribes is overwhelming, but not enough to completely break through the defenses. They only put immense pressure on the Earth Dragon and Flying Eagle Knights. Because of this, many beast tribes have crossed through the defenses of the Earth Dragon and Flying Eagle Knights and entered the northern province. Not only the Tulip Kingdom, but several surrounding kingdoms are also affected. The entire northern region is now in crisis. 10 days later, at the border fortress, many knight groups arrive. Even the Duke Karenina, one of the 3 great dukes of the kingdom, personally leads his life knight corps to arrive, along with a powerful marquis of the kingdom. A Sky Knight and dozens of Earth Knights join the effort. Suddenly, the fragile defense line stabilizes. But only just. Soon, more beast tribes press forward from their side. 2 fourth-tier beast tribes appear. The situation seems to have returned to the starting point. Boom. Rumble. Loud explosions echo endlessly as energy pours out from the magic crystal cannons. In midair, 2 figures kept colliding. Below, dozens of people were fighting constantly. Marquis Ryman, are these guys crazy? They dare to invade our human territory even with Biman monsters, one Marquis couldn't help but say. At this moment, his figure had already retreated to the fortress. Next to him was Marquis Ryman, panting heavily. After more than half a month of fighting, and even dealing with a 4th-tier orc in the middle, he was now badly injured. Farron, We need to think about how to respond, he said. These guys are not easy to deal with, Ryman sighed bitterly. Right now, he had no mood to care about these things. Foreign Marquis cursed under his breath. In the next moment, he charged forward again. Ryman Marquis did the same. Meanwhile, in the sky, Duchess Katerina alone was holding off 3 fourth-tier orcs. Her strength was very powerful. Even facing 3 enemies alone, she was only being pressed down slightly, without much impact. Farther away, the Earth Dragon Knights were in the sky, and 2 human figures appeared there. Opposite them were 5 fourth-tier orcs. Below, thousands of orc tribes kept attacking the entire defense line. The fighting was spreading continuously. In the distance, in the northern region of another kingdom, the same scene was happening. A large number of orcs, like they were crazy, kept attacking the northern defense line. Outside the defenses, many first- and second-tier low-level orc tribes rushed into human territory, fighting the human pioneer knights. Many orc tribes were wiped out. At the same time, many human territories were destroyed. Blood soaked the northern provinces of several major kingdoms. In some places, blood almost flowed like streams. But at this moment, no one cared about these things. No one paid attention to them. As mentioned before, everyone's focus was on the border battles. At this moment, each kingdom felt heavy and tense. Yet, amidst the heaviness and tension, the people inside these kingdoms felt a slight relief. The orc tribes did not include 5th-tier orcs, which meant that a full-scale war had not broken out. This was just an attack by orcs. Although this attack seemed to be larger than usual, as long as it doesn't lead to a full-scale war, it won't cause much trouble. After all, if it's only a 4th-tier orc tribe, the major kingdoms can still handle it. Each kingdom has its own strength, especially since they border the northern orcs, and they have stood strong on the continent for a long time. They are not easy to defeat. Of course, they don't know this right now. This attack is not ordinary. Inside the orc tribe, huge tents stretch across the land, and massive beast-like creatures gather together. This is the true king of the orc tribe. In theory, every orc tribe must obey the call of these beast-like creatures. This beast tribe is also the only 7th-tier orc tribe among all the tribes. Their strength far surpasses that of other orc tribes. In the center, inside a large tent, several enormous beast-like creatures gather. Locke, what's going on? We haven't declared war, a rough voice sounds. At the top, a giant beast with a crown looks down at a beast to the lower left. I'm not sure, but it seems someone has found the location of the Titan God's legacy in the northern human lands. The beast named Locke shakes his head. The Titan God's legacy? Impossible. The Titan God fell long ago, and the sacred land has always been controlled by our beast tribe. Forget it. Maybe those sneaky werewolves are up to something again. It has nothing to do with us. Next year will be the great awakening of the Titan God. Be prepared. Hopefully, more beast-like creatures will be born this time. The power of the Titan God is growing weaker. The top beast shakes his head, looking worried. Yes. One beast after another quickly responds. For these beast-like creatures, the most important event is the awakening ceremony of the Titan God. Other matters are not their concern. As for the so-called legacy of the Titan God, the beast creatures do not believe it at all. The place where the Titan God fell long ago is under their control, so where could the legacy come from? It's just that they haven't paid attention to it. The chaos across the orc territory continues to spread. Many orc tribes are excited, especially since even the demon beasts haven't joined the fight. They see a chance. Meanwhile, in the dark caves of the northern orc tribe, greenish light weaves through the air. This is where the bloodthirsty wolf clan gathers. More precisely, it is home to the 4th-rank bloodthirsty wolves. Unlike the common 3rd-rank wolves, these are 4th-rank. Although they are just the most basic 4th rank, only 2 or 3 of them exist in each group. Their intelligence is much higher than that of orcs, and they are even on par with humans. Within the orc tribe, bloodthirsty wolves are known for being clever and sneaky. No orc tribe wants to deal with them. In the open caves, a large altar stands. Bloodlines spread out from it, reaching all around. They flow across the ground. At the center of the altar, a bloodthirsty wolf's eyes turn bright red, and its gray fur slowly turns crimson. Quick! I need more sacrifices. Those demon beasts don't have time to bother with us now. Send more orc tribes to do the work. The great god Anubis needs more offerings. The voice is excited and fervent. Yes. The wolves below respond eagerly, their eyes shining with excitement and even fanaticism. A year ago, they found the place where their god fell in the northern lands. They even gained divine power. All they needed was enough blood as a sacrifice to summon their god. This made the bloodthirsty wolf clan very excited. It was their chance. If they could summon Anubis with sacrifices, their wolves would rise. They might even replace the demon beasts and become the new rulers of the orc tribes. So, a year ago, they started taking action. Now, their efforts are about to fully unfold. Watching the spreading bloodlines, each bloodthirsty wolf looks excited and eager. Inside the caves, accompanied by the figure of the bloodthirsty wolf leader, more bloodthirsty wolf creatures quickly appeared. These eerie green figures began to lead more orc tribes to attack the human defenses. Since these tribes are only at the 4th level, it was very difficult for them to control other tribes of the same level. However, they did not control directly. Instead, they used a tempting method. The method of temptation was very simple. It is unknown when it started, but strange sheepskin scrolls began to spread among 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th level orc tribes. These scrolls contain not only a map called the Inheritance of the Titan God, but also a secret technique called Divine Awakening. This secret technique, once used with a human woman, could continuously produce new tribespeople, which made these orc tribes go crazy. Although the new tribespeople were weaker and less intelligent, it didn't matter much. Most orc tribes have fixed levels from birth, and most cannot break through. For example, a Baiman giant beast is a 7th level orc, so it can theoretically break through to level 7. A goblin is only 2nd level, so it is very hard for it to reach level 3. Therefore, numbers are very important. A secret technique that can quickly increase their numbers naturally excited them. Even 3rd or 4th level orc tribes couldn't hold back. They didn't need to be driven by Baiman giant beasts. They already rushed toward human territories in large groups. This caused the orc tribes in the northern provinces of the kingdom to grow more and more. The fighting spread continuously, and the attacks expanded. Many areas in the northern provinces also turned into battlegrounds. Initially, it was only in the north, but gradually, the western regions were also covered by large groups of orcs. For Thor, the most obvious sign was that he encountered more orc tribes. At first, he could only find one tribe every 10 days. Now, after just 3 days, he had already encountered 2 tribes, both of which were 1st and 2nd level orcs. The threat from the main alliance was almost non-existent. However, this seemed a bit too much. Thor couldn't help but feel a serious sense of concern when he once again obtained several scrolls that looked almost identical to the ones from the orc tribes. Thor couldn't help but furrow his brow in confusion. What's this exactly? He muttered, looking at the scroll in his hand, and then at the other identical scrolls he had just pulled out. He had spent some time learning Titan language recently, but unfortunately, no one in Lorenz City knew how to read it. In the end, he had to give up. At first, he thought the map might be a treasure map, but how could there be so many identical maps? It was ridiculous. This only made him more confused. I don't know. Maybe if I get a few more, the daily intelligence report will give me a hint, he said to himself. He could only hope that the daily report would provide some clues. There was nothing else he could do. Trying to capture an orc to translate was just a wild idea. He didn't understand Titan language, and the orcs couldn't understand him either. Translation was impossible. Shaking his head, Thor tucked the scrolls back into his chest. He stood up. By now, the battlefield had been cleaned up. This time, they had faced a well-equipped goblin tribe, which was only at the 2nd level of strength and not very powerful, just 2 2nd-level orcs. They were quickly dealt with, but the harvest was quite good. After clearing the battlefield, they collected many fine weapons made by the goblins. Although not as good as those made by the goblin engineers, goblin-made weapons were still quite impressive, comparable to those crafted by human alchemists. These weapons, based on current prices in the northern provinces, could be worth at least 500 or 600 gold coins, maybe more. The prices of weapons and armor in the northern provinces have been rising almost daily. Black iron armor initially cost only 20 or 30 silver coins, and even goblin-forged black iron armor rarely exceeded 50 silver coins. Now, the cheapest black iron armor costs 50 silver coins, and prices keep climbing. That's just black iron armor. Brass and silver armor have already reached sky-high prices. Before, the weapon prices in the northern province were quite high but still affordable. Even bronze armor was only a little more expensive, costing about 2 or 3 gold coins. Silver armor was around 200 to 300 gold coins. However, in just 1 month, everything changed. The worst black iron armor was now worth 50 silver coins. Bronze armor exceeded 10 gold coins. Silver armor became terrifyingly expensive. Even the lowest grade silver armor now cost about 500 gold coins. What does this mean? A Baron Lord in the northern province probably earns around 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins a year. A set of silver armor nearly takes up half of that income. If a Baron only earns 1,000 gold coins annually, he could only buy 2 sets of silver armor or 10 sets of bronze armor. Even black iron armor would only be affordable in 2,000 pieces, and only the worst quality. More importantly, as the chaos in the north continues, prices will keep rising. The weapons and equipment gained this time, once sold, will make everyone a good profit. In just this month, the harvest alone is almost equal to the land's income for a year or even several years. Not to mention the credits earned during this period. Jozanbua and Sachi, the 2 lords, are very close to earning enough merit to become barons. I believe in about a month, they will have enough. This outcome has eased everyone's worries and tension. Now, only anticipation and excitement remain. Lord Thor, when do we set out? Baron Pape approached, looking at Thor with eager anticipation. Take a day to rest. About 35 miles ahead, there is a second-tier goblin tribe, Thor replied after a moment of thought. All right. Baron Pape nodded without any doubt about Thor's plan. During this time, Thor has led them from one victory to another, winning again and again. Their trust in him has grown through continuous success and gains. Thor's orders were quickly issued. The members of the main alliance began to rest. A day passed quickly. The next morning, everyone set out again, heading toward the orc tribe ahead. Thor's patrol was not aimless like others. He carefully chose his targets. This approach not only reduced danger but also increased the chances of gaining valuable rewards. They're usually targeted weaker but resource-rich orc tribes, like the well-equipped goblins they met yesterday. The good gear on those goblins was part of their loot. This time, they aimed at a second-tier orc tribe of kobolds. Although stronger than the goblins, they were still not very powerful. They carried lots of ore and rare seeds of the life grass. Compared to the life fruit, the life grass is a key ingredient in low-level healing potions. While not as valuable as the life fruit, a single seed of the life grass is still worth a lot. At the Loren City auction, 10 bottles of basic healing potions sell for around 2,000 to 300 gold coins, with each bottle worth about 200 to 300 coins. The seeds of the life grass are less valuable, about 10 coins each. The main difference is the ingredient called now, which is needed to grow the seeds. Now is common in the western part of the Northern Land province. Anna, having made a contract with the Ice Elves, no longer has much of the forest elf aura and cannot promote growth naturally. But she can still prepare healing potions, providing a steady income. Thor had his eyes on this opportunity from the start. Recently, the orc tribes kept moving, making it hard for him to get close. Now that he finally had a chance, he couldn't hold back. Meanwhile, as the main alliance approached the second-tier kobold tribe, a battle was breaking out in a frontier territory. A second-tier kobold tribe attacked a territory controlled by a baron. This was a baron's land. Since it was still some distance from the northern front, the baron chose not to abandon his territory. He stayed and fought. Despite frequent attacks, he managed to hold on until yesterday, when a second-tier kobold tribe attacked his land again. Compared to the previous orc tribe attack, the second-level kobold tribe is much stronger. There are not only 5 second-level kobolds, but the total number has reached over 3,000. However, in the past month, their territory has suffered significant losses. Facing this second-level kobold tribe, the situation still seems quite dangerous. Where do these kobolds get so many from? Apple Nine's face looks grim. On top of the castle, his face is covered in dirt, and his silver armor is badly damaged, but he doesn't care. His eyes are still fixed on the kobolds pouring out from below the castle. Sir, we can't hold it anymore. Those kobolds are too many. His knight commander next to him speaks with a bitter expression. Apple Nine can't help but curse in anger. He then raises his sword and charges forward again. But it's useless. Even though his strength keeps surging and his life energy is almost exhausted, the surrounding kobolds continue to rush forward densely. Their numbers grow larger and larger. Great Titan God, bless us. Victory belongs to us. The leading kobold, full of fanaticism, looks with a cold green light towards the huge castle. Inside, there are many women and humans. They use these women to devour their flesh and blood, hoping to gain more followers. One day, they will go to the Titan god and offer the grandest sacrifices. Then, the Titan god will see their grand sacrifices and reward them generously. Perhaps they can become like Baiman, the mighty Orc king. The kobolds, equally fanatic, rush towards the castle. But amidst the chaos of battle, figures emerge from the forest behind the kobolds. Lord Thor? The five people's gazes converge on Thor. At this moment, his eyes flicker with a strange light. Take action. There's plenty of wealth in the north. No need to fight so hard. Thor speaks softly. He clearly understands what these people are thinking. They are waiting for this territory to fall so they can strike again, not only to gain the kobolds' wealth but also to seize this land. However, Thor has no intention of doing so. The reason is simple. As he said, the northern province is full of wealth and doesn't need to do this. Now, many lords are fleeing, and the northern province has become quite empty. If this continues, there won't be many lords left, which is not good for him. After all, he can't take control of the northern province quickly. Losing human territories means these places will soon be taken over by orcs and monsters. At that point, it will be a difficult challenge to reclaim them. Everyone paused for a moment, then nodded. Their eyes toward Thor showed respect. The five lords understood that if it were them, they probably couldn't hold back either. Baron Pape and Baron Varmi attack from the right side. Baron Glatton, Lord Sachi, and Lord Jose attack from the left side. I will charge through the middle. Try not to let all the goblin leaders escape. They each carry a lot of ore. Thor quickly gave the orders. Yes. The five responded swiftly. Then, their troops began to spread out. Just as Apple 9 was almost overwhelmed, with many goblins rushing into the castle, a loud shout rang out, "Kill!" In the next moment, many knights charged out of the forest, attacking the goblins from behind. Baron Apple 9's eyes lit up with hope. Reinforcements! Reinforcements from the kingdom! Hold them off! We have a chance! His voice trembled with excitement and disbelief. He was trembling with emotion he couldn't contain. He never expected that, in such a dire situation, reinforcements would arrive. His despair suddenly reignited. Inside the castle, everyone, knights and civilians alike, felt the same hope. The goblins were completely surrounded. The initially confident goblins became frantic at this moment. Panic spread quickly, causing even more chaos. Two second-tier goblin leaders tried to command the others, but they were soon targeted by several lords from the main alliance. The goblin leader even directly faced Thor. The strength of the goblins was not weak. However, some of the main alliance lords are stronger. In less than 15 minutes, second-level goblin dogs were completely killed. Even the goblin leader was quickly slain by Thor. As for the other goblin dogs, they were individually strangled by the knights of the main alliance and Epernian's knights, with none escaping. After all, Epernian Baron's knights numbered in the hundreds, and the main alliance had nearly as many, plus the element of surprise, so the outcome was obvious. When everyone saw the gemstones hanging around the goblin dogs' necks, their eyes lit up. Unlike other orcs, goblin dogs like to hang some precious minerals around their necks. This tribe hung high-quality copper ore, almost ready for use without smelting. Over 3,000 goblin dogs meant over 3,000 pieces of high-quality copper ore. This was worth about 200 or 300 gold coins. But Thor didn't care about these things. He was more interested in the life grass seeds. He searched the goblin leader's body, and soon his eyes brightened when he found a small bundle. Gently opening it, he saw tiny seeds about the size of soybeans, clearly containing a lot of life source energy. It was obvious these were the seeds of the life grass. Thor was pleased and tucked them into his pocket. After searching a bit more, he quickly found a rolled-up sheepskin scroll identical to one he had seen before. Frowning slightly, Thor decided to keep this scroll as well. While Thor was clearing the goblin leader's body, others were also cleaning the battlefield. Laughter occasionally rang out. After a moment, Baron Epernian, who had recovered somewhat, slowly approached. "Thank you for saving me. I am deeply grateful, Lord Epernian. What should I call you?" Epernian said gratefully, giving Thor a very formal knight's bow. "Don't mention it, Lord Epernian. We are from the Main Valley Alliance. I am Thorders Rosa. This is Baron Papalorens, this is Baron Valmy, and this is Baron Glatton. These two are Lord Sachi and Lord Jose." Thor nodded with a smile and then began introducing the people around him to Apple 9. "Thorders Rosa, my goodness. Are you the same Thorders Rosa who was recently knighted?" Apple 9 asked in surprise. That's not right. That's not right. Alliance of Maine? What is going on here?" After the initial shock, Apple 9 seemed to remember something and couldn't help but speak again. looking at the group with wide eyes. The strength of Thor's knight group had already impressed him during the recent battle. He had thought Thor was the heir of a top noble family, but now hearing Thor's words, he realized that wasn't the case. The Dries Rosa family was a count's family, but not a top noble family. This power wasn't just Thor's alone, but belonged to an alliance. When did the nobles of the northern province become so trusting of each other? Especially with Thordris Rosa among them, including 4 barons and 2 pioneering lords. This was simply unbelievable. In over 10 years in the northern province, Apple Nine had never even heard of such a thing. Seeing this, they smiled quietly but didn't say anything. On the way here, the shock of this alliance wasn't limited to Apple Nine. In fact, any lord who learned about it would be surprised. Inside the castle, a grand banquet was underway. To thank Thor and his group for saving the territory, Apple Nine offered very generous hospitality, even bringing out rare wines collected over many years for everyone to enjoy. Lord Thor, this is truly incredible. I never imagined there would be such an alliance of nobles in the northern province. And I sincerely thank you. Apple Nine raised his glass with a heartfelt tone. You're too kind. Thor smiled and raised his glass in return. No, this is not just courtesy. Without Lord Thor and everyone else, my territory would have already fallen to those goblin-headed men. Apple Nine shook his head seriously. Lord Apple Nine, you are being too modest. By the way, I don't know what Lord Apple Nine plans to do next. Thor chuckled softly and shook his head, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked casually. Oh, my goddess, that is indeed a serious problem. Maybe leaving is the best choice, but I can't abandon my land or my people. I must stay. Lord Thor, forgive my boldness, but could you sell me some weapons? Apple Nine sighed lightly, then looked at Thor with a hopeful expression. Oh, Baron Apple Nine, you want to buy some weapons? Hearing this, Thor's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but ask again. Yes, I need some weapons. If my weapons were better, those dirty goblins wouldn't be able to break into the castle. I was planning to buy some gear, but the Hapsis Trading Company has raised the price of black iron armor to 50 gold coins, and silver armor costs as much as 500 gold coins. They might as well just rob. Apple Nine nodded with a look of helplessness. He originally planned to buy weapons and gear. His territory has over 8,000 people, and if he could get enough weapons, he could defend against even second-tier orcs. Unfortunately, he had to give up because the prices were too high for him to afford. Yes, those Hapsis traders are just vampires. My friend, if you want to buy weapons, that's not a problem. Recently, we obtained some goblin weapons, but capturing that batch cost us quite a bit. Thor nodded in agreement, then hesitated before speaking. Lord Thor, is what you said true? No. Lord Thor, I understand what you mean. As for the price, we can agree on the Hapsis Trading Company's rate. How about that? Apple Nine was a bit surprised and pleased, and he couldn't help but ask. But just as he spoke, he suddenly realized something and quickly added, My friend, you misunderstood. Here's the improved and simplified version of your text. All right, I have some goblin leather armor. 10 silver coins for a set. Black iron armor costs 30 coins per set, which is enough. My friend, if you need, I can also bring some silver armor. Thor shook his head, then pretended to grit his teeth as he spoke. Silver armor? Lord Thor, are you joking with me? Apple Nine suddenly stood up, looking surprised and happy. Of course I'm not joking. If you need it, I can have my traders come in a few days to make the deal. Thor smiled and replied, This isn't a joke. As he finished speaking, his campaign began. Lehos Assad's traders also started moving northward, following his lead. Before, Lehos Assad's influence only reached around the main river valley. But after the orc attacks, the trade routes in the main river valley nearly collapsed and had to stop. It wasn't until Thor led the main alliance to clear the enemies that the trade routes reopened. With each victory of the main alliance, the trade routes expanded further and became more stable. In just 1 month, trade increased rapidly, and the gains far exceeded previous levels. I apologize for my boldness. I was really surprised. Apple Nine realized he had been too forward and quickly apologized, though he still sounded excited. I understand, Lord Apple Nine. Here's what I'll do. I'll notify my traders, and in 10 days, they will arrive here. You can discuss the deal with them. Thor nodded with a smile. Thank you so much. Apple Nine quickly expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. It's just a trade. Thor raised his cup and smiled. No, I should thank you. I really need weapons right now. Apple 9 said seriously. Thor smiled, but didn't argue further. The feast continued. Several barons and lords talked happily with each other. Everything was very friendly. Until late at night, the crowd gradually dispersed. Apple 9 arranged for everyone to rest. The next day, as Apple 9 bid farewell, everyone set out again to clear the area. Such scenes had become almost normal over the past month. Thor and his group continued their patrols, encountering many orcs and various pioneering lords along the way. The chaos in the northern province caused many pioneering lords to flee, while others stayed behind. Each territory was not only their hard work, but also their hope. Even in despair, these lords were unlikely to give up, especially since they were not truly hopeless. As they interacted with these pioneering lords, the Eagle Lord's caravan followed the main alliance's footsteps, spreading across the surrounding areas. Compared to the hub's guild's more favorable prices, with better quality goods and the strength of the main alliance, a complete trade route was quickly established. Trade grew larger and larger. During this time, Ragos Assad's smile never left his face. Of course, Thor's smile was even brighter. The clearing missions earned him credit, daily intelligence brought gains, and with the trade route built, he was the biggest winner. For other lords, the dangers were unpredictable and their gains uncertain. Over the past month, along with the two newly titled barons, many confident noble lords also participated in the clearing missions, but the results were not as good as hoped. Many noble lords suffered heavy losses. One baron lord even encountered a damaged third-tier orc tribe and was completely wiped out. Not a single lord survived. Even the luckiest noble lords saw their losses grow as the clearing continued. Some noble lords were already considering giving up, but Thor had no such worries. To him, danger simply did not exist. His daily intelligence was enough to help him avoid all risks, and his gains were almost predictable. The results, of course, were incomparable. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had gone by. During these 3 months, Thor, along with the main alliance, kept clearing orc tribes in the north. Not only did his credits keep increasing, 1 month ago, Lords Jozanubi and Sachi earned enough merit points to be made barons. Others also gained many merit points. There now has nearly 500 points, just under half the points needed to become a Viscount. The other 3 noble lords each have close to 300 points. This single achievement of merit points is something that would normally take years or even over a decade to accumulate. But in just less than 4 months, they have already achieved it. Besides merit points, the other gains are even more impressive. In 4 months, even the lord with the smallest harvest, Sachi, earned over 2,000 gold coins. The 3 baron lords each have about 3,000 gold coins. As for Thor, even without considering the huge benefits from the Rachos trade route, his personal gains alone have reached 5,000 gold coins. More importantly, for Thor, the most valuable asset is the construction of the Rachos Assad trade route. That is where true wealth lies. In the past 3 months, the income from the Rachos Assad trade route has exceeded 2,000 gold coins, reaching 2,300, averaging nearly 800 gold coins per month. It is expected that this income will continue to grow further. As long as the northern province doesn't completely collapse or the war doesn't escalate, this income could keep increasing. Reaching 1,100 gold coins or even over 1,000 per month is not a big problem. If it remains stable, this means an annual income of over 12,000 gold coins. 12,000 gold coins. That's a huge amount. Even his father, Count Engeldrez Rosa, earns only about 10,000 gold coins annually from his territory's official income. Now, his territory's income might surpass that. Although the Drez Rosa family is an old noble house and likely has more hidden wealth, this is still terrifying. Many smaller counts might only have an official income of 10,000 gold coins or less. If he can reach 12,000 gold coins, his income will definitely surpass many other counts. With this gold, his territory's development could take another big step forward. Of course, all of this depends on the premise that the northern province will not truly collapse. The Orc War will not break out. Only then can the construction of trade routes create value. Otherwise, not only would income be affected, but his territory might also be in danger. However, this outcome is not something he can decide now, even with his special abilities. The only thing he can do is quickly improve his strength beforehand. Fortunately, with the signing of the contract, his talent has clearly increased. Over the past few months, Thor has felt this change very clearly. Before, when he practiced the night breathing technique, it was slow, like a turtle crawling, with little effect. It took a long time to feel any increase in his life force, and even with a lot of life energy stored inside him, it was hard to absorb. But now, practicing makes him feel his progress clearly. In less than 4 months, he can already sense his life force transforming. At this rate, he might break through to become a great knight in less than a month. This speed was unimaginable before. With his previous talent, it would take at least 2 or 3 years to become a formal knight, and for a great knight, it could be 10 or even dozens of years. As for becoming a land knight, that was beyond what his previous talent could achieve. But now, everything is different. He can definitely break through within a month, and the threshold from Great Knight to Land Knight won't be long. Even without any help, he has a chance to reach Land Knight within 5 years. Nightfall gradually descends. Inside the camp tent. Thor exhales slowly, putting down his practice. He prepares to get up. But suddenly, he seems to sense something. His eyes immediately turn toward the distance. What is this? His expression shows some surprise, then a trace of unavoidable joy appears on his face. Boom. A powerful aura erupts. Near the camp tent, where Rainer is, a vast surge of life energy suddenly spreads out. In the next moment, Rainer's aura quickly increases. Along with this great commotion, several figures appear. When they see the camp tent clearly, their expressions become a bit complicated. At this moment, they naturally understood what had happened. Lord Thor, you were truly lucky, Baron Pape couldn't help but comment. Yes. Baron Valmy also looked somewhat complicated. As for the others, they weren't feeling much better. During this time, they had seen Ryan's talent and strength firsthand, but none of them expected him to break through to become a great knight so quickly. After 3 months, the main alliance had gained a lot. Everyone's smiles hadn't faded, but behind their smiles, a hint of worry appeared in their expressions. As the lords of the northern province, Baron Pape, Baron Valmy, Baron Glatten, and the 2 newly promoted barons had all clearly sensed that the atmosphere in the northern province was no longer normal. In the past, orc attacks usually lasted only 1 or 2 months, at most 3 months. But now, the orc assaults had already lasted 4 months and showed no signs of stopping. Instead, the situation was growing worse. If this continued, a full-scale war might break out, which was a very real possibility. If a war broke out, the consequences would be terrible. Under the night sky, stars twinkled. A familiar system notification sounded. Daily intelligence has been updated. 1. To your west, within 100 miles, a swarm of fierce spiders will appear. Their venom is enough to poison a group of wild boars, even affecting second-tier magical beasts. 2. In the western part of Autumn Leaf territory, Lord Raymond discovered a small copper mine within his domain and successfully defeated green goblins, taking control of that small copper mine. 3. In 3 days, a group of second-tier dog-headed men will attack a frontier territory in the north. 4. In the northern part of Eagle Ridge, extreme cold from the North Ice Glacier is about to spread, and temperatures will drop sharply. 5. 8. 300 miles to your west, a group of tiger-headed men is attacking a frontier territory. In 5 hours, that territory will fall to there. 9. To the west, 500 miles away. Line by line, the text appears. Seeing this information, Thor also couldn't help but feel a serious mood. Compared to a few months ago, the number of orcs has clearly increased, and their strength has grown stronger. Initially, most were just first-level orc tribes, and second-level tribes were not uncommon. But in recent days, almost no first-level orc tribes are seen in daily reports. Most are second-level tribes. Moreover, the destruction of the Northern Territory is accelerating further. It's time to leave, Thor muttered to himself, making a firm decision. 3 months of clearing out have yielded enough results. Continuing might bring even more gains, but the risks are also rising. Although there are daily reports, precautions are necessary. The next day, sunlight shone down. Thor quickly gathered the 5 lords of the main alliance. Inside the tent, the 5 gathered. After defeating a second-level goblin tribe again yesterday, they had gained quite a bit. But compared to usual, their smiles were fewer. The unstable situation made everyone feel uneasy. So, the excitement from previous victories was gone. Everyone, we should end this now, Thor said seriously. Yes, we need to leave. Over 50 settlement territories in the north have already been destroyed, and last month, 3 baronial lands were wiped out. War is probably near. Baron Pape took a deep breath and nodded. The others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. No one opposed. Even though the harvest from clearing out kept increasing, Everyone understood that continuing now would be too risky given the unstable situation. Then it's decided, they agreed. In 3 days, we will prepare to return. They nodded as he looked at everyone, feeling relieved. He was worried they might not be able to resist the temptation of wealth. Fortunately, these 5 were not that kind of people. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. Soon, the main alliance began to pack up quickly. After 3 days, they headed back toward the main valley. And just as the alliance withdrew from the northern region, chaos erupted again in the area. A large number of orcs kept attacking. Even the northern defenses are beginning to falter. The kingdom has indeed sent reinforcements. However, over time, the number of orc tribes has increased. Although there are no 5-tier orc tribes yet, there are many 4-tier tribes. The 4-tier orc tribes encountered by the Dragon Knight Order alone number more than 5, and the Eagle Knight Order's defenses have also faced 2 4-tier tribes. Even though, under normal circumstances, 4-tier orcs are weaker than Sky Knights, they can't withstand such large numbers. Human Sky Knights often face 2 or even 3 4-tier orcs at once, not to mention the smaller groups below 4 tiers. Orcs are generally more numerous than humans. Even if their individual strength is slightly weaker at the same level, their large numbers make up for it. If it weren't for the long defensive line built at the northern border of the Tulip Kingdom, it might have already been broken through. Duke Kelnina, how much longer until the kingdom's second batch of reinforcements arrives? At this rate, we can't hold out much longer. Marquis Ryman's face is pale, and his breathing is uneven. He has a large, nearly horizontal wound on his chest, caused by a 4-tier orc. As a Peak Earth Knight, even facing a regular 4-tier orc, not a Sky Knight, he is starting to struggle. His only hope now is the arrival of the kingdom's second batch of reinforcements. Usually, when facing orc attacks, the kingdom's response has 4 stages. The first stage involves defending with the Earth Dragon Knights and the Eagle Knights. The second stage is when the kingdom sends direct forces, including at least 1 duke's army. The third stage involves dispatching 3 Grand Dukes and most of the royal court forces. The fourth stage is the full mobilization of the entire kingdom. The first batch of reinforcements for the second stage has already arrived, but the situation remains unstable. The second batch of reinforcements has been requested. 1 month. Another month is needed. Marquis Ryman, you know that a war is about to break out in the kingdom. Most of the kingdom's forces are being mobilized for the war, so it will take some more time. Duke Kelnina also frowns. His aura is also fluctuating. Right now, he is almost facing 3 4-tier orcs alone, which puts enormous pressure on him. Even if he didn't have a sacred object, he might not be able to hold on right now. The glow of the sacred object seems to have dimmed a little. 1 month, Your Grace, we. Marquis Lehman's face shows a hint of bitterness, but he doesn't continue. Duke Carolina also remains silent. Given the current situation, if the orc tribes continue to grow, not just a month, even half a month, they wouldn't be able to stop it. A heavy silence falls, like death itself. No one speaks. In the next moment, an orc rises into the air again. On the fortress wall, knights from the Tulip Kingdom are forced to charge forward once more. The battle erupts again. Boom, boom, rumble. Magic crystal cannons release terrifying energy. In the distance, a large group of orcs is covered by a sea of lightning. Many are instantly destroyed. Crimson blood soaks the ground, gradually turning into streams that spread and quietly flow underground. But no one notices this moment. Humans are struggling to defend themselves. Meanwhile, the orcs are attacking wildly, continuously breaking through human defenses. Time slowly passes. Soon, 10 days have gone by. The situation doesn't seem as bad as expected. The orc tribes haven't added new groups. This allows the Dragon Rider and Eagle Rider groups stationed nearby to breathe a little easier. Although losses continue to increase daily, they've at least held their ground. In just over 2 weeks, the second wave of support from the kingdom will arrive. Without 5th-tier orcs joining, this upheaval should be enough to settle down. Of course, these matters are unrelated to the allies from Maine. Their high-level presence is beyond their participation. 10 days have passed. Everyone returns to the main river valley. Compared to when they left, the changes in the main river valley are minimal. Because it's near the northern glaciers, over the past 4 months, they've only faced 2 orc tribe attacks, both first tier, causing little damage to the valley. Under these circumstances, the entire main river valley remains prosperous. Thanks to the large-scale construction by the 6 lords, the valley is bustling with activity. Compared to the northern region, it seems almost like two completely different worlds. Seeing this peaceful environment, the five lords couldn't help but smile. Then, the six groups split up. They each returned to their own territories. Thor also led his people back to the Eagle territory. Compared to when he left, the Eagle territory had changed once again. Almost all the farmland around the Eagle territory had been cultivated. In 4 months, golden rice stalks covered the fields, and it looked like another big harvest was coming. Besides that, around the Eagle territory, a tall wall was built according to Thor's plan. The wall, made of blue stones, was about 3 to 4 meters high, making the territory look like a small city. Fortunately, many goblins helped with the construction. Without them, it would have taken much longer and needed more workers. The purpose of this was to prevent future chaos or even a possible orc war. The northern province probably wouldn't face big problems. Not only would the Tulip Kingdom not allow it, but other kingdoms wouldn't either. However, unrest could deepen and possibly lead to conflict, so Thor had to prepare just in case. While castles are good for defense, adding a wall makes them even safer. In fact, not only the Eagle territory, but also a small town he built in the north had a similar wall. He was even directing people to dig a moat around it. With these 3 layers of protection, Thor felt more at ease. Inside the castle, sir, the construction you planned is about 80% complete. The only remaining work is the moat around the northern town and the moat around the Eagle territory. It will take roughly another month. Also, some of the supplies you brought back can't be sold. Rachos suggests you might try taking them to Loren City. Peros respectfully reported all the recent information about the Eagle territory to Thor. Thor listened carefully. In the 4 months he was away, Peros had managed the territory very well. His skills were on par with those of the officials. This made Thor feel quite satisfied. Good. This time, you did a great job. Anna, go and fetch the second item from the 3rd row of my storage cabinet, Thor said. Yes. Anna nodded and quickly left. Soon, she brought in a wooden box. When the box was opened, Pelos couldn't help but breathe more heavily. Inside was clearly a divine wood fruit. This is for you, as a reward for your efforts. Focus on practicing hard. Strength is the most important, Thor said. Yes, sir. Pelos responded excitedly and quickly spoke up. Go now, Thor waved his hand. Pelos bowed and stepped back. Anna, these days, you should also focus on your training. Things might get a bit unstable soon, Pelos said as he left. Then Thor softly spoke to Anna. Understood, Master. Anna smiled and nodded obediently. After giving instructions, Thor fell into deep thought. It was clear that the northern province would remain unstable, and he had to consider the affairs of the entire territory. But how to respond was not an easy question. His strength was simply too weak. He didn't even have a land knight, so it was unlikely he could do much during this chaos. Lord Neil should be returning soon, Thor said hopefully. I hope so, Thor sighed. At this moment, he could only hope for Neil Morton. That person was a Sky Knight, and if he was here, even with the upcoming chaos, there was a good chance they could get through it. Otherwise, relying only on his current strength, if the northern province faced large-scale unrest, he would have no choice but to abandon his territory. There was no way around it. The gap in strength was too great. Nightfall gradually arrived. A familiar notification sounded. After reviewing the intelligence reports, Thor's worries did not lessen but grew stronger. When the morning sun rose, a new day began. Thor first checked the northern town and reported to Pelos. The entire northern town was gradually taking shape, with tall walls surrounding it. Goblins were working hard to build everything. Outside the town, there were vast fields of farmland. Golden wheat heads dot the fields, growing very well. It is likely that there will be a good harvest this year. Master, Lord of the territory, knights, free citizens, and slaves all respectfully bow as they pass by. Everyone looks at Thor with great enthusiasm. Living under the Eagle Lord is something they could never have imagined before. Here is peaceful, stable, and free. It is full of hope. Over a year has passed, and some women's bellies are slightly rounded. It is expected that the Eagle territory will see the birth of many new babies this year. Charles, how many free citizens are there now in the Eagle territory? Thinking for a moment, Thor looks at the official Charles beside him. Lord, the population of the Eagle territory has reached 8,000 people, with 832 free citizens, Charles replies respectfully. At this moment, he feels a bit excited inside. Like Pelos, Charles was hopeless when he was sent to the Eagle territory. But when he arrived, he was only shocked. In just a year, Thor's Eagle territory has grown to be as prosperous as some Viscount families in the Frost Moon province. The entire territory is more prosperous than he imagined. And he also received good news. His children will have the chance to join the Young Eagle Knights. If he earns enough merit points, his children can enter the Young Eagle Knights, learn knightly skills, and qualify to become honorable knights. Although it's just a qualification, it is enough to block 99% of common people. Having the knight's breathing technique, even if they don't become full knights, just as apprentice knights, they can still climb the social ladder. Because of this, Charles is very loyal and dedicated to Thor, the lord of the territory. 832. Maybe we can relax a little and allow more free citizens. Also, check how many female slaves we need. I will go to Lorenz City in a few days to buy some. Thor nodded and then fell into thought before speaking. Slaves are important, but with goblins around, the demand isn't as high. Turning some slaves into free citizens is the most important step for the healthy growth of the territory. Yes, Lord, we still need about 200 female slaves. Considering future development, it would be better to prepare 300 or even 500. Charles nodded in response, then thought for a moment before giving his answer. 500? Got it. Tur slightly frowned, but still agreed. This time, his purge yielded quite a lot. In this situation, buying 500 female slaves is not a big deal, especially since he plans to expand his territory's population again. His goal is to have each town grow to between 10,000 and 30,000 people, so 2 towns would have at least 20,000 residents. Of course, initially, that's not possible. But right now, increasing the population of 2 towns to 5 or 6,000 is not a problem. By the way, how is the fishery in the northern area coming along? Thor looked at Charles with a curious expression, as if he remembered something. The reservoir construction was completed, and Thor had already considered developing aquaculture. Since farm produce is limited, fish farming is a good supplement and can provide lots of high-quality protein, which is very useful. Before leaving, he had already given instructions. It's finished. In 3 months, the first tilapia will be mature, ready for food or sale. Charles spoke respectfully. Hearing Charles, Thor nodded with satisfaction. The entire territory is in better shape than he expected. Now, it has basically taken shape. The next steps are to expand the population, develop farmland, and carry out many basic infrastructure projects. Besides that, the only thing left is to improve strength. His current strength is already quite good, but as mentioned before, in this chaotic northern province, that's still not enough. He needs to become even stronger. But the former is easier, the latter is much harder. Increasing numbers and high-level combat power are difficult to improve. Not everyone has the potential to become a knight, and not every knight's skill level can keep advancing rapidly. Reen's talent is very strong, so he quickly advanced to the rank of Great Knight. Steve had already reached the peak of a formal knight at that time, and with his support, he smoothly stepped into that level. Others, let alone trying to break through to Great Knight, even reaching the level of formal knight is not easy. Apprentices find it very difficult. So far, there are only 43 formal knights and 132 apprentices in the Eagle territory. Keep in mind, he provided quite a lot of resources over this year. Even so, the improvement in strength is not very obvious. To increase it further, he must invest more or gain resources from outside. For example, finding another top genius like Reen would be ideal, but that's just a dream. Besides that, the only option is to get continued support from his father. As he becomes a baron, his father will definitely support him, no doubt. He was also planning to return to his family after becoming a baron. But the chaos in the northern province prevents him from leaving now. He cannot go back. As for writing a letter, he thought about it for a moment but decided to give up. Becoming a baron means he will return home at some point, so there's no need to make a fuss over it. He just needs to wait until the northern province stabilizes a bit before taking action. He moved his steps and inspected the northern town. After arranging some matters, he quickly returned to the Eagle territory. Right now, there are still some issues in the Eagle territory that need handling. While Thor was dealing with things, a figure ran over excitedly. Master! Master! Nia, he has advanced. Alan's excited voice rang out. Thor immediately looked up, first surprised, then a smile of joy appeared on his face. Nia is the name of the unicorn horse leader. Earlier, Because he was close to leveling up, Thor didn't bring him during the cleanup. But unexpectedly, that unicorn horse leader really did level up. Let's go? Take me there. Thor couldn't help but speak. Understood, Master. Alan quickly responded, and they headed towards the training ground. After a moment, Thor arrived at his destination. At this moment, he immediately saw that clearly different unicorn horse. Compared to the previous unicorn, Nia's body has now grown larger, and the gray horn on his head is gradually turning silver-white. A faint whirlwind seems to spread across his body. Third rank. Seeing this, Thor's heart feels a little excited. He naturally understands what is happening with the unicorn's change. The other has already transformed into the third rank, and his bloodline has evolved again. If he can reach the fourth rank, the unicorn will turn completely white and grow wings from both sides. Of course, that is only possible for the purest unicorns. The unicorn in front of him does not have such a pure bloodline. Without a doubt, reaching the third rank is already the limit. Even breaking through to the third rank depends on Alan's innate affinity with all things. Otherwise, it would only be second rank. Seeing Thor approaching, the unicorn quickly moved forward and gently rubbed against him. During this time, Thor had built a strong bond with it. Besides Alan, only Thor is closest to it. Buzz. As it rubbed against him, a ripple spread out, and a magic circle appeared on the unicorn's body. Thor's mind moved. He immediately understood what was happening. His expression was a bit surprised, but after the surprise came joy. Without hesitation, he intertwined his mental energy. Buzz. A magic circle also lit up under his feet. The magic circles intertwined. In the darkness, a contract was completed. This is a beast's autonomous pet contract. Although it is not as profound as a life-sharing contract, once this contract is formed, humans and magical beasts can reach a state of mutual understanding. At this moment, Thor could clearly feel Nia's joyful mood. Good. Starting today, I will arrange for you to join the Young Eagle Knights. I look forward to the day you become a full knight. Thor gently stroked Nia, who closed his eyes comfortably. He then spoke to Alan with a faint smile. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Alan's eyes shone with excitement. Thor nodded with a smile. After encouraging him a few more words, he suddenly turned and mounted Nia. With a thought, the whirlwind beneath Nia's feet suddenly expanded, gathering wind elements. In the blink of an eye, its figure turned into a whirlwind and disappeared on the spot. So fast. Unimaginably fast. Thor had never imagined such speed. The unicorn's speed, surpassing the third level, was truly nerve-wracking. Thor was sure that this speed definitely exceeded that of ordinary Earth Knights. Except for flying, even some fourth-level orcs might not catch up, and only Sky Knights could possibly block this terrifying speed. The feeling of rushing forward was addictive. Thor rode Nia through the territory for a long time before gradually stopping. From now on, we are partners, Thor softly said, stroking Nia's horn, with a growing smile on his face. Night fell. Thor finally put Nia back into the stable. His figure then returned to the castle to handle some matters. He planned to head to Loren City tomorrow. There were still many things he needed to take care of before he could leave. As night gradually passed, a new day arrived. Early in the morning, the territory became busy. A large amount of supplies was gathered. During this cleanup, he gained quite a lot. Some items had already been sold through Rachos's trade routes, but many remained. These items were hard to sell locally, so they could only be taken to Loren City to sell to the hub's merchant guild. Not only his, but the other 5 lords also had many goods. Plus, he needed to buy more slaves and some scarce materials for territory development from the hub's merchant guild. All of these had to be dealt with. Thor planned to handle everything in one trip to Loren City, but the supplies were too many. In the end, they filled more than 50 wagons, barely enough to load everything. Because of the cleanup and loading, it was already evening. But Thor didn't delay and set out as planned. This time, he brought not only 50 wagons, but also a large knightly force. Among them was Ryan, a newly promoted Great Knight, along with over 20 official knights, 50 apprentice knights, and over 100 reserve knights. There were several hundred people in total. It was almost as large as the force he had when he first left Loren City for his territory. He originally didn't plan to bring so many people, but he had no choice due to daily intelligence reports. He kept encountering many orc tribes, so he had to prepare for them. 7 days passed quickly. Thor led his people into Loren City. As expected from the daily reports, they were attacked twice by orc tribes. Fortunately, with Thor's strength, these attacks were quickly repelled. He even gained 3 second-tier orc corpses worth 30 merit points, along with resources valued at about 100 gold coins. The sunset gradually spread across the sky. The distant Loren city appeared faint and hazy. Their footsteps naturally quickened. Finally, before nightfall, they entered Loren city. For months had passed. The number of fallen and fleeing lords in the northern province had exceeded 100. These nobles had gathered in Loren city, either homeless or waiting for opportunities. The city became lively. However, the large influx of people caused prices for various supplies to rise quickly. Especially food, a basic necessity, saw prices soar to an extremely exaggerated level. Housing prices also started to increase. The house Thor bought earlier could now be sold for more than 3 times its original price. Of course, Thor wouldn't sell it now. He didn't need those few gold coins. On the streets, he and his people entered. They quickly attracted a lot of attention. Thor's group was quite large, with over 100 people and more than 50 wagons. Such a scale was rare even among the city's leading lords. Moreover, Thor's group included not only great knights but also more than 20 official knights and over 50 trainee knights. Which lord is this? Mark, that emblem looks like the Drius Rosa family. Yes, it definitely is the Drius Rosa family. My goodness, this group probably rivals some Baron families. Hiki, you don't know this, but a few months ago, this person was already knighted. Baron, is this the same Eagle Lord? Yes, it is. You probably don't know, but this Eagle Lord has been very famous these days. Famous? Yes. Do you know about the cleanup missions? This Eagle Lord, together with 5 other Baron Lords nearby, formed an alliance called the Main Alliance. They took on the kingdom's cleanup missions and have cleared out many goblins over the past 4 months. Look at those carts of goods, probably the spoils from their victories. The Main Alliance? Barons forming an alliance? Exactly. It's incredible. I didn't believe it at first, but it's true. Yes, they really formed an alliance. I have a friend who saw it with his own eyes. Wow, so many wagons. That must be a lot of wealth. Indeed. I heard those orc tribes are quite rich, and clearing them out earns a lot of credit. I wonder how much credit the Eagle Lord has gained. Voices mixed with each other. As they looked at Thor's grand army, many people turned their eyes toward him, whispering and talking among themselves. Some felt jealous, envious, or hopeful. They couldn't help but compare their own ruined lands and escapes to Thor's great gains. Many felt a bit uneasy inside, but Thor didn't care much about that. Most of the lords who lost their lands had already been eliminated. Strong people don't need to worry about the opinions of the weak. As for his reputation, since the past 4 months of his campaigns, Thor's Rosa and the Main Alliance's fame had spread far and wide. Not just elsewhere. At least in the north and east, he had gained considerable reputation. Partly because there had never been a land alliance before, and partly because during the northern campaigns, he saved many noble lords. These nobles, either out of gratitude or admiration, actively promoted the Main Alliance and the Eagle Lord. If before, people knew him mainly as the one who entered Loren City because of Drius Rosa, now they mostly recognize him as the Eagle Lord, founder of the Main Alliance. At this moment, he had gained some fame throughout the entire northern province. Lord Thor. Lord Thor. As thoughts flowed and the horses gradually moved forward, a hesitant voice sounded. Thor instinctively stopped and looked over. It was a group of about 20 or 30 knights. When some familiar faces appeared, Thor was momentarily stunned, then smiled and spoke. Baron Epernine. Thor greeted with a smile. Lord Thor, it really is you. It's such an honor to meet you here in Loren City. Baron Epernine quickly rode over, speaking happily. Baron Epernine, you're too kind. Thor nodded with a smile. Come on, Lord Thor. Last time, your territory was attacked, and I never got a chance to thank you properly. How about we go have a drink? Epernine suggested. Thank you very much. Thor hesitated slightly, looked at Ryan beside him, then nodded in agreement. He then gave Ryan a quick instruction. His figure followed Baron Epernine toward the tavern. Baron Epernine's territory is closest to the north, which is a good chance to learn about the situation in the entire north during the past 10 days since his departure. Inside the tavern, the two sat down and began to talk. Baron Epernine explained the situation in the north after Thor left, and Thor listened carefully. As he imagined, the situation was not optimistic. Even in Baron Epernine's territory, there had been 2 more attacks by orc tribes in the past 10 days. Fortunately, Epernine had bought many weapons and equipment from Rajus, which helped him withstand the attacks. But even though they held on, the losses were severe. This time coming to Lorenz City, Baron Epernine was partly to see if he could hire some knights from the Habsburg Merchant Guild, and partly to see if there was an opportunity in Lorenz City. He needed to find a backup plan for his territory. Holding on, even he was beginning to lose confidence. The Habsburg Merchant Guild's hiring is probably not only expensive now, but also very difficult. Listening to Baron Epernine's words, Thor shook his head and sighed. Yes, I just inquired, and the hiring price for a high knight has doubled, and there is a waiting line. Baron Applenine sighed with some helplessness. The doubled price is still something he can afford to pay. But the problem is, even at twice the cost, it's hard to hire one. Right now, in Lorenz City, anyone wanting to hire a lord from the Habsburg Guild can only go from Autumn Leaf territory to Lorenz City. Baron Applenine doesn't have enough influence to cut in line. Lord Thor, forgive me for asking, but could you? Baron Applenine's gaze involuntarily turned to Thor, hesitating as he spoke. He stopped Thor because he hoped to seek his help. Baron Applenine, that's very difficult. You know, the chaos isn't just in the north now, but across the entire Northland province. The Eagle territory doesn't have much power either. Thor shook his head to refuse before Applenine finished speaking. It's a joke. Not to mention, Thor doesn't know Applenine well. Even if they are close, under the current chaotic situation, supporting another High Knight is just nonsense. I apologize for my rudeness. Applenine looked a bit defeated and nodded. There was a moment of silence in the tavern. Neither Thor nor Applenine spoke again. After a while, they exchanged a few words, and Applenine decided to leave. Watching him go, Thor's brow furrowed slightly. Even from this brief exchange, Thor could sense the huge turmoil in the northern region. Applenine is quite powerful. His territory has not only 2 high knights but also hundreds of knights, with more than 30 formal knights. Yet, even with such strength, they are struggling to hold on. Other territories are likely in worse shape. Perhaps even more territories have fallen than he thought. Lost territories, maybe more than he imagined. With a heavy and contemplative mood, Thor slowly returned to his base. Inside the base, Rain had already returned. Sir, we've contacted the Habsburg Guild. For our supplies, they are willing to offer 3,200 gold coins. Looking at Thor returning, Ryan quickly stepped forward with a respectful report. 3,200 gold coins? Are you sure? Thor's expression suddenly became serious, and he spoke with some surprise. Yes, it's 3,200 gold coins. Ryan nodded. Seeing Ryan's expression, Thor was genuinely a bit surprised. This batch of supplies was naturally worth 3,000 gold coins. But the issue was that, as a monopoly, the Habis Merchant Guild usually offered only about 30% of the value, which was already very generous. The supplies Thor brought were estimated to sell for around 1,000 gold coins. He never even considered 3,000, as it seemed impossible. However, this time, the Habis Merchant Guild actually quoted 3,000 gold coins. Surprised, Thor's brow furrowed slightly. But soon, he shook his head. He didn't know exactly how the Habis Merchant Guild was thinking, but this was definitely good news for him. 3,000 gold coins meant he could at least get 1,500 for himself, which was extra income. 1,500 gold coins could buy many things. Ryan, let's proceed with this deal. Also, tomorrow, take Mark with you to buy 2,000 healthy male slaves and 500 female slaves. Additionally, you can look around Lorenz City to see if you can find some masons and blacksmiths. Thinking quickly, Thor gave his orders. Yes. Ryan nodded in response. Thor waved his hand. Ryan then stepped back. The sky was gradually darkening. Thor temporarily put aside other thoughts and began practicing. Night slowly passed. When the morning sunlight shone down, a new day began again. In bed, Thor opened his eyes. And at the moment he opened his eyes, he felt a surge of life energy rushing within him. Around him, a layer of cold air was continuously spreading. On the ground, a faint layer of frost had formed, and cold air was spreading out, with white mist rising. What is this? Feeling the surge of life energy within his body, Thor was first stunned, then a look of surprise appeared on his face. He quickly became serious and began to run the knight's breathing technique. As he practiced the technique, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from his body. Then, cold air spread rapidly around him. A chilling aura extended again and again. A layer of white frost spread visibly across the entire room. It even spread outside the room. The temperature around him dropped sharply. Early in the morning, Ryan was planning to take Mark to buy slaves at the market and to deliver goods. But at this moment, he seemed to sense something. His pupil shrank, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Wait a moment. Master, he is broken through," Ryan shouted, then immediately ran toward Thor's room. The surrounding knights were confused at first, but soon they understood. "Master has broken through." "Lord Ryan, what did you just say?" Knight Ryan said, "The master has broken through." This. Hurry, hurry. The knights were a bit chaotic. One by one, they gathered near Thor's room. When they arrived, the cold air made them shiver instinctively. But it was only a shiver, and soon their faces were replaced with expressions of joy. Most excited of all was Ryan himself, who moved back and forth anxiously. His eyes kept fixed on the room. Inside the room, Thor's cold aura had already spread across his entire body. The cold from the life seed inside him had also spread throughout, turning his heart into a crystal-clear, icy blue. His life energy was fully infused with this cold. More than 2 weeks had passed, and now he had finally reached the peak of a formal knight, only half a step away from becoming a Grand Knight. Once he crossed that line, he would truly become a Grand Knight. Because of the ice attribute, his Grand Knight level would be far beyond that of ordinary Grand Knights. A sudden burst of icy cold spread out, and in that moment, the layers of white frost completely froze. The cold air also seeped out from the house. Ryan's face changed, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Just as he was retreating, even more terrifying coldness spread out. In midair, several flying insects instantly turned into ice sculptures and fell down. "Step back," Ryan shouted softly. As soon as he spoke, he moved back again. A few other knights looked worried and quickly retreated. As they stepped back, the frost gradually covered the area around the house, about 3 or 4 meters out. "It's so cold," one knight couldn't help but say, looking shocked. Ryan's eyes also showed disbelief. This was just a breakthrough of a great knight, yet their lord was causing such a big change. It was hard to believe. Suddenly, a more powerful burst of life energy exploded. All the coldness immediately disappeared, and the frost melted away. The door made a creaking sound as Tuar stepped out with a smile. "Master! Master!" Seeing Tuar come out, Ryan and the nearby knights quickly bowed. "Ryan, let's do a test," Tuar said. "Yes, Master." Ryan nodded. They then walked toward the training ground. "Be careful. My ice attribute life energy has improved a lot," Tuar said with a smile, drawing his knight's sword. A cold life energy started to spread from him. As his life energy burst out, a faint layer of white frost spread under his feet. The sword was wrapped in a chilling aura. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, Tuar moved instantly. After breaking through to become a great knight, his speed had doubled or more. In an instant, he closed the distance and swung his sword at Ryan. Clash. The swords collided fiercely. A terrifying cold burst out instantly, spreading toward Ryan's sword in a flash. A visible white frost spread across Ryan's sword, but soon a powerful burst of life energy erupted from him, instantly dispersing the cold air. "Good job." Thor's eyes lit up with a hint of surprise. Even though Ryan had just broken through, his life energy, both in amount and quality, was clearly higher than Pelos's. Remember, his ice element life energy was difficult for Pelos to resist even before Ryan's breakthrough to the Great Knight level. Now that Ryan had become a Great Knight, he could still hold his ground. Even with the eye, a cold aura could be seen spreading from Ryan. "That was already an extraordinary feat, Master. I'm going to attack now." Ryan spoke, and in the next moment, a faint blue life energy spread from his longsword. Like thunderclaps, the life energy suddenly expanded. Thor felt a hot aura emanating from the knight's sword, dispersing his own life energy. Lightning power. His eyes brightened. He understood what this was. Unlike him, Thor had formed a shared life contract with Anna, who also had a contract with the Ice Spirit, granting him ice element life energy. Rain, on the other hand, was born with life energy infused with thunder, a very strong thunder force. It wasn't very obvious when he was a regular knight, but after breaking through to the Great Knight, this thunder energy became extremely powerful. Boom. Lightning spread out, and ice expanded. The two forces collided repeatedly. For a moment, they seemed evenly matched. Thor's ice element life energy could suppress most knights, but it didn't work against Rain. Likewise, Rain's thunder power was hard to affect Thor. Boom. Rumble. On the training ground, the two kept clashing. Their powerful life energies intertwined constantly. The ground was covered with ice and scorched black patches. Knights around watched with admiration. After 15 minutes of continuous fighting, they clashed again. Both retreated, and Thor finally stopped. Not bad, Rain. It seems you're very close to reaching the mid-stage of the Great Knight level. Thor sighed and spoke. Even now, he felt a bit envious of Rain's talent. If he hadn't had that accident, his talent would be vastly different from Ryan's, and they couldn't be compared at all. It will probably take a few more months. Sir, you're so powerful. I can hardly resist this life energy source. Ryan spoke with a trembling voice. He was also surprised inside. Having broken through to become a Grand Knight, he had fought against Steve and Pelos, and he had always won. He didn't expect that his lord had just recently broken through, and his strength was now not inferior to his. In fact, he felt that his lord's Ice Element life energy source was probably stronger than his Thunder Element life energy source. If he continued like this, he might not be able to hold on. Haha. All right, get ready. You should go deliver the goods and buy some slaves. Now, the northern province isn't stable. It's better to go back quickly. Thor smiled and shook his head, then spoke seriously. Yes. Ryan nodded. After organizing for a while, Ryan set out with a large amount of supplies. He first needed to deliver these supplies to the Habs Merchant Guild, then he could go to the market to buy slaves. As for Thor, he took a few official nights and started to buy some supplies. A day quickly passed until evening. The needed supplies were gradually purchased. Thor, with some free time, began to wander around Loren City. Compared to his previous visits, Loren City was now much more prosperous. Under the sunset, the streets were full of people. There were even many noble lords among them. The expansion lords with their troops were everywhere in sight. However, at dusk, these people's faces didn't show much happiness. Most looked heavy-hearted. Thor walked along, observing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, a few figures were also walking. It was clearly Corin from the Emison family. The chaos in the northern province. The Minotaur was about to attack. Corin Emison was startled and immediately abandoned his territory and fled. But the goddess of life did not favor him. While fleeing, he encountered a second-tier dog-headed tribe. His knightly regiment, which was expanding, suffered heavy losses, and a Grand Knight was killed in battle. In the end, only 20 or 30 knights, along with the Great Knight Manor, managed to escape with him. They were in a sorry state. They were still lost in the forest. They had only arrived in Loren City 3 days ago. Upon reaching Loren City, he was eager to learn about his territory. If the orcs hadn't attacked, he planned to go back again. After all, abandoning the territory would require paying a hefty redemption fee. But soon, even worse news came. His land was officially considered abandoned, and a new lord had taken over. And it was someone he disliked, the descendant of the Dressrosa family. This made him instantly furious. He wanted to fight his way back. He hadn't yet gone to confront that Dressrosa heir, and now he was occupying his land. But reality soon forced him to consider another matter. If he didn't pay the redemption fee soon, his temporary noble status would be revoked. This made him panic. He quickly asked Manor to write a letter to his father and mother, hoping for help. But the outcome was not very hopeful. Young Master Colin, Lord Count has replied, saying that's the last support they can give. If you can't become a baron, there will be no more help. Manor spoke hesitantly, looking a bit nervous. Manor, didn't you write to my mother? You know, losing the land, if we can't pay the redemption fee, we'll lose our status as landowners. Even this temporary noble status won't belong to me anymore. Colin Amorson's eyes suddenly turned cold as he glared fiercely at the middle-aged man beside him. Manor opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He had written the letter, but the problem was that, as the landowner, the Countess had already used all her savings to support Colin. It had only been half a year, and there was no gold left. Manor. Colin couldn't help but speak out. Young Master Colin, the lady said to wait a little longer. Manor replied softly when he heard Colin's words. Wait? Manor, are you joking with me? Today, Loren City has stripped me of my temporary noble status. If I cannot pay the redemption fee within a month, I will lose it forever. Colin suddenly exploded with anger and couldn't hold back his words. Young Master Colin, but lady has already given you all her gold. There is none left. Manuel sighed with a bitter smile. He knew well what kind of person his young master was. Supporting the expansion of the territory isn't solely funded by Countess, but at least 2/3 of it are. Even though the Countess was born noble, Her resources are limited. How could she still be able to give away more? Impossible. It can't be. There must be more. Manuel, I will write a letter myself. Cullen suddenly became anxious, his expression turning a bit frantic. Manuel shook his head and didn't say anything further. He sighed inwardly, feeling hopeless about his future with such a fool. What's worse, he couldn't escape. This made him even more despairing. As he sighed, his gaze involuntarily drifted away. In that moment, a figure appeared in the distance, catching his eye. Who is that? Manuel was stunned for a moment and instinctively spoke. Manuel, what are you doing? Cullen, anxious, suddenly heard a voice and saw Manuel's indifferent attitude, which made him a little angry. Young Master Cullen, that seems to be Lord Tordres Rosa. He turned his head and saw Cullen's angry expression. Manuel was startled and quickly spoke. Tordres Rosa? Who is Tord? Cullen couldn't help but ask. Young Master Cullen, that is the heir of the Dries Rosa family, the one occupying your territory. Manuel felt a bit speechless, but still hurried to explain. It's him. At that moment, Cullen finally reacted, his eyes blazing with anger. He quickly looked in the direction of Tord and his group. Dries Rosa. He dares to occupy my territory. Let's go, Cullen said, his figure already moving to approach them. Young Master Cullen, this is Lorraine City. We have already lost our noble status, so we can't make a move here, Manuel quickly warned. However, Cullen no longer paid attention to him and strode quickly toward Thor's location. Young Master Cullen! Young Master Cullen! Manuel's urgent voice rang out. But it couldn't stop him at all. He could only grit his teeth and follow. From a distance, it seemed like something was sensed. Thor instinctively turned his head. He saw Cullen and his group approaching with great momentum. Looking at their somewhat unfamiliar faces, Thor felt confused. He frowned slightly and stopped walking. And just as he paused for a moment, Cullen and his group had already come over. Everyone, is there something you need? Thor raised an eyebrow and spoke out of curiosity. He didn't remember knowing these people, and it was obvious they looked like enemies coming for him. This made him feel a bit curious. Dries Rosa, you thief. Return my territory immediately. Cullen's angry voice rang out, his eyes almost devouring Thor. He was very angry because he had already lost thousands of gold coins at the auction and wanted to teach this guy a lesson. But before he could act, his territory was already occupied by the man in front of him. Old and new grudges suddenly surfaced, making his anger even stronger. Oh, who are you? Thor raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing what was happening. Most likely, these people are among the fleeing lords from the main river valley. He hadn't expected these fleeing lords to find him so quickly, and they even had the nerve to come looking for him. This made him feel both amused and speechless. In the kingdom's laws, every pioneering lord has the right to defend their territory, which is a law everyone must follow. If they abandon their land, their title as a pioneering lord will cease to exist. Even if they use redemption gold, the land will no longer belong to them. The kingdom will redistribute the territory to others. The orc attack caused more than 10 lords in the main river valley to flee, and these territories were eventually divided among 6 lords of the main alliance. People had no psychological barrier to this division. After all, those pioneering lords had already given up their lands. They protected the main alliance in each of their territories. Even in theory, there would be no problem. Even those fleeing lords, no matter how unwilling or angry, could only accept it. Thor didn't expect to meet someone today who refused to recognize him. Oh, it seems you are a former pioneer lord of the main river valley. Unfortunately, I didn't steal it. I'm not a thief. It was abandoned by you. If you have any complaints, you can go to the city hall to report. Thor chuckled lightly, with a casual attitude, even more deliberate than before. However, his expression immediately made Cullen Amosen feel even more angry. Dries Rosa, you little thief. You still want to argue? I, Cullen Amosen, only left the territory temporarily, not abandoned it. You have taken over my land. Cullen Amosen felt a bit guilty, but halfway through speaking, he became more confident and justified. Their argument drew many eyes at this moment. Sir, please watch your words. Whether you abandoned it or not, Lorraine City has the authority to judge. Just because you say so doesn't make it true. Please step aside. Thor was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be that fool, but it was just a surprise. His expression immediately turned cold, and his words became more abrupt. Hearing Thor's harsh words, Cullen Amosen became even angrier, and at this moment, he activated his life source energy. He was also a formal knight. As a member of the Amosin family, his talent was not outstanding, but he had a good mother. His mother spent a lot to buy him a life fruit, along with many intermediate life potions. Now, at only 22 years old, Colin Amosin had already broken through to become a formal knight. His cultivation as a formal knight, combined with his mother's pampering, made him feel insulted like this for the first time. He was about to make a move, but suddenly a hand pressed down on him. A powerful burst of life source energy suppressed the surging energy within Colin instantly. Manuel. The life energy was suppressed, and Colin was startled. But when he saw it was Manuel, his face immediately turned into anger. "Young Master Colin, we can't fight here. This is Lorenz City." Manuel quickly spoke. "Humph. What does Lorenz City matter? This cursed thief. I must teach him a lesson." Colin's angry voice rang out. His figure suddenly struggled to stand up. Marnell also dared not continue to hold him down, and Colin broke free in an instant. But just as he was about to escape, Tur stopped and looked at Colin. "Oh, you want to teach me a lesson?" His gaze was calm, but a coldness spread in his eyes. He was not a kind person, and more people gathered around. Being called a thief all the time, he was starting to get annoyed. "Humph. Risa the thief, are you afraid now? Return my territory to me and give me 3,000, no, 5,000 gold coins. I might forgive your insult." Colin's eyes showed a cold smile. No. You must have misunderstood. I can give you a chance now. Hand over 5,000 gold coins and kneel before me, and I will pretend nothing happened." Tur spoke calmly, gradually drawing his knight's sword. A cold, life force energy began to spread out. Ice was spreading beneath his feet. At this moment, everyone around was startled and quickly stepped back. Marnell, standing nearby, changed his face. "Young master, be careful." He spoke anxiously, about to step forward. "You better behave yourself. I probably won't kill him, but I wouldn't mind taking you down." However, just as Marnell moved, Tur looked over calmly, his voice even colder. Marnell's figure stiffened instantly and struggled with his expression. Finally, he stopped in place. Tur ignored him and unleashed a powerful burst of life force energy. Cold air spread out. In the next moment, the knight's sword suddenly slashed downward. Colin's angry expression instantly turned to shock, then to terror. He hurriedly activated his life force energy, but it was useless. Bang! Two knights' swords clashed, and in an instant, one sword flew out, and icy blue sword energy cut toward Colin. A strange magic circle on Colin's body lit up. A yellowish light appeared directly, but it was only for a moment. On the yellowish light, ice spread quickly and froze everything in an instant. Then, snap! The yellowish light shattered. Humph! Colin's face turned pale. In the next moment, he let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, and his body was flung backward. He crashed far away. Silence, like death itself. No one spoke at this moment. Even the onlookers stared at Thor with wide eyes. The Great Knight. This was clearly the Great Knight. And not just any Great Knight, but one with a special life source power. Manuel felt cold sweat soaking his forehead. An icy chill spread through his entire body. He had a feeling that if he dared to move now, he would really die. He didn't dare move. Thor slowly walked to Colin's fallen body. A cold sword tip was lowered. Thor's long sword pressed against Colin's neck. But just then, clop, clop. The sound of hurried hooves echoed as a group of knights rushed over from afar. "Stop!" A loud shout rang out. Next, a shadow quickly appeared in front of Thor. His face looked grim. "Don't you know that Lorenz City forbids fighting?" The figure's expression was serious as he looked around at the broken scene. His gaze quickly shifted to Thor, and his brow furrowed. Cronia Knight, it was him. He made the move. Seeing the newcomer, Colin's face lit up with relief as he hurriedly spoke. Hearing Colin's words, Cronia's brow furrowed further, and his eyes looked at Thor. According to the Kingdom Law, Article 32, if a civilian provokes a noble, the noble may take any action, including but not limited to killing. Cronia Knight, I am a noble. A civilian dares to provoke me in Lorenz City. I need an explanation. Otherwise, I won't mind informing the Marquis of my concerns. Thor didn't pay attention to Colin but spoke calmly. Who are you? Cronia was momentarily stunned, then looked at Thor with surprise. Thor's Rosa. Thor said calmly. So it's you. Cronia's eyes narrowed, showing a hint of surprise. Humph, you're just a temporary noble, and you don't enjoy the protection of Kingdom Law. The Knight of Cronia, known for causing trouble in Lorenz City, has broken the city's laws and was captured. Colin couldn't help but speak, his expression filled with resentment. "Shut up," Cronia coldly shouted. Then he slightly bowed to Baron Thor as a sign of respect. "I'm truly sorry, this was our mistake," Cronia said politely, waving his hand. Several knights quickly stepped forward and took control of Colin and his group. "What are you doing?" "It's him. He was the one who started it." Colin looked stunned, angry, and frightened. But before he could say more, a knight covered his mouth. "Baron Thor, I will give you a satisfactory answer later." "Sorry about this," Cronia said respectfully. "Hopefully so," Thor nodded calmly. After a slight bow, Cronia quickly left the scene. Thor didn't stop him. Killing Emison was clearly impossible. Nobles care about their reputation. Killing a noble's child in front of many people would shame the Emison family and the Marquis. If that happened, Thor would face big trouble. So at first, he only wanted to teach Colin a lesson. Now that Colin was taken away by the people of Lorenz City, Thor believed he would soon get a satisfactory answer. Even if Colin didn't want to, Lorenz City would make him give one. And indeed, that was what happened. The very next day, the response arrived. Lorenz City would return the cost of the supplies he bought as a reply, and Colin Emison would pay 3,000 gold coins for his foolish actions as compensation. Thor received 2,000 gold coins directly. 1,000 coins was part of what Colin Emison had paid first, and the other 1,000 was half the cost of the supplies he bought, Lorenz City's compensation. Of course, this compensation was to be paid by Colin Emison. But that didn't concern Thor. He didn't care about these details. He would get the remaining 2,000 coins within 3 months. 3 months. He certainly wouldn't wait in Lorenz City for 3 months. 2,000 coins wasn't worth that wait. As for the reply, he was somewhat satisfied. Although he previously said that Colin would pay 5,000 gold coins in compensation, it was just talk. Such a thing is simply impossible. Getting 3,000 coins, plus 1,000 from Lorenz City, is already a very good result. Even in his current territory, this income would take about half a year to earn. And there's no guarantee he will get it, as the unrest in the northern land has gradually affected trade routes, most notably reducing his gold income significantly. A month ago, he could earn about 700 to 800 gold coins, and with good luck, over 1,000. But now, it's only about 500 to 600 coins. It's expected to keep decreasing until the unrest in the northern province settles down, or he might open up more trade routes to the west. Right now, over 70 to 80% of the northern lords have fled, with at least half gone, greatly impacting trade and commerce. Compared to that, the western territories are still better off. However, establishing trade routes in the west is very difficult. Unlike the north, which has been heavily damaged, the east has fewer territories, while the west has many powerful lords. There are over 30 baron lords in the west, with more than 18 gathered there. Several of these are extremely strong baron lords, even more so than some viscount lords. They also have complete trade systems. He wants to join in, but there's no clear entry point, and it's very difficult. That's why Thor didn't plan to send Ragos to the west in the short term. Without enough strength, rushing in is not a good idea, especially without any clear entry points. Hopefully, this will end soon, at least. I hope the Orc War doesn't break out, or it will be really troublesome. Thor sighed and shook his head. Then he and Ryan began handling the rewards from this cleanup mission. There were merit points from the task, including those from second-level orcs. These merit points are quite a lot. In the end, he earned over 600 merit points, bringing him closer to being ennobled as a viscount. Even the affairs office was a bit surprised, but Thor didn't pay much attention to it. These achievements are not enough for him. His goal is not just to become a viscount, but to reach even higher. The night gradually passed. After Thor finished the last tasks, he led his troops back to the Eagle territory. When they arrived, it was crowded. When they left, it was just as busy. Thanks to Colin's sponsorship, Thor bought many supplies without spending a single gold coin. When Thor returned, only despair remained for Colin Emison, because just now, his last powerful knight, Manel, had left. He left quietly and without a sound. And not only that, Lorenz City had already informed his family. He could almost guess what would happen next. Manel, Dressrosa. Colin was furious. He was angry about Manel's disappearance and upset with Thor, but nothing could be done. The journey back was smooth and without danger. Everything went well. After 7 days, Thor and his troops returned to the Eagle territory. It took over half a month for the construction of the small northern town to be completed. Now, Thor owned 2 towns in the Eagle territory, and the population officially exceeded 10,000. In the entire northern province, even by population, the Eagle territory was now among the top. Most lords could hardly gather 5,000 people, let alone 10,000. Usually, lords with a population of 10,000 were either children of noble families or had developed steadily in the northern province for over 10 years. Otherwise, it was hard to support such a large population. Previously, only Baron Pape's territory in the main river valley had more than 10,000 people. Other lords, like Baron Varmy and Baron Glatton, did not reach this number. Having such a large population made construction faster, especially with a steady supply of goblins as laborers at the bottom. The development of the Eagle territory was visibly changing. Thor even considered building a 3rd town, but he decided to give up, considering the current chaos in the northern province. Thor chose not to build a 3rd small town, but instead focused on planning the 2 existing towns in the Eagle territory. The first town was called Eagle Town, and the second was named Fierce Eagle Town. Eagle Town has about 8,000 residents, while Fierce Eagle Town currently has just over 2,000. This is only temporary. As development continues, the population of Fierce Eagle Town will grow. Apart from population, the 2 towns have different focuses. Eagle Town mainly works on clearing farmland, while Fierce Eagle Town focuses on raising animals. In the future, fishing will likely become Fierce Eagle Town's most important industry. Although both towns also farm, the scale and number of farm workers in Fierce Eagle Town are much smaller than in Eagle Town. This is part of Thor's plan. Unlike Eagle Town, Fierce Eagle Town does not have large fertile farmland in the lowlands of the main river valley. Being upstream, they have enough water flow, but the land isn't as fertile. Even if they farm the same crops, the harvest will be smaller. Therefore, fishing is a better choice. Thor built a large reservoir capable of raising many fish. These fish are not only food but also a good source of high-quality protein. Once scaled up, the fish industry can supply not only their own needs but also be sold to other noble lords. If they manage to catch some butterfly fish, they might even try to farm them. With Alan's help, this isn't a big problem. Butterfly fish can slightly improve the qualities of knights, making them very valuable. They can boost the talents of Eagle Territory's knights and might even become a key industry in the future, complementing weapon trade. Thor is very hopeful about this. Of course, for now, it's just hope. Thor knows that catching butterfly fish again won't be easy. Farming them, even with Alan's help, won't be simple. But if they don't try, they won't know what the result will be. Even without butterfly fish, normal fish populations are enough to support Fierce Eagle Town's growth. As night fell, Thor fully immersed himself in building and developing his territory. I only paid attention to the current chaos in the northern region. I didn't care about other things. The entire main river valley, along with the other 5 lords, was the same. Sachi and Jozanubi were recently made barons, Pape, Valmy, and Glatton, who gained a lot during this recent purge. During this time, they have been digesting their gains, a large amount of supplies, a lot of gold coins, and the many territories vacated in the main river valley. These are their main targets for future development. It will take quite some time to fully absorb these resources. Compared to the calm in the main river valley, the outside world is still in chaos. More orcs are pouring in, and the entire north is in complete disorder. Everywhere, there are orc tribes attacking, and many pioneering lords have been defeated. The chaos isn't just in the north, even in the west, the unrest is spreading. The west has many powerful lords. Some noble lords have even started clearing missions. But they can't handle the number of orc tribes, which are increasing. There are even orc tribes of the 3rd level. Facing these 3rd-level tribes, the northern provinces, including the western lords, are in very difficult situations. Some territories are being destroyed, and lords are fleeing. In the western and northern regions, the landscape is surrounded by maple trees year-round. A wide river flows through the area, known as the Danube River because of the valuable minerals it contains. The Danube is very rich in resources. Compared to the Purr main river, the Danube's minerals are valuable, and the river also has many rare fish and other precious magical plants along its banks. Only powerful nobles usually have the right to occupy these lands. Upstream of the Danube, in a somewhat poorer area, there is a baronial territory. In the entire western region, this baronial land isn't the strongest, but it is still considered a first-class territory. It has over 10,000 people, 3 great knights, more than 50 official knights, and over 100 apprentice knights. The lord of this territory is Tenordres Rosa, who is the second son of Count Engeldres Rosa and the brother of Tor. Count Engeldres Rosa's heirs, so far, besides Tord, include 3 individuals who chose to become pioneering lords. They are the second, third, and 7th sons. Almost all of the Rosa heirs preferred to develop in the western lands. However, over time, only Tord Rosa remains today. The other 2 either abandoned their territories, one becoming a wandering knight, and the other died during a large-scale monster attack. Tord Rosa, supported by his father Count Engeld, barely survived the early crises. 5 years ago, during an orc invasion, he earned enough merit to be made a baron. After becoming a baron, Count Engeld increased his support, helping Tord establish a firm foothold in the west. But he only managed to stabilize his position. Compared to the major lords in the west, Tord's strength is still quite weak. He is not as powerless as some minor lords who cannot establish territories along the Danube River, but he can only occupy the upstream, less fertile lands. Over the years, he has been relatively stable, but his growth has hit a clear limit. With his current territory's output, it is difficult to support a great knight, let alone expand further. Expansion would mean claiming more benefits, but territory growth is not easy. This is not the East, where most lands are already divided. Expanding recklessly would lead to conflicts with other lords. Even those who hold enough interests in the West, despite not having the Baron title, are quite powerful and even very strong. Tord has little chance of success. However, in recent months, the chaos caused by the orc attacks has led to significant upheaval in the West. Lords are fleeing and territories are falling apart, which has given him hope. About 20 or 30 miles west of his territory, there is a land once owned by a pioneering knight from the Assad family. In recent times, due to family issues and proximity, conflicts have arisen between them, even leading to serious clashes. One of the descendants of the Assad family, although not officially made a baron, had 3 great knights and hundreds of knights under his command. Tono didn't gain much benefit and even suffered some losses. However, 10 days ago, that territory was attacked by a 3rd-tier goat-headed creature. The battle broke out. In the end, the Assad family descendant only managed to escape with 1 great knight, and the entire territory was destroyed. At first, he was very frightened, worried that the goat-headed creatures would turn around and attack his land again. But after more than 10 days, the goat-headed creatures did not make any move. Moreover, he received shocking news. The leader of the goat-headed creatures, a 3rd-tier beast, was killed by the Assad descendant using a secret treasure. This outcome suddenly brightened his outlook, replacing his worries with hope. That territory had many valuable minerals. There was a large iron mine, a small copper mine, and a field of jade. Even a small amount of mining there could produce over 2,000 gold coins each year. Plus, the loss of the 3rd-tier beast tribe made the opportunity even more tempting. Some people were eager to act immediately, but soon he had to give up. Although the 3rd-tier goat-headed creature was killed, there were still more than 10 2nd-tier beasts, including 3 at the peak of 2nd tier, not to mention thousands of ordinary goat-headed creatures. With his current strength, he couldn't handle such a force. After thinking for a moment, Tono decided to team up with others. He thought of his good friend, Babulus, as a potential partner. Tono trusted him deeply. They had fought side by side during the early expansion wars. But even combining their strengths might not be enough. They considered whether to find more allies. However, this raised a new problem. Who should they choose? Most of the expansion lords were not trustworthy. If they invited someone too weak, they would be easily defeated. If they invited someone too strong, it would be pointless. And how to ensure the other party would keep their promises was also a concern. Inside the castle, the two discussed again. How about Renato in the north? Babulus frowned and spoke. No, that guy is too weak. His role is limited, and his relationship with that person is unclear. If he finds out, this large iron mine won't be ours anymore. Tono shook his head. Where is Kelmaji? Babris hesitated briefly and then mentioned a name. His reputation isn't very good. Tono shook his head again. Maybe we should wait a bit longer. Perhaps those sheep-headed people will leave soon. Babris sighed and spoke with a sense of helplessness. This probably won't work. Once enough time passes, the Assad family will react, and we won't be involved anymore. Tono looked helpless and shook his head again. If it was possible, he would have done it long ago. Maybe we can try something else if it really comes to that. Forget it, he said, but quickly shook his head to dismiss the idea. By the way, Tono, Maybe there's someone else. He seemed to have an idea. Bobras's eyes suddenly lit up, and he spoke abruptly. Who? Tono was surprised and asked unexpectedly. Your younger brother, Tordras Rosa. There's no one more trustworthy than him. Bobras smiled as he spoke, not overly worried about mentioning Tord. Just as Tono trusted him, he trusted Tono. My brother, Tord? That probably won't work. He just became a baron, right? He's strong enough, but he's in the east. He might not come to the west. Tono was stunned for a moment, then his eyes brightened, but he quickly hesitated again. He had only vague memories of his younger brother, whom Bobras had brought information about a few months ago. When he heard the news, he was truly shocked. His father had written him a letter before, telling him that his ninth brother had come to the Northland province and become a pioneer lord. But he didn't pay much attention to it. He thought that if possible, he would help him someday. If not, then forget it. He had been away from the family for too long and only had vague memories of this ninth brother. But he never expected that, in just half a year, his good friend Bobras would bring news that his brother had been made a baron. At that moment, he was undoubtedly shocked and found it hard to believe. His brother, Tordras Rosa, had been knighted after just 1 year. What kind of joke was this? He remembered how long it took him to become a baron. 3 years, 5 years, or maybe even longer. Torin had long since lost track. The hardships he faced were still fresh in his mind, and he had often been close to life and death. The West indeed didn't have the chaos of the North. But whether it was the number of monsters or the infighting among the Western lords, it was the most serious. Every year, countless lords were destroyed. His two brothers' territories quietly fell apart under these circumstances. If he hadn't been lucky enough, he might not be alive now. In just a year, the new brothers he had recently welcomed had already been knighted as barons. He was overwhelmed and didn't know how to react. A few months ago, he had taken a long time to calm his turbulent feelings. When Brabus mentioned it again now, his eyes lit up at first, but he quickly suppressed his excitement. He knew about his brother's territory. It had only started developing a year ago. His father had given a lot of support, and his brother was quite lucky and capable. He had allied with many nobles and gained many merits through suppression, which led to his knighthood. But the time was still too short. The eastern main river valley was very far from the west. Even if 2 great knights came, they could at most bring 1 more great knight, and their impact would be limited. Let's try. Even 1 great knight would add some strength for us. And when your brother is here, and we invite others, we will have a better chance. Brabus pondered for a moment before speaking. All right, I'm going to write a letter now, but it will take about 10 days. Tordras hesitated for a moment but then nodded. Indeed, as Brabus said, his brother was the most trustworthy person he knew. Even 1 more strength was good. With the decision made, Tordras quickly took action. He personally wrote a letter and handed it to a knight to deliver to the Eagle territory. The promised land was about 500 or 600 miles away from the Eagle territory, and even if the knight traveled quickly, it would take about 10 days. Thor received the message only at the end of the month. Tono. Inside the castle, Thor was busy handling official affairs. Recently, many fields had been cultivated, and a lot of supplies needed redistribution. He was quite busy, but amid his busy schedule, a knight reported that someone wanted to see him, and they brought a letter from his second brother. As for his siblings, honestly, Thor didn't remember much about them. Count Engel had more than 20 children. He knew that some of his brothers had become pioneering knights and was aware of their presence in the northern provinces. However, they seemed to be mostly in the west, and now it appeared only 1 remained. The long distance made him not think much about it. He didn't expect that, although he hadn't reached out, his brother would come to contact him. Bring him in, Thor said after a brief pause. Yes. Karen stepped back. An hour later, a knight was led into the room. Young Master Thor, this is a letter from Lord Tono for you. The knight knelt on 1 knee and then took out a sealed letter from his. A maid stepped forward and took the letter. Curious, Thor took the letter and broke the seal. The letter caught his eye. Thor quickly understood what it was about. His eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. His second brother was actually inviting him to take over a territory occupied by orcs, emphasizing its great value. It included a large iron mine, a small copper mine, and a source of non-minerals. The iron and copper mines, especially the large iron mine, could generate continuous value. As for the Na, Thor knew it was one of the main ingredients for basic life potions. Although not as expensive as life grass, it was still valuable. More importantly, with this resource, he already had most of the materials needed for basic life potions, and he could start preparing low-level life potions. Second brother, did he say anything else? He looked ahead at the knight and asked thoughtfully. The lord did not say anything else, the knight replied respectfully. He only asked his subordinate to deliver a letter to young Master Tor. Understood, Tor nodded. You should rest now. We will set out tomorrow. Tor nodded again and spoke. Yes. The knight quickly responded and was arranged to rest. Meanwhile, Tor began preparing. He had to go because his second brother was asking for help. Even without other resources, he had to go. A family is a family because it is connected. And there was such a strong presence here. The day passed quickly. Early the next morning, Tor had finished handling the Eagle leader matter for now. After some thought, he decided to lead Steve, Rain, and 20 knights, 50 apprentice knights, and 300 reserve knights to the western region. As for his territory, he stayed in Pelos. Tono's letter clearly stated the strength of the sheep-headed leader. If they brought too few forces, it wouldn't be effective. He was not worried about the safety of the territory, even if he used 2/3 of his forces. Firstly, recent daily reports showed no signs of danger. Secondly, the main river valley was almost united after 2 joint efforts. Even if problems arose, the main alliance could handle them, so there was no need to worry. Just like before, if a big problem occurred, they could return quickly. The army set out in a mighty procession, heading west. The distance from the eastern main river valley to the western Danube was quite far. But luckily, everyone was knights, so they moved very quickly. After 7 days, they had crossed the central region and reached the west. As soon as they arrived in the west, Tor clearly felt that the scenery was very different from the east and north. The trees here were denser. There were more monsters than in the east. The temperature was more comfortable. In the eastern main river valley, it was quite cold, especially near the northern glaciers, where cold waves were terrifying every year. The western region is surprisingly warm. Its abundant resources make Thor's eyes light up. Ding, the intelligence system has been updated. Would you like to open it? A mechanical voice sounded again. Open it, Thor replied. Buzz. Daily intelligence updated 1. To your north, 30 miles away, a group of boar-like beasts will pass by. Their leader has reached level 3. 2. To your west, 1,000 miles away, a starmoon fruit tree is being cultivated. It will be ripe in 3 months. 3. 50 miles ahead, in 3 hours, 2 level 2 monsters will fight each other. 4. In front of you, 20 miles to the right, a group of 5. 50 miles ahead, on the right side of a large tree, a herd of unicorns will pass by, more than 20 in number. 6. 1,000 miles to the right of the Merd territory, a group of earth dragons are resting. The lines of information appeared one after another. Compared to the east and south, the resources in the north are indeed much richer. Since entering the western region, Thor has gained quite a lot, and the daily intelligence reports contain even more. He has discovered several sacred trees and a starmoon fruit orchard. There are also many butterfly fish. However, due to the great distance, Thor had to temporarily give up on these. His main goal this time was to assist his second brother. He couldn't just stay in the west gathering resources. Of course, even though he temporarily abandoned these, Thor recorded everything for future reference, waiting to see if he would have time later. If he had time, he would go back to gather them. Even if he gave up some, he still gained a lot on this journey. If measured in gold coins, it would be worth at least 1,000 coins. Some gains were even beyond monetary value. This made Thor feel like sweeping through the area next. But of course, it was just a thought. Thor knew very well that although the harvest was tempting, the most important thing was his territory. His territory was related to his status, especially now that he has become a pioneering lord. Building a good territory would give him a broader future. Night gradually passed. During the next period, Thor and his group continued their journey. They gained many things along the way. However, they also faced several monster attacks. Even though Thor deliberately avoided some, the monsters in the west were too many. Despite trying to steer clear, encounters were unavoidable. Fortunately, Thor and his team were very strong. Even when facing second-tier peak monsters, they easily defeated them. 3 days quickly passed. Thor and his group finally arrived at Tono's territory. Compared to the Eagle territory, Tono's land was much smaller. It was probably about the size of Eagle Town. The fields were decorated with golden wheat, and farmers worked in the fields. On the wide road, the group was already waiting. Leading them was a middle-aged knight. He looked somewhat like Thor, but his skin was rougher, and he had a lot of hair. When Thor and the others appeared, the middle-aged man quickly rode over. Seeing him approach, Thor quickly dismounted from Nia. Not far away, Tono also did the same. "Thor, my brother," Tono said with a big smile, opening his arms wide. "Brother." Thor also smiled and stretched out his arms. They hugged tightly. "Welcome, my brother. Was your journey smooth?" Tono asked happily. "All went well," Thor replied with a smile. Looking at Tono, Thor felt a strange pull, like a bond of blood. In this world, bloodlines are very important. Connections through blood are what all nobles care about most. Even though they hadn't seen each other for over 10 years, at the moment of reunion, genuine feelings arose. "Come on, Thor. I've prepared a hearty dinner, just waiting for you," Tono said happily, then led Thor into the castle. Thor nodded with a smile and followed Tono inside. Inside the castle, a rich dinner was already prepared, just as Tono had said. Thor also saw his older brother's wife and several children. The wife of Thor's promise was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her name was Evelyn, though her last name was unknown. Based on her appearance and manners, she was likely from a noble family. Her children included 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son, Kevin, was 12 years old. The second son, Dia, was 9, and the daughter, Laya, was 6. "Uncle." When they saw Thor, the 3 children were curious but still respectfully bowed to him. "Nice to meet you. Here is a small gift." "I hope you like it," Thor said with a smile. Then a knight stepped forward and handed each of the 3 children a small wooden box. "Thank you," the children replied politely. "Ha ha ha, Thor, you're so kind. Come on, let's have a drink," Promise said happily, then pulled Thor to the head of the table. They started talking. Below, the 3 children opened their gift boxes. When they saw what was inside, they were all surprised. As noble children, they had learned a lot from a young age and recognized the items inside the boxes. Kevin's box contained a medium-level life potion, while Dia and Laya's boxes each held a divine wood fruit. "Wait a moment, I will go find my mother," Kevin quickly said. Dia and Laya nodded in agreement. Then Kevin hurriedly ran toward their mother with the 3 small boxes. "Mother," Kevin whispered. "What is it?" Evelyn asked with some confusion. When Evelyn saw what her son was holding, her expression also showed a hint of surprise. "Mother, this is what Uncle gave us." "Is it too precious?" Kevin asked hesitantly. At 12, he was very mature and understood that these items were worth thousands of gold coins, so he knew how valuable they were. "Well, just keep the items for now," Evelyn nodded. As her son said, they were indeed very precious. Kevin nodded and then left. Evelyn thought for a moment and decided to take the items forward. Above the main seat, Tono and Thor are talking. At first, they were strangers, but as they spoke, they started to become more familiar with each other. As they grew more comfortable, Tono couldn't help but feel more surprised. He was shocked by the support from his father and also by Thor's current strength. 20-year-old Thor had already become a great knight. Remember, when Tono became a great knight, he was already 30. "Little brother, your talent might be even greater than our father's," Tono said with admiration. "That's just luck," Thor replied with a smile. Indeed, Thor's success was partly due to luck. Without daily information and a shared contract, he might still be an apprentice knight. "That's not just luck." Tono shook his head, looking a bit sad. While they were talking, Evelyn slowly approached. As she entered, Tono and Thor noticed her. Tono looked confused, but Thor understood what was happening. "Uncle, the things you gave us are too precious." Evelyn slightly bowed and then apologized to Thor. Tono looked at his wife with curiosity. Uncle gave Kevin a mid-level health potion, and Dia and Leah each received a divine wood fruit, Evelyn explained softly. "What?" Hearing his wife, Tono stood up quickly, eyes wide with shock. "You're too kind. These are just small gifts for the kids to meet," Thor said with a gentle smile. "Thor, my brother, this is too expensive. I can't accept it," Tono quickly said. No, it's not expensive at all. Isn't our brotherly bond worth this much?" Thor asked with a smile. "That's Thor, my brother. You know I didn't mean it that way." Tono paused, then forced a smile. "Of course. Brother, if you really feel bad about it, how about you grant me one request?" Thor asked with a smile. "Tell me." Tanu paused for a moment, then hesitated slightly, but still nodded in agreement. "That territory has a large iron mine and a small copper mine. Compared to selling ore and mithril iron, selling armor and weapons is the best choice. A few months ago, I acquired some goblins. If my second brother is willing, he can give me the iron ore and mithril iron to craft armor and weapons. I believe these will be of higher quality and can sell for more gold coins. Thorn smiled as he spoke. You got a group of goblins? Nu was surprised again. There are many goblins in the northern province, but not many goblins. Every goblin is very valuable to a lord. He didn't expect his brother to have acquired a group of goblins. Thorn nodded with a smile. Nu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Living in the northern province, Nu naturally knew how big the difference in value was between ore and weapons or armor. Being able to craft armor and weapons, especially made by goblins, would increase their value tenfold or more. As long as we can take it, there's no problem. Barbuz will agree too. And this isn't even a request. After Nu's excitement, he shook his head with a complex expression and spoke. Then, how about selling all the now products to me? Thorn smiled and spoke again. That, Nu and Evelyn exchanged glances. It wasn't that they felt they were losing out, but rather that they felt they had gained quite a bit. After all, Now's annual output was at most about 1,000 gold coins, but the items Thorn provided, even mid-level life potions, were worth more than 1,000 gold coins each. All right, if we can succeed, Thorn, Now's output for the next 3 years will go to you. Don't refuse, or I won't accept this gift. Nu spoke seriously. Thank you very much. Thorn was surprised for a moment, then nodded with a smile. He didn't refuse again. He knew that if he refused again, Nu probably wouldn't accept it. This time, I took advantage of you. Nu shook his head helplessly. He knew that even with the added 3 years of Now's output, it still wasn't worth what Thorn was offering. But right now, this was all he could give. The Kingdom War is about to begin, and the orc attacks are becoming more severe. The western regions are gradually affected, and he is eager to improve his strength. He can only think about making up for it in the future. You're being too modest, brother. Thorl raises his glass with a gentle smile. Evelyn steps back. The two begin to talk again. Time slowly passes. The banquet ends. Thorl stays at the castle to rest. The next day, another lord, also a good friend of Tano named Bobris, arrives at the castle. The three start a serious discussion. But just as they begin, Tano and Bobris are both shocked by Thorl's strength. Thorl, you haven't pulled out all the power of your territory, have you? That's very dangerous. Tano speaks nervously. He never expected that Thorl would bring 2 great knights, plus himself, 3 great knights in total, and over 20 formal knights, 50 apprentices, and 300 reserve knights. With such strength, Tano's first thought was that Thorl had mobilized all the territory's power. He knew that Thorl's territory only had 2 great knights. Pulling out all that power is not a good thing. If something happens, his brother's territory could face big problems. Even Tano couldn't help but feel worried. Yes, Lord Thorl, you should send some forces back, or there could be real trouble. Borders in the northern province are not stable right now, Bobris added nervously. Brother, Lord Bobris, you've misunderstood. I haven't pulled out all the power, only part of it. Also, my Eagle territory has formed the main alliance with the main valley, enough to handle most problems, Thorl said with a smile. More strength? Tano and Bobris both looked at him with shock. Thorl's current strength is already comparable to Tano's, and they were surprised to learn there was still more power in his territory. Even they were stunned. Thorl has only been developing for a year. The main alliance, Thorl, the expansion lord, isn't so trustworthy. After the shock, Tano hesitated before speaking. Don't worry, brother. I have a plan, and nothing will go wrong. Thor smiled and shook his head, clearly understanding Tano's meaning. The reason the frontier lords in the northern province can't unite is that they lack trust in each other. Compared to inland territories, the frontier lords are more energetic, but also more without limits. They are willing to do anything for profit. However, for others, especially in the main valley, this isn't the case. The members of the main alliance have been tested, and the 3 baronial lords have contracts, so there's no need to worry. As for the other 2 new baronial lords, there's even less concern. With a 4-2 advantage, there's no chance of failure. That's good to know. Tano nodded and said no more. He believed his brother was not foolish, given how quickly he developed his territory to this size and received a noble title. The discussion then turned back to the territory occupied by the orc tribe. With Thor and the 3 great knights, plus over 20 formal knights, they already had enough strength to try. Tano also had 3 great knights, over 50 formal knights, and more than 100 trainee knights. Bobris had 2 great knights, 7 formal knights, and over 30 trainee knights. Together, the 3 lords had 8 great knights, more than 70 formal knights, and over 100 trainee knights. Although they still lacked a bit compared to the orc tribe, they had a good chance of winning. In this situation, there was no need to look for other lords. If there was any chance, adding more people would only increase the risk. Inside the castle, the 3 of them discussed all day. Until the next morning, they finished their planning and prepared to act. During their meeting, they decided to unite and first defeat the orc tribe. They would not consider leaving the orcs alive for now. Completely wiping them out might attract more orc tribes, but that was a future concern. For now, solving this one orc tribe was enough. Tomorrow, promise made, and Babruis quickly began gathering his forces. Compared to Thor, Tono almost fully mobilized, and Babruis did the same. After all, the orc-headed people's territory was not far from theirs. As long as they could quickly deal with the enemies, they could return swiftly. Outside the castle, a large crowd of riders gathered. There were over 1,000 people. The number of great knights reached about 8. Such strength was considered top tier even in the West, enough to dominate most territories. However, against the orc-headed tribe, they still fell a bit short. As a 3rd-level orc tribe, although they lost their 3rd-level leader, the tribe still had more than 10 2nd-level orcs, including 3 orcs at the peak of 2nd level. Compared to ordinary 2nd-level enemies, their strength was much greater. Even ordinary great knights might struggle to handle them. The riders set out in a mighty procession. After half a day, they reached the territory occupied by the orc-headed tribe. Thor, are you sure you can handle this? Tono asked again nervously upon reaching the outskirts of the territory. Because Thor had voluntarily agreed to give him a 2nd-level orc at the peak of 2nd level. Even at this moment, Tono was still worried. Yes, I can. Brother, you just need to quickly deal with the other 2nd-level orcs. Thor nodded with a smile. A 2nd-level orc at the peak of 2nd level was nothing he couldn't handle. All right then, I will deal with them quickly. If you can't hold them, don't force it. Tono gritted his teeth and nodded. Then he looked at Babruis and spoke in a serious tone. Babruis, the remaining 2 2nd-level orcs at the peak of 2nd level, we will handle them. We'll finish them in 15 minutes. Ha ha ha, okay. Babruis laughed loudly and nodded. Then the 3 of them quickly began giving orders. Soon after, a large formation of knights was arranged. Kill. The 3 drew their knight swords, and their voices rang out. In the next moment, over 1,000 knights split into 3 groups and charged forward. Boom. Rumbling sounds. Hooves pounded the ground, creating loud noises. Inside the territory, many orc-headed people were still gnawing on corpses and food. Over 20 days have passed, and they did not leave. Instead, they stayed here. The remaining villagers left behind by the territory undoubtedly became their food and tools for production. However, in just over 20 days, their numbers increased by more than 1,000. Although they lost their leader, each sheep-headed creature was filled with excitement and enthusiasm. May the god of Titans bless us. The 3 leading sheep-headed beings prayed. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from nearby. At once, the entire camp became restless, with each sheep-headed creature showing signs of chaos. Humans. It's humans. Food. Lots of food. Amidst the chaos, excited voices of the sheep-headed beings sounded. They saw knights rushing toward them at full speed. As their figures appeared before their eyes, saliva and excitement uncontrollably flowed out. Humans' deliciousness had completely captivated them in the past. At this moment, food was once again delivered right to their doorstep. Food. Lots of food. Hurry, capture them. Excited voices with strange tones rang out. One by one, the sheep-headed beings' eyes instantly turned red. Especially those born through secret magic, who had completely lost their reason, rushing wildly toward the night group. With a large number of sheep-headed beings surging forward, the remaining ones also followed excitedly, gathering behind the magically created sheep-headed creatures toward the knights. Kill them! Tono shouted sharply. In the next moment, his figure led his knight group charging into the crowd of sheep-headed beings. A vast surge of life energy was mobilized. A huge sword aura swept across. Boom! A loud explosion sounded as several sheep-headed beings were cut in half. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Then, a rumbling sound echoed across the sky. The 3 knight groups charged into the herd like 3 powerful currents. Tono was at the very center, with Thor and Babulus positioned on the left and right. Initially, Tono led the charge confidently. His figure and the knights under his command seemed unstoppable, clearing the path ahead. All the goblin enemies blocking the way were either knocked away or split apart. However, this only lasted for a short moment. Suddenly, a second-tier peak goblin charged directly at Tono. At the same time, several other second-tier goblins and many elite goblins blocked the path of Tono's knights, including 2 senior knights and some regular knights. Tono's advance was clearly hindered, and he began to slow down. Meanwhile, on the right side, Bablis also faced a similar situation. His figure was blocked by a second-tier peak goblin, and his knights were stopped by a group of elite goblins. Because Bablis was slightly weaker, he was even momentarily suppressed. Only on the left side, Toll also encountered a second-tier goblin leading a group of elite goblins. But he was only blocked briefly. Suddenly, a loud crash occurred. A second-tier goblin was smashed away with great force, flying far and landing heavily on the ground, twitching violently. Because of this obstacle, Toll's rapid charge was halted. At that moment, a second-tier peak goblin leapt out suddenly. It grabbed a bone club and swung it down towards Toll's head. A powerful burst of blood energy spread out, with crimson strength radiating outward. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with bloodthirst and madness. The attack was sudden, but Toll seemed to have anticipated it. A mighty life force erupted from him, with wind elements swirling around, and a cold aura spreading through the surroundings. 2 different powers intertwined. A loud collision erupted. A terrifying shockwave swept out, even causing a sonic boom. The goblins soared into the air, while Toll was atop a unicorn. Their powers seemed to freeze each other momentarily. But only for a moment. Then, icy coldness spread instantly over the goblin's bone club, extending from it to its body. The once crimson-eyed goblin shivered involuntarily. In that brief tremor, a sharp sound rang out. A clear cracking sound rang out as the bone staff shattered instantly. The red-eyed creature's pupils widened suddenly. In the next moment, it saw its lower body retreating far away. Then, its consciousness gradually blurred. Bang! Its head was knocked away by the powerful impact brought by Nia, flying into the distance, while its body remained in place. There was no blood spraying from the neatly severed neck, only cold air spreading continuously. If looked at carefully, one would notice that its neck had been frozen by ice. The 2-star peak Minotaur was defeated in a single strike by Thor. Although Nia's wind attribute blessing contributed to this, the scene was still quite terrifying. After all, a 2-star peak Minotaur would normally require an experienced Grand Knight to handle. Yet, Thor was able to kill it instantly. Of course, no one cared about these details now. The 3 Knight Orders entered the fight, instantly plunging into chaos. Boom. Rumble. The loud roars echoed constantly. Blood spilled, clashes occurred, and the neighing of horses filled the air. Waves of life energy burst out continuously. Thor looked up and saw the 2 groups of riders led by Tono and Bablis almost submerged nearby. Although they had brought enough strength this time, the number of Minotaurs was clearly greater. More importantly, under the blessing of magic, they had little rationality. Even as they were killed, they kept rushing forward without hesitation. If this continued, even if they managed to defeat this Minotaur tribe, the losses would likely be severe. Thor's brow furrowed slightly, and then his eyes suddenly sharpened. Rain, Steve, don't hold back. Charge with all your might. As he spoke, a more powerful surge of life energy erupted from Thor's body. At the same time, a denser wind element began to appear around Nia. Understood. Got it. Rain and Steve quickly responded. In the next moment, a huge wave of life energy also burst forth from them. Especially Rain, whose body flickered with lightning. Amid the roaring thunder, his strength suddenly increased greatly, and he instantly defeated a 2-star Minotaur he was fighting. Steve quickly subdued his opponent. Thor, holding a knight's sword, pulled the reins and suddenly increased his speed. Ahead, dozens of elite sheep-headed men had no time to react. They were struck as if by a giant earth dragon. The powerful impact shattered their internal organs, and their bodies flew out in all directions. 2 second-tier sheep-headed men tried to resist. One was pierced instantly by the knight's spear, and the other was knocked away by Nia. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoed repeatedly. While 2 other areas were in chaos, the path on the left where Thor was suddenly opened up. After breaking through, Thor didn't hesitate. He pulled the reins again, leading Ryan, Steve, and the entire knight group back into the sheep-headed men. The battle resumed. No sheep-headed man could stand against Thor. Similarly, no one could withstand Ryan. Without strong forces to hold them back, Thor's knight group almost turned into a slaughter of the sheep-headed men. Many of them were strangled, and their blood soaked the ground. Even if some second-tier sheep-headed men tried to block, one or two were useless. Ryan could kill second-tier sheep-headed men easily, and Thor could do so with ease. The number of sheep-headed men on the left was visibly decreasing. This even started to affect the middle and right groups. To block Thor, and to make up for the losses caused by Thor and his team, more sheep-headed men gathered. Among them were second-tier and many elite sheep-headed men. As a result, Tono almost instantly felt much more relaxed. He originally faced not only a peak second-tier sheep-headed man, but also two second-tier ones. Although he brought 2 great knights and 50 regular knights, the 2 great knights each had to face one sheep-headed man, leaving the regular knights completely restrained by the elite sheep-headed men and unable to help. For Tono, fighting one peak second-tier sheep-headed man was already difficult. Adding 2 more ordinary second-tier ones made him quickly overwhelmed. If not for the protection of his golden armor, he would have already been seriously injured. Despite wearing a golden armor for protection, he and his knight group still inevitably fell into a swamp of trouble. As time went on, even if they managed to finally defeat the enemies, the losses would be too great for him to bear. Moreover, Thor was also under attack and trying to quickly support his brother. This situation made him feel anxious. Suddenly, everything around him disappeared. The 3 sheep-headed enemies who had been suppressing him, after a brief conversation, suddenly lost 2 of their number. At the same time, several elite sheep-headed enemies fighting his knight group also disappeared quickly. This sudden change greatly eased the pressure he felt. He was surprised for a moment, then a look of joy appeared on his face. No matter what, this was definitely good news for him. He clenched his teeth and no longer hesitated, quickly activating a secret spell. A blood-red aura spread from his body, and his life force took on a blood-colored hue. Under the blessing of this blood-red energy, his life force suddenly surged. Boom! The sheep-headed enemy at the peak of the 2nd level in front of him had no time to react. In the next moment, he felt a powerful force coming from his bone staff. A clear cracking sound rang out, and in an instant, the sheep-headed enemy's bone staff shattered. His knight's sword, still swinging, aimed straight at his enemy's neck. The crazed look in the sheep-headed enemy's eyes turned to fear. He instinctively tilted his head aside. Blood spurted out, and the knight's sword pierced into his body, embedding into the bone. The intense pain made the sheep-headed enemy's eyes turn blood-red and more intense. But Tono had already taken action and did not give him a chance to react. Bang! His right foot, carrying a powerful surge of life force, kicked out fiercely. With a huge burst of strength, the 2nd-level peak sheep-headed enemy was sent flying like a cannonball. It even took several other sheep-headed enemies behind him along for the ride. Tono paid no attention to them. He held the knight's sword he had just pulled back and charged again. Losing many sheep-headed enemies this time made things much easier. Soon, Tono also broke through the remaining sheep-headed enemies and cleared the way. Just as he had just passed by and was about to help his brother, the scene that suddenly appeared before him made him freeze in surprise. Because at this moment, in front of him, a large gathering of sheep-headed people, 2 very noticeable figures stood out, one cold and one fierce, both like crazy machines, cutting through the crowd. Many sheep-headed people hadn't even come close before they were torn apart. Tono's mouth opened wide in shock. He stared blankly at this scene, looking at the familiar figure. Master! The nearby knight captain, catching his breath, spoke with some confusion, glancing at his lord. Phelan, help me see. Is that really my brother? Tono muttered softly, then pointed toward the figure ahead. Master, what's happening? The knight captain, curious, instinctively looked in that direction, and when he did, he was stunned. His mouth also gradually opened wider. He even couldn't help but rub his eyes. Master, that. His voice trembled as he spoke. Even as a great knight, he was still shaken. Hearing the knight captain's words, Tono finally regained his composure. He looked deeply into the distance, then calmed his restless heart. Phew, looks like I underestimated my little brother. Continue. He spoke, and in the next moment, his figure led the knight group back into the fight. He used magic to boost his power, feeling a surge of excitement and thrill. Not only because this territory was about to be taken, but more importantly, because of Tuora's strength. As a brother, Seeing his brother possess such power was initially shocking and hard to believe, but after accepting it, he only felt excited. Boom. Rumble. A loud roar echoed constantly. At this moment, the sheep-headed people were again attracted by Tuar, and the middle area quickly turned into a slaughter zone. The chaos in the middle and on the left side further affected the right side as well. Bobris also felt the surrounding pressure suddenly lessen, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Soon after, he too showed a happy expression. Then he began to exert more effort. On the axe, a powerful burst of life force erupted. A second-level goat-headed person who had just advanced was instantly knocked back, blood splattering everywhere, and its breath weakened immediately. The killing continued to spread. Thor, leading the Night Order under Rain, once again charged through the entire goat-headed tribe without hesitation. He turned around and rushed into the goat-headed people's village. This time, 6 second-level goat-headed people surrounded and attacked them. Thor and Rain each faced 3 second-level goat-headed enemies at once. Many elite goat-headed people gathered around Thor's knights. Blood kept spreading, soaking the ground. Thor gasped slightly, swung his right hand, and his knight's sword flew out. He then raised a nearby knight's spear, which emitted a cold aura, with Nia's wind elements intertwining around her. Nia suddenly sped up. A loud, heavy sound rang out as a second-level goat-headed person charging forward was pierced through instantly. The powerful collision force sent its body flying far away. Before it landed, cold ice spread over it, and its body stiffened completely. Thor ignored it and quickly finished off another second-level goat-headed person. He swung his knight's spear, sweeping around and knocking down more goat-headed enemies. The area was cleared quickly. However, because of this, Nia, moving faster, had to stop. 2 more second-level goat-headed enemies came from the sides, swinging blood-colored bone clubs toward Thor and Nia at his feet. A magic circle lit up, gathering strong wind elements. Nia suddenly accelerated and disappeared instantly. A loud boom and rumbling sounds echoed as the 2 bone clubs crashed onto the ground. Nia and Thor then rushed away together. At this moment, many more goat-headed enemies surged forward. Thor pulled on the reins. Nia turned around, and in the next moment, wind elements gathered again. Thor charged into the midst of the goat-headed enemies. The speed suddenly increased rapidly. Boom. The terrifying power carried by the knight's spear caused one of the 2 minotaur-like creatures to react too late, and it was pierced through by the fast-moving long spear of the knight Thor. Cold air spread out, and its body was instantly frozen. Thor simply swung his hand. The second-tier minotaur pierced by the knight's spear was thrown away by him. Without any hesitation, Thor turned his attention to the other minotaur. In the blink of an eye, only 3 remained. The blood-red eyes of this minotaur showed a hint of fear. It started to retreat, and the other minotaurs around it also began to look frightened. Thor's knight group was like a meat grinder. No matter how many minotaurs entered, they were instantly torn apart. Although they were bloodthirsty and crazy, they were not truly stupid. Especially the elite minotaurs, who were quite intelligent. Of course, only the elite minotaurs were smart. Those born from magic were not. At this moment, those magic-born minotaurs still kept rushing toward the knight group. Because these magic-born minotaurs kept coming, they blocked Thor from continuing to sweep away the elite minotaurs. He could only focus on dealing with these first. He looked into the distance. There, Ryan had already defeated 1 second-tier minotaur, leaving only 1 more, and he was clearly gaining the upper hand. Thor then stopped paying attention and charged in again. Time slowly passed. From the afternoon, the battle gradually extended into dusk. The number of minotaurs around Thor kept decreasing. Finally, boom. In the last explosion, a minotaur in front was killed. Suddenly, the area around became empty. Many minotaurs had been defeated, and everywhere were corpses, with blood almost flowing like streams. Bang! Clang! Clang! One knight after another collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. Even Thor was slightly panting, his golden armor soaked in blood. His sword was nowhere to be seen, and his long spear had turned from white to red with blood. After half a day of fighting, even Thor couldn't remember how many minotaurs he had killed. Maybe 100, or 200, or even 500, too many to count. I only know that thousands of sheep-headed people, in the end, only 1 or 2 second-level sheep-headed individuals and a few hundred elite sheep-headed people managed to escape. All the others were killed here. As for the ones who escaped, Tuatha initially planned to stop them. Unfortunately, there were too many sheep-headed people born through secret magic, and they kept coming in waves. In the end, he had to give up. Fortunately, not many escaped, and even if there was some threat, it was not very serious. After all, even if they could continue to be born through secret magic, only about 1 or 200 elite sheep-headed people remained, with just 1 or 2 second-level ones. Even if more sheep-headed people were born again, it wouldn't pose a big threat to territories with a high-level knight, like those with a great knight. And it certainly wouldn't threaten Tono or Baburos. At dusk, Tono jumped down with a flip. His face was a little pale. This battle had been very exhausting for him. They fought from the afternoon all the way to dusk without stopping. This pushed him to his physical, mental, and life energy limits. Not only him, but the other members of the knight group were also at their limits. Sir, 3 apprentice knights are seriously injured, 12 apprentice knights and 7 full knights are wounded, Steve reported respectfully, walking over with a tired look. Take the wounded knights back to my brother's castle to rest and treat them. Tuan nodded and then gave the order. Yes. Steve responded respectfully and quickly began organizing the team. One by one, tired figures started making simple stretchers to carry the seriously wounded knights back to the castle. Fortunately, Tua had 2 powerful great knights, Tua and Rain, so the Eagle Legion didn't suffer many losses. No one was killed. However, Tono and Baburos didn't fare as well. Even with Tua holding back most of the enemy forces, their losses were still significant. Tono lost 1 full knight and 3 apprentice knights, with over 20 seriously wounded. Baburos also lost a full knight and 5 apprentice knights, with even more wounded. Despite these results, Tono and Baburos couldn't help but feel a bit of happiness, because this outcome was much better than they had expected. For this attack, they were already prepared for heavy losses. The sheephead man is quite strong. Even if they managed to defeat him, the losses wouldn't be small. But they didn't expect Thor to be so powerful that it greatly reduced their losses. Tono and Baburos exchanged a glance. Tono, it seems we underestimated your brother. Baburos grinned with a light laugh. Indeed. Tono also smiled as he spoke, looking a bit tired but excited. His younger brother was so strong, and he had equally powerful subordinates. The future looked almost unimaginable. Let's go. We still need to thank him properly this time, Baburos said with a smile. Tono nodded. Then the two headed toward Thor. Thor handled some post-battle matters and prepared to meet Tono and Baburos. But before he could act, Tono and Baburos had already come over. Good job. I underestimated you, Thor. You're not just as good as your father, you're even more outstanding, Tono said excitedly from afar. Big brother. Lord Baburos. Thor greeted with a smile. Thanks a lot this time, Lord Thor. Baburos saluted like a knight, expressing his gratitude. He knew very well that without Thor's restraint during the fight, they wouldn't have been able to succeed, and the losses might have been even worse. He genuinely felt grateful. Lord Baburos, you're too kind. Thor returned the knight's salute, then shook his head with a smile. It's not just politeness. Lord Thor, if you ever need anything, just ask. If I can help, I definitely won't refuse, Baburos said seriously. Ha ha ha, maybe I will really trouble you someday, Baburos. I won't refuse then. Thor nodded with a smile, not continuing to decline. Although they had only just met, Thor understood Baburos' character. He didn't mind making friends with someone like him. All right. Thor, have you taken care of the injured members of your knight order? Do you want me to send someone to help you? Tono smiled as he spoke, then gestured toward the battlefield. It's almost done. I've already sent the seriously injured knights back to your lordship's territory. Thor nodded. That's good to hear. Please make arrangements to rest and recover for a while. Later, we will check the entire territory together. Tono nodded and then spoke with a smile. At this moment, his expression showed a hint of excitement. He had long been eager for this territory. It had more resources than his own land, and owning it would give him better options for development and expansion. However, the heir of the Assad family was quite strong. Even after several disputes, he had suffered many losses and hadn't gained much advantage. Now, he finally had it in hand. Even if he had to give up some of it, Tono was full of anticipation. Good. Thor responded without hesitation. He didn't refuse. Although his losses weren't large, he still valued the benefits. He wouldn't refuse such gains, especially since they were worth 2,000 gold coins annually, possibly even more. The heir of the Assad family wasn't very good at developing and utilizing the land. A large iron mine alone could bring Thor over 5,000 gold coins a year, even if split among 3 families. That's more than 1,500 coins annually. And the Now in the Danube River, one of the main ingredients for low-level life potions, was not very valuable as raw material. The most valuable part was the life grass, used to make low-level life potions. A bottle of low-level life potion was worth 200 to 300 gold coins at the Lauren City auction, and yearly income from selling it wouldn't be less than 5,000 coins, possibly more. All these gold coins could train several great knights. With such benefits, he naturally wouldn't ignore them. Thor activated his night breathing technique to restore his consumed life energy. Then he checked the situation of the entire night order. Until dusk gradually darkened the sky, Thor finally moved toward the distance. There, Tonu and Bobris had already gathered together. "Brother, Lord Bobris." Thor approached softly and spoke. "Thor, let's go." Tonu smiled and then led the two into the territory. The three first went to a somewhat ruined castle. Compared to checking each place individually, it was much easier to gather information about the castle. Since the castle had been attacked by sheep-headed people, no living people remained inside, but various documents were still there, scattered around. Following Tonu's instructions, knights quickly came forward to organize the documents. By the light of oil lamps, after half an hour, the three obtained accurate information. When the information appeared before them, both Tonu, Bobris, and Thor showed happy smiles. Because the territory's gains were much larger than they had expected. The farmland had been cultivated over 3,000 acres. Although most of it was damaged, a small part still remained. It was almost harvest time, and these were all grains. Besides, although no gold coins were found, various supplies were worth nearly 2,000 gold coins. Most importantly, there was a mine. From previous knowledge, they knew this territory had one large iron mine, one small copper mine, and one now deposit. But in fact, it was one large iron mine, two small copper mines, and two now deposits. Yes, not only was there one more small copper mine, but also one more now deposit. Is this real? Bobris suddenly stood up, eyes wide with shock and a hint of uncontrollable joy. From their previous understanding, one large iron mine, one small copper mine, and one now deposit could add about 2,000 gold coins annually. Even if the three shared it, they would each get around 700 or 800 gold coins a year. Later, under Tonu's explanation, Bobris learned that Thor had a group of goblins, and this income could increase further, reaching over 1,500 gold coins per year. I didn't expect to find such a surprise at this moment. Not only did we discover an additional copper mine, but also a new source of now ore. This has doubled the value of the entire territory. It might even reach 2,000 gold coins easily. Over a year, earning 2,000 gold coins is quite a lot, even for Babulus and Tono, who are starting to feel the pressure. Tuar also looks a bit surprised, but not because of the copper mine. It's because of the new now, or source. For others, a single source of now might only add a few hundred gold coins per year, but for Tuar, it could be worth thousands of gold coins. Lord, young Master Tuar, Lord Babulus, the castle records say the clerk spoke respectfully, feeling excited inside. Listening to him, the three of them calmed their nerves and excitement. "All right, keep organizing everything," Tuar said. "Babulus, Tono, let's go check it out first." Since nothing is confirmed yet, they decided to verify it first. Tuar and Babulus nodded without objecting. They quickly set out. First, they went to see where the iron mine was. It was less than 2 miles from the territory, and they arrived quickly. There were clear signs of mining activity, and the scale was quite large. However, at this moment, only dried bloodstains and broken limbs remained. It was obvious that the miners had been killed and eaten by the goat-headed people. "Charles, go explore with some people and confirm the reserves," Tuar ordered quickly. "Yes." A short middle-aged man responded, and they hurried to investigate the iron mine. Tono also arranged for some people to explore the copper mine nearby, then headed to check the now source on the left side. Like the iron mine, he also sent people to investigate. The other copper mine is near another now source. "Let's go check that first," Tuar said, leading 2 others toward the Danube River. The 3 of them first examined the first now source. The so-called now is a kind of existence similar to a pearl from a previous life. In that past life, there were pearls inside shells. In this world, something similar to those shells produces a substance called now, which contains a strong life energy. When combined with medicinal herbs, it can create low-level life-enhancing potions. Because of this, now has become one of the most important resources in the northern province and is highly contested by various lords. Thor and his companions arrived at the first Now production site, which has already developed into a sizable operation. There are even some processing facilities nearby. However, like a mine, the area is surrounded by dried blood and a messy environment. It is clear that the site has suffered significant damage. Torno waved his hand, and soon some people stepped forward quickly. After a moment, one person returned with a look of surprise. Lord, the Now produced here could reach over 100 pieces per month. In a year, it might be more than 1,000, possibly up to 1,200. The figure was excited. Each piece of Now is worth about 1 gold coin. Producing over 1,000 pieces a year means at least 1,000 gold coins. 1,200 pieces would be at least 1,200 gold coins. If the production fluctuates, it could even sell for 1,500 gold coins. Just here, this is a very valuable income. Thor, Torno, and Baburos all showed a happy expression. It seems that this descendant of the Assad family isn't very good at managing things, Torno said with a smile, amused. From what he knew, the Now production here should only be about 900 pieces a year, but now it's over 1,000, even 1,200. There's a clear gap. Probably, the local people have been embezzling. But that's not necessarily the case. Maybe the person doesn't want to show off their wealth, Thor said with a smile, shaking his head. He's met the descendant of the Assad family before. If there was a problem with managing gold, he wouldn't believe it. The difference is likely intentional. Anyway, none of this matters to him now. That's true, Torno said after a pause, then nodded. Let's go see another place, he suggested with a smile. Okay. The two nodded and then walked about 5 or 6 miles further. When the sky completely darkened, everyone arrived at another excavation site. Compared to the first mining location, this second site was much simpler and clearly just recently built. Go check it out and find another copper mine. Also, confirm this place. Tuan Nua quickly spoke and issued more orders. Soon, 2 groups of people split up to explore. After a short while, the team sent to investigate the site returned. Compared to the first location, exploring this second site was definitely more difficult because it was still under construction. Even with careful inspection, they estimated that in about a year, they could gather around 400 or 500 copper pieces. But that was already a big surprise. 400 or 500 copper pieces meant at least 500 or 600 gold coins. Although it's only 500 or 600 coins, and 3 people share it, so each gets just over 100 coins, this is a steady income. Over a year, it's nearly 200 coins. In 10 years, that adds up to nearly 2,000 coins. That's a significant amount. Moreover, if they can protect the site, it won't be just 10 years but 20, 50, or even as a continuous income for the whole family. The copper mine won't run out. It can produce endlessly. All 3 of them looked happy. When the explorers returned, their joy grew even more. The small copper mine was almost as big as a medium-sized one. In 1 year, even just selling the ore could bring in at least 500 gold coins. Right now, without considering anything else, the first copper mine could generate at least 1,200 coins annually, the second about 500 or 600, and the copper deposits could produce 300 or 400 coins a year. These values added up to over 2,000 coins, possibly reaching 2,200 or even 2,400 coins. If it's confirmed to be a large iron mine, its value might be no less than 3,000 coins. 3,000 coins, just thinking about it is impressive. Even if divided among 3 people, each would get about 1,000, which is a huge income. And this is just considering the current situation, without factoring in anything else. Tuan Nua and Babu Lucy knew that Tor had a group of goblins. Turning the iron and copper into weapons would likely bring in more than 3,000 coins, perhaps 5,000, 8,000, or even more. Even just thinking about this result made both of them breathe more heavily. Thor's eyes sparkled, and an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Just as he was carefully considering this thought, Tono and Bablis both looked at Thor and even licked their lips. Thor, how many black iron armor and brass armor can you produce in a month? Tono asked. His voice trembled slightly, even he didn't realize it. His words also made Bablis feel nervous. This was about how much their income could grow. Now, I can produce about 300 sets of black iron armor and 3 silver armor sets in a month. Making 20 sets of brass armor a month is not a problem, Thor replied after a moment of thought. Several months had passed, and the production of the goblins had become quite stable now. These numbers were much higher than at the beginning. That many? Can we really make silver armor? Hearing Thor's words, Tono and Bablis couldn't help but show surprise. When they learned that Thor had a group of goblins, they had guessed about his production capacity, but they never expected it to be so high, and that they could even make silver armor. Silver armor, black iron armor, and brass armor are not the same. These are truly extraordinary items, worth much more. A set of silver armor usually costs around 300 gold coins, and now it can reach 500. In comparison, black iron armor costs about 50 silver coins, and brass armor about 10 gold coins. Their values are worlds apart. Most importantly, the large iron mine produces rare silver iron, meaning they don't need to sell it. They can directly craft silver armor from it. Whether they sell or use it themselves, both options are excellent. Using it themselves will further improve their territory. Selling a set is worth over 500 gold coins, and the value of mithril iron alone is worth thousands of gold coins. The overall value of the large iron mine has definitely changed again. At this moment, both of them are truly excited. Their faces even flush with excitement. Good, good. Thor, my brother, this is really a surprise. Torno couldn't help but speak. Lord Thor. Bablis also looked excited. Brother, Lord Bablis, don't get too excited. Although we can produce this much now, I also need to make some weapons. I can only spare half. I can help make a set of silver armor each month, 150 sets of black iron armor, and 10 sets of brass armor. Thor remained very calm, sighing softly and shaking his head. As he said, he indeed has the capacity to produce so much now, but he also owns a mine. He can't give everything to Torno and Bablis for production, even if some of it belongs to him. It's okay. It's fine, Lord Thor, half is enough. Bablis quickly smiled and said. Torno was a bit surprised but also understood. Clearly, he guessed something. Of course, even if he guessed, Torno didn't say anything. He just looked at Thor with a slightly changed expression. Faced with their reactions, Thor hesitated briefly before speaking seriously. Brother, Lord Bablis, I actually have another idea, which might be better. As he spoke, Torno and Bablis immediately focused on him. Oh, Thor, what's your idea? Torno asked curiously. Yes, Lord Thor, go ahead and tell us. Bablis nodded in agreement. It's like this. In the western part of the northern land province, compared to the east, and certainly compared to the north, it is more prosperous. Now, with the unrest, the demand for armor and weapons might increase. Silver armor may no longer be a matter of price. Thor spoke slowly, his eyes serious. Indeed, now silver armor, although still costing 500 gold coins per set, is very hard to buy. Even Loren City hasn't had a new set for several months. Bobris sighed and spoke. Tono nodded, but his eyes flickered with some hesitation. Thor, what do you mean? After a short pause, Tono finally spoke, looking at Thor. Brother, Lord Bobris, I think instead of leaving them here, we should sell them and open up the market. I believe that with the silver armor, most of the Western lords would be willing to trade with us. The two exchanged glances again. Thor took a deep breath and shared the idea he had just come up with. When Thor learned that there was a large iron mine and a rare mineral source in the territory, he started to have some ideas. Compared to the east and north, the west was undoubtedly more prosperous, with more noble lords and pioneers. Building trade routes there would only be successful if we could get involved in the west. That would truly bring bigger profits. However, before, he didn't have a good opportunity. He was not a Western lord. Jumping in suddenly could cause many problems. This made him hesitate and abandon the idea. But when Tono appeared, everything changed. Compared to him, Tono was an experienced pioneer lord from the west. Using Tono as a way-in would make it much easier and less risky. As long as they could get involved in Western trade, the profits from the trade routes would be huge. Just considering the black iron armor and brass armor, the earnings could reach terrifying numbers. And there were silver armor and the potential to develop low-level life potions later. In addition to income, using Tono as a stepping stone would also help his brother's territory to develop further. Although they had only recently started, Thor already felt that his brother's territory was reaching a certain bottleneck. Unlike the east, where the entire main river valley had only about 20 pioneers and noble lords, around the Danube River there were over 100 pioneers and even more elsewhere. In this situation, developing was very difficult and passive. If it weren't for the destruction of the sheep-headed people that wiped out this tribe, Tono might not have had the chance to develop further. Building trade routes could also help solve some of Tono's problems. Of course, this is just his idea. The final decision depends on Tono and Babulus. If these two have no plans, they won't insist. Currently, there's no urgent need to expand into the west. After all, the entire main valley is still largely controlled by expanding lords, and he hasn't fully absorbed their territories yet. The path can be taken slowly, and future plans can be made gradually. There's no need to rush. After speaking, Thor looked at the two of them, waiting for their response. Tono and Babulus, however, fell into deep thought. They weren't fools. They could naturally understand the meaning behind Thor's words. But it wasn't an easy thing to agree to. Trading isn't just simple selling. In the entire West, only a few top noble lords control the main trade routes. Entering recklessly could cause conflicts with these top nobles. It could lead to serious problems if things go wrong. Yet Thor's words also made them somewhat tempted. If they could build trade routes and rely on silver armor and various weapons, their profits might increase tenfold or more. 10 times, that's 10 times the benefit. It would not only help increase the number of knights in their territories, but also give them a greater chance to break through to become land knights in the future. After a long moment, Tono and Babulus exchanged a glance. Tono took a deep, heavy breath. Thor, you might not know, but the main trade routes in the West are controlled by the Hubs Trading Company and two noble lords, Spencer and Campbell. They also produce some silver armor. If we rush in blindly, it could be problematic. Tono's expression grew serious as he spoke slowly. I understand, but I don't want to compete with them. As far as I know, those two noble lords established their trade routes through the Lorenz City auction system, holding regular auctions in their territories to attract Western expansion lords. We don't need to do that. Thor shook his head and then slowly shared his plans and ideas. Regarding the method, it is naturally the trade route construction model that Rajuz used in the East. Compared to the auction house model, this approach of traveling merchants is better suited for expanding lords. After all, no one can guarantee that they won't face danger after leaving their territory, nor can they be sure if their land will be attacked. Not every lord is willing to leave. In contrast, bringing goods to the territory, although riskier, can be managed with enough strength, and it also allows for higher prices. Especially in the West, which is much richer than the East. It is expected that more gold coins can be earned. Listening to his words, both Tono and Baburo's eyes brightened. My brother, you are simply a genius. This idea really works. Tono said excitedly, his eyes shining. Indeed, Lord Tuath, you are truly a genius. Baburos also couldn't help but agree. Although the change seemed small, both of them knew how big the impact of this change could be. The potential benefits are enormous. As long as enough expanding lords spread out, the upcoming harvest will be continuous. The rich resources in the West also mean that each expanding lord has plenty of resources. Even if some of these resources are gathered in Lorenz City, many still remain in various territories. Building trade routes means there's a good chance to utilize these resources. Especially with silver armor as the key to opening the door, the process will go more smoothly. There probably won't be many problems. Brother, Lord Baburos, we could form a merchant guild. With our 3 investments, we can send knights too. And how about dividing the profits equally among us 3? Seeing the excitement of the 3, Tuo's face also showed a hint of joy, and he spoke immediately. Lord Tuath, you are being modest. This is your idea. Dividing the profits equally is too much. Just give me 5%, and I am willing to send 1 great knight, 2 regular knights, and 10 apprentice knights. Hearing Tuo's words, Baburos hesitated slightly, then shook his head seriously and spoke with determination. Yes, brother, this is your plan. I won't let you suffer losses. I only need 5%. Without you, I would only be selling ore, and I might not even be able to secure this territory. As for the strength of the trading team, I will also send a Grand Knight, 10 regular knights, and 30 apprentice knights. Thor also spoke with a smile. Neither of them was trying to take advantage of the other. The previous results already made them feel a bit embarrassed, so they naturally wouldn't split things evenly now. In the end, it was Thor's strong request that led to an agreement. One person would take 12%, another 15%, and Thor would take 65%. Rajuz Assad would take 8%. Thor naturally wouldn't forget the place where Rajuz helped him build the new trade route. After all, he still needed this person to open up the Western trade route. Rajuz Assad's 8% share was accepted, and after Thor explained the situation, Tono and Babulus also did not oppose. The only strange thing was that Tono looked a bit different when he heard Raju's surname, but it was just a slight change. This territory wasn't acquired from the descendants of the Assad family but was taken from the sheep-headed people. Even the current Count Assad couldn't say anything about it. And since Tor allowed this person to manage the trade route, there was probably no problem. In fact, that was indeed the case. Although Rajuz was also from the Assad family, he didn't have much good feeling toward his siblings, so he naturally didn't care about that. When he learned that Tor was planning to establish a merchant guild and get involved in the entire western region, his expression showed a hint of joy. Even though his share had been diluted quite a bit, he was still excited. Rajuz had been in the northern province for quite some time, so he knew that the prosperity of the west was far beyond that of the east or the north. Even with a smaller share, 8% of the profits was still much more than before. More importantly, during this time, his contact with Tor had shown him a limitless future. Even if he had nothing else, he was willing to follow. And with an 8% share, he was even more motivated. So, on the third day after arriving, Rajuz Assad began to take action. Thor, Tono, and Bablis began discussing the distribution of the entire territory. They had previously promised that all output from now would go to Thor for 3 years. Even when the production shifted from one site to two, neither of them wanted to change this plan. They decided that now's output would still be given to Thor during these 3 years. As for the large iron and copper mines, Thor arranged for people to start mining them. The profits were divided as follows. Thor took 40%, 30% was shared among the others, and 10% was given to Thor as payment for the goblin miners. Tono received 20%, and 10% was transferred to Bablis as compensation for giving up future profits from now over the next 3 years. Tono also kept 10%, and Bablis received 40%. Other resources from the territory were split equally among the three. These shares did not include the items gained from the war, which belonged to the recent victory. All three were very happy with this division. Even Tono and Bablis felt a bit guilty, thinking they had gained quite a lot. After all, capturing this territory at such a low cost was made possible mainly by Thor and the Night Order he brought. Without Thor, even if they succeeded, the losses would have been huge. However, Thor insisted strongly, so they had no choice but to accept. Thor didn't care much about these small gains. He was more focused on building the western trade route. Once completed, that would bring in real huge income. This distribution helped boost their goodwill and made his older brother and Bablis realize that following him could earn enough gold. As long as they genuinely recognized this, everything would be easier. And indeed, it was. After the division, the plans for building the trade route and new developments went smoothly. Thor and Bablis almost fully followed Thor's arrangements. Under Thor's guidance, things quickly fell into place. In fact, just on the 5th day, a trade convoy led by Rajuz Assad set out first. The newly occupied large iron and copper mines had not yet been mined, and the goblins to do the mining had not yet arrived. But Rajuz Assad brought many supplies, armor, weapons, and silver armor, more than enough this time. This can definitely serve as the foundation for opening up trade routes in the early stages. Of course, since the Western lords are stronger, the forces assigned to Rajuz Assad this time are also more powerful. A total of 3 great knights, 20 formal knights, 40 apprentice knights, and over 300 reserve knights were dispatched, arranged by Tor, Tono, and Babulus. Tor even involved Rain in this effort. On one hand, Rain's strength is enough to surpass most great knights. On the other hand, he can also gain experience through trade route construction. Even within the Western territories, this level of strength exceeds that of most pioneering lords, almost 99% of them. The Western region indeed has many powerful lords. But the previous strength of Tor, who was stronger than 90% of the Northern Province lords, is no joke, it's a fact. However, in the West, the abundance of strong lords creates the illusion that powerful lords are everywhere. In reality, among pioneering lords with great knights, the proportion is actually quite small, especially those with 3 great knights, including one capable of defeating a second-tier peak-level ogre. With the initial trade route construction not requiring such powerful lords, there's naturally less worry. Against ordinary lords, such strength can almost dominate. This isn't about whether the caravan needs to worry about safety, but whether the lords facing this force should consider safety. In such circumstances, everything proceeds very smoothly. Rajuz Assad's initial target was a few lords within 100 miles of Tono territory. As Tor expected, When Rajuz Assad arrived with a large convoy, the pioneering lords were initially panicked. After all, such strength was enough to easily destroy them. Even though Rajuz quickly explained it was just for trade, the lords remained cautious. Only after the trade was completed and they watched Rajuz Assad leave did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. And after relaxing, the items gained from the trade made their eyes light up. They never imagined they could obtain these items in their own homes. Recently, many lords, and even some others, are looking forward to the next visit from Rajuz Assad. In this situation, within less than 10 days, Rajuz Assad opened up trade routes for each of the surrounding pioneering lords. All that remains is to strengthen these routes, and they will be fully established. When the news came back, Tor, Tono, and Babulus all showed happy smiles. It seems that Assad's heir is truly impressive. Tono couldn't help but praise, looking at Tor with admiration. Tor's talented subordinates made him feel a bit jealous. Not only did they have Ryan, a knight with great strength and talent, but they also managed to bring Rajuz, a member of the Assad family, onto their side. If before he only thought Tor had limitless potential, now he was sure of it. Yes, I believe it won't be long before he opens up the entire surrounding trade network. Babulus nodded in agreement, also impressed. Brother, Lord Babulus, you two should take care of things here from now on. I should also return to my territory. Tor smiled and spoke. The trade routes are now open. The next step is just building up. He didn't need to stay here all the time anymore. He was naturally preparing to go back. There are still many things to handle in the Eagle territory. Already so soon? Tono looked a bit surprised. Yes, there are still many matters in my territory, and I haven't had time to inform my father about my baronial appointment. I plan to stay peacefully for a while and then go back. Tor explained with a smile. I see. It's indeed time to go back. I wanted to go back too, but it seems I can't leave right now. I'll have to wait for the next opportunity. By the way, if you're returning, it's best to wait until the kingdom's second batch of support arrives to see if the northern province can stabilize. Tono nodded, then seemed to think of something and added, the kingdom's second batch of support? Tor looked a bit confused. Yes, I don't know what happened, but it seems the kingdom's forces have been pulled away somewhat. They should have arrived a few days ago, or at least it should be soon now. Let's see how things develop then. If you cannot stay stable, it's better not to return for now. If the territory suffers any damage, it would be very serious. Tuan Nuan nodded seriously and gave a careful reminder. Okay, I understand. Tuan Er also nodded without opposition. He was planning to wait until the situation stabilized before leaving. Waiting for the kingdom's support information again this time was also no problem. Good, as long as you understand. Be careful yourself. Tuan Nuan spoke but did not try to persuade him further. As a lord, the most important thing is the territory. He naturally couldn't force Tuan Er to stay. If something happened to the Eagle territory, it would be a big problem. Then the three of them said goodbye. At the moment of parting, Tuan Nuan originally planned to give Tuan Er some official knights, but Tuan Er refused. His brother had spent over 10 years building up this small force, and he didn't want to take it away. However, since he refused, Tuan Nuan finally gave Tuan Er 100 reserve knights. Babu Lucy then presented a fine knight's sword. Tuan Er was about to refuse again, but under Tuan Nuan's request, he could only accept. Compared to when he arrived, there were more people on the way back. Even though some were assigned to Rajuz's merchant convoy, the addition of 100 reserve knights naturally increased the total number compared to before. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but on the way back, everything seemed much calmer. They didn't encounter any orc tribes. When Tuan Er returned to his territory in the northern region of the Northern Land Province, near the huge pass, the battle was still ongoing. The second batch of support from the kingdom was delayed, and the entire pass was filled with knights, nobles, even Duke Kalina and Marquis Ryman, all feeling heavy-hearted. They even considered the possibility of the northern defense line collapsing. However, after more than 10 days, although the northern defense line was still being attacked by orc tribes, the increasingly fierce orc assaults did not actually arrive. Instead, it seemed to stabilize at a relatively steady stage. Although there were many orc tribes, they didn't seem capable of completely destroying the Tulip Kingdom's defenses. Of course, while they couldn't fully break the kingdom's defenses, the war was becoming more intense and tense. Even in just one day, the magic crystal cannon could destroy more than 10 structures. Its immense energy completely flattened the ground in front of the fortress. At the same time, Many orcs and even knights were lost at this fortress. Duke Kalnina, how much longer until the kingdom's support arrives? I'm afraid even now, we can't hold out much longer. Marquis Ryman's right arm was already missing, and his face was very pale. He spoke in a hoarse voice to Duke Kalnina. The kingdom promised support within a month. 1.5 months have passed, but the support still hasn't arrived. Almost there. At most, 3 days. The kingdom's reinforcements were attacked by the heretic church in the Frostmoon province and have been delayed. They were defeated, but they are coming soon. Duke Kalnina's face was also pale, and he spoke very directly. He knew the defenses were now in great danger. He had to give Ryman and the other nobles confidence, or the entire defense might collapse completely. Heretic church. Ryman couldn't help but curse in anger, his eyes burning with fire. In just a month and a half, his Eagle Knight regiment had lost more than half its members, and he had even lost his right arm in the previous battle. Restoring it would cost a lot of gold coins. Although the kingdom would compensate later, and he could earn many merits, the problem was they had to hold out first. If they couldn't hold, no amount of merits would help. In fact, merits might even be used to offset losses. The kingdom's merit system didn't care about the reasons, only the results. Hold on a little longer. As long as we can withstand, this will earn us a lot of merits. Duke Kalnina encouraged everyone. Your Grace, can we conscript soldiers in the northern province? If we keep going like this and the kingdom's support doesn't arrive, we won't be able to hold out. A count couldn't help but speak. Yes, Your Grace, the northern province still has many noble lords. If we can recruit their forces, it should be enough to support us for a while longer. Another count then spoke. But just as they finished speaking, their words were cut off. Marquis Layman's voice rang out again. Duke Kalnina, this cannot happen. At this moment, many orc tribes are invading the northern province. If we divert more forces from the northern province to the front lines, I fear the entire province will be overwhelmed, and the kingdom's 20 years of progress will be lost. Layman's tone was urgent. It's a joke. Diverting forces from the northern province now would turn the whole area into chaos. This is his territory. Although he has many complaints, he doesn't want the northern province to be completely destroyed. After all, apart from other reasons, the northern province alone provides him with at least 100,000 gold coins each year. Listening to the voices of the several counts, Duke Kalnina couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He knew that the strength of the northern province was not weak. It gathered many noble forces. If they could be called upon, not only could they stabilize the current situation, but they might even push back the orc attacks. But this feeling of hope was quickly dismissed when Layman's urgent voice sounded again. It's true, as Layman said. Diverting more forces into the defense now would almost mean abandoning the entire northern province. This is just the front line, not the place where the orc tribes are crossing. Other areas still allow orc tribes to pass through. Only the number and strength of the orcs are reduced significantly. By now, even he finds it hard to count how many orc tribes are in the northern province. Such a large number of orc tribes, and the province has not yet been completely destroyed, mainly because many nobles are still fighting, killing, and guarding. This is the main force maintaining the northern province. This force cannot be used lightly. Indeed, that's not acceptable. Everyone, please hold on a little longer. The kingdom's support will arrive as scheduled this time. Duke Kalnina took a deep breath and spoke again to everyone. Hearing his words, the several counts hesitated but ultimately said nothing. They all understood the overall situation well. Their families also have heirs serving as pioneers in the northern province. They wouldn't do this unless it was absolutely necessary. But they are truly very worried. The support from the kingdom, originally expected to arrive in a month, has now been delayed for a month and a half. No one can guarantee that the support will arrive within the next 3 days. Although the delay was caused by interference from the cult of the false god, the problem is, if they could block it once, they might block it again. If this loss happens again, and the support arrives 10 days late, the defenders won't be able to hold their current line. Once the line collapses, the northern provinces will also fall apart. It might be better to send reinforcements early, even if it means cleaning up the mess later. The losses could be very heavy, but it's still better than facing the worst possible outcome. At this moment, Duke Kalnina has once again assured everyone, but no one can say much now. The morale is clearly low. Kalnina can only sigh, realizing that in this situation, whether the support arrives or not, talking more is pointless. Only the arrival of the kingdom's reinforcements can truly ease everyone's worries. Nothing else can change the situation. Kalenina's eyes show a sense of helplessness. Just then, someone rushes over urgently. Duke. The orcs are attacking again. A land knight quickly runs up, looking exhausted and anxious as he speaks. His words immediately change the expressions of everyone present. They had just rested for less than half an hour, and now the orcs are attacking again. Move out. Kalenina commands sharply, then leaps into the air. A few nobles exchange glances, grit their teeth, and follow closely behind. This is another large-scale attack. 5 of the third-tier orc tribes are involved, including one fourth-tier tribe, which has more than 2 fourth-tier orcs. Kalenina alone faces 2 fourth-tier orcs. Other nobles and knights also prepare to fight the other third-tier orcs in the large waves of orcs rushing toward the defenses. Magic crystal cannons unleash terrifying energy once more. The battle erupts continuously, with powerful life forces and energy intertwining. The sky is torn apart, and the earth begins to. After 3 hours of fierce fighting, night gradually falls. This time, the orc attack was defeated once again. However, the damage was also quite severe. Even a great Earth Knight fell in battle. On this terrifying battlefield, which had been ongoing for several months, even the Earth Knights could not guarantee their absolute safety. Over the months, many Earth Knights had fallen. It is expected that if reinforcements do not arrive soon, even more will be lost. Before the fortress gate, the battle continued to spread. Time slowly passed, and the defense line became harder to hold. On the first day, they managed to resist. On the second day, after losing 2 Earth Knights, they still barely held on. But when the third day arrived, the situation suddenly worsened. First, Marquis Layman was fighting a third-tier peak orc when he was suddenly ambushed by a fourth-tier orc that appeared out of nowhere. He was almost pierced through and fell heavily to the fortress gate, severely injured. Then, Count Carolina, who was already struggling against 3 fourth-tier orcs, was suddenly faced with an additional fourth-tier orc. The situation became very dangerous. At the same time, the entire defense line started to shake and weaken. Boom. Rumble. Magic crystal cannons fired terrifying energy, covering large groups of orcs in front. Many orcs were killed, but even more orcs kept coming forward, wave after wave. The attack was even more terrifying this time, with the orc tribe's scale and numbers far exceeding any previous. In an instant, the entire defense line was on the verge of collapse. How could this happen? Count Carolina looked grim. Blood was seeping from the corner of his mouth as he floated in the air. Facing 4 fourth-tier orcs alone, even with his secret treasures, he was starting to struggle. Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out, Count Carolina, this isn't like you. You're looking so helpless. In the next moment, 2 streaks of light suddenly shot into the battlefield above. Boom. A powerful burst of life energy erupted, and a crescent-shaped slash cut through the sky. Amid the loud roar, a fourth-tier minotaur was caught off guard and was sliced by the crescent slash, flying far away. During a sudden flip by a fourth-tier minotaur, another fourth-tier minotaur's blood-red eyes suddenly widened. Boom. The figure crashed to the ground. Sorry, I was a little late. A calm voice followed. In the sky battlefield, 2 figures appeared in the next moment. One had blonde hair, blue eyes, a strong build, and a full beard. The other wore black clothes and had black hair, blending into the darkness. You're both a bit late. If you don't come soon, I might have to stay here. Duke Katarina's smiling voice rang out. The tense mood relaxed completely. Ha ha ha, that can't happen. If you stay here, we'll have big trouble. The tall, blonde man with a gentle smile spoke. Both of you, work together to defeat them. The chaos in the northern province must end. The black-clad man said. Got it. The 2 nodded and immediately charged at the remaining 2 fourth-tier orcs. It was now 3 against 2, after being 4 against 1 earlier. The outcome was obvious. In just a moment, the 2 fourth-tier orcs were defeated by the 3. Meanwhile, in the high sky, the battle quickly reached a conclusion. Below, figures suddenly entered the battlefield. Forces from the kingdom and the 3 top dukes' strongest armies joined the fight. Even tribes with several third-tier and fourth-tier orcs were quickly suppressed. A more powerful magic crystal cannon released even stronger energy, rapidly destroying many orcs. They had no resistance. This was the situation here. The Dragon Rider Corps' battle was even smoother. The most elite forces of the Tulip Palace arrived. 3 Sky Knights and dozens of Earth Knights appeared instantly. Though the Dragon Rider Corps faced bigger shocks, under the suppression of 5 Sky Knights, the chaos quickly settled. A large number of orcs were slaughtered in a short time. The next day, as the morning sun shone, a new day began. The Dragon Rider Corps and the Eagle Rider Corps' front lines had no orc tribes left. The entire battlefield was covered with orc corpses. Bright red blood soaked everything here, turning it all red. At this moment, the kingdom revealed its true, incredible strength. After the war calmed down, they naturally cleaned the battlefield, tidied up the mess, and worked to strengthen and repair the entire defensive line. Over the next few days, although many orc tribes attacked again, the kingdom's second wave of reinforcements made these attacks seem easy and caused little disturbance. Although the chaos was finally settled, the issues in the northern province still needed to be addressed. Everyone, what do you think we should do next? In the meeting room at the fortress, 3 dukes and 10 marquises gathered. Duke Carolina spoke first, looking at everyone. Honorable dukes, the northern border of the northern province is now stable, but many orc tribes still enter from there. I request that we send people to eliminate them. Marquis Ryman, who had already woken up, still looked weak, but even so, he was the first to speak. Yes, the northern part of the northern province is completely chaotic now. We must clear it out. All right, Marquis Ryman, Count Shermie, Count Inchel, and Count Bonato, you 4 will lead the knights to eliminate the orcs in the northern province. The 3 dukes exchanged glances and then made a decision. Duke Carolina spoke and gave the orders. Understood. They all nodded in agreement without any doubt. Also, we should investigate what caused these orc tribes to go crazy. Why did they suddenly attack the kingdom's defenses? This is clearly not a normal orc war. After the orders, Duke Carolina issued another command. Yes, another noble quickly responded. This attack by the orcs was clearly unusual. Although there had been more serious situations before, this time felt different. These orc tribes didn't have particularly strong leaders. Usually, when such large-scale attacks happen, 5-stage orc tribes are involved, leading to full-scale orc wars. However, this time, there has been no appearance of a 5th-tier orc tribe so far. The strongest are only 4th tier, and most are just 2nd or 3rd-tier orc tribes. This is very strange. Without high-level orc tribes pushing forward, these low-level tribes wouldn't attack human defenses so aggressively or wildly. Everything seems unusual. Previously, there was no time or energy to pay attention to these matters. Now, with the kingdom's support, the entire defense line has at least been stabilized for the moment. Under these circumstances, it is natural to investigate what is really happening. Then, everyone discussed some matters again, such as defense arrangements and how to respond to the next wave of orc attacks. Afterward, the meeting was dismissed. As the meeting ended, several nobles began to take action. First, Marquis Ryman and a few other counts started from the defense line and began clearing the surrounding areas. Soon after, many people began setting up defenses and conducting investigations. Time slowly passed. Marquis Ryman and his team cleared the area very smoothly. Even though they had lost some strength over time, the orc tribes that could enter the northern provinces were generally not strong and couldn't stand against their efforts. With the support of the kingdom, their defenses were quickly replenished. The only issue was gathering information, but for now, there were no clear clues. Of course, everyone was not in a hurry. They believed they would find something eventually. As long as no major problems occurred, the kingdom's defenses could be considered stabilized. Regarding the big threat, with Baiman and other 5th-tier orc tribes not participating in the fight, it was unlikely such a threat would appear. And when the kingdom's support arrived, deep within the orc territory, inside a cave, a strange red aura began to spread through the entire cave. In the cave, bloodthirsty wolves with eyes that had turned completely red were present. Bloodlines extended from their heads and gathered at a large altar in the center. If someone followed these bloodlines outward, they would find that they not only spread throughout the orc tribe but also reached nearby human territories. A large number of orcs and human knights had died, and their blood soaked into the ground, spreading toward this place. No one noticed this change at that moment. Just like that, we need more. Almost there, almost there. Great Anubis, you will return to the human world once again. Inside the altar, the hair gradually turned blood red, and the bloodthirsty wolf leader's expression was wild and excited. However, at this moment, a southern defense line, which had been gathering blood red energy, suddenly paused, and then even more powerful blood energy surged forward. But it was only for a moment. The blood energy suddenly became less intense. What's going on? The bloodthirsty wolf leader's once excited expression instantly turned to anger. Leader, support from the Tulip Kingdom has arrived. The Church of the Unseen God didn't stop them, a bloodthirsty wolf quickly reported. Good for nothing. Are those fools? The bloodthirsty wolf's pupils flashed with anger, and a terrifying aura burst out. A whirlwind rose inside the cave. The huge pressure made the bloodthirsty wolf kneel on the ground, trembling all over. Go, inform Val to lead his people to attack the Tulip Kingdom. Tell Anubis that he needs more followers. Also, spread these things to those cursed tribes. They should be interested too, the raspy voice of the bloodthirsty wolf said. One plan after another was set in motion. Soon, many wolves began to act. But at this moment, neither the Tulip Kingdom's defenses nor other beings noticed anything unusual. After all, the bloodthirsty wolves were already deep within the orc territory. That was a place humans found hard to reach. Of course, although it was difficult to reach, soon, the Tulip Kingdom also discovered some things. Like that strange sheepskin scroll. First, they found it among the items confiscated on the battlefield. Later, Marquis Layman and others also obtained some during their cleanup. This is Titan script. Seeing the identical sheepskin scroll, the three dukes furrowed their brows in surprise, showing a hint of unexpectedness. Can any of you understand what this is? Duke Carolina looked at the other two and spoke in a serious tone. Titan script can only be understood by orcs. Humans find it very difficult. Send it back to the capital. The blonde, bearded man frowned and spoke. Indeed, only a few people, mainly in the capital, can interpret this. The man in black nodded in agreement with the blonde man's words. Orc language is somewhat understandable to some people, but to interpret Titan script, you need to be either an orc or a specialized linguist. They are not capable of doing so. Duke Kelnina nodded, agreeing with their ideas. But as he looked at these scrolls made of sheepskin, he felt worried inside. For some reason, he had a feeling that this major incident might be related to these sheepskin scrolls. But now, he couldn't understand their content and couldn't be sure of his thoughts. Soon, several sheepskin scrolls were sent to the capital. The defenses continued to be strengthened. Time quickly passed. Over the next 10 days, although there were still occasional attacks by orcs, the absolute power of the Tulip Kingdom easily suppressed them. However, when the scrolls were collected, the three dukes felt something unusual, because they recovered several more sheepskin scrolls. Others also began to notice this strange situation. At first, the nobles hid the scrolls, thinking they were treasure maps. But as the number grew, even fools could sense that something was different. As a result, more and more scrolls appeared before the three dukes. From 1 to 3, then 10, then 20. In just over 10 days, they collected more than 20 scrolls. Almost every orc tribe had one. Whether it was second tier, third tier, or even fourth tier orc tribes, they all had them. Doubt spread among the three dukes. However, since they couldn't interpret Titan script, they could only be confused. Soon, they lost interest in these matters because the defenses of the Tulip Kingdom were once again under attack. A large number of orcs gathered, and this time their strength was greater than before. There were even fifth-tier orc tribes. Fortunately, the kingdom provided enough support this time. The number of Sky Knights has reached 8, not to mention the large number of Earth Knights. This power has almost gathered 60% of the entire kingdom's strength. Even though the orc tribes are growing stronger, the defenses remain stable. With the defenses holding, the situation in the northern province is also steady. Marquis Layman and others began clearing the area from the north. In less than half a month, many orc tribes in the northern province were wiped out. Only a few weaker tribes managed to escape. This no longer significantly affects the northern province. Under these circumstances, it took 5 months for the chaos in the northern province to finally settle down. Although the northern defenses still face frequent orc attacks, and even within the province, some orc tribes have infiltrated, their strength and numbers are now much less than before. This outcome has allowed the remaining frontier lords in the northern province to breathe a sigh of relief. Previously, even top noble lords felt deep worry. It seemed clear that a war with the orcs was imminent, and once it broke out, they in the northern province would be among the first to face it. The results speak for themselves. Now that things are stable, it's likely that the orc war won't happen soon. If the war doesn't start, they still have a chance to grow and develop. This is also good news for Thor. It means he can start planning to return home. But before going back, he needs to improve his infrastructure and strengthen the main alliance. The former goes without saying. The orc incident, which occupied a large territory, needs development. The gains from the cleanup must be processed. He has to organize all of this. So, after returning from the west, he focused all his energy on planning and building his territory. Thanks to his efforts, the Eagle territory has changed a lot in just a few months. A large amount of resources, people, and goblins joining in have sped up the construction process significantly. The Eagle territory has visibly transformed. And this was not enough. He also needed to plan further. This was something he had to settle before returning. As for the latter, the main alliance gradually integrated the Minotaur incident and the suppression missions into one. Everyone was willing to follow his orders. But that still wasn't enough. The large harvest caused a quick change in Eagle Peak. However, the change was not limited to Eagle Peak alone. The entire main river valley experienced huge transformations. Baron Pape, Baron Valmy, Baron Glatton, and the newly titled Baron Sachi and Jaws all quickly began their construction projects. The large amount of supplies and gold gained from the suppression missions were being used up rapidly. Yet, in just 2 months, everyone in the main river valley had greatly increased their strength. If they faced that damaged third-tier Minotaur tribe again now, relying solely on the main alliance's power, they could handle it easily. Currently, in terms of strength, except for the absence of a land knight, the other members of the main alliance were no less than some weaker counts. If they had a land knight, they could even surpass many noble counts. At this moment, the members of the main alliance had not fully absorbed their recent gains. Once they did, their strength would become even greater. All the lords of the main alliance looked excited and flushed with pride at this outcome. They never imagined their development would be so rapid. In disbelief, they grew to respect Tor even more. Everyone knew that all of this was thanks to Tor. But the problem was, these achievements alone were not enough to sustain the entire main alliance. True unity required mutual benefits. The opening of the western trade route was undoubtedly the best benefit. He could share some benefits with Rachos Assad and also provide advantages to the various pioneering lords of the main river valley. As long as everyone was tied to his chariot, all problems would cease to be problems. Moreover, this was not just about giving. There were also gains. Each territory had its own resources, and the lords could also offer protection, helping the trade caravans grow even further. At this moment, Tano, Bablis, and the strength of the Thor trading team were indeed quite formidable. However, being not weak does not mean being strong. In this situation, further improving strength is very necessary. Regarding this, Thor, his older brother, and Bablis had all discussed it, and neither of them had any objections. After returning to his territory, Thor focused on managing Eagle territory and also preparing for this matter. After more than a month, he finally devised a satisfactory plan. Once everything was ready, he prepared to set off home. Inside the castle, Thor put down his quill. Karen, have this letter copied 5 times, then give it to Pelos to arrange for someone to deliver it to the 5 barons, Thor ordered, speaking to the maid nearby. Yes, Karen replied respectfully. She quickly left. A moment later, 5 copies of the letter were carried by 5 knights toward the 5 lord explorers. Despite some confusion, the other 5 lords of the main alliance did not show any disrespect in response to Thor's invitation. The next day, they set out immediately. By the 3rd day, all 5 had arrived at Eagle Fortress. However, when everyone gathered at Eagle Fortress, their confusion deepened. Thor had not only invited them individually, but also invited the other 4 lords. Baron Pape, do you know why Lord Thor invited us here this time? Lord Sachi asked hesitantly, glancing at Baron Pape Lawrence. Yes, Baron Pape, do you know anything? Baron Valmy also spoke. Their questions made the other 2 look at Pape Lawrence. Since Pape Lawrence had more contact with Thor, everyone's first thought was whether he knew something. Sorry, I don't know either. Like you, I am full of questions, Pape Lawrence said with a bitter smile, showing a hint of helplessness. By the goddess of life, he also had no idea. This. Upon hearing Baron Pape's words and observing his expression, the 4 people were all momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected that Baron Pape also didn't know. While they were confused, Karen stepped forward. Dear gentlemen, please follow me, she said softly. Thank you. The group nodded, temporarily setting aside their curiosity, and followed Maid Karen into the castle. Soon, the 5 were led into the castle's meeting room. Lord Thor. Seeing Thor, the 5 quickly saluted politely. We hope our sudden invitation hasn't caused any trouble, Thor responded with a knight's bow and a smile. Lord Thor, you're too kind. Sir Sachi said with a smile. Yes, you're very polite. The others nodded in agreement. This time, I invited you mainly to discuss business matters. As you know, I have formed a merchant guild, Thor said straightforwardly, without beating around the bush. A merchant guild? The five exchanged glances, looking somewhat puzzled. Baron Pape instinctively asked, Yes, it's a merchant guild. We've decided to expand into the western part of the Northern Land Province. You should know that compared to the east, the west is more prosperous and can bring in more profit. Of course, that's not the main reason. Mainly, I want to know if you're interested, Thor said with a smile. But as soon as he finished speaking, the five people immediately became breathless, some even widened their eyes in surprise. Lord Thor, what did you just say? Baron Valmy asked nervously, his face flushing. Of course, he wasn't the only one. The other four also looked unsettled. A merchant guild, the income from such a guild would be unimaginable. Especially one expanding into the western part of the Northern Land Province. This was almost like a huge opportunity. Lord Thor, are you joking? Josanabai couldn't help but ask. As he spoke, all eyes turned toward Thor. This is definitely not a joke, everyone. I have decided to allocate 24% of the profits, which can be purchased based on your abilities. One great knight can receive 5%, a formal knight 5,000ths, and an apprentice knight 1,000th. What do you all think? Thor's smile faded, and his expression grew serious. His words became clearer. He had discussed this matter before. The final decision was that Babu Russ, Rachos, and Tono would each take 3%, while Thorl would take 15%, totaling 24% to share among the 5 lords of the main alliance. On average, each lord would get nearly 5%. Of course, it wouldn't be split equally. Those with stronger strength would naturally get more. But that wasn't something Thorl needed to worry about. Everything depended on the choices of the lords. As Thorl spoke, the 5 lords, excited yet thoughtful, fell into contemplation. After a moment, Josanabai was the first to speak. Lord Thorl, I can offer 1 great knight, 2 formal knights, and 10 apprentice knights. How about I take 7%? Jos looked directly at Thorl as he spoke. Of course, that's fine. Thorl replied, a bit surprised but still nodding. Baron Jos, you are quite generous. In that case, I will offer 4 formal knights and 20 apprentice knights. I'll take 4%, Thorl said. Baron Glatten looked at Josanabai carefully, then also spoke. Lord Thorl, I will provide 1 great knight for formal knights and 10 apprentice knights. I will take 8%. Baron Pape clenched his teeth and also made an offer. Everyone was surprised by his words. Even Thorl was a little taken aback. Lord Thorl, I believe I should be able to join as well, Baron Pape said, clearly referring to himself as the Great Knight. Of course, Thorl nodded with a smile, not refusing. He probably understood Pape's intention. It was clear that the other was starting to transfer his territory to his eldest son, so he was probably free to join. At this moment, the words from the others made Valmy and Sachi, the remaining 2 barons, feel a stir in their hearts. But both of them hesitated and didn't speak. Ultimately, they decided not to let themselves join. Unlike Baron Pape, who had no suitable heir in his territory and chose to abandon his land to join the Merchant Guild, this was not a good option for them. In the end, Baron Valmy used 4 official knights and 10 apprentice knights to receive 3% of the shares, while Lord Sachi used 2 official knights and 10 apprentice knights to get 2%. All 24% of the profits were shared among them. The Merchant Guild also expanded further. Now, the shares are distributed as follows. Rachos 5%, Bablis 9%, Tono 12%, Tor 50%, Baron Pape 8%, Josanabai 7%, Baron Glatten 4%, Baron Valmy 3%, and Sachi 2%. The division of profits brought smiles and hope to everyone in the main alliance. Even Josanabai, who had only been in the Northern Land Province for a short time, had spent several years there and knew well the prosperity of the western part of the province, not to mention other lords. As for whether Tor could open up opportunities in the west, or if the Merchant Guild could operate smoothly, they were not worried. They had already seen how Tor's Merchant Guild worked before. They believed no one would refuse this kind of guild model, especially because it included black iron armor, brass armor, and most importantly, silver armor forged by gnomes. Although the chaos in the Northern Land Province had eased, the demand for silver armor had not decreased. With Tor's ability to forge silver armor, the guild could reach a very high level. Even a profit of just 2 or 3% would be quite significant. So, when they left, the smiles on the five noble lords' faces never faded. And for Tor, this was also a reason to be happy. Not only did the strength of the five lords further expand the guild's power, but it also ensured that the guild could stand firm even in the western part of the northern land province. It also meant that the five noble lords had deepened their bonds with him. As the guild grew larger, this bond would tighten even more. There would be no more problems. All potential issues had been resolved at this moment. From now on, they just needed to develop steadily. After completing this matter, Tor began preparing to return. Half a month later, after finishing most of the affairs in the territory, they prepared to return. An unexpected figure was the first to head back. "Lord Neil, what is this?" Toru looked at Neil Morton, who was covered in dirt and looked quite disheveled, and was a bit surprised. Neil Morton was a Sky Knight, yet he looked so messy. "Don't ask. I encountered a frost giant wolf and almost didn't make it back," Neil Morton said with a bitter smile. "A frost giant wolf?" Hearing Neil Morton's words, Toru's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. A frost giant wolf is a level 5 magical beast. Not just any level 5, but one that inherits some of the frost giant bloodline, making its strength comparable to that of a sacred domain knight. Neil Morton had actually encountered such a powerful beast. Being able to return was really lucky. Yes, it was a frost giant wolf. I originally wanted to find a frost heart. Usually, the Northland Glacier produces a strange flower called Frost Heart, which can greatly enhance a knight's talent. Your talent isn't very high, so I wanted to get one for you. I searched for months and only found a small one. I don't know if it was eaten by that frost giant wolf. Here, although its usefulness is much reduced, it should still be good. Neil Morton sighed and threw a wooden box over. As he said, this trip was indeed to find the Frost Heart for Toru. Toru's talent made Neil Morton feel a headache. Since he had accepted Toru's benefit, he also wanted to see if he could do something. But he didn't expect his luck to be so bad. He searched for months and encountered a frost giant wolf, only to find a small frost heart. Hearing Neil Morton's words, Toru opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But he stopped himself. "Thank you." Finally, Toru simply spoke softly. "All right, kid, focus on practicing. This frost heart, although it can't greatly improve your talent, at least gives you the chance to break through to become a land knight. You're really lucky." Neil Morton sighed deeply. Due to the life-sharing contract and the Ice Elf, he couldn't sense the life energy fluctuations on Thor. Naturally, he didn't realize that Thor had already broken through to become a Grand Knight. After expressing his feelings, he left the room. He watched Neil Morton leave. Thor's thoughts also became somewhat restless. Even though he no longer needed that item now, he still remembered Neil Morton's effort. Compared to the life potion, the Frost Heart was undoubtedly more valuable. However, Neil Morton didn't say he wanted to repay his kindness with it. Clearly, in his mind, this item wasn't enough to settle the debt. To get this, Neil Morton must have faced great danger. Otherwise, a noble Sky Knight wouldn't be so battered. His thoughts flowed, and his restless heart gradually calmed. "Anna." Thor's voice rang out. Soon, Anna entered. "Master." Anna replied. "Put this in the first row, in the first cabinet," Thor ordered. As he spoke, he gave the command. "Yes." Anna nodded and agreed immediately. Soon, she took the item and left. Currently, only Anna manages Thor's storage cabinet, and Thor only trusts her. Anna did not disappoint him. After storing the item properly, Thor prepared to go home. With Neil Morton's return, he felt much more relaxed. A Sky Knight, especially at the peak of the Sky Knight level, even during a war with orcs, he wouldn't worry at all. And now, with the current situation, he felt even more at ease. So, the next day, he began to prepare for the journey back. This trip mainly aimed to inform his father about his appointment as a baron and to seek his father's support again. He also needed to bring some gifts. Thinking of gifts, Thor remembered the Frost Heart. It was a treasure that could greatly enhance a knight's talent. Giving it to his father, he believed his father would be very surprised. However, since Neil Morton spent a great deal to obtain it, Thor hesitated. While he hesitated, a new surprise appeared. As night fell, a familiar notification sounded. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. To your west, about 100 miles away, a group of tilapia fish is present, and their meat is very delicious. 2. In the northern part of the kingdom's defenses, 3 dukes unexpectedly discovered strange sheepskin scrolls. 3. In 3 days, to the north, about 700 miles away, A herd of sheep-headed people will invade a territory and be defeated by the Pioneer Lord. 4. North of Eagle Peak, the extreme cold from the northern glaciers is about to spread, and temperatures will drop sharply. 5. 8. 100 miles west of Eagle Peak, in 5 days, a group of wild boars will fight each other, and at the very center, a fruit tree that bears life will be ripening. 9. 500 miles west. The lines of text are displayed one after another. Compared to the previous chaotic situation, things are now much calmer. The attacks from orc tribes have noticeably decreased, with only one line remaining. Of course, that's not the main point. The most important is item 8 in the daily intelligence. When Thor saw this line, his breathing became heavy. A fruit tree that bears life. It's truly a life fruit tree. He knew that the key to changing his fate was a single life fruit. Now, not only has a life fruit been found again, but it is on a fruit tree. If he can obtain it, his territory could continuously produce life fruits. These are one of the main ingredients for high-level life potions. Even just drinking them could, with some probability, help someone break through from the peak Earth Knight to the Sky Knight. Although it's just a chance, the value of the life fruit is extremely high. At this moment, Thor's eyes were almost popping out. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. Until the next morning, he quickly gathered the members of the Knight's Order. With Steve and more than 20 knights, he hurriedly set out. The planned return over the past 2 days was naturally postponed. 100 miles is not a very long distance. By the third night, Thor and his team arrived at the destination. When they arrived, the 2 groups of wild boars around the fruit tree were already waiting there. 2 at peak second level, 27 at first level. Thor's expression was serious. Almost instantly, he clearly saw the strength of these pig-like beasts. There are a total of 29 of them, more than the knights he brought along. Even more importantly, 2 of them are at the peak of the second level. Compared to ordinary orcs, regular magical beasts are usually weaker, but not by much. Dealing with 2 peak second-level creatures and 27 first-level ones is not easy, but it's not impossible either. It's just not very easy. It's definitely solvable. Steve, when it's time to act, I'll handle those 2 peak second-level pig beasts. You and the knights quickly deal with the rest. Also, remember to lure the pig beasts away and avoid damaging that tree. Thor quickly gave orders and even gestured toward the life fruit tree. Yes. Steve nodded. Although he was a bit curious, he didn't ask questions. After Thor's arrangements, he waited for the right moment. Time slowly passed. Soon, 2 days had gone by. In the distance, 2 groups of pig beasts stared fiercely at each other. In the middle, a faint fragrance began to spread. As the scent spread, the pig beasts grew more agitated, even constantly pawing at the ground. Seeing this, Thor knew the moment had come. Attack! He called out softly. In the next moment, he rushed out. Behind him, the knight group led by Steve followed. The sudden appearance of humans caught both groups of pig beasts off guard. But only for a moment. Soon, the aggressive pig beast became furious. Both sides were like this. Humph! A loud, high-pitched voice sounded. Next, one pig beast after another charged toward Thor and the others. Both groups of pig beasts were like this. Clearly, they wanted to deal with these humans first. Seeing them rush forward, Thor's expression brightened with a hint of joy. He was really worried these pig beasts would stay put. He didn't dare fight near the life fruit tree. If it got damaged, the loss would be huge. Now, this was undoubtedly the best outcome. Thor rode Nia and held the knight's spear, charging toward the 2 leading pig beast leaders. The wind element gathered around him. The power of ice intertwined. A level 2 peak boar beast leader, its pupils filled with anger and madness, continued to glare fiercely. But in the next moment, its expression changed to surprise because its body suddenly started to fall backward. Boom! A strong collision force struck the level 2 peak boar beast, causing only a slight puncture in its tough skin. The boar beast's skin is very hard. It's difficult for a sword to pierce it. But it's only difficult, not impossible. With great strength, the attack sent its body flying away. It crashed into the distance. The ground and trees in the area collapsed. The boar beast struggled but couldn't stand up again. However, Thor paid no attention to this scene. His figure had already charged toward another level 2 peak boar beast. To prevent these boar beasts from destroying the life fruit tree, he needed to finish them quickly. The other boar beast didn't expect its opponent to be knocked away so easily. But before it could even think, its body suddenly stiffened. Then, its figure was also flung out instantly. After dealing with 2 level 2 peak boar beasts, Thor quickly joined the team, clearing out the others. In a short time, all 27 boar beasts were dealt with. Not a single one escaped. Thor ordered his men to clean up the remaining beasts. Then, he couldn't wait to head toward the very center. At this moment, a stronger, more fragrant aroma filled the air. A faint green glow emanated from the entire life fruit tree, even from the fruit itself. Breathing in deeply, one could feel the thrill of the life source energy. Unlike ordinary fruit trees in memory, the life fruit tree, about half a meter tall, with leaves like gold. Among these leaves, there was a single, crystal-clear fruit that looked like a sour berry. As the fragrance spread, the golden leaves gradually withered and fell. Soon, only a lonely fruit remained. The aroma also gradually faded away completely. It seemed as if a sense had been gained. Thor instinctively reached out his hand. The fruit then fell into his palm. The fruit of life fell into his hand, but he felt no special sensation. It was exactly the same as the sour fruits he saw in the fruit shop that day. He instinctively sniffed it but couldn't detect any smell. The aroma seemed to have completely disappeared. The battle was over. The outcome was surprisingly simple. 29 pig-like beasts were originally thought to be difficult to defeat. But because of the existence of the fruit tree of life, they almost lost their reason. Even when clearly outmatched, they still attacked Thor and the others. Naturally, the result was predictable. All 29 pig-like beasts were defeated. Bright red blood soaked into the ground. The surroundings were a mess, but luckily, Thor and the others deliberately led the beasts away, so the fruit tree of life was unaffected. At this moment, looking at the fallen beasts in the central fruit tree of life, Thor couldn't help but feel a bit excited. After all, just these beasts alone were quite valuable. As special magical creatures, even a first-level peak pig-like beast was worth over 100 gold coins. A second-level peak pig-like beast could be worth about 200 gold coins. With 29 beasts in total, including 2 at the second-level peak, the total value exceeded 3,000 gold coins. It was truly a big harvest, not to mention the fruit tree of life and the fruit of life itself. The fruit of life alone was beyond what gold coins could measure, and the fruit tree of life was even more so. If this news got out, not only the Count, but even Marquis Layman might come personally. Even the frontiers of the kingdom could see powerful experts arriving. This is the fruit of life, enough to give a family the chance to produce a Sky Knight. A Land Knight isn't necessarily a Count, but a Sky Knight could at least be granted a Marquis title. After a few hundred years of development, they might even become a Duke. Just like the 3 Dukes of the Tulip Kingdom today. The 3 Dukes were created because 3 families produced a Sky Knight back then. Forcing down his excitement, Thor carefully examined the fruit again before cautiously placing it into a wooden box. Then he began to command the knights to dig up the fruit tree of life. This place is more than 100 miles away from his territory, so naturally, he needs to bring it back. He wouldn't know how to transplant it, nor does he need to. All he needs is to take this live fruit tree along with a large amount of surrounding soil. With Elend's help, I believe survival won't be a problem. After all, Elend has the ability to harmonize with all things. Although her effect on plants isn't as strong as that of elves, surviving is quite simple. Very quickly, one knight after another began to work swiftly. Half an hour later, the entire bare fruit tree and a large patch of soil around it were dug out by Thor. They carefully wrapped the live fruit tree. When the tree was fully dug up, the pigs and beasts around it were also taken care of. Then, Thor and his team set out again, heading back to the Eagle territory. Compared to their relaxed arrival, returning was definitely a full load. They even had to make some temporary carts. This naturally delayed their return quite a bit. It wasn't until the 5th day that everyone returned to the Eagle territory. In the main valley, 10 days passed without any major events. Everything went very smoothly. The 5 lords of the main alliance had already started preparing for the Trade Council. At the Eagle territory, as soon as everyone returned, Thor immediately looked for Elend. But when he saw Elend again, Thor's brow unconsciously furrowed. Because at this moment, Elend seemed to be emanating faint traces of life energy. Although very weak, it was definitely life energy. It was clear that the knight's breathing technique had already begun to take root. Good, it seems your talent is quite decent, Thor said with a hint of satisfaction, surprised but pleased. He didn't expect that Elend not only had the talent to harmonize with all things, but also possessed a strong knight talent. Although she wasn't as powerful as Ryan and not worth mentioning compared to him now, such talent exceeded 99% of people. Even among the 40 or so official knights, Elend's talent would rank high. In the future, not just Sky Knights, if resources are enough, Earth Knights probably have a good chance too. Such talent is much better than his previous one. Many thanks, my lord. Alan was also a bit excited and spoke respectfully. Recently, his life felt like a dream. Having become he had already lost all hope. But unexpectedly, he met the Lord. The Lord not only freed him from slavery, but also gave him the chance to join the Young Eagle Knights. He even learned the Knight's breathing technique. That is the Knight's breathing technique. Knights are not necessarily nobles, but nobles always possess the power of knights. Learning the Knight's breathing technique meant he might one day become a noble. Although it was just a chance and very unlikely, it still made him excited. Because even just mastering the Knight's breathing technique meant he had completed 2 steps of social rise, from to commoner, and then to knight. When the news reached his parents, and his father and mother confirmed he truly had the technique, Alan vividly remembered his father's excitement and joy that day. Of course, he still remembers that feeling now. He felt deep gratitude and admiration for his lord. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. This time I called you here to plant this tree successfully. If you can do it, I will give you 100 merit points or even the chance to exchange for a life potion. Tur shook his head and then pointed to the nearby life fruit tree, giving Alan instructions. He had long thought about how to arrange the life fruit tree. Without forest spirits, Alan was undoubtedly the best choice. Although it might not help the life fruit tree evolve, he didn't need it to evolve. As mentioned before, he only needed it to survive. Yes, sir. Alan looked at the life fruit tree and nodded quickly without hesitation. Go ahead. Work hard. I look forward to the day you become my guardian knight. Tur smiled encouragingly. Yes, sir. Hearing Tur's words, Alan felt a surge of excitement, and his face turned slightly red. Guardian knight. That is a guardian knight. The Lord actually looked forward to him becoming his guardian knight someday. For him, nothing was more exciting than this. Of course, it is not just him. Such words are enough to excite everyone in the Eagle territory. In just 1 year, Thor's reputation in the Eagle territory has reached an incredible level. Even slaves are not exempt. Not to mention free citizens and knights. Following Thor, they see a limitless bright future. Under these circumstances, people's admiration for Thor naturally grows stronger. And this is exactly what Thor hopes to see. In the feudal era, personal aspirations can make governance smoother and make the territory more lively. As long as he can truly bring a better future to everyone, there is no problem. The Tree of Life fruit was entrusted to Alan for care. Thor then began to arrange his final matters before leaving. Luckily, Neil Morton was there. He didn't need complicated plans. Neil Morton alone could handle most problems. So, Thor only left Steve behind. Pelos and Anna were also brought along. Besides them, more than 20 official knights and over 50 apprentice knights set out together to return to the Frost Moon province. 10 days later, Thor's knight group first arrived at Loren City. They rested for a day, bought some local specialties from the northern province, then set out again. 25 days later, he was about to leave the northern province and enter the Frost Moon province. At this moment, it has been 1.5 years since he first entered the northern province. During this 1.5 years, he has undergone tremendous changes. 1.5 years ago, when he first arrived in the northern province, he was just an ordinary apprentice knight. Even with the blessing of the Tree of Life fruit, his talent was not very obvious. It would probably take 5 or 6 more years, or even longer, to break through to a full knight. Becoming a Grand Knight was almost impossible in his lifetime. As for the knight group, he only had about 30 full knights, 100 apprentice knights, and 300 reserve knights, all given by his father. But in just 1.5 years, everything has changed. His strength has now reached the level of a great knight, and his talent has undergone a dramatic change. For him now, even the minimum requirement is enough to reach Sky Knight level. The Knight Order has also greatly improved. There are over 40 formal knights, more than 130 apprentice knights, and nearly 500 reserve knights. More importantly, he now owns his own territory and holds noble status. If he wishes, he can now take Thor as his surname. He has become a true noble of the kingdom. This is completely different from before. Clearly, his initial choice was correct. If he had chosen to stay in the Frost Moon province, within the Dressrosa castle, none of this would have happened. Even if he still used the daily intelligence system to gather information, the size of Count Engelbert's territory and the opportunities there were limited. Whether he could break through to formal knight level now is uncertain, let alone gain a noble title. Those things are almost impossible. At most, he only has the status of a knight. Although, in a sense, knights are also nobles, but that's only in a limited way. In reality, knights and nobles are completely different. Even more so, a temporary noble cannot compare to a true noble. Earlier, in Lorenz City, during that fight with that fool, if he hadn't already been a baron, things would have turned out very differently. But since he is a baron, everything changes entirely. That is what a noble is. That is the meaning of nobility in this world. Clop clop. The sound of hooves echoed as Thor and his group crossed the northern province border into Frostmoon Province. Thor couldn't help but stop and look back. A faint smile appeared on his face. After a brief pause, Thor resumed his journey, heading back home. Compared to the northern province, Frostmoon Province was much calmer. The large-scale attack by the orcs had caused no real trouble here. The nobles everywhere still indulged in luxury and pleasure. Only the approaching War of the Kingdom made these nobles slightly more alert. However, it was only mentioned briefly. Most of the nobles in the Frostmoon Province are full of vitality. If they were in the northern province, they might not survive even a month. When Thor left before, he didn't feel much, but this time, returning, he could clearly sense the huge difference between the two provinces' nobles. But this is quite normal. The Frostmoon Province has not experienced any turmoil. Nearly 100 years of peace has made most nobles indulge in pleasure. Even crises are only in words and haven't appeared in reality. Their interests and future plans are already fixed. In the northern province, as long as you have enough strength, you have a chance to become a baron, viscount, or even an earl. But in the Frostmoon Province, that's not the case. Children of farmers will remain farmers, bakers' sons will stay bakers, and the sons of barons can at most be barons. There's hardly any chance of promotion. There isn't enough of a cake to support their division. In such a situation, nearly 100 years can make the entire province become dull and lifeless. Some nobles might be willing to fight for more, but most prefer to rest on their ancestors' achievements. Thor naturally wouldn't say much about this. Everyone has their own choice. Right or wrong, that's not something others can judge. Compared to that, Thor cares more about the daily intelligence opportunities. This time, he deliberately chose a different route from before. But clearly, as with before, the harvest was not great. Less than 500 gold coins in profit, even smaller than last time. This also shows that most of the value in the Frostmoon Province has already been divided. Even what remains isn't enough to cause much change. Time slowly passes. Entering the Frostmoon Province, travel naturally slowed down, as Thor and his large group would scare many of the nobles along the way. Under these circumstances, they couldn't move quickly. But fortunately, everything went smoothly. After a month, Thor and his men finally approached the town of Dressrosa. As the figure stepped into the town of Dressrosa, Thor's expression subtly showed a touch of nostalgia. 1.5 years had passed, and nothing had changed in Dressrosa. The scene in his memory was exactly the same as when he left. Thor and his group's arrival caused quite a commotion. Such a large knight group made the townspeople think that the Count himself had come. In the chaos, a team of knights and the town's official hurriedly rushed over. When they arrived, the town official quickly knelt to the ground. "Count," he said respectfully, voice trembling with some panic. The knights with him also hurriedly tried to kneel on one knee. But their leader did not move, and they could only wait nervously. Their leader, Morris Dressrosa, was deeply shocked, staring intensely at the young knight at the front, momentarily overwhelmed. Until someone spoke. "Brother Morris, long time no see." A gentle voice, slightly familiar, came from in front and from memory. Morris Dressrosa suddenly snapped out of his shock. You are Thor." His voice trembled. He looked at Thor, then at the knight group Thor led, feeling like he might be dreaming. "Of course I am, Brother Morris." Thor nodded with a smile. He naturally recognized the person in front of him, his fourth older brother, also the fourth son of Count Engel. Count Engel had more than 20 children. 9 of them were adults now. Among these 9, besides Thor, 3 had chosen to become frontier lords. They were the second, third, and 7th sons. The remaining children, the eldest was being groomed as a candidate for the Count. The 4th brother, the one in front of him, Morris Dressrosa, became a trainee knight at 18 and chose to stay in the family as a guardian knight. The 5th brother was adopted by an uncle to inherit the title. The 8th brother was expelled from the family after failing to become a trainee knight by 18 and became a wandering knight. For this 4th brother, Thor, who inherited memories, there are still many memories. Among the brothers, he is considered quite good, especially because he stayed in the family and had more contact. The former Maurice Dressrosa was even more admired by him. In his past dreams, he wanted to become a family guardian knight like Maurice Dressrosa. However, his arrival changed everything. Is that really you? Sorry. This really surprised me. Thor, you've changed so much. Maurice Dressrosa finally came to his senses and spoke with emotion. But his words, along with the previous conversation, caused the official kneeling on the ground to freeze suddenly. No, it's not the Count. Young Master Thor? The official's eyes were a bit blank, unsure of what to do. Ha ha ha, Maurice brother, I also think I've changed a lot. Thor smiled and dismounted, walking over. As for the official on the ground, he paid no attention. Maurice Dressrosa did the same. The two brothers embraced warmly. Then they separated. Let's go. Knowing you're back, Father will definitely be very happy. By the way, I heard you went to the Northern Land Province to become a pioneer knight. Didn't you want to be a family guardian knight? Are you okay? No danger? Maurice spoke gently with concern, leading Thor forward. Brother Maurice, people change. I still want to go out and see more instead of staying in the family. Fortunately, the Northern Land Province is much more interesting than the Frost Moon Province. Really? Then I want to listen carefully. The two talked as they headed towards the castle. Only the awkward official was left behind. But clearly, no one paid attention to him, including the knights. At this moment, the knights were curious as they looked at Thor, Maurice Dressrosa, and the members of the knight group Thor brought. Hey, are you Mark? While observing, one knight from Maurice Dressrosa's knight group seemed to recognize someone, and a surprised voice sounded. Potalo. Within the Thor Knight Order, Mark's expression also showed a hint of surprise. Is it really you? You? Potalo spoke in shock, looking at his familiar friend from memory, then at the unicorn he was leading. For a moment, he found it hard to believe. Previously, Mark was an apprentice knight like him, and apprentice knights did not have their own horses. But now, Mark was riding a unicorn, which meant his status had clearly improved. It's important to note that before this, Mark's strength was actually higher than his. Haha, surprised, right? I am now a full knight, and I'm about to break through to mid-level knights soon. Excited to see his familiar friend, Mark spoke happily. Wow, a full knight. You've really broken through. Potalo said in shock. Of course, it's true. Within the two knight orders, many familiar faces could be seen. As they interacted, they quickly noticed each other's changes. Especially when the members of the Maurice Dressrosa Knight Order saw the transformation of strength within the Thor Knight Order, they all opened their mouths wide in shock, their expressions filled with amazement. During their conversations, Maurice Dressrosa led Thor toward the castle. The news spread quickly to Dressrosa Castle. At the top floor room in Dressrosa Castle, Count Engel was reading a book as usual. But compared to a year ago, his brow was more worried. Even though there was a report on Dressrosa's income on the table, which was better than last year, it didn't ease his concern. Not only was his knightly cultivation unable to improve, but the Dressrosa family's development also seemed to be hitting a bottleneck. As a new noble family, both the Dressrosa family and Count Engel himself had great vitality. However, the restrictions of the Frost Moon Province made it very difficult for the Dressrosa family to expand. In the past 20 years, there had been little room for growth. Only 2 years left. Such a pity. Engel Dressrosa sighed. Then he shook his head, preparing to withdraw his thoughts. At that moment, the door was knocked. Come in. A gentle voice sounded. Count Engel frowned. This was his thinking time. Usually, no one would disturb him unless there was an important matter. Creak. The wooden door opened quietly, and butler Charlie entered. Charlie, what's wrong? Seeing the butler come in, Count Engel asked with a look of curiosity. Master, there is news from the town. Lord Tord has returned from the northern province and is now heading back to the castle. Butler Charlie spoke respectfully. Oh, Tord? Count Engel was momentarily stunned, then a smile appeared on his face. Our young eagle from Dressrosa has finally come back. Let's go and welcome him. Count Engel's smile spread as he stood up. Yes. Charlie was a bit surprised and shocked, but he quickly nodded. After the butler responded, Engel tidied himself up and headed toward the castle gates. As Count Engel moved, news spread quickly like a whirlwind throughout the castle. Tord Dressrosa, who had been exploring the northern province, had now returned. Suddenly, many people felt curious, surprised, and excited. In the training yard, a group of young boys dressed in knight armor and wearing helmets shouted commands. Each face was determined, sweat pouring down. When the news arrived, these boys' eyes lit up with excitement. especially two boys, one around 16 or 17, and the other about 14 or 15, looked at the news with eager eyes. "Brother Tord is back," the younger boy said excitedly. "Brother Tord has finally returned. Uncle Michael, the training is finished. Can we go see him?" The older boy was also excited, but in his excitement, he looked at Michael beside him with a question. "Yes, of course. Go ahead." Michael, initially surprised by the news, nodded with a smile when he heard the boy's words. But as he nodded, a faint, blurry figure appeared in his mind. Shaking his head, Michael chuckled to himself. Then he paid no more attention to it. Being part of the Dressrosa family, the knights who went out to explore and those returning from exploration, he had seen quite a lot. None of it was particularly surprising to him. Of course, this was only true for him. On the training ground, many young boys were still excited. Eventually, several of them headed outside the castle. At that moment, outside the castle, Count Engelbert and a large group of knights were already waiting at the gate. When a young boy arrived, he saw his father right away. This caused many others to shrink back and dare not approach. Finally, only two boys, with some struggle, walked over. "Father." The two boys looked a bit nervous but quickly bowed to show respect. Count Engelbert nodded, looked at the two boys, then at the figure hiding in the distance, and shook his head. But he didn't say anything. The two boys became even more cautious, standing silently behind without daring to make a sound. Seeing that the boys didn't seem to be scolded, a few more people cautiously approached. "Father, father." They spoke softly as more figures moved closer to Count Engelbert. "Humph." Count Engelbert couldn't help but snort coldly. Hearing his cold snort, the figures from afar suddenly stopped, and those who had just arrived trembled slightly and quickly lowered their heads. While these little ones trembled in fear, a group of people appeared gradually from the distance. Seeing the approaching figures, a faint smile appeared on Count Engelbert's face. Seeing his father's smile, many of the young boys were a bit shocked. Of course, Count Engelbert didn't care about his sons at this moment. He was recalling the information he received from his good friend, and his smile grew even wider. In just 1 year, his son had been granted a noble title by the royal court, becoming a baron. This was almost the fastest anyone from the Dressrosa family had ever been granted a baron's title. How could he not be pleased with such an achievement? During this time, he had been waiting for Tor's return. Meanwhile, news of unrest in the northern lands suddenly reached him, making him feel worried. He even began to consider whether to give some support to his two sons. Thor had actually returned. Thoughts intertwined, and Engel's mind kept turning. Meanwhile, Thor and Maurice quickly noticed the crowd gathering outside the castle. "Father?" Seeing the figure outside the castle, Maurice looked surprised, his eyes widening involuntarily. "Father, Thor has actually come out." Maurice muttered to himself, looking a bit stunned. Thor nodded, also surprised and shocked. He didn't expect his father to personally come to greet him at the door. This memory seemed to be the second time. The last time, it was probably the Marquis himself who came to discuss some matters, and that's why he received such treatment. Maurice was shocked, and Thor was also surprised. But no matter how surprised they were, they quickly moved forward. "Father, father." Maurice and Thor both bowed to Count Engel. "You're back." "Yes, I've heard about it. Indeed, you are the young eagle of Dressrosa. It seems you have already spread your wings and soared." Count Engel nodded, then spoke with a tone full of emotion. "Thanks to my father's support. Without your support, I probably wouldn't have been able to stand firm now," Thor said softly, with gratitude. Although Count Engel only supported him twice, those supports were extremely important. The first time, more than 30 knights and 100 trainee knights gave him a foundation to stand firm in the northern province. The second time, 5 officials skilled in various matters and over 100 craftsmen solved many problems in his territory's construction, making self-sufficiency possible. He was very grateful to his father. Even though he knew that if it weren't for his performance at that time and Ryan's appearance, Count Engel would likely have coldly expelled him according to family rules. But still, he received great support, and Thor clearly understood this. "Haha. Come on, let's have dinner. We've prepared it. We'll eat first, then talk." Count Engel smiled and nodded. Then he took Tuo into the castle. Along the way, the two little guys wanted to come closer several times but didn't dare. They entered the castle. They went into the familiar dining hall. At this moment, he surprisingly had the right to sit in the first seat on Count Engel's right side. The seat on the left side was empty. That was where his mother, Renise Vieira, used to sit. His mother had passed away 3 years ago, and that seat had been empty ever since. After sitting down, a delicious dinner was served. The father and son talked, while the others listened carefully. But as they listened, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Morris looked shocked, with wide eyes. He wanted to speak, but looked at Count Angle, then closed his mouth again. Though he stopped talking, his heart was still very shaken. Tuo was aware that he went to the northern province, but he didn't know Tuo had become a baron. Tuo hadn't worn noble medals before, and he hadn't thought about such things. His brother had only been to the northern province for less than 2 years. Now he was told Tuo had become a baron, and he found it hard to believe. The little guy's eyes shone brightly, full of admiration when they looked at Tuo. It was like how their ancestors looked at Morris long ago. Maybe some people longed to explore the northern lands. Of course, Tuo didn't pay attention to these thoughts. He looked very serious. Although he was a traveler from another world, Count Angle, as an experienced noble, knew more about this world and the noble system. His words were also a way of asking his father for advice. Tuo understood what he needed to do. So he told everything about his journey to the northern province, his preparations, and experiences. Good job. When you entered the territory, you spread the eagle breathing technique to stabilize the knights' minds. But freeing the slaves was too reckless. Fortunately, your territory developed quickly, and these problems were quickly controlled, even no longer a problem. Otherwise, your territory would soon face many issues. Additionally, forming alliances is the right choice. Those people are now your competitors, but once you become strong quickly, they will become your most important allies. Joining forces with more people to solve more enemies and gain more benefits is something you need to learn. As for the cleanup mission, you are too impatient. The unrest in the northern province is very dangerous. Rushing in like that was risky. Luckily, you didn't face serious danger. Otherwise, there could have been big problems. Be more careful next time. Sometimes you need to be bold, but caution is also necessary. Regarding your second brother, you gave him too much. 8% is enough. With that, he can join more pioneering lords. Count Angle slowly spoke, pointing out his son's shortcomings while also praising his son's intelligence and wisdom. It didn't seem to put much pressure on him. Listening to Count Angle, even if Tor didn't fully understand his abilities, he felt greatly benefited. For example, freeing slaves. Even if he only freed a few people, it was still a good start. But it was a bit rushed. As Count Angle said, if his territory hadn't been developing so fast, many problems would have already appeared. They might emerge soon if not addressed. He hadn't considered these issues before, but now he understood clearly. His expression became more serious. At this moment, Count Angle was also filled with shock inside. If before he was only amazed that his son had become a baron in less than 2 years, now he was even more surprised by his son's various abilities and almost supernatural luck, almost like the goddess of life was watching over him. He remembered that his son's abilities weren't this strong before. In less than 2 years after going to the northern province, he had changed so much. If before he left, gaining people's trust and acquiring Ryan were just the tip of the iceberg, then entering the northern province was the real show. In Lorenz City, he was able to buy a half-elf girl as a. At his territory, he discovered a large iron mine and even caught a group of goblins. During the auction, he managed to buy a thunderstone. All of this made Count Angle feel his heart pounding with excitement. I even wanted to check if my son's bloodline was pure. Whether he is truly my son or the illegitimate child of the goddess of life. All right, forgive my blasphemy. It was too shocking for me. Even though Count Angelbert hid his surprise well, Thor noticed it. But he didn't pay much attention to it. There's nothing wrong with these things being revealed. He didn't need to worry about any problems arising. From what he knew, this world already had beings blessed by the goddess of life. Some travelers could bring back a giant dragon. Some could buy a fruit that was enough to help them advance as knights. Others inherited ancient powers or received gifts from gods. People favored by the gods appeared many times throughout history. Even if Angelbert was surprised, he would just think he was also blessed by the heavens and value him more. And that was indeed the case. As they talked, Count Angelbert's gaze on Thor gradually changed, even without him noticing. Time slowly passed. They kept talking until night fell. Dinner ended. Everyone dispersed, and each young one started discussing excitedly. They left, talking about Thor's story with enthusiasm. Morris felt very complicated inside. Thor was called to the study by Count Angelbert. When he arrived, the butler Charlie closed the door. Count Angelbert then walked to the bookshelf and took out a book. "Take a look first," he said. If the Orc War doesn't break out, then the only thing you need to face next is this. Count Engelbert spoke solemnly. Okay, Thor nodded and took the book. It was a thin sheepskin book. Thor sat down and started to look through it carefully. But as soon as he opened it, his eyes widened in surprise. What is this? He instinctively asked, glancing at his father. Finish reading first, Engelbert replied simply, then looked out the window at the castle. Thor nodded silently and began to read more carefully. At that moment, his thoughts gradually sank into the story. Time slowly passed. The book was not thick. However, Thor read very slowly, and after half an hour, he finally closed the book gently. This book detailed the events of the Kingdom's Wars. Finished reading? When Thor closed the book, Count Engel turned his head and spoke softly. Yes, I have finished. Father, are you talking about the Kingdom's Wars? Thor nodded hesitantly and then looked at Count Engel. But the Count did not answer immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After a moment, he spoke again. The Dressrosa family began about 300 years ago during a kingdom war. Back then, our ancestor was just a wandering knight who, by chance, earned great merit in the war and was made a baron. That was the start of our Dressrosa family. Later, during the Orc Wars, the family fought hard and was promoted to Viscount. About 90 years ago, when the Kingdom's War started, our family was thriving. The Viscount family had more than 3 land knights. They joined the war with confidence, aiming for higher titles. And indeed, we succeeded. We were promoted from a Viscount family to an Earl family. However, during the war, only 3 land knights and 10 knights survived to become official knights. Demon Dressrosa, my father, your grandfather. His voice was calm but tinged with nostalgia. Thor listened carefully. He knew some of his family history, but not in such detail. Now he finally understood how his family started. But after understanding, his brow involuntarily twitched, especially regarding the Second Kingdom War, which was the last war. All 3 land knights and 10 knights from his family had fallen. Such casualties were truly shocking. Father, waiting for Count Engel to finish, Thor spoke up instinctively. But he was interrupted by the Count. The Kingdom's War has at most 2 years left. You should understand what that means. He spoke and then looked again at Thor. Well, I know this is a crisis, but it is also my chance, and more importantly, our Dressrosa family's opportunity. Thor took a deep breath and then spoke. He clearly understood Count Englebert's purpose in telling these things. It was obvious from his words. Indeed, this is our chance. Also your chance. To become a baron, you need 100 points of merit. A viscount requires 1,000 points. An earl needs 100,000 points. And a marquis must achieve great deeds for the kingdom, winning wars for it. Maybe becoming a viscount isn't too hard, but an earl? Without the Orc War, the Kingdom War would be your only chance, just like the Dressrosa family. Are you ready? Count Engelbert nodded and then looked at Thor with a serious expression. I am ready, Father, Thor said seriously. He felt a little excited inside. Good. Truly, my eagle of Dressrosa. Count Engelbert laughed and nodded. Then he patted Thor on the shoulder. Don't worry. This time I will give you more support. I hope you won't let me down. His voice was filled with emotion. Thank you, Father. Thor also showed a hint of excitement. No need to thank me. I will give the eagle of Dressrosa a chance to fly into a broader sky, and you are no exception. By the way, be careful with that elf girl of yours. Don't let her be exposed. The Kalina family, those guys are not easy to deal with, and they might also attract the elves. If that happens, it could be a big problem, and you might not be able to handle it. Count Engelbert smiled and nodded, then seemed to remember something and warned him again. I understand. Thor's expression also became serious, and he nodded. He was prepared for this. Anna was wrapped very tightly. Except for a few people within the territory, no one knew she was back, not even Maurice, to prevent any accidents. Anna has many issues. First, she is a half-elf girl, which is definitely related to the elven race. Even as a half-elf girl, if the elves find out, they will take her back. Moreover, since Anna has made a contract with a nature spirit, she has become something like a nature spirit herself. The elves will want to take her back even more. As for Karelina, her full name is Anna Karelina. Even if Anna didn't tell her story, there are still many problems. Karelina is one of the 3 great dukes of the kingdom, and Thor doesn't want to provoke her recklessly. Not right now, at least. So, he was prepared from the start. That's good to understand. Rest at home for a few days. You came back too suddenly. I need some time to prepare. About half a month, maybe. Your territory shouldn't have big problems. You left Pelos there, but putting your safety entirely in someone else's hands isn't a smart choice. Count Engelbert nodded, then seemed to remember something and frowned as he spoke. Father, Ryan has been promoted to Grand Knight, and Steve has also advanced. With them in the main alliance, there shouldn't be big issues in the territory. Thor smiled and explained. He knew his father probably misunderstood something. Oh, really so fast? Count Engelbert was surprised by Thor's words and couldn't help but ask. He wasn't surprised that Steve was promoted. As the Knight Commander assigned to his son, Steve was already quite strong, nearing the rank of Grand Knight. His promotion was expected, but he didn't expect Ryan to also break through. It's only been a little over a year. Such speed is truly frightening. Yes, Ryan broke through a few months ago, and his strength is actually stronger than a second-tier peak orc. Thor nodded with a smile, showing pride. Good. Use them well. Ryan will become your most important strength in the future. It's getting late. You're tired today, so let's stop here. Rest well. Take this book with you, and read it when you have time. Count Engelbert nodded, then looked at the sky and addressed Ryan. Father, this time I didn't bring much back, but I hope this can help you. Thor nodded and then took out a wooden box containing the fruit of life from his chest. All right, put it on the table. Count Engelbert nodded, appearing quite indifferent. Although Thor had become a baron, he was still just a baron, and Engelbert didn't think Thor could produce anything special. But since it was a gift from his son, he naturally accepted it. Yes. Thor nodded without further explanation, placed the wooden box on the desk, and then stepped back. It was already late at night now. The castle was quiet. As Thor left, a servant quickly approached and led him to his room. Familiar room, familiar bedroom. Thor couldn't help but feel a little emotional. But he quickly shook his head, washed up under careful service, and lay down. Night deepened gradually. Ding, daily intelligence system has been updated. Open it? Yes, open it. New information appeared, and Thor's consciousness was immediately projected into the daily intelligence report. Meanwhile, in the study, Count Engelbert was not sleeping but still pondering some questions. His brow furrowed again and again. Until it was past midnight, Engelbert shook his head, bringing his thoughts back, preparing to go to his room and sleep. But as he stood up, he noticed the wooden box on the desk. Thor. Count Engelbert chuckled softly but then stepped forward. He picked up the wooden box and gently opened it. A somewhat unfamiliar fruit came into view, causing his expression to momentarily freeze. Sour fruit? Engelbert looked puzzled. But just as this doubt spread, his pupils suddenly widened. What is this? His voice trembled slightly. His breathing grew heavy in that moment because he was sensing something strange from the sour fruit. Without hesitation, he reached out with his right hand. And at the moment of contact, his face changed drastically. This is the fruit of life. Engelbert muttered to himself, his eyes wide with shock. Thor. Suddenly, Count Engelbert remembered something and immediately looked toward the wooden door. Charlie. He spoke, trying to hold back his excitement. Master. The door was opened, and butler Charlie entered. Go check if Thor is asleep. If he's not, ask him to come here. If he's already asleep, never mind. Count Engelbert said. Yes. Charlie quickly responded. Soon, he stepped back. Count Engelbert stayed inside the room, pacing back and forth, his face changing as he looked at the wooden box. Until the door was knocked again. Come in. Engelbert called out. Master, young Master Thor is already resting. Charlie respectfully announced. All right, I understand. Engelbert took a long, deep breath and nodded. Charlie then stepped out. Night fell gradually. But that night, Count Engelbert stayed awake intentionally. When the morning sunlight spilled in, a long-lost feeling of comfort spread through him. Under Anna's care, Thor finished washing up, dressed, and was about to go for breakfast when Charlie appeared in front of him. Young Master Thor, the master wants you to come over. Charlie respectfully said. All right. Thor smiled, not feeling too surprised. After greeting Anna, he followed Charlie to the top floor. A moment later, Thor arrived again at the study. Charlie, inform everyone that no one is to disturb us from now on. Engelbert ordered. Yes. Charlie nodded and then stepped out. Soon, only Engelbert and Thor remained in the room. The wooden box still sat quietly in its place. For a moment, the room was completely silent. Engelbert looked at Thor, about to speak, but his words caught in his throat. Father. Thor broke the silence softly. Thor, you should know what you have given me, right? Taking a deep breath, Engelbert looked at Thor and spoke slowly. Yes, this is an unexpected gain. Father is probably not far from becoming a Sky Knight. With this fruit of life, he should have a chance to advance to a Sky Knight. Thor nodded seriously and spoke. When he found the fruit tree of life, he thought of his father. His family had supported him a lot, so Thor naturally wanted to give back. That mature fruit of life was the best choice. As one of the main ingredients for high-level life potions, even just taking the fruit alone could help a Land Knight break through to become a Sky Knight. His father, Count Engelbert, was already at the peak of Land Knights. Using the fruit of life, there was a high chance of breaking through to a Sky Knight, or at least a certain probability. The first fruit he obtained was meant to change his own fate, so he didn't take it out. But the second one, he didn't mind using now. Listening to Thor's words, Count Engelbert's expression grew more complicated. He looked deeply at Thor. After a moment, he sighed lightly. Just take it back. Compared to me, you need it more. Despite feeling his heart tremble, Count Engelbert still spoke. Eagles need to protect their eaglets. That is the core principle of Dressrosa. He had always followed this belief. Thor showed enough potential. The only problem was that his strength was too weak, and his talent was also too weak. This would be the most deadly obstacle for Thor's future development. This fruit of life could indeed help him nearly reach the level of a Sky Knight, but it could also make up for Thor's lack of talent and strength. With this fruit of life, Thor's future becoming a Sky Knight was unlikely, but there was a slim chance for him to become a Land Knight. Hearing Count Engelbert's words, Thor was a bit surprised. But after the surprise, he said nothing. The powerful source of life within him burst out directly. A terrifying coldness began to spread. Under his feet, faintly, even white frost was spreading. What is this? The sudden surge of life energy surprised Count Engelbert, but soon his pupils widened involuntarily. His figure also stood up suddenly, because at this moment, this terrifying source of life was no longer that of an apprentice knight or even a regular knight. It had clearly reached the level of a Grand Knight. You? Count's eyes widened. At this moment, he didn't know how to express the shock inside him. The Grand Knight. His own son had become a Grand Knight. Count knew about his son. His talent wasn't very strong. At 18, he managed to break through to apprentice knight and gather a life seed, probably luck. His greatest achievement in life was likely just becoming a knight, with becoming a Grand Knight still uncertain. But in less than 2 years, seeing his son again, he found that his son was now a Grand Knight. How could he not be moved at this moment? For a moment, Count didn't know how to process his thoughts. Father, the fruit of life isn't very useful to me. It might be more useful for you. If you can break through to Sky Knight, the Dressrosa family might really advance to a Marquis family. That could be a bigger help for your son. Facing his father, Thor hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. He wasn't joking. If the Dressrosa family advances to a Marquis, he would also gain a lot, making it easier to expand in the northern province. A Marquis and a Count are not the same. There are over a dozen Counts in the vast Frost Moon province, and the entire Tulip Kingdom has about 50 or 60 Counts of various sizes. But there are fewer than 20 Marquis in the whole Tulip Kingdom, making them true top-tier nobles. Thor, honestly, you really surprised me this time. I now believe that you truly have the favor of the goddess of life. I will accept the fruit of life. Count took a deep breath, looked deeply at Thor, then spoke slowly. He didn't refuse anymore. Thor's actions already made him understand his son's thoughts, and he couldn't help but feel touched inside. Father, then I will trust your good news. Thor nodded with a smile. His expression was very relaxed. It's just a fruit of life. Now he already has a fruit tree, which will produce more and more. If the fruit of life can help his father advance, even if he can't become a Marquis family in the end, this gain is enough. Sky Knight. That is a Sky Knight. And he is his own father, which is different from Neil Morton. The Sky Knight is not easy to break through. Our family has a Star Moon fruit. I will prepare and see if I can find information about another main material. If I can obtain it, I will make high-level life potions, which is the safest plan. There is no need to rush now, as the Kingdom War still has 2 years. Count Engel shook his head and then spoke seriously. Thor nodded, and he naturally did not object. The life fruit was given to his father. How Count Engel handles it is not something he needs to worry about. Then the father and son talked for a while again. Thor then took his leave. Watching Thor leave, Count Engel sighed lightly. He never thought he would receive such a big gift from his son one day. A life fruit is indeed a great gift. It is one of the 3 main materials for high-level life potions. The life fruit is the most precious and special, and it is also the hardest to obtain. At the Royal City auction, if a life fruit appears, it is truly priceless and cannot be measured in gold coins. Even a powerful count might find it difficult to acquire. Having one life fruit gave Count Angle at least a 30% chance of success. Even without the final May material, relying on the life fruit and the Star Moon fruit, he still had a 50% chance to break through to Sky Knight. Its value goes without saying. In the study, Count Angle also showed a hint of emotion. Rest at home well these days. Also, help me discipline those kids. After expressing his feelings, Count Angle seemed to think of something and then spoke. Yes, Lord Father. Tor nodded and did not refuse. Then the father and son talked about some other matters, and Count Angle finally let Tor leave. After Tor left, Angle called Michael. A moment later, Michael came in. Master, a respectful voice sounded. Michael, there's no need to investigate the fruit of life for now. Focus all your efforts on searching for the purple gold grass. You go personally. As for the training of the castle eaglet, you can temporarily hand it over to Thor. Count Angle spoke with a serious tone. Yes. Michael was a bit confused but quickly nodded. Then Michael began to take action. At this moment, Thor was unaware of these matters. After leaving the study, his figure appeared at the training ground. As soon as he arrived, two little kids rushed over. Brother Thor! Brother Thor! Their excited voices rang out, and their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Thor. They admired Thor very much. They had never seen their father, and they held a high regard for the older brother's attitude toward Thor. In their hearts, Thor had instantly replaced Morris's noble position. Il, Clay, have you been practicing hard lately? Thor smiled as he patted their heads. Of course. We've been working very hard. Brother Il is even about to gather his life seed. The younger boy spoke excitedly and proudly. Oh, Il, you're about to gather your life seed? Hearing Clay's words, Thor looked at Il, who was already looking like a little adult, with some surprise. His words carried a hint of astonishment. Il was only 16 now, still 2 years away from 18, and he was about to gather his life seed. Thor was surprised by this. Brother Thor, I still need about half a year, Illinois said shyly. Oh, really? Good, good. Your talent is much better than yours, Brother Thor. You will definitely become an excellent knight in the future. By the way, this is a gift for you. Thor smiled as he took out another wooden box from his chest. A gift. Clay wants a gift too. Seeing the gift, Clay's eyes lit up, and he quickly spoke. Thor smiled as he spoke, pulling out a small wooden box from his bag. Clay has a gift too. Brother Thor is the best. Clay was excited. Thank you, Brother Thor. Il hesitated for a moment, but still thanked Thor. No need to thank me. Take good care of it. Thor shook his head with a smile. The two in front of him were the two brothers he knew best from his past life, so he naturally prepared 2 gifts. 2 wooden boxes and 2 divine wood fruits were enough to help both of them improve their training a lot. As for the other brothers, he also prepared gifts, but they weren't as precious. After all, he was most familiar with these 2, so he wanted to give them some special treatment. The 2 carefully stored the wooden boxes without opening them. Instead, they started asking Thor questions. Brother Thor, what is the Northern Province like? Is the Northern Province fun? Brother Thor, can I become a pioneer knight like you someday? The Northern Province is very big, with many orcs, and it's very exciting. Of course, Clay. Keep training hard, and you can become a great knight too. The boys kept talking eagerly, their eyes full of hope. All morning, Clay kept asking Thor questions, and Il occasionally asked 1 or 2. Today was a rare day off, so they had plenty of time. Until lunch arrived. Clay and Il reluctantly let go of each other's hands. Thor gently patted their heads with a smile. Then he led them into the dining hall. This time, Count Anglebar was not there. That was normal. As a count, Anglebar wouldn't stay in the castle all the time. In fact, most of the time, he wasn't there at all. Usually, only the young eagles of Drius Rosa would eat together. Without Count Angelber's presence, the atmosphere was more relaxed. During the meal, the boys chattered happily, making Thor feel a bit overwhelmed. Finally, after dealing with these little guys, Thor had a rare moment of rest. But it was only for this day. The next day, he would have to get up early and go to the training ground. Count Herlangle told him to train these little guys seriously, and he was truly doing so. Especially now that Michael has left, he has become the trainer for the little guys. Young Master Thor, please come with me. A knight respectfully spoke, leading the way forward. Thor followed behind him, and soon they arrived at the training ground. Inside the training area, many young boys saw Thor and their eyes lit up. That's Big Brother Thor. Really Big Brother Thor. Yesterday, Uncle Michael said that Thor would train us today, and it actually happened. Yeah. I wonder how strong Big Brother Thor is. Can Thor be stronger than Uncle Michael? The boys were excited, blushing, and chattering more and more. Amid their excitement, Thor had already reached the training arena. Seeing the noisy and lively environment, Thor shook his head with a light smile. Suddenly, a powerful surge of life energy burst out fiercely. Boom! The aura swept out, and a terrifying coldness spread instantly. Frost appeared on the ground beneath his feet. The chattering voices suddenly stopped, and some of the little guys shivered. Be quiet. Thor's calm voice sounded. With his words, the surrounding area quickly became silent. At the same time, some knights nearby couldn't help but step back involuntarily, their eyes showing shock. Because even they, as official knights, could feel a bone-chilling coldness at this moment. Gulp. Young Master Thor. One knight, sweating coldly on his forehead, stared wide-eyed. He felt an unimaginable terror from Thor. Even when facing Knight Commander Michael before, he only felt this kind of fear. Young Master Thor, he might have broken through to become a land knight. Another knight couldn't help but whisper. Impossible. His companion nearby shook his head quickly, denying it. It was a joke. Thor was still so young. For him to break through to become a land knight at this age, that was impossible. But the figure couldn't help but want to say more, but at this moment, Thor's gaze suddenly turned toward him. The figure quickly closed his mouth. You are the young eagles of Dries Rosa, and you will surely soar into a broader sky. My father has asked me to train you, and I hope I can satisfy him. Whoever can take first place in training this week. It's not about talent, but about effort. Just as long as you succeed, I will give him a mid-level life potion. The person who ranks last will lose their life potion for this month. Thor withdrew his gaze and spoke slowly. As soon as he finished, the eyes of many young boys in the training ground lit up. A mid-level life potion, that's a valuable potion. They receive one potion each year, but it's a low-level one. The mid-level potion is rare. Only a few of the dozen or so people here have ever touched one. Brother Thor, how do we become the top in training? Someone couldn't help but ask, blushing. Yes, Brother Thor, how do we become the top in training? Soon after, another person asked, and all eyes turned to Thor. The one who trains the hardest and completes the task most thoroughly is the top. Facing everyone's hopeful gazes, Thor smiled calmly. Listening to him, the dozen or so boys' eyes lit up even more. If talent wasn't a factor, then anyone seemed to have a chance. How could they not be excited? Let's begin. Next week, I will supervise all of you, Thor said. As he finished speaking, figures started moving quickly across the training ground. It was completely different from before. In this world, talent often determines everything. After practicing, many people realize their talent isn't very good. Being expelled seems inevitable. Under these circumstances, people have become somewhat relaxed, no longer as serious as before. Thor had sensed this before. But at this moment, with Thor's promise, everything changed. One mid-level life potion could alter many people's fates. With intermediate life potions, it seems possible for them to gather life seeds before turning 18. No one would want to miss such an opportunity. Everyone worked hard and sweat profusely. They began to focus more seriously than ever before. Watching this scene, even some knights responsible for teaching on the training ground were surprised. However, recalling the promise given by Thor, they shook their heads and sighed. A bottle of intermediate life potion is worth over 1,000 gold coins even in the Frostmoon province. It can even increase the chance of successfully gathering a life seed. In this situation, it would be strange if the descendants of Dries Rosa didn't work hard. Time slowly passed, and Thor did not choose to leave. Instead, he sincerely accompanied them. These young ones are the descendants of Dries Rosa and also the future of the family. The family wants to grow, and they need him, as well as these young people. Maybe in the future, he will also need them. He cares a lot about this. Even though the young ones are tired, they still grit their teeth and persevere. Until dusk gradually falls, the training for the day ends. Thor clapped his hands. All right, that's enough for today. His words rang out. Then, one by one, the figures collapsed to the ground. Looking at these young ones, Thor was quite satisfied. Of course, there were some things that made him frown. His gaze casually fell on a chubby boy not far away. Compared to others who were almost lying down, the chubby boy was just a bit out of breath. Thor's words seemed to have little effect on him, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he moved to the center. Under the gathering gazes, his voice rang out. Today's top scorer is Carter Dries Rosa. He will earn 1 point. The lowest is Laya, who will lose 1 point. After a week, the one with the most points will be first, and the one with the fewest points will be last. His words immediately drew everyone's attention. All eyes focused on 2 young boys. One was the chubby boy from before, and the other was a slightly thin boy. But the main focus was on the thin boy. Carter's talent was not the strongest among them. In fact, it was quite weak. Yet, he managed to get first place this time. Many of the young ones felt a bit upset. You should not be satisfied, but I tell you, from this evening until now, Carter has only taken a quarter of an hour for lunch and rested less than 3 times during training. The others have been training almost all the time. Il, you rested 10 times and took half an hour for meals. Clay, you rested 12 times and spent an hour eating. Mona, you rested 7 times and also took half an hour for meals. Before the little guys could speak, Thor's voice rang out loudly. Hearing this voice, the boys, who were feeling a bit upset, all instinctively lowered their heads. All right, go back and rest now. No one is allowed to continue training. Remember to soak in the medicinal bath, or you won't be able to endure tomorrow. Thor looked at each of them with their heads lowered, then waved his hand. Over the next 10 days, the young eagles from Dries Rosa Castle began to train wildly. Thor only looked at effort, not talent, meaning almost everyone had a chance. Naturally, these little guys didn't want to give up. However, Carter still led the pack, spending almost all his time on training. On the first day, he scored 1 point. On the second day, he scored again. And it wasn't until the 4th day that the little guys briefly surpassed him. But that only lasted 1 day. On the 5th day, Carter scored another point. This result made the boys grit their teeth and train even harder. In this intense effort, a week quickly passed. Training for this week is over. Carter is first, Laya is last. The life potion bonus for the next year is deducted. On the training ground, Thor's voice sounded. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned towards Carter and Laya. Laya didn't care at all. He had already given up on continuing to train, as a bottle of life potion wouldn't make much difference to him. As for Carter, he couldn't help but feel excited, especially when a bottle of mid-level life potion was brought to him. His face flushed slightly. Thank you, Brother Thor. Carter's voice rang out, and his gaze towards Thor was full of gratitude. He knew this bottle of life potion could change his future. This is what you deserve. All right, let's continue. This time lasts for a month. Whoever ranks first will receive a mid-level life potion. The top 3 will get a low-level life potion. Those in the bottom 3 will lose their life potion supply for the next year. Thor waved his hand and issued another command. This immediately made everyone's eyes light up again. There really are more rewards. And this time, all top 3 spots are included. This means that not only Carter, but others also have a chance. Although it's just a low-level life potion, not a mid-level one. Even having one more low-level potion is very important for their night breathing practice. It can greatly increase their chances of forming a life seed. This is a real opportunity. Of course, the punishment is also harsher. The bottom 3 will be deprived of their potion supply. Earlier, with Laya at the bottom, everyone wasn't too worried. But now with 2 more spots, others also became nervous. This is exactly what Thor wanted. The first week was just to show everyone that he was serious about giving rewards. The month-long event now truly stirs the eagerness of all the young eagles of Dries Rosa, inspiring them to work harder. At this moment, they didn't know that the castle's high officials, Count Engelbert, was quietly watching this scene. He had returned home 3 days ago and already knew about Thor's actions. Seeing the determined training efforts below, a smile appeared on his face. Next to him was Michael, looking a bit surprised. How is it? Count Engelbert asked softly. Young Master Thor is truly a born leader. Michael couldn't help but praise. His feelings were especially strong right now. In just 7 days, the entire Eagle territory had changed completely, something he hadn't expected. Haha. Indeed, his future is brighter than mine. It looks like the eagles of the Dries Rosa family will finally soar into the sky. Count Engelbert laughed loudly. Thor is definitely an eagle. Michael nodded seriously. His mind involuntarily recalled the young boy from the training ground years ago. The young man was gradually replaced by a confident expression and a more impressive figure below. From now on, let's follow this rule. Calculated by years, the top 3 each year can get an extra bottle of life potion. The bottom three, excluding that year, maybe talent isn't the only thing that matters. Count Engel couldn't help but feel emotional as he spoke, recalling the strength Tor had shown him earlier. A Grand Knight. That's a Grand Knight. In less than 2 years, Tor had already broken through to become a Grand Knight. Count Engel knew very well how talented Tor was. But with such talent, he had made such a big leap in less than 2 years on the way to the Northern Province. If Tor could do it, what about others? Even if only 1 in 10,000, Count Engel was willing to try. It wouldn't cost much anyway. In fact, the expenses wouldn't be much at all. Yes. Michael nodded and agreed immediately. By the way, how's the situation? Do we have any information about the purple goldgrass? After giving the order, Count Engel turned his head to look at Michael with a serious look. It's confirmed that the kingdom's auction next month will have 3 purple goldgrass plants for sale. Also, the Assad family seems to have one, but it's not confirmed yet. Michael spoke respectfully. A few days were enough for him to gather enough information. Oh, there are 2 places? Hearing Michael's words, Count Engel looked surprised. It's not confirmed yet whether the one from the Assad family is real. Only the kingdom's auction can be sure. Michael shook his head and explained softly. That's enough. All right, prepare over the next few days. Come with me to the capital. You haven't been back in many years, right? Count Engel smiled and shook his head, then looked at his knight commander. Sir, what about the Assad family? Michael's body trembled slightly, but he still frowned as he spoke. Don't worry. Since it's only a possibility, there's no need for us to go personally. Tor has been at home recently, right? Let him go instead. Count Engel explained softly. Young Master Tor. Michael paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, go prepare. This time, it's rare for you to go back. Count Engel smiled and spoke again. Then the 2 of them began their preparations. At this moment, Thor naturally didn't know about these things. He had stopped training the young Dressrosa eagles and instead moved to the side to start practicing his night breathing technique. As his talent improved, his progress with the night breathing method became faster and faster. Even he was beginning to enjoy this feeling. It was completely different from his memories. He could see his own improvement almost with his eyes. The only problem was that his night breathing technique was still a bit weak. The eagle breathing technique was indeed a top-tier method, but it depended on who you compared it to. Among the counts, he was definitely at the top, having trained to the peak of the Earth Knight, with a chance to break through to the Sky Knight. But among marquises, dukes, or even the entire kingdom, he was only considered decent and couldn't match his current talent. If he had a more advanced night breathing technique, he might have broken through to the Great Knight even sooner, or perhaps soon reach the level of the Earth Knight. The elf girl and the natural elf's ice element blessing made Thor's talent extremely terrifying right now. Time slowly passed, and even a thin layer of frost was spreading across the training ground. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop quite a bit. He was only a Great Knight now, but if he could break through to the Earth Knight, the entire training ground might be greatly affected. And if he became a Sky Knight, the effect could be even more astonishing. At the center of the frost, Thor exhaled a long, cloudy breath. His breathing gradually stabilized. Feeling the increasing life energy within his body, a smile appeared on his face. With his current pace, in at most 2 months, he should be able to reach the mid-stage of the Great Knight. This was assuming he wasn't affected by the previous rush during his travels. Otherwise, he might have already reached the mid-stage of the Great Knight. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry about this. Taking each step steadily would make his future path clearer. He stood up. First, he went to the training ground to report his training results for the day. Then, Thor prepared to return to his room to wash up properly. Life at home has been quite relaxing, and even the daily intelligence reports haven't brought any surprises. Clearly, as he guessed before, if he stays in the castle all the time, he probably won't achieve much. Unless he can go out with the Dressrosa family, but no matter how far he goes, he won't find opportunities as great as in the Northern Province. Compared to the Northern Province, most other provinces in the Tulip Kingdom are already well developed. Even the Southern Moon Province, which has been part of the Tulip Kingdom for over 100 years, has its opportunities and resources mostly taken by the major nobles. Even with daily intelligence, he wouldn't have many chances. While Tor was thinking about these things, there was a knock on the door. Tor signaled, and Anna opened the door. Seeing who was there, Tor paused for a moment. "Young Master Tor, the master wants to see you," said the butler, Charlie, politely. "Okay, I'll go right away." Tur replied somewhat confused but quickly responded. He then tidied himself up and headed to Count Engelbert's study. Come in. Count Engelbert's voice rang out before Tur even knocked. Tur pushed open the door. Father, you wanted to see me? Tur asked with a puzzled voice, looking at Count Engelbert sitting in front. Yes, this time I called you here to send you to Pat City, said Count Engelbert, explaining why he summoned Tur. Pat City? Tur paused briefly, then remembered where it was. It's the city hall of the Frost Moon province. It's about 1,500 miles from Dressrosa Castle. His memories of that place, even the old ones, are somewhat blurry. If he hadn't advanced to a formal knight, his memories wouldn't be so clear now. Yes, exactly, Pat City. I hear the Assad family has a violet flower. I need to go to the capital, so I can't go with you. You seem to be familiar with that young guy from the Assad family. I plan to send you and Marshall to see if you can get it. Count Engelbert nodded and explained. All right, father. When should I leave? Tur nodded and agreed directly. This was not a big deal, especially since Rajuz Assad was following him, and his family status was gradually rising. If the Assad family truly had a Zijan grass, he was quite confident he could acquire it. Let's depart tomorrow. Rest well today. I also need to gather some supplies. Count Engel nodded. Okay. Tur responded. Then, the father and son continued to talk. Mostly, Count Engel explained the situation in the Frost Moon province and what to watch out for on this trip. But there wasn't much to say. In the Frost Moon province, the Dressrosa family wasn't the top family, but among counts, they were considered first class. This wasn't the Northern Land province, but Frost Moon province, where interests were already fixed, so there was no real problem. Count Engel was not worried. He just wanted his son to understand more about the situation. Soon, the explanation was finished. Tur then took his leave. Inside the room, night was falling gradually. The familiar mechanical voice sounded again, just like usual. Daily Intelligence Updated 1. Ender will awaken his life seed at noon today and successfully become a qualified apprentice knight. At 20 years old, he is full of ambition and vows to become the most loyal knight of the Dressrosa family. 2. The maid of Dressrosa Castle, Loris, and the servant, Ingli, are preparing a ritual in the cornfield. They are very skilled at it after 2.5 years of practice. 3. A pig beast in Dressrosa Castle is about to give birth, expected to have 10 piglets in the afternoon. However, the sow seems to be suffering from postpartum depression. 5. In Michael's stables, his most cherished horse seems to have developed some small emotions, needing the companionship of a mare for 2.5 years. 6. 7 days later, on the way to Pat City, they will encounter an attack by a pack of blue-gray wolves, led by a wolf at the peak of the second rank. 7. 15 days later, in Pat City, the Assad family will hold a grand auction, featuring a very precious Zijan grass. 8. After 17 days, on the roads of Pat City, a down-and-out knight was selling an item said to come from an ancient ruin. It contained a very valuable breathing technique. Although damaged, it was enough to help someone break through to become a Sky Knight. Lines of text appeared before him. As he looked at these words, Thor's usually indifferent expression suddenly widened in surprise. Really, it exists. He muttered to himself, his eyes quickly focusing on the 5th entry. He hadn't expected that the purple gold grass his father mentioned might appear at this auction. And now, it truly was there. But before he could fully process this surprise, the next entry, number 8, made his breathing become heavy. A knight's breathing technique. Thor never thought he would see a knight's breathing technique here. For him, what he lacked most now was not strength, resources, or cultivation, but a proper breathing technique. As he mentioned before, the eagle breathing technique was good enough, but it didn't quite fit his talent for cultivation. He needed a better one. However, obtaining a good breathing technique was not easy. Without considering Neil Merton's words, the only way to get a better technique was to earn enough merit points to exchange for it. But the level of the eagle breathing technique was already high. To exchange for a higher level technique, he would need a huge number of merit points. The Dressrosa family might not even have enough, let alone him. In the end, Thor could only temporarily suppress his excitement. But he hadn't expected this to happen now. Although the Daily Intelligence reports said the breathing technique was incomplete, they also mentioned that even incomplete, it was enough to cultivate into a Sky Knight. Compared to the Eagle territory, it was undoubtedly much better. If he could get it, not only he and Rain, but even Count Engelbert, his father, might have a greater chance to break through to become a Sky Knight. Thor never thought such a big surprise would come. At this moment, his eyes shone brightly, with an eager feeling of anticipation. After a long while, Thor managed to calm his excitement. The knight's breathing technique was still in Pat City. No matter how excited he was, he couldn't do anything now. And since the daily intelligence reports said it would take more than 10 days, rushing now was pointless. He suppressed his thoughts. Thor's gaze once again swept over the daily intelligence reports. At the same time, more thoughts began to flow. Time slowly passed. Night gradually fell. Thor did not sleep much that night. Instead, he carefully examined each piece of updated intelligence and the more detailed information within. When the morning sunlight spilled in, Thor had just finished washing up. The butler knocked on his door. "Come in," Thor called out, adjusting his clothes as he prepared. "Young Master Thor, Knight Marshal is waiting outside the castle. He asked me to inquire when you plan to depart." Butler Charlie spoke respectfully. 15 minutes. After a brief pause, Thor answered, "Yes, sir." Charlie responded quickly and left. After tidying himself for a moment, Thor, along with Pelos and Anna, headed out of the castle. Outside, Thor soon saw the Knight Marshal waiting for him. As vice-captain of the Eagle Knights, Marshal's strength was not yet at the level of a land knight, but he was already at the peak of a great knight, just one step away from becoming a land knight, ready to break through at any moment. "Knight Marshal, sorry to keep you waiting," Thor said apologetically. "Young Master Thor, you're too polite." "Time is just right," Marshal said with a smile, his gaze casually studying Thor. Recently, Marshal had heard quite a bit about young Master Thor. This made him very curious. This was their first meeting, and it was different from what he had imagined. Young Master Thor was surprisingly gentle and did not give off a very serious impression. He was even completely different from Lord Tono from before. This made Marshal even more curious. "Let's go. It's not early anymore," Thor nodded with a smile. Then he swung onto Nia's back. "Yes." Marshal nodded, waving his hand. In the next moment, several knights also mounted their horses. Soon, the large team set out in a grand procession. For this trip, Count Engelbert provided him with a cavalry unit of over 100 members, most of whom were formal knights. They would serve not only as escorts, but also as carriers for transporting goods. Thor didn't need to pay attention to this. He just needed to go to the auction. However, the horsemen had just set out. In the distance, Maurice Dressrosa was quickly riding over with his men. "Brother Maurice." Thor was a bit surprised to see him. Maurice soon arrived with more than 10 riders. "Uncle Marshal, Thor, father asked me to come with you." Maurice first bowed to Marshal, then explained calmly. Marshal smiled and nodded, and Thor also smiled. The group grew larger again. Maurice rode up beside Thor. "Thor," Maurice whispered, with a complicated look. The shock from that day was still fresh. "Brother Maurice," Thor replied happily. Nothing else happened after that. The group left the castle together, heading toward Pate City. Pate City was about 1,500 miles from Dressrosa town. Even the Knights group would need about 12 or 13 days to get there. On the way, they had to pass through several Earls' territories. Fortunately, compared to the northern province, the Frost Moon province had wide roads and a stable environment. The biggest threat was some weak magical beasts, so the journey was smoother. 10 days passed quickly. They were getting closer to Pate City. The trip was smooth, with only one attack by a gray-blue wolf, which Thor didn't avoid intentionally. Everything else went very well, making the team feel relaxed. During these 10 days, Maurice, Thor, and Marshal became more familiar with each other. They talked as they traveled. Later, Marshal looked at the map, then raised his head with a serious expression. "Young Master Thor, we are about to reach the Emison family territory. We might need to pay some gold coins. I will handle it later." Marshal spoke with a serious tone. "The Emison family?" Thor's eyebrows raised. Hearing that familiar family name again made him curious. As for the payment of gold coins, Marshal mentioned. "As a trading caravan passing through noble territories of the same level, we need to pay some gold coins, except for small nobles. On the way here, we have already paid quite a lot. This is also a feature of the Frostmoon province. Unlike the northern province, which has been developed for hundreds of years, the benefits here have long been fixed. For nobles, the best way to make profit is to set up roadblocks. Almost every noble territory has such roadblocks. However, these roadblocks only target nobles of the same level or lower. They do not affect higher-level nobles and do not charge them gold coins. Traveling here, Thor truly saw how difficult trade routes are in this era. He also understood why only a few families, mainly royal courts, dukes, and marquises, can manage trade in the Tulip Kingdom. Most are from these noble families, and only the Assad family is a count family. In this situation, even barons or viscounts would find it hard to avoid increased costs on the road, let alone open trade routes. Thor even feels lucky that the northern province has not yet been fully developed. Even nobles who have been here for over 10 years find it hard to set up roadblocks. Otherwise, his trade plan might never start. He might not even be able to hold an auction or similar event. He shakes his head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Marshall has already gone forward to negotiate. About half an hour later, Marshall returns looking quite unhappy. "Uncle Marshall, what happened?" Thor asks, noticing his grim expression. "Those Emerson guys want to charge extra gold coins," Maurice explains with a grim face. "Yes, young Master Thor. They say recently they've been busy clearing monsters around, and their expenses have increased a lot. Now, each cart has to pay 50 coins, which is half again as much as before." Marshall nods and explains. Right now, their group has over 200 carts. Each cart paying 20 silver coins adds up to 4,000 silver coins, or 40 gold coins, a very large sum. He is simply like a vampire. Morris listened to Marshall's words, and his face grew even more displeased. Thor also frowned deeply. Although he knew his family had a poor relationship with the Emerson family, almost enemies, this kind of blatant feeling was something he had never experienced before. Such a clear situation made him think about other things. Thor's brows furrowed as he pondered deeply. "Young Master Morris, young Master Thor, let's go. We should leave here as soon as possible." Marshall shook his head without saying more, signaling the two to continue moving forward. Although there might not be big problems openly in the Frost Moon province, this is still Emerson family territory, so leaving quickly is the best choice. "Okay." Thor nodded and agreed. Although Morris was still a bit angry, he suppressed it. The group continued their journey toward Pate City. 3 days later, they successfully crossed the Emerson territory and could see Pate City ahead. And just after they left Emerson territory, in the very center of the land, Emerson Castle Master, the descendant of the Dressrosa family, dares to appear in our family's territory. "How can you let them leave like that?" A beautiful woman frowned and spoke. "Madam, that was Colin's loss, not someone else's theft. And it's normal trade. If we block it, next time no trading caravan will want to come through us," Count Emerson said with a helpless sigh. He also felt a bit helpless about his wife. Although he was a count, she was from a marquis family, and even he had to treat her carefully. Colin didn't lose his land. It was that despicable Dressrosa descendant who seized it while Colin was away. The beautiful woman's voice was tinged with dissatisfaction. Count Emerson's face twitched slightly, and he shook his head. He didn't say anything further. He was annoyed that they had just left the land, and angry at the despicable Dressrosa descendant who seized it. Although the Emerson family does not get along with the Dressrosa family, the people of the Dressrosa family are still trustworthy. This statement can only fool a 3-year-old. He knows very well what kind of person his son is. Count Emerson is clear about that. Plus, the northern province has already made a decision. Surely there won't be any problems now. But he also knows that he shouldn't argue further with the beautiful lady. Anyway, he has no intention of giving that useless person any redemption money. If she wants it, she can find her own way. Intercepting the Dressrosa family's caravan directly is impossible. Extorting them might be okay, but if he does anything more, his reputation as Count Emerson would be ruined. Then, as he said, trade routes might be cut off completely, which would be bad for the Emerson family and something he definitely wants to avoid. Seeing that Count Emerson no longer speaks, the beautiful lady's face also shows a slight displeasure. Pate City is over 1,500 miles away from the Dressrosa family territory. After passing through the Emerson family land, Thor and his group finally arrived at Pate City on the 14th day of their journey. Compared to Lorenz City, Pate City is much more bustling. From afar, the tall city gates immediately catch everyone's attention. Looking at those huge gates, everyone's tense and heavy feelings seem to ease a little. "We've arrived," Marshall softly spoke. "Is this Pate City?" Anna looked curiously at the big city ahead, her beautiful eyes filled with wonder. "Let's go inside." Thor smiled and called everyone forward. Soon, they reached the city gates. Like Lorenz City, Pate City also has several gates. Some are for commoners, some for merchants, and others for nobles. Thor and his group naturally chose the noble passage. Compared to the other gates, the noble passage is much smoother. Quickly, they passed through the huge gates into Pate City. As soon as they entered, Thor could feel the city's prosperity. Everywhere on the streets, there are knights in armor and nobles wearing medals. Along the streets, shops hang various signs. Even though Loren City is now very prosperous, it is still much smaller compared to Pat City. Young Master Morris, please take young Master Thor to the residence first. I will handle these supplies, Marshall softly said. Okay, Uncle Marshall. Morris nodded in agreement. Then, everyone parted ways. Morris led a team of knights with Thor toward the center of Pat City. The Dressrosa family, as counts, naturally had properties in Pat City. The most valuable ones were a tavern and a weapon shop. They also owned a large courtyard. Thor was quickly taken by Morris to the Dressrosa estate. The courtyard was very big, enough to comfortably hold all of them. There were people responsible for managing it year-round. Once settled, Morris smiled and spoke to Thor. Thor, the auction starts tomorrow. Today, we can rest well. After dinner, I'll take you to explore Pat City. You probably haven't been here in many years. Yes, I really haven't been here in a long time, Thor nodded with a smile, not refusing. Even though he had visited Pat City a few times before, his memories were a bit fuzzy, probably only twice. In this situation, he naturally didn't mind going out for a walk. After resting for a while, a servant brought dinner. They enjoyed a good meal, relaxing after days of travel. Then Morris took Thor away from the courtyard to stroll around Pat City. Pat City was indeed large, more than 3 times the size of Loren City. Even the population was probably over 400,000 or 500,000, making it one of the top 3 cities in the Tulip Kingdom. The city also had more nobles than expected. During their casual walk, Thor and the others met several nobles. This was quite normal. In the northern province, besides Marquis Ryman and some court nobles, most of the nobles stayed in their own territories. There wouldn't be many in Loren City. But Pat City was different. The entire Frost Moon province was relatively stable, with no major unrest. Compared to the territory, Pat City might have more opportunities, which makes more nobles willing to stay there. Thor, you might not know, but Pat City is said to be expanding again this year. Marquis Pat has decided to extend the city by another mile. Maybe someday it will surpass the capital. Another mile of expansion. Yes, preparations are already underway. It is said they plan to take 5 years to complete the construction. When finished, even if it can't surpass the capital, it will be bigger than Autumn Leaf City. The two talked casually, while their figures relaxed and watched everything happening in Pat City. Time slowly passed without notice. Night gradually fell. As night arrived, Pat City seemed to become even more lively. There was no curfew in Pat City. Lights turned on everywhere, making the city look like a city that never sleeps. Just as everyone was looking for a place to rest, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead. The disturbance spread quickly and caught Morris and Thor's attention. Their gazes converged. They saw a crowd gathering in front. Let's go see what's happening, Thor said with a smile. Good. Morris was also curious, nodded, and then they headed toward the source of the commotion. When the figures saw the noble badges on Thor and others, many people automatically moved aside. Soon, the group reached the center. They saw the source of the chaos. It was a fighting ring. On the ring, 2 figures were fighting fiercely. One was a strong black bear, and the other was a large gray-blue wolf. The black bear was likely a second-tier beast, a mighty bear with terrifying strength far beyond most second-tier beasts, but it was slow to react. The gray-blue wolf was also a second-tier beast, known for its agility, but its strength was relatively weak. Kill him. Shock. Haven't you eaten? Yeah, kill him. Bite him. Yes, yes, just like that. Shouts filled the air, and many around were excited, some faces even flushed with excitement. What is this? Looking at the figures on the fighting ring, Thor's brow furrowed slightly in surprise. Thor, this is a beast fight. Some nobles like to keep beasts and magical creatures in captivity for fighting each other. On one hand, it helps resolve conflicts. On the other, it serves as entertainment. Morris was not surprised and explained softly. Listening to Morris's explanation, Thor became more interested and started watching carefully. The surrounding shouts grew louder and more noticeable. Many nobles were among the spectators. On the high platform, 2 young nobles seemed to become more excited with each shout. The 2 fighting magical creatures had eyes turning bright red. Suddenly, a huge paw struck down fiercely toward the gray-blue wolf. The wolf dodged by turning sideways. Next moment, Blood sprayed out as a large chunk of flesh was torn from the leg of the mighty beast. The mighty beast let out a loud cry of pain. Then it became even more frantic, smashing wildly at the gray-blue wolf. But the wolf was too fast. The mighty beast couldn't hit it and kept getting more wounds. Finally, it couldn't hold on anymore. With a loud crash, the mighty beast fell to the ground. The gray-blue wolf immediately pounced on it, biting fiercely. Ah, I lost again. The gray-blue wolf is just too strong. Even some mid-second level magical creatures can't match it. Yes, no wonder the Imison family is so powerful. Their magical creatures are truly strong. People's voices mixed with excitement and sighs. As the excitement faded, the crowd gradually dispersed. The fight was over, so there was no reason to stay. The young noble controlling the mighty beast looked unhappy. Amor, this time you won. Next time, you won't be so lucky, he said coldly and then ignored the struggling beast, turning to leave the arena. Elvin, I can beat you this time, and I will again next time. I'm looking forward to you fainting and still bringing me food. On the other side, the noble young man controlling the blue-gray wolf laughed proudly, looking very pleased with himself. But just as he was feeling proud, his eyebrows suddenly lifted slightly, because at that moment, he saw Thor and Morris among the crowd. Of course, they didn't seem special, but the badges on their chests caught his attention. One was an eagle with wings spread wide, which was the emblem of the Dressrosa family. This caused him to pause, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Dressrosa, he whispered softly, and in the next moment, the coldness in his eyes turned into a smile. His mental energy was instantly triggered. In that instant, the blue-gray wolf that had been gnawing on the ground suddenly lifted its head. Its eyes turned blood-red as it stared fiercely at Thor and Morris. Next moment, whoosh, the blue-gray wolf moved quickly, rushing straight toward Thor and the others. Be careful, a panicked voice rang out. It was the voice of the noble young man on the high platform, and his expression showed fear. But at that moment, no one paid attention to him. The sudden charge of the blue-gray wolf caused chaos among the crowd, which had not yet fully dispersed. The blue-gray wolf is out of control. Run. Be careful. Shouts of alarm sounded one after another. The venue suddenly became very chaotic. Morris's face changed, and he quickly drew his knight's sword to stand in front of Thor. But just as he moved, a strong gust of wind hit him. Boom. The huge teeth collided with the knight's sword, and Morris felt a great force coming at him, along with a foul smell spreading through the air. Humph. Morris couldn't help but retreat, his face turning pale in an instant. Thor, be careful. This blue-gray wolf seems to be acting strangely. It looks like it has taken a berserk potion, Morris said anxiously. He didn't expect that just a simple walk in the street could lead to a wild beast running out of control. Such things are usually very rare, but now it had happened, especially with a beast that had taken a berserk potion. The beast's strength had clearly increased again. Originally, he was a great knight, and his strength should have been stronger than that of the blue-gray wolf. But during the recent clash, he almost couldn't block it. Remember, the blue-gray wolf is best at speed. Hold on, everyone. Shock him before he loses control. Wait a bit longer, the paladin guard will arrive soon. The young nobleman looked anxious, his face also showing signs of panic. But clearly, Morris was no longer paying attention to him. His face was grim, and he was using his life energy to prepare defensively. Suddenly sensing something, he quickly shifted his body to the side. But he was too late. The blue-gray wolf lunged forward, its sharp fangs locking onto his neck. Not good. Morris's face changed color, and a flash of fear appeared in his eyes. Just as panic spread, buzz. A ripple spread out, and in the next moment, Morris felt a terrifying coldness expanding around him. His blood seemed to turn stiff. The frantic blue-gray wolf stiffened, and its attack on Morris paused mid-air. In that brief moment, splurt. A clear sound rang out, followed by a spray of bright red blood, and the large, fierce wolf's head was suddenly severed. Its massive body fell helplessly. Thud. The body hit the ground with a dull sound. After a moment, the head also dropped from the air. At this instant, everything around suddenly became silent. Morris stared blankly at the scene before him, then instinctively looked toward Thor, who had drawn his knight's sword at some point. For a moment, he couldn't think clearly. Meanwhile, the panicked young nobleman in the distance also looked stunned. The others, who had been panicking earlier, were also frozen in place. This sudden turn of events was too shocking. For a moment, They could only stare blankly at the scene, at the young figure in front of them. Thud. One strike. Only one strike. So powerful. This. After a moment, some people muttered to themselves. But soon, as they continued to whisper, it seemed they sensed something. When their eyes focused on that familiar young nobleman, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Let's go. Someone reacted quickly, lightly coughs, and then quickly leaves the scene. Others haven't reacted yet and are excitedly looking at Thor and the others. At this moment, several figures still on the field are all looking at Thor and his group with excitement, especially at Thor himself. Thor is quite young, probably around 20, yet he easily defeated the blue-gray wolf that had just ingested a berserk potion. His strength surprises everyone. Wow, so impressive. His strength probably isn't just at the level of a senior knight. Yes, at least at the peak of a senior knight. Could the Dressrosa family be one of the noble families? Voices buzzed with discussion. At the same time, Maurice was also shocked, and his gaze on Thor fluctuated intensely. In just one strike, the blue-gray wolf, almost deadly to him, was easily taken down by his younger brother. It was almost as if he couldn't resist the attack. Thor. Maurice instinctively spoke, but he didn't quite know what to say. Thor's strength far exceeded his expectations. He had thought Thor was only a formal knight, but now it seemed Thor had not only broken through to become a senior knight, but was also much stronger than him. As Maurice was lost in thought, a cold voice interrupted. Killing my pet beast might be a bit too much, don't you think? The young nobleman approached, his eyes filled with anger as he spoke. The previous panic and chaos seemed to vanish completely at this moment. Emer, your blue-gray wolf went out of control. If it was killed, then so be it. Do you have any objections? Hearing this, Maurice couldn't help but become a little annoyed. He had almost died just now. His tone turned cold as he spoke, and his figure directly looked at the approaching person, carrying a dangerous aura. As a family guardian knight, Maurice was very familiar with this person, who often traveled around. He was a descendant of the Emozen family, one of the most outstanding members of this generation. At 24, he had already broken through to become a senior knight and had a high chance of advancing to a land knight. There had even been significant conflicts between them before. Morris, what do you mean? Clearly, it was you who provoked the blue-gray wolf, causing it to lose control. In the end, my blue-gray wolf didn't hurt anyone. You could have controlled it and didn't need to kill it. Yet, you chose to kill. Amor's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke in a calm but icy voice. You. Morris's face instantly turned purple with anger, and he was about to lash out. But at that moment, clatter. Clatter. Urgent sounds of footsteps echoed. Soon after, a knightly group of over 20 people quickly arrived. The arrival of the knights and the confrontation between the two powerful families made even the few remaining people sense something was wrong. They all hurriedly backed away. Morris wanted to step forward again, but Tor held him back. And just as he did, the group of knights had already reached this place. What's going on? The leading knight commander frowned and asked. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the two opposing figures and the headless corpse of the blue-gray wolf on the ground. Uncle Diggily, I was fighting beasts, but these guys provoked my pet and even killed it without warning, Amor quickly explained. You. Clearly, your magical beast went berserk and lost control. We had to intervene. Or there would have been many casualties around here. Morris's expression changed, and he hurriedly spoke. This was no small matter to act rashly in Pate City. In contrast, Tur did not speak. He merely glanced at the knight commander and then at Amor, who was smiling with a look of curiosity. It seemed he was testing a suspicion. Ah, so you really did attack in Pate City? The knight commander, Diggily, looked at Tor and the others with a frown and spoke coldly. Knight Commander Diggily, that's not how it happened. Morris tried to speak again. You just need to answer me. Did you attack first in Pate City? Diggily's tone was calm, but a powerful life force suddenly burst forth, spreading an invisible pressure. Great Earth Knight. Morris's face changed, and he involuntarily took a step back. Take them away. Diggily waved his hand. Immediately, the surrounding knights prepared to move forward quickly. However, they had not yet moved. Thor took a step forward, and a powerful burst of life energy erupted from him. Boom. A cold aura spread out, and the strong life energy pushed back the overwhelming pressure from Digiri. Although he was only at the early stage of the Grand Knight level, the special nature of ice element life energy allowed him to withstand this pressure. The sudden surge of life energy surprised Digiri, causing him to furrow his brow. Different kind of life energy. He was a bit surprised and shocked, but soon his expression turned cold again. Are you trying to resist? Digiri's deep voice carried a hint of menace. According to the kingdom's laws, Article 32, citizens who provoke nobles may be met with any action, including, but not limited to, killing. Article 35, any provocation or false accusations against a noble can be dealt with without limit. Faced with Digiri's threatening tone, Thor paid no mind. His voice was calm as he spoke. In the next moment, he suddenly flashed and disappeared instantly. Be careful. Digiri was initially confused, but quickly reacted. He shouted in alarm, about to move. However, he was still some distance from Amor, while Thor had already approached Amor, and they were very close. Amor suddenly felt a tremor in his heart, and then Digiri's voice reached his ears. He instinctively drew his knight's sword. Clang! The moment the knight's sword was drawn, Thor's figure appeared. Boom! A terrifying burst of life energy exploded, colliding with Amor's knight's sword. Amor's life energy was weaker than Thor's, and he had rushed in without time to react. Ah! A scream of pain, and in the next moment, his figure was flung backward, crashing onto the ground far away. Frost spread from his sword to his right hand. Ah! My hand! A piercing cry sounded. You! The sudden change caught Digiri off guard. No matter how fast he was, by the time he reacted, Amor had already been flung out. His face darkened instantly. A burst of life energy surged toward Thor, attacking him fiercely. Anna! Thor shouted softly. Understood. Anna nodded. In the next moment, her magic wand lit up, and a glowing ring appeared around Thor. Then Anna began to chant quickly. A faint glow reveals a cloudy emblem, a wild and rebellious spirit, emerging yet denying, numbing and blocking the long sleep, crawling steel princess, successive self-destruction of clay dolls, unite, rebound, cover the land, knowing one's own powerlessness. The chant finished swiftly. A icy blue light reappeared and wrapped around Thor. Bang! In the first clash, even with the blessing of the halo, Thor's figure was forced to fly backward. But during the flight, another icy blue halo formed around him, gathering a stronger surge of cold ice elements. Frost began to spread around him. A more terrifying coldness spread out. At this moment, his life energy started to rise rapidly. In this situation, he dared to fight because he had confidence. He couldn't compare to the Earth Knight, but with Anna involved, the situation was completely different. Both shared a contract, and their combined strength was not simply additive. Bang! A powerful burst of life energy spread out, Frost expanded, and the temperature around started to drop quickly. Even the ground was covered with a layer of ice spreading rapidly. Magician. Digwoli's expression changed slightly, but then he turned cold. Just a magician. Do you think your alien life force can rival the Earth Knight? Start the attack in Pat City, injuring members of the Pat Knight Order. The Drius Rosa family should be ready to pay 10,000 gold coins for the ransom. Digwoli's voice sounded, and he moved directly to confront him. Frost spread out, and powerful energy radiated outward. At this moment, another halo appeared around Thor. His life energy reached an extreme, nearly at the peak of a great knight, just one step away from becoming an Earth Knight. Strong power continued to spread, influencing the surroundings. Digwoli's initial confidence faded as he saw the clash. Because of that bone-chilling cold, even his life energy was about to freeze. Boom, boom. Sounds of collisions echoed repeatedly, and powerful life energy spread out. Even people far away could clearly feel the danger. Everyone's face changed suddenly. In the distant place, the normally fast-moving Pat City Knights were now alarmed. What's going on? Who dares cause trouble in Pat City? Inside a tavern, a middle-aged man was drinking, but at this moment, he seemed to sense something. He quickly turned his head and looked outside, with a surprised expression. In the next moment, his figure disappeared, leaving only a gold coin behind. Meanwhile, chaos began to spread throughout Pat City. Countless people started to retreat. They could tell that the terrifying life energy was at least from a land knight. If such a force clashed, anyone caught in it would surely die. No one wanted to get involved. Step, step. Only the sound of orderly footsteps could be heard. Members of the training knight group quickly approached from different directions. At the center, Tor and Digiri were fighting, while other knights looked at each other, unsure of what to do. First, take them down. After a brief hesitation, One of the 20 or so people spoke. They exchanged glances and nodded. But before they could act, a knight group arrived first. Morris, what are you doing here? Seeing the figure among the crowd, the leader of this knight group was surprised and spoke with some shock. Luby. Seeing the visitor, Morris's expression brightened with joy. Stop. Luby snorted coldly at the knights trying to surround him. With his cold snort, the knights quickly stopped, looking at each other in confusion, unsure of what to do. What's going on? Hearing everyone stop, Luby turned to Morris with a puzzled look. Morris was about to speak. A knight quickly stepped forward. Captain Luby, they acted rashly in Pat City. He spoke with some anger. But before he finished, did I tell you to speak? Luby interrupted coldly, silencing him. Morris, tell me what's happening. He looked at Morris with a frown. Brother Luby, here's the situation. Morris spoke quickly, explaining the situation. Listening to Morris, Ruby looked a bit surprised and immediately glanced at the two still fighting in the middle, Toru and Anna beside him. He didn't expect that the person from afar was also his cousin, and that he was so strong. There was even a magician among them. Of course, despite the shock, Ruby knew this was not the time to think about these things. Go, capture that Amore, he ordered. Several knights behind him quickly moved forward, and the previous knights didn't dare to block them. After giving the order, Ruby looked at Morris again. You've been a bit reckless. It might be good to go to the city hall for a while. All right, listen to me from now on. I'll go stop the two of them first, Ruby said, quickly making arrangements. It's better not to fight if possible, but once they start, it gets complicated. Still, he had to deal with it because it was his cousin. Boom. A powerful burst of life energy exploded, and Ruby's figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he suddenly jumped into the fight. He directly blocked Tor's knightly sword with his right hand, and his right foot kicked toward Degwoli's chest. Boom. Caught off guard, Degwoli's eyes widened, and in the next moment, he was thrown far away. The sudden appearance of Ruby made Tor's face turn serious. He instinctively prepared to fight back, but he quickly saw Degwoli, who had been kicked away, and the life energy burst was suppressed. Even so, the ice spread onto Ruby's knight sword and even reached his arm with a chilling cold. The life energy inside Ruby surged until the cold air was finally driven away. But at that moment, Ruby couldn't help feeling a bit shocked. He was a true Earth Knight, unlike Degwoli, who broke through with secret medicine. His life energy and physique were much stronger. Yet, even so, Tor's powerful life energy affected him. His strength was impressive. But just as he was surprised, Degwoli, who had fallen, got up again, looking very grim. Ruby, what are you doing? Are you trying to protect the descendants of the Dressrosa family? With these words, Degwoli's eyes darkened. What's really going on? Nothing is certain yet, Degwoli. If I find out you're trying to frame my Dressrosa family, you'll regret it. Luby's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he looked at Degwoli. Faced with Luby's gaze, Degwoli's body trembled slightly. Although both are knights of the Pat Knight Order, Luby's status is not lower than his, especially since he is a member of the Pat family, which should give him a higher position. But that's only in theory. Degwoli knows well that he, who became a land knight through a secret potion, cannot compare to Luby, the genius who broke through to become a land knight before age 50. As fellow knights, Luby's status is much higher than his, even if he wasn't from the Pat family. While they talked, Thor was curious and looked at the middle-aged man. He didn't expect there to be a member of the Dressrosa family here. And not just any member, he was also a land knight. When did there suddenly become so many land knights? He was surprised to meet two at once. But luckily, Morris and Anna had already come over. Master, are you all right? Anna asked carefully, casting a healing spell on Thor. His previously shaken injuries healed quickly. Morris then spoke softly. That's Luby Gidge, our cousin. He's now a knight captain in the Pat Knight Order. His words were quiet, but enough for Thor to understand what was happening. This made him even more surprised. Wow, this person is actually his cousin. Are you okay? Do you need treatment, Thor? Luby looked at Thor with concern, warning Degwoli. I'm fine, Luby Gidge. He shook his head with a smile. But his words made Degwoli's face darken even more. Clearly, neither Luby nor Thor cared much about that. Good. I'm proud to be a member of the Dressrosa family. My uncle would be very happy to hear this, Luby said with a big smile. Thor chuckled as he patted his head. All right, you guys come with me to the city hall. It's not a big deal. As long as we can prove that Amor was the first to act, you only need to pay some gold coins. Next time, be careful. It's better not to fight in the big city. Some nobles are not easy to talk to. After smiling, Ruby then spoke seriously. Got it, big brother Ruby. But this time, there shouldn't be any problem. That person probably isn't a noble, right? Thor nodded seriously, then seemed to remember something and pointed at Amor nearby. He? No way he's a noble. He's just a useless member of the Esmond family pushed in. Seeing Thor's gesture, Ruby couldn't help but sneer and spoke with disdain. He indeed had reasons to look down on him. His father had been loyal to Marquis Pat, and his talent was remarkable. Before he was 50, he became an Earth Knight. It's certain he will break through to Sky Knight someday, or at least reach the peak of Earth Knight. Even within the Pat family, there aren't many Earth Knights at the peak level. Marquis Pat valued him very highly and even promised him that during the upcoming Kingdom War, he would have a chance to gain noble status. Compared to him, Amor, although already a Grand Knight, was only made so through a lot of life potions. He had no chance to advance to Earth Knight in the future. Not to mention, even if he was from the Esmond family or the Pat family, Ruby probably wouldn't care much. Hearing his words, Amor's face grew even more grim from afar. He wanted to speak, but dared not. Of course, Thor didn't care about these things. When he heard Ruby's words, a smile appeared on his face. Then it's all good. A few months ago, I became a baron. According to kingdom law, it's not me who needs to pay compensation, but him. Recklessly using a beast to attack a noble is a crime. Even if I kill him on the spot, it's fine. He spoke with a calm, smiling voice, looking very composed. As mentioned before, nobles and non-nobles are completely different. In this situation, even if he kills him on the spot, he would only need to pay some gold coins. Not to mention just injuring him. Paying gold coins is impossible. The other side might as well pay him. Have you become a baron? Listening to Thor's words, Ruby's eyes widened instantly, and he spoke with a tone of surprise. Yes, I have been awarded a noble medal by the kingdom. Thor nodded and then showed his noble medal. Seeing Thor display his noble medal, Degili's expression changed suddenly. Ymir's pupils also widened in shock. No way, how can you be a noble? Don't you know that pretending to be a noble of the kingdom is a serious crime? Ymir spoke with a tense voice, sounding a bit anxious. At this moment, a bad thought began to rise in his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. He didn't want to believe it, and he couldn't believe it. Thor, only in his early 20s, was already a noble of the kingdom. How could that be? It is true. Ha ha ha, it seems that the Dressrosa family is about to have another eagle take flight. Looking at the noble medal, Ruby's smile grew even wider. Brother Ruby, I think that rushing to attack a kingdom noble, especially with poor beast management and causing fear among the nobles, should only require 5,000 gold coins to calm their hearts. Looking at Ruby's smile and Ymir shouting, Thor spoke with a faint smile. Hearing his words, Ruby's eyes lit up. No, brother Thor, how can the noble status only be worth 5,000? At least 10,000 gold coins. I will have someone notify the Emerson family. He spoke with a smile as well. Impossible, you guys are crazy. How can it be just 10,000 gold coins? Ymir's eyes widened in anger as he shouted. But soon, several knights quickly stepped forward and even directly covered his mouth. Brother Ruby, maybe 10,000 gold coins is too little. The Emerson family won't give that much. Until Ymir was taken away, Maurice couldn't help but ask. Of course. But we still have to report the price like this, Ruby said with a faint smile. Hearing his words, the two understood what was going on. They would quote a high price, and how much they could get later would be decided then. Anyway, they wouldn't lose out. This time, it was the Emerson family who was in the wrong. Some amount of pressure had to be applied to get the job done. But after understanding this, Thor hesitated a little. What's wrong? Seeing Thor's hesitant expression, Ruby asked out of curiosity. Big brother Ruby, is this okay? You're now a knight of the Pat family, and Ymir is also considered part of the Pat family, right? Thor asked with some doubt. He didn't want this matter to affect Ruby. Don't worry, Ymir is just from the Emozen family, and will only be part of that family. It has nothing to do with the Pat family. Even if the Marquis finds out, it won't cause any problems. Ruby paused for a moment, then chuckled. Listening to Ruby, Thor still hesitated a bit. After all, it still has some connection. But at this moment, Morris also spoke up. Ha ha ha, Thor, you don't know this, but Brother Ruby is now the most valued person by Marquis Pat. He even promised to let him participate in the upcoming Kingdom War and gain a noble title. Ymir is no problem, Morris explained with a smile. Hearing Morris, Thor's eyes lit up, and he suddenly understood. This is an extraordinary world. His cousin has such strong talent, and he has been loyal to the Pat family since his father's generation. Such a person is much more reliable and precious than any bloodline or heir. Even if it's just the Amosin family, Ymir's value wouldn't surpass Ruby's. I was overthinking it. Big brother Ruby, thank you this time. Thor shook his head with a sigh. No need to thank me. You're my little brother. Come on, let's go to my house for a drink. You haven't met your two nephews yet, have you? Ruby said with a big smile, putting an arm around Thor. Sorry to bother you. Thor nodded with a smile, not refusing. Anyway, there was nothing urgent now. The group then followed Ruby and left the place. As for the aftermath, there were people cleaning up, so Ruby, as the Knight Commander, didn't need to worry. As for Daguli, Ruby paid no attention. Watching everyone leave, Daguli's face kept changing, and finally he sighed and made no further move. He can bully ordinary members of the Dressrosa family, but this particular person is truly beyond his ability to handle. Of course, Thor and the others do not know this person's thoughts. Following Ruby, everyone first returned to their camp, then walked for half an hour before finally reaching their destination. It was also a large courtyard. Entering the Ruby family estate, Thor saw Ruby's wife and children. She was a middle-aged beautiful woman with a refined face, carrying a noble demeanor. She was also a member of the Pat family, specifically the legitimate daughter of the current Marquis Pat. She had two sons, aged 17 and 16. Their names were Thor Dressrosa and KB Dressrosa. Both boys were very polite and seemed to be very familiar with Maurice. When they saw Maurice arrive, they couldn't help but smile. They looked at Thor with curiosity and respect, seeing the two young boys who were not much younger than him. Thor took out two wooden boxes he had brought back and handed them over. Thank you, Uncle Thor. The boys expressed their gratitude. Thor, you are too kind. Ruby chuckled softly and shook his head, then led Thor and the others into the banquet. A grand banquet was held. Brothers talked with each other. Thor was very curious about his cousin, and Ruby was also very curious about Thor. Thor, my goddess, you are simply incredible. The Northern Province is truly a magical place. Indeed, it is magical. There are countless opportunities there. During the banquet, the three of them talked happily. The banquet ended. Everyone stayed at Ruby's house. But compared to their happiness, things were not so joyful on the other side. I'm very sorry. Young Master Amor's arm muscles were almost completely frozen. It's very difficult for the intermediate life potion to fully recover, unless a high-level life potion is available. A figure spoke respectfully, looking somewhat hesitant. He was nervous about delivering this news. This was not good news, and he was worried about how it might affect him. Hearing his words, Dagiri's face changed suddenly. All intermediate life potions cannot heal this, which means Amor's right hand is almost ruined. Dagiri's face changed, and Amor, lying on the bed, instantly turned pale. He naturally heard these words. Uncle Dagiri, can we just forget about this? This is my right hand. What will I do in the future? After turning pale, Amor spoke with anger. He could hardly accept such a result and felt very scared. Even for a great knight, losing one arm is extremely serious. How do you think? Amor, when did you become so foolish? Do you know how much effort your mother put in to help you join the Pat Knights? You are getting bolder, even daring to fight against the kingdom's nobles. Hearing the voice, Dagiri instinctively wanted to speak, but at that moment, a cold snort sounded, and a figure walked in, giving a stern look at Amor on the bed. Seeing the visitor, Dagiri was startled and quickly bowed. Young Master Ari. He spoke respectfully. However, the visitor didn't even look at Dagiri. Cousin, they are too cruel. Not only did they kill my pet beast, but they also ruined my arm. Even if they are nobles of the kingdom, this is too much. Amor looked at the person coming and instinctively shrank back, but soon his anger took over. However, bang! A light sound, and Amor felt his cheek suddenly struck hard, followed by a burning pain. Amor's pupils widened, and he looked at the person with disbelief. Cousin. He spoke instinctively, completely caught off guard. You can't blame your stupidity. Are all the people in Pat City so foolish? An attack. What an attack. Don't say they didn't really provoke your pet beast. So what if they did? Who do you think you are? Do you really believe that as a member of the Eramosan family and a member of the Pat Knights, no one can touch you? My aunt, it seems that her peaceful life in the Eramosan family has made her foolish. Colin is like this, and so are you. Ari spoke calmly, with a look of disappointment in his eyes. Young Master Ari. Daguli instinctively wanted to speak. However, before he could finish, Eli's gaze suddenly shifted to Daguli. Daguli, starting today, you are no longer a member of the Pat Knights. Go to the Southern Moon Province. This is my grandfather's decision. If you have any objections, you can ask him directly, Eli said coldly. This. Young Master Eli. Daguli was struck like lightning and froze completely. Amor, go inform your father to bring out 3,000 gold coins. Also, you can go back now. Eli finished, and then looked again at Amor, his tone calm and steady. Cousin. Young Master Eli. Amor suddenly became anxious. He had worked hard to earn his status in the Pat Knights, and now it was being taken away. How could he not panic? Compared to that, 3,000 gold coins seemed insignificant. Amor, one last piece of advice. You can be sneaky and clever, but don't be stupid, Eli said. Luby is not someone you can offend. Your father will be here soon, and that's different. Not every time you get this lucky. If it weren't for the face of Alice, I wouldn't come to see you again. Eli's voice paused slightly before continuing. After speaking, his figure disappeared instantly. Amor was overwhelmed with panic and sank to the ground, his eyes dull and empty. Clearly, no one paid him any attention. Eli vanished, and Daguli looked equally defeated. Of course, Thor didn't know about all this. But early the next morning, Thor received the final conclusion of the matter. Here, 3,000 gold coins and 3 bottles of intermediate life potions. Not bad at all. Luby threw the items to Thor with his right hand. Such a lot? Hearing Luby's words, Thor's eyes lit up. Although Luby had mentioned 10,000 gold coins at first, both Luby, Thor, and Morris knew very well that it was impossible. 10,000 gold coins was roughly equal to a count's annual official income. There was no way it could be used to settle a single incident. Having 3,000 or 4,000 gold coins was already considered good. I didn't expect to find not only 3,000 gold coins but also 3 bottles of intermediate life potions. 1 bottle of intermediate life potion is worth over 2,000 gold coins in the Northern Land Province. With good luck, it can reach 3,000. 3 bottles are worth about 10,000 gold coins. Of course, in the Frost Moon Province, 3 bottles are only worth around 3,000 gold coins, at most 4,000. Even so, their total value reaches about 7,000 gold coins, close to 10,000. Is the Emerson family so rich? And they are willing to give it away? Morris was also a bit surprised. This is probably not just the Morris family. Part of it likely comes from the Pate family. Today, it was sent by Ari, one of Marquis Pate's most favored grandsons. Luby smiled and shook his head. He knew that most of these items, probably only 3,000 gold coins worth, belonged to the Emerson family. The 3 bottles of intermediate life potion were likely given by the Pate family, probably to show off. He didn't care much about it, and had given everything to his younger brother. Now his younger cousin was in the Northern Land Province, as a pioneer lord, and urgently needed this kind of resource. Luby, brother, this isn't for me. Hearing Luby's words, Morris was a bit confused. Tuar immediately reacted and shook his head, then returned the 3 bottles of intermediate life potion. Take it. The stuff you sent to my 2 little guys is worth quite a bit of gold coins. If you don't take it, I'll have to refuse. Luby said with a smile. Wow. Tuar hesitated, showing a conflicted expression. All right. Let's leave it at that. The auction is about to start. Tuar, don't you have something to do? Later, maybe one of my 2 sons will also go to the Northern Land Province, and I'll need you to take care of them. Luby cheerfully spoke, once again wrapping his arm around Tuar. Okay then. Hearing Luby say that, Tuar agreed. That's more like it. Come on, I heard there will be quite a few fox women for sale this time. Fox women? The 3 of them talked and laughed as they headed toward the auction. The Assad auction was held in the very center of Pate City. There was a huge venue here. After walking for over an hour, they finally arrived. To enter the auction, they needed to show an invitation letter. Both the Dressrosa family and Ruby had such invitations. After showing theirs, they were quickly led inside. Even though there was some conflict between the Assad family and the Dressrosa family, it didn't matter. Instead, they were guided to a private room on the 2nd floor. Aside from everything else, just this presence is more than the Amozan family can match. No wonder the Assad family is considered the strongest among the Count families, said Thor, looking at the spacious room and the respectful servants. Indeed, as he said, compared to the Assad family, the Amosin family seemed small and petty. Lorenz City was full of trouble from the Amosin family. They extorted them through their territory. In Pat City, Ymir also clashed with them. Now, it was like heaven and earth, completely different worlds. Of course, the Assad family is said to be preparing to become a marquee family in this kingdom war. Maybe they'll succeed, Ruby said thoughtfully. Brother Ruby, how strong do you think the Assad family really is? They only seem to have 5 Earth Knights openly, Maurice asked curiously. Hearing this, Thor also became interested. The strength of the Assad family clearly couldn't be described just by 5 Earth Knights. Of course not. That's just what they show on the surface. Our Dressrosa family only has my uncle and Uncle Michael as Earth Knights. If it were only those two, our family would have been wiped out long ago, Ruby said with a smile. Hearing Ruby, Thor and Maurice weren't too surprised. Maurice seemed to know some things, and Thor had guessed as much. Previously, Ruby was an Earth Knight, so Thor had some suspicions. Now, it was just confirmation. His cousin Ruby Dressrosa was an Earth Knight, so what about the others in the Dressrosa family? The Dressrosa family had a history of over 300 years. His father had more than 20 children, and even in the next generations, there wouldn't be too few. And this might be true for the Amosin family as well. That one Daguri, if he says he has no connection with the Emerson family, Thor would never believe it. Both families are so powerful, it shows how deep the noble world really is. Seeing their expressions, Ruby was a bit surprised, but it was just a little surprise. After thinking for a moment, he continued speaking. The Assad family, on the surface, has 5 Earth Knights. I don't know the exact number, but it definitely won't be fewer than 10 Earth Knights, and at least 3 of them are at the peak level. Only then can their strength surpass most Count families. You should know that 1 peak Earth Knight can almost compare to 3 or even 5 ordinary Earth Knights. The meaning is completely different. Just like our Dressrosa family, because we have an uncle who is a peak Earth Knight, we are considered quite strong among the Count families. Ruby couldn't help but feel emotional as he spoke. His goal was only to reach the peak of the Earth Knights. Sky Knights are too distant for their level. It's not just about talent. Resources are also a big problem. Purple grass and star moon fruit are okay, but the fruit of life is almost controlled tightly by the royal court and the 3 great dukes. Others trying to get it is like climbing to the sky, not to mention the breathing method of knights that can break through to Sky Knights. Having merit makes it easier to exchange for the breathing method to advance to Earth Knights, but to reach Sky Knights, even the slightest chance is worth a fortune. With his talent, he might have a chance to challenge Sky Knights within the Empire, but in the kingdom, there's basically no chance. Ruby never thought about it. His only goal was to reach the peak of the Earth Knights, and that was already enough. His high status in the Pate family meant he would surely become a peak Earth Knight in the future. The Pate family doesn't lack ordinary Earth Knights. The Assad family has at least 10 Earth Knights, and the Pate family alone has more than 10, actually more. 20, 25, even 30 is possible. Controlling most of the Frost Moon province, the resources of the Pate family are unmatched by other Count families. Just the annual income from Pate City is huge, not to mention the various supports they receive. Over the course of several hundred years, the entire family's strength has become truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Ruby couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. While he was feeling emotional, Maurice couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Thor also looked a bit shocked. Even though he had some guesses, Ruby's words still shocked him deeply. There are at least 10 Earth Knights, including 3 at the peak level. Such strength, even just hearing about it, makes people feel nervous. Really powerful. Maurice couldn't help but admire. Thor also shook his head and sighed. He wondered how long it would take for his own territory to develop enough to compare. Oh, Thor, Maurice, this time you came here to buy the purple gold grass, right? Ruby asked. It might be a bit difficult. First, whether the purple gold grass is real or not. Even if it is, the fight over it could be very fierce. Unfortunately, I don't have Assad's gold card. Otherwise, it would be much easier, Ruby said, seeming to remember something and returning to the main topic. Gold card? Thor was surprised. The gold card of the Assad family is not easy to get. Maurice also shook his head and sighed. Having traveled outside for a long time, He knew how hard it was to obtain this item. While they were talking, Thor suddenly spoke up, holding out a gold card. Is this it? Ruby and Maurice both looked at it in surprise, instinctively glancing over. But just one look was enough to make both Ruby and Maurice freeze in shock. What is this? Maurice's eyes widened with disbelief. Ruby also showed a surprised expression. What is this? Thor looked curious. This was something Rachos gave him when he left, and he didn't expect it to have additional uses. Seeing Thor take out the gold card, both Ruby and Maurice couldn't help but be shocked. They had just been marveling at how rare the gold card was, and now their brother had produced one himself. Thor, you really surprised me. The gold card of the Assad family, you actually managed to get it, Ruby said with emotion, glancing deeply at Thor. Ha, Thor, that's amazing. As long as you give this item to the servant, he can pass it to the manager here. Maurice was also very excited and quickly spoke up. Although having a gold card doesn't guarantee you'll get the purple gold grass, it makes things much easier. If before there was little hope, now there is definitely hope. Is that so? Hearing Maurice's words, Thor nodded and then waved to the nearby servant. Seeing Thor wave, the servant quickly ran over. Yes, sir. How can I help you? The servant approached respectfully. Give this to your manager, Thor said, handing over the gold card. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. The servant's expression changed when he saw the gold card, showing seriousness and respect. This was the gold card of the Assad family, and he dared not be careless. The servant quickly left. Thor and the others began to wait. Not long after, a middle-aged man with blonde hair hurried over. Excuse me, everyone, he said politely. I am Deli Assad, the current head of this auction. Is there anything I can assist you with? Deli spoke respectfully, but with curiosity in his heart. The Assad family and the Dressrosa family were not friendly, so Deli wondered how the Dressrosa family could have their family's gold card. Well, I want to ask if there is a purple gold grass being auctioned this time. If so, is it possible to intercept it for private sale? After waiting a moment, Thor asked Luby and Maurice about the functions of the gold card. The gold card, as a symbol of the Assad family's VIPs, not only offers discounts but also allows the holder to intercept auction items early. Intercepted items are not just taken, the owner can later compete privately for them. This is a significant advantage. If the purple gold grass appears at the auction, the competition for it would be unimaginable. Although this item is not the fruit of life, its help in breaking through to the Sky Knight is almost negligible. However, no matter how small the chance, there is still a possibility. Moreover, it is one of the main ingredients for high-level life potions. This thing, not just the Marquis family, but most of the Count family would eagerly pursue it. It is uncertain whether the Dressrosa family can win amongst so many competitors. If they manage to keep it, the competition pressure will be much lower. Well, please wait a moment. I need to apply for it. Deli paused, then hesitated. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Luby frowned and looked at Deli. Lord Luby, it's not really a problem. It's just that the purple gold grass isn't very perfect and can only last less than half a year. Deli felt a bit embarrassed but explained anyway. Only half a year? Everyone was surprised. Most magical plants, stored with special methods, can last for decades or even hundreds of years if lucky. Yes, only half a year. This magical plant was picked by a commoner. Poor storage has greatly affected it. That's why the Assad family decided to auction it. Would you like to keep it? You can, but please wait a moment while I ask for permission. Are you sure about this? Deli quickly explained and looked at everyone for their decision. They exchanged glances. Wow. Luby hesitated, and Maurice also looked troubled. A purple gold grass that lasts only half a year has limited use. Usually, purple gold grass is used with the Fruit of Life and the Moonstar fruit to make high-level life potions. If not, it's mainly for waiting for the right time to sell or use it. Without urgent need, half a year isn't enough. But the Dressrosa family is different. Their father already has the Fruit of Life and the Moonstar fruit. Once they get the purple gold grass, even if they can't make potions, they can still use it. There's no need to worry about wasting it. Good. Please wait a moment, everyone. Deli quickly nodded. Then he jogged away. Thor, is this really okay? Ruby looked at Thor with curiosity. It's fine, Ruby brother. Thor smiled and shook his head. Seeing Thor's expression, Ruby hesitated but didn't ask further. Meanwhile, Deli hurried to the upper floor. There was a large room here. Inside, a middle-aged man with blonde hair was drinking red wine, waiting for the auction to start. He is the head of the Assad family in this generation, Also the current Count Assad. It's a pity it's only half a year. If only the fruit of life arrives in time, father might have another chance to become a Sky Knight. He sighed with a sense of helplessness. Half a year is too short. The fruit of life can't arrive in that time, and the star moon fruit also needs time to ripen. By then, the purple gold grass might lose its effect. Instead of keeping it, it's better to sell it at auction to get some gold coins. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The blond middle-aged man frowned but still spoke. The door was soon pushed open, and Deli entered. Sir, a gold card holder wants us to hold on to that purple gold grass. Deli entered without delay, respectfully reporting the situation. Oh, someone really needs it? Which family do they belong to? The blond man was surprised for a moment, then smiled. It's the Dries Rosa family. I don't know where they got a gold card. Deli respectfully explained, showing the card in his hand. Rajus's gold card? My son really is generous. The blond man glanced at the card and chuckled softly. Young Master Rajus? Hearing the man's words, Deli looked surprised. All right. Most likely, Count Engel wants to become a Sky Knight. Let's do this. Cut that purple gold grass and keep it. Also, tell that little guy to bring out 20,000 gold coins. We will give him the purple gold grass, and there's no need for an auction. Deli's thoughts flowed, but the words of the blond middle-aged man with a light smile already rang out. Sir, Deli's hesitated a bit. Go ahead. Just a heads up. That young eagle from the Dressrosa family is quite good. The blond man waved his hand and spoke with a gentle smile. Yes, sir. Although Deli still felt full of doubts, he responded and stepped back. After Deli's disappeared, the blond man shook his head and chuckled lightly. He didn't pay much attention to this. He wasn't at a loss. A purple gold grass that could only be kept for half a year wouldn't attract many interested buyers even if auctioned, probably around 15,000 to just over 20,000 gold coins. As long as the Dressrosa family could give 20,000 gold coins, directly giving the purple gold grass wouldn't be a problem. The Dressrosa family wouldn't lose either, since this was a safe deal that avoided various risks. Of course, such a win-win situation was unlikely, because the Assad family and the Dressrosa family weren't very friendly. But because of Tuar, Count Assad didn't mind showing some kindness. Recently, he learned quite a bit about the northern province affairs, which gave him a vague sense of a noble rising. As a merchant, taking risks was undoubtedly the most profitable move. This was just a preliminary gamble. Tuar Dressrosa, Count Assad softly whispered. Then he shook his head and continued to enjoy his red wine. This was just a casual gamble, so there was no need to worry too much. Meanwhile, Tuar and others soon waited for Deli's to return. Count said that the purple gold grass can be directly given to the several lords, just 20,000 gold coins. Deli's respectfully explained. That, hearing Deli's words, everyone was surprised. Especially Ruby. He knew the rules of the Assad Merchant Guild. Even if they intercepted, it still required bidding. They couldn't just buy it directly. But compared to their shock, Thor couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect things to go as smoothly as they did. The Assad family even directly gave him what he needed. As for the 20,000 gold coins, the price was a bit high. But it wasn't really about whether it was expensive, it was whether he could get it. Yes. When do you want to pay? Thor spoke and agreed immediately. Anytime. Deli nodded and answered softly. All right. Here are 20,000 gold coins. Thor nodded and handed over 2 different gold cards. In this world, similar to a bank, the currency system is well established. After all, you can't really carry 20,000 gold coins with you. The 2 great empires built a new system using bronze, silver, and gold cards as units for large transactions. 1 bronze card equals 10,000 copper coins, 1 silver card equals 10,000 silver coins, and 1 gold card equals 10,000 gold coins. Okay, please wait a moment. Deli nodded. Soon, he stepped back. This time, after just a moment, a wooden box was brought over by a servant and handed to Thor. Thor took it, examined it carefully, then asked Ruby to check it as well. After confirming everything was correct, he nodded. Thank you, Thor softly said. You're too kind, sir. If you have any other orders, just call me anytime. Deli smiled and stepped back. He waited for Deli to leave. Looking at the wooden box in his hand, Ruby and Morris looked a bit surprised. Thor, you actually know the Assad family? This family has had some disagreements with our Dressrosa family because of the Southern Moon Province. It's not a big problem, but we don't really like them. Ruby spoke with surprise. Yeah, when I went to the Assad family before, they didn't give me a good look. Morris also looked curious. Their gazes met, making Thor feel a little embarrassed. It's just luck. I met a descendant of the Assad family in the northern province. Thor explained with a smile. I see. Ruby listened to Thor's words and nodded. A look of understanding appeared on her face. The Northern Land province is very special. As a new frontier, every pioneer lord there is both a competitor and a potential partner. After all, the real enemies are the orcs and monsters. In this situation, the small conflicts between the Assad family and the Dressrosa family are not a big problem. It is normal for them to have some interactions. Hey, Thor, you keep talking about this, and now I really want to go explore the Northern Land province, Morris said with some frustration. Haha, Morris, the Northern Land province isn't easy to develop. If Thor can do it, it's because he's strong enough, Libby replied seriously. But others might not be so lucky. The Amosin family's fool even lost their territory, and now they're probably retreating in shame, he added. As the head knight of the Pat family, Libby knows a lot. He sees that the Northern Land province seems easy for his younger brother, but he understands how hard it really is. That's why he hasn't yet decided to send his son there. Not many succeed like Thor. In the past, many knights from the Dressrosa family tried to become pioneer lords, but only a few became nobles. The rules of the Dressrosa family didn't start with Count Engelbert's generation, but from his grandfather's time. They became more developed by Count Engelbert's father. Over 3 generations, many have become pioneer lords, but the results weren't very good. As Libby said, only 1 in 10 becomes a noble. Count Engelbert's generation had only 4 who became pioneer lords, and more than 2 of them were made barons. But Thor was an exception, and Tano was just a coincidence. The other 2 were normal cases. When Count Engelbert's other children grow up, if nothing unexpected happens, this ratio will drop quickly. Libby knows this well, and Morris does too. Otherwise, Morris wouldn't have chosen to be the family's guardian knight instead of becoming a pioneer knight. But Thor's repeated surprises have shaken him deeply, causing some inner turmoil. Brother Morris, Brother Libby, the auction is starting. Morris and Ruby's emotions fluctuated, and Thor naturally noticed. Fortunately, the auction had already started, so Thor quickly changed the subject. Listening to Thor's words, the 2 of them regained their focus and looked toward the auction. As an auction held by the Assad family, there were many valuable items. Common low-level life potions would not appear here. Instead, mid-level life potions and silver armor were the starting points. There were even 3 sets of gold armor and many rare magic plants. Even Thor's gaze was involuntarily attracted. Ruby and Morris felt the same. However, it was clear that Thor and Ruby were doing okay. They still had some gold coins. Thor's previous purchase of purple gold grass was paid for by his father, not from his own money. Ruby, as the most valued knight of the Pate family, also had considerable wealth. In the end, Ruby bought a set of gold armor. Thor, on the other hand, purchased a thunderstone. As a main material for crafting magic crystal cannons, Thor naturally wouldn't miss it. And the price in Pate City was definitely cheaper than in Loren City. He spent less than 2,000 gold coins. Although transportation was a hassle after the purchase, it was just a small problem. Rajus could transport blazing oil to the northern province, so a thunderstone was also manageable. He could just ask Rajus to arrange it later. Morris was interested in a knight's spear, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough money. Thor initially wanted to help him buy it, but Morris firmly refused, so he had to give up. The auction ended happily for Ruby and Thor. As they left the auction, night had fallen. Let's go have a drink. Tomorrow, we're leaving. Ruby invited with a smile. Morris and Thor exchanged a glance and didn't refuse. Especially Thor, who still had something to ask Ruby for. There was a wandering knight selling a high-level knight's breathing technique, and Thor wanted him to find it. Who knew when he would find it? The entire Pate City was too big, and it was easier for Ruby to help find it. As a local of Pate City, Ruby's help would be much simpler. With such a convenient way, Thor naturally wouldn't cause himself trouble. After agreeing, the group then went back to Ruby's house. During the meal, Thor spoke about his request. An itinerant knight selling relic items? Hearing Thor's words, Ruby looked a bit surprised. Yes, Ruby brother, could you help me find one? Ruby nodded. All right, I'll ask the knights to keep an eye out. We should get an answer soon. Ruby responded without asking why Thor needed this. He guessed that Thor was probably interested in relics. After all, every knight is very interested in relics, just like he was in the past. As for finding one, it was a small matter. Ruby quickly called a knight and gave instructions. After asking Ruby for help, Thor didn't stay focused on the matter, but continued chatting happily with Ruby. Ruby was also doing the same. Inside, he was feeling a bit conflicted. He still wasn't sure whether to let his son become a pioneer lord. Unlike Count Angle, he didn't have a noble title, which meant his son couldn't inherit one. He could inherit his status in the Pate family, especially since his son carried the bloodline of the Pate family, which was easier for him. But no matter how smooth it was, it didn't make him noble. Although Marquis Pate promised to help him become a noble during the kingdom's war, a promise is just a promise. Until it's fulfilled, it's worth nothing. Even if it's fulfilled, it's just an opportunity, not a certainty. No one knows what will happen. Many knights fell during the kingdom's wars, and Ruby didn't think he was special. Becoming a pioneer knight was also an opportunity, but it was just as dangerous, and he was worried. Thor, to become a pioneer knight and a noble, if I don't consider other factors, how many gold coins would I need? And what level of strength is required? Taking a deep breath, Ruby gradually calmed his restless mind. He looked again at Thor, thought for a moment, then spoke again. With his words, Maurice also became serious. Maurice chose to become a guardian knight, but that didn't mean his children would choose the same. In fact, based on Thor's observations, he had already decided to let some of his children try their luck. When Ruby asked about it, he naturally took the matter seriously. Listening to Ruby's words and observing their expressions, Thor hesitated slightly before speaking. The kingdom shines its divine light of life on the northern province, giving all pioneer knights a chance to earn noble status. As long as they develop a small town in the northern province with at least 5,000 people, they can be granted the title of baron and become new nobles. The cost for 500 slaves in the northern province is about 50 gold coins. For 5,000 people, it's roughly 500 gold coins, plus expenses and various consumables, totaling around 500 gold coins. As for the strength needed, 1 Grand Knight and a dozen or so regular knights are required to ensure the safety of the territory. But his voice slowly began. But halfway through, Thor paused. Just what? Is there a problem? Ruby and Morris couldn't help but speak up. The expenses Thor mentioned were indeed large, but for Morris, it was manageable. For Ruby, it was not a big issue. A Grand Knight, a dozen knights, and around 500 gold coins. They could gather that much. The only concern was whether these costs could actually lead to earning the Baron title. Frankly, I think relying on this method to gain noble status is very difficult. The kingdom only evaluates candidates once every 10 years. During that time, there will be countless attacks from monsters, and there will be conflicts among the pioneer lords. 10 years is a long time, and many unforeseen events could happen, making the chance of actually becoming a baron very uncertain. Thor spoke softly, explaining to the two. In his view, the so-called 10-year period to become a baron was almost just a dream painted by the kingdom. Very few pioneer lords could actually achieve it. Yes. Morris and Ruby exchanged glances, both speechless for a moment. They hadn't expected such an outcome. They also vaguely understood why so few pioneer lords managed to become barons. Based on Thor's description, the chances of success seemed almost impossible. Brother Ruby, Brother Morris, if you want to become a baron, the best way is to earn merit. 100 points of merit can earn you a noble title from the kingdom. During the orc attack, if you seize the opportunity, you can gain a noble rank. Seeing their changing expressions, Thor spoke softly. Understood. It seems we thought too simply. Ruby shook his head and sighed. At this moment, he felt even more conflicted inside. Morris felt the same way. Even his earlier excitement was suppressed. The two of them smiled bitterly. Then they changed the subject. Night fell gradually. The banquet ended. Thor and the others immediately settled in. The next morning, Thor and Morris were practicing the knight's breathing technique. Frost spread layer by layer. Morris had to step back. Thor, your alien life source power is really terrifying. Waiting for Thor to stop, Morris couldn't help but comment with amazement. Thor smiled and was about to say something when Ruby approached. Brother Ruby. Seeing Ruby coming over, Thor and Morris quickly greeted him. Thor, I found the person you're looking for. He's at the Drowby trading post in the west. He's indeed selling relic items, but it seems he only arrived today. Ruby looked at Thor with curiosity. Great. Thank you, Brother Ruby. Thor's expression lit up with joy as he quickly expressed his thanks. No need to thank me, it's just a small matter, Ruby said with a smile. Brother Ruby, I'll go ahead first. Thor spoke to Ruby. All right, go ahead. I have some things to deal with today, so I won't accompany you. Ruby nodded with a smile. Thor responded and then, with Morris and Anna, headed toward the Drowby trading post. The trading post was quite far from Ruby's home. They walked for about an hour before arriving. Thor initially thought they would need to search carefully, but once they arrived, he realized it was unnecessary. Because right at the front of the trading post, a somewhat disheveled figure was very noticeable. It was a middle-aged man with a beard, wearing battered knight armor, covered in rust and broken metal. Whenever someone passed by, he would quickly step forward to greet them. Thor entered and received the same treatment. Honorable guests, these are some of the most precious items from the Southern Ruins. Among them, there may be secrets to breaking through to become a Sky Knight. The Southern Ruins, do you know? It is the place where the Kaliina family gave birth to a Sky Knight. A middle-aged man with a beard spoke excitedly. Listening to him, Thor's expression subtly changed. Not because of what he said about the Kaliina family. It's well known that the Southern Ruins are where the family produced a Sky Knight. That was over 500 or 600 years ago, and that ruin has long been thoroughly explored, so there's probably nothing left there. The main reason for his reaction was the mention of a secret to becoming a Sky Knight, because such a secret might really exist. How many gold coins? Thor asked. His sudden question made Andrew freeze for a moment. Gold coins. Honorable guest, for just 500, no, just 1,000 gold coins, you can learn the secret to becoming a Sky Knight and even discover how the Kaliina family became dukes. You won't regret it. Andrew quickly spoke, his eyes shining brightly. As he talked, he even started to believe it himself. And these broken items, they were truly found in the ruins. If he wasn't sure they were just junk, he wouldn't have bothered. But just as he finished speaking, Thor turned around and started to leave. Wait, don't go. Just 500, no, only 500 gold coins. Andrew was still dreaming, but seeing Thor walk away, he became anxious. He hurriedly changed his words. I'm only interested in the items from the ruins. 1 gold coin, at most one. If you're not willing, then forget it. Thor stopped and spoke calmly. 1 coin. Just 1 coin. Seeing Thor really about to leave, Andrew couldn't care less and quickly spoke up. He had been shouting all morning, but still no one showed interest. Although the gold coin was a little less valuable, it was still a good amount of income, enough to make him happy for half a year. Anna, give him a gold coin. Thor returned and spoke to Anna. Okay. Anna nodded, then took out a gold coin, while Thor kept the pile of broken items. 1 gold coin was not something Thor intended to take advantage of. It was because they were in a trading area with many nobles around. The Dressrosa family was not unknown. If he showed too much interest or seemed determined to get it, unexpected things could happen. Either other nobles might become interested, or the bearded middle-aged man in front might see it as a rare treasure, leading to big trouble. Thor didn't want any accidents to happen with this item. His choice was definitely correct. Their conversation only drew a few glances, then others ignored them. As for Andrew, he had already run off with a gold coin, perhaps cursing Thor for being foolish. This outcome was the best, quiet, and unnoticed. They obtained the item without drawing attention. Let's go. Get ready. Let's see if Uncle Marshall has returned. We should prepare to leave. Thinking quickly, Thor called out to everyone. Okay. Morris nodded, a bit puzzled, but he didn't ask questions at this moment. The group then returned to their residence. Luckily, they arrived just as Marshall was also returning. Uncle Marshall, did something good happen? Seeing Marshall's happy face, Thor and Morris were both slightly surprised. Thor couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Ha ha ha, luck was on our side. A merchant from the west just passed by. This time, the goods brought in 10% more profit than usual. Marshall explained with a smile. Hearing this, Morris also showed a hint of happiness. 10% might not seem much, but they brought quite a few items this time, so that 10% was definitely a significant income. That really is something to be happy about. Thor nodded with a smile. Although he didn't know exactly how much supplies there were this time, even a rough estimate of their value probably exceeded 2,000 gold coins. 10% is indeed a lot. By the way, how did the auction go? Did they get the purple gold grass? Marshall seemed to think of something and looked at Thor with a questioning gaze. It's been purchased. Thor nodded. Really? Hearing Thor's words, Marshall couldn't help but feel happy. Hee, Uncle Marshall, you don't know. Thor actually has a gold card from the Assad family. After showing the card, the Assad family directly let me pay with gold coins. Morris spoke excitedly, telling Marshall about the auction. Hearing Morris, Marshall also looked surprised. All right, Morris, brother, we should start preparing. Uncle Marshall, we've decided to return today. Do you have anything you need to prepare? Should we delay until tomorrow? Thor waited a moment, then shook his head with a light smile. Today? Yes, I can leave any time. I don't need to prepare anything. Marshall listened to Thor and nodded, agreeing immediately. All right, we'll leave soon. Everyone, pack up. Hearing Marshall, Thor made a decision. The others also agreed again and went to prepare. Meanwhile, Thor and Morris went to say goodbye to Ruby. Ruby didn't try to stop them. He knew that the purple gold grass had been bought, and with only half a year left, they needed to return quickly. By then, it was already afternoon. Under the afternoon sun, the large group set out once more. Their destination was Dressrosa. Compared to when they came, going back was definitely easier. Even passing through the Emerson family, they didn't encounter any trouble. Obviously, Count Emerson didn't plan to do anything. As for other matters along the way, there were even fewer. They had faced a blue-gray wolf attack on the way there, but on the way back, they didn't encounter a single monster attack. That was quite normal. This is the Frost Moon Province, not the Northern Land Province, so magical beasts are not very common. The chance of encountering a magical beast is even lower than the chance of meeting bandits. Of course, even if they were bandits, seeing such a large and powerful group, they wouldn't dare to attack. Everything naturally went smoothly. Compared to going to Pate City, Thor chose to travel by carriage. Many carriages had already been emptied out. He also planned to use these 10 days to carefully study the relic junk he bought. Traveling by carriage was much more convenient. The convoy gradually moved forward. Inside one carriage, Thor was carefully inspecting. Unfortunately, he hadn't found any clues after 3 days. But that was normal. If it had been so easy to find something, Andrew wouldn't have been able to sell it. Just as Thor was feeling helpless and considering whether to wait and see if the system responded, on the 7th day after leaving Pate City, the annual Star and Moon Festival arrived on the continent. This is a very important holiday. On this day every year, the blood moon in the sky turns into a silver moon, and the vitality of life becomes very active, making cultivation easier. Thor had planned to start practicing. But before he could move, a ray of moonlight shone down through the carriage window onto a pile of broken junk. As the silver moonlight fell, it seemed to cast a layer of silver glow over the pile of junk. What's this? Thor's gaze instinctively gathered, and in the next moment, his pupils suddenly widened. Swish! His figure instantly appeared beside the junk. And as he approached, Thor saw more clearly. He could see words and tiny figures appearing on the junk. The tiny figures seemed to come to life all at once. Looking closer, it was obvious they were performing actions. Seeing this scene, a look of shock appeared on Thor's face. He hadn't expected that secrets hidden in this junk would suddenly reveal themselves. It was so simple. Suddenly, Thor reacted quickly. Anna, he called out softly. With his words, Anna quickly ran over. Master, what's wrong? Anna instinctively wanted to speak, but was soon distracted by the changes on the scrap. Use the photo recording spell and record it quickly. Thor looked at the silver moon in the sky and quickly spoke. Okay. Without hesitation, Anna raised her magic staff immediately. In the next moment, a glowing orb appeared in midair. Buzz! A ripple spread out, and the orb quickly recorded images below. The photo recording spell is a first-level magic that can record patterns and words around it. Right now, it is undoubtedly the best way to record. Moonlight fell, and amidst the silver glow, lines of text spread out, slowly spreading. I don't know how long it lasted. I don't know how long it continued. As the glow of the silver moon gradually faded, everything strange finally disappeared. Did it record everything? With the silver glow gone, Thor looked directly at Anna, speaking with a hint of nervousness. It has finished recording, but it seems to have some repetitions. Anna nodded, then hesitated before speaking. It's okay, as long as it's recorded. Thor nodded, not paying much attention to it. Repetition isn't a big problem. Most likely, it's just the knight's breathing technique repeatedly appearing. Repetition also helps ensure no other issues occur. Master, this is the essence of the photo recording spell, which can store data for 30 days. To store it longer, you need to use the spell again with special materials. Anna reached out and handed over a 6-sided crystal, then softly explained. 30 days is enough. Thanks again this time. Thor nodded to show his gratitude. Master, you're too kind. Anna shook her head seriously. Ha. Thor chuckled, patting Anna's head. Then he eagerly began to study the spell. The recording from the photo recording spell is undoubtedly very complete. After carefully watching it several times, Thor confirmed that it indeed repeated. It repeated 5 times in total. The first and last repetitions were incomplete. Only the 3 middle ones were complete. After watching all 3 times, Thor could no longer hold back his excitement. As the Daily Intelligence report stated, this is indeed a high-level night breathing technique. It is called the Silver Moon breathing method. This version is incomplete, only a part of the full technique, but even so, it is enough to help a knight break through to the sky level, and it is a high-level breathing method at the peak of the Sky Knights. Even incomplete, it is clearly many levels above the eagle breathing method. If it were complete, Thor couldn't imagine how high the level of this breathing technique could be. As for the difference, Thor felt the huge gap immediately when he practiced. Silver moonlight spread, and his life energy surged fiercely. In just one night, Thor felt more progress than he had in the past 3 days of training. With his current situation, even without relying on any special methods, just focusing on his cultivation, he was confident he could reach the mid-level of the Great Knight in a few days. Even reaching the Earth Knight within a few years wouldn't be too difficult. A smile appeared on his face. Thor's happiness kept growing. Then, his entire mind was immersed in the Silver Moon breathing method. A few days later, while Thor was deep in his practice of the Silver Moon breathing method, a group of people finally returned to Dressrosa town. Compared to before they left, the town looked the same. Nothing had changed. Their arrival didn't cause much fuss. After all, this kind of caravan's departure and return had happened many times before. This time, it seemed no different to them. The only difference was that, at this moment, outside the castle, Count Engelbert appeared again at the gate. "Father, Master." Seeing the figures appear, Thor, Morris, and Marshall quickly dismounted. They spoke respectfully. "Ha. Thor, you really surprised me this time," Count Engelbert said with emotion, his gaze on Thor showing a change once again. This time, at the royal city's auction, there was indeed a sale of purple gold grass, and not just one, but 3. But even with all his connections, abilities, and spending over 30,000 gold coins, he still couldn't manage to buy even one. These 3 purple gold plants, 2 of which were directly taken away, leaving only one as an auction item. Its price soared to an astonishing 50,000 gold coins, and it was finally sold for 58,000 coins. Faced with such a terrifying price, even Count Engelbert had to give up since he didn't have that much gold. In the end, he could only return feeling disappointed. However, just 3 days after his return, he was hesitating about whether to try again when an unexpected surprise arrived. It turned out that the Assad family's auction included a purple gold plant, and his son, Thor Dressrosa, had actually bid for it. This almost made him feel like he had gone from to heaven. An unprecedented wave of joy spread through his heart. At that moment, he was so excited that he almost wanted to fly straight to Pate City. It took him a whole day to calm his restless feelings. But even so, he watched the road to Pate City every day, waiting for their return. Finally, when the moment arrived, he saw his son. His heart was full of excitement and nervousness, as you can imagine. "Father, this is the purple gold plant from the Assad family. But it can't be kept for long. It's said it will only last about 6 months," Thor said, then took out a wooden box containing the plant. "Ha. Good. Thor, this time, it's all thanks to you. Come on, let's go. The family has prepared a feast." Count Engelbert laughed happily and then pulled Thor by the arm, heading toward the castle. As his arm was pulled, Thor could clearly feel Count Engelbert's trembling hand. Of course, he understood why. That was a Sky Knight, one of the top beings in the kingdom. Once they broke through, whether it was Count Engelbert or the Dressrosa family, they would undergo a complete transformation. The possibility of the Dressrosa family becoming a marquee family would also increase. Count Engelbert had not lost his composure yet. His mindset was already quite good. The two entered the study. Maurice had already stepped back, and Thor handed the wooden box to Count Engelbert. When the purple grass inside the wooden box appeared, Count Engel could no longer hide his excitement and joy. With this purple grass, plus the fruit of life given by Tuar and the Starmoon fruit hidden within the family, he was now able to request the King's City to prepare a high-grade life potion for him. Having a high-grade life potion greatly increases his chances, more than 50%, of breaking through to become a Sky Knight. 50% is enough to drive many Earth Knights crazy, and even Count Angle himself was beginning to feel a bit impatient. 2R. This time I really owe you. Once I break through to be a Sky Knight, tell me what you want, and I will definitely give it to you. Count Angle spoke seriously, looking at his son with gratitude and pride. He never expected that his long-standing worries could be so easily solved by his son. Father, you're being too modest. Oh, and father, with the high-grade life potion, what is the chance I will succeed in becoming a Sky Knight? Tuawa smiled and shook his head, then seemed to remember something. He looked at Count Angle with a serious expression and asked, it should be over 50%, maybe around 60. Our family's eagle breathing technique is still a bit lacking. If we had a higher-level knight's breathing method, the chance could be even higher. Hearing his son's question, Count Angle was not too surprised. With the Starmoon fruit, the fruit of life, and the purple grass, there was only one clear possibility. His son, if he was not foolish, could naturally guess it. As for his son's question, he did not hide anything and simply answered directly. A high-level life potion indeed has a certain chance to help a Earth Knight break through to become a Sky Knight, but it is only a chance, nothing guaranteed. The only difference is that the high-level potion has a higher probability, while the Fruit of Life and Starmoon fruit have a lower chance, so a guaranteed breakthrough is impossible. Even reaching around 50 or 60% was thanks to his own rich experience. He was stronger than even Marquis Ryman. Otherwise, if other Earth Knights at their peak level were to try, their success rate might only be around 30%. And even with a slightly lower breathing technique level, he still had about a 50 to 60% chance. High-level Knight's breathing technique. Father, look at this. Hearing Count Anglebert's words, Thor was not surprised. Since he also practiced the eagle breathing technique, he naturally understood how advanced it was. So, without hesitation, he took out the portrait stone. What's this? Count Anglebert looked a bit confused. He was familiar with the portrait stones created by the illusion magic, but he wondered why Thor was showing it. Despite his curiosity, Count Anglebert still accepted the portrait stone. Then, life source energy flowed out. In the next moment, white light burst from the portrait stone, and an image gradually appeared in the room. It was the scene from a few days ago, under the star and moon, showing the pile of scrap. Looking at these images, Count Anglebert first felt more confused, but soon his pupils widened in shock. His breathing became heavier. What is this? At this moment, Count Anglebert felt his lips go dry, and he stared intensely at the picture on the portrait stone, then looked at Thor. Father, this is something I found unexpectedly in Pat City. It's called the Silver Moon breathing technique. It's not complete, but it is clearly better than the eagle breathing technique. With this, your chances of breaking through to Sky Knight should be higher. Thor spoke softly, with a serious expression. After seeing high-level Knight breathing techniques in the daily intelligence reports, Thor had already thought about giving this to his father. No matter what, the Dressrosa family was his biggest support. His actions in the northern province were mainly because he was from the Dressrosa family. If he were just an ordinary wandering knight, he wouldn't have the starting funds for territory expansion, let alone become a baron in such a short time. The stronger the Dressrosa family, the more solid his backing. Thor understood this very well. So, when he obtained the Fruit of Life, his first thought was Count Anglebert. The same applied to this high-level Knight breathing technique. He exhaled a long, heavy breath. Count Anglebert looked at Thor deeply. From the previous encounter with Rain, he understood that Thor was almost blessed by the goddess of life. Otherwise, how could a group of ordinary people find such a talented guardian knight? But he didn't expect that the goddess's blessing was just beginning at that time. In the northern province, the other side created many astonishing deeds and even brought back the urgently needed Fruit of Life. And that was not the end. A trip to Pate City not only brought back the last type of main material, the purple gold grass, but also a high-level Knight breathing technique that he almost dared not imagine. At this moment, even Count Anglebert was speechless. Until a moment later, he barely calmed his mind. His thoughts were temporarily suppressed. Then his words sounded again. With this Knight breathing technique, I have at least an 80% chance to break through to Sky Knight. Count Anglebert's expression was also filled with a faint smile. 80% chance was almost unimaginable for him. How could he not be happy? 80%. Hearing Count Anglebert's words, Toll also showed a hint of joy. He didn't expect that a high-level Knight breathing technique could increase the success rate so much. It was only 50 or 60% before, but now it had risen directly to 80%. Seeming to understand Toll's doubt, Count Engelbert softly explained. Toll, you must understand that the night breathing technique is the most fundamental. Only higher-level night breathing techniques can have a greater chance to reach higher levels. Especially after becoming a great knight, to break through to Earth Knight, you must have a night breathing technique capable of breaking through to Earth Knight. Otherwise, it's impossible. The same applies to Sky Knights and Sacred Domain Knights. Usually, high-level night breathing techniques are monopolized by the kingdom. Only the three great duke families possess them, and other families find it very hard to obtain. The eagle breathing technique is already the limit for ordinary families. Even among the three dukes, only one obtained it from ruins, while the other two acquired theirs elsewhere. Count Engelbert sighed as he spoke. In these 300 years, the Driehaus-Rosa family had spent countless generations and effort, and only Count Engelbert, as the head of the family, knew the full extent of their sacrifices. But even with so much effort, their gains were almost negligible. Of course, it wasn't just them. All the duke families and most marquis families were in the same situation. There was no other way. In this extraordinary world, knights are common. Ordinary knights are not too powerful, but reaching the level of Earth Knights is different. Earth Knights, Sky Knights, and Sacred Realm Knights each represent a transformation. One Earth Knight can easily defeat many high-level knights, and a Sky Knight can even easily destroy a Count's family, or even a Marquis's family. The Sacred Realm Knights are even more unimaginable. Such power naturally becomes more restricted at higher levels. The kingdom offers each knight a door to nobility, but also blocks the path to the top, ensuring power cannot be easily replaced or divided. Listening to Count Engelbert, Thor clearly understood the situation of the Tulip Kingdom. Thor shook his head in surprise. No wonder he felt curious before. This world is surprisingly fair, giving everyone a chance. Actually, he was overthinking. The opportunities given are always limited to the lower classes, even less reliable than the imperial examination system in ancient China. The imperial exam at least offered a real chance to reach the top, but in the kingdom, there's no such way. Marquis is the highest opportunity the kingdom offers to everyone. Beyond that, it's not something you can achieve through effort alone. There are two dukes who relied on luck, and one who is a member of the Tulip royal family. All right, you don't need to understand all this for now. I just want you to know that I will be going to the capital again in the next few days. My family might need your help for a few days. If you have no urgent matters, you can wait for me to return, then go back to your territory. There are some things I still need to discuss with you. As Thor sighed, Count Engelbert spoke again. These things are still too far from Thor's current level. His main goal now is to gain the Viscount title. Understood. Thor nodded, not refusing Engelbert's arrangements. Although he has been in the Frost Moon province for some time, the daily reports have shown no signs of danger, which means there is no major threat. Returning in a few days should be fine. I will try to return within a month. Also, if you can't wait, you can go to the steward Charlie. I have given you something this time, and you can leave with it. Count Engelbert nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then gave some more instructions. Good. Thor nodded, not refusing. If there truly was danger in a month, he would naturally return early. Now is not the time for politeness. That's settled then. Everything will be discussed when I return. You're tired too. Go back and rest. Count Engel nodded and waved his hand. Yes, Lord Father. I will go now. Thor nodded and bade farewell to Count Engel. He watched Thor leave, looking at the keepsake stone in his hand, and then at the purple gold grass inside the wooden box. Count Engel couldn't help but shake his head with emotion. Then he smiled. He had never paid much attention to his son Thor, but unexpectedly, Thor kept surprising him and even solved his biggest current problem. With a smile, Engel watched Thor return to his room. Night fell gradually. Familiar mechanical sounds sounded again. But today, there were no surprises. The next morning, Count Engel and Michael set out once more. This time, they planned to return to the capital. Thor stayed behind to take care of the young ones. During the month he was away, the young eagles of Driehaus-Rosa showed great change, full of energy and making rapid progress. Some even clearly felt the surge of life source energy, ready to break through. Especially Carter. In just a month, his previously weak life source had grown significantly. Before he was 18, trying to gather a life seed and become a trainee knight was nearly impossible, but now there was a strong hope. If he could win first place this month, he would definitely be able to gather a life seed. Not only him, but others also showed obvious changes. A month of intense training had transformed these young eagles of Dryas Rosa inside and out. It was expected that they would spread their wings even more in the future. Thor also felt a sense of satisfaction. The growth of family heirs meant the growth of the family, and the family's growth would surely benefit him as well. This would create a positive cycle. During this time, Thor began teaching these little ones how to practice their skills. The days slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, a month had gone by. The month was quite peaceful, with no major events or disturbances. The daily reports also yielded little new information, clearly indicating that opportunities within the Dryas Rosa family were limited. However, despite the lack of new intelligence, his cultivation advanced rapidly. On the second day back home, he had already broken through to the mid-stage of the Great Knight level. This progress was partly due to the previous travel disruptions. Otherwise, it would have been even faster. After a month, he was getting closer and closer to the late stage of the Great Knight.